Chapter 11:13. Inside and Outside Coordination. The revenue clerk reported that the bow materials shop was owned by a man named Huang Yunyu. The shop dealt mainly in horn, sinew, and other bow-making materials, and also produced a small quantity of trade bows. Because its business required frequent dealings with major local ranchers and hunters, they needed connections with local powers. Investigating along this thread, several suspicious individuals were quickly identified, and their relationships mapped out. The result was startling. Multiple lines converged on one person, Kim Manil, the island's wealthiest landowner. This local tycoon's eagerness was deeply suspicious. After some consideration, Liu Fuqing expanded the surveillance of Pak Diaquan to include everyone he'd come in contact with at the pleasure houses. Finally, he added Pak Diaquan to the surveillance list as well. He then brought the gathered materials to Feng Zongze. Feng Zongze leafed through them. When he saw Pak Diaquan's name appearing repeatedly, his eyelids twitched violently. He slammed the table. Pak Diaquan, damn him. He wasn't unaware that Pak Diaquan had financial issues, but he'd refrained from investigating closely, thinking it would demonstrate that working for them had its rewards. He'd assumed that given his great favor, Pak Diaquan would know when to stop. He hadn't expected him to be so bold, even getting involved in a counter-revolutionary uprising. Thinking of the trust he'd placed in Pak Diaquan, Feng Zongze felt quite betrayed. His face darkened as he pondered whether to arrest him immediately. Liu Fuqing cautiously remained silent. After a long pause, Feng Zongze finally asked what the Political Security Bureau planned to do next. We've already arranged surveillance personnel to monitor the following individuals. He reported the specific surveillance measures in detail. If there's any unusual activity, I'll report to you immediately. After Liu Fuqing left, Feng Zongze hurried to find Zhu Ziliang and briefed him on the situation. Zhu Ziliang had received specialized training in counter-guerrilla and counterinsurgency operations. Based on the intelligence, he judged the enemy was likely to take action soon. The enemy has seized the initiative, Zhu Ziliang said. We still don't know exactly what they're planning. But judging from the rumors they've been spreading, they're likely to stage some large-scale terror attacks to further heighten the atmosphere. You mean suicide bombers? Feng Zong's mind immediately conjured 21st-century news images. No, they don't have that capability. They might not even have that concept. Zhu Ziliang shook his head. Most likely it'll be arson and poisoning. Both methods were relatively simple yet could cause significant social impact. I'll issue orders to upgrade the alert level immediately. Zhu Ziliang took down his holster from the wall. Upgrade to orange. Orange signified imminent attack. It had only ever been issued once before, briefly in Lingao before the second anti-encirclement campaign. After the warning was issued, Nanggong Wudi immediately ordered additional sentries and roving patrols near wells, granaries, and other important structures. All naturalized citizens received orders to heighten their alert level. According to pre-prepared contingency plans, if a red alert was issued, all naturalized citizens would arm themselves and proceed to designated assembly points or maintain readiness in place. The entire city went into loose outside, tight inside mode. The other two counties also received notice to raise their alert levels. Feng Zongze knew that given their strength, nothing foundation shaking would occur. But precisely because of this, if serious losses did occur, he would lose all face. Today was Sunday. Ever since Great Song had arrived on the island, they'd begun implementing a calendar system completely different from the Ming's, including a 7-day weekly work schedule. Of course, neither naturalized citizens nor local labor service teams actually got Sundays off. But on this day, less critical departments and construction sites typically ended work 2 hours early. Markets were also organized in the city to sell various Australian goods shipped from Hong Kong, mainly daily necessities, cotton cloth and silk. Mountain folk and herders would come to sell various local products as well. Organizing markets and stimulating commerce was a consistent approach in committee local administration. It wasn't just about obtaining local goods and increasing the population's economic dependence. It also served to gather intelligence. This Sunday was as lively as usual. The streets were more crowded than normal. Shops and restaurants opened early. The newly opened eateries were bustling with noise. Large pots set up in courtyards along the street cooked mixed-grain rice and doenjang soup. Porcelain jars were filled with bright red kimchi. This new, flavorful pickle introduced by the dwarf crop heads had immediately conquered the local populace. Many had begun learning to make great song pickles. Demand for red chili powder on the island had skyrocketed. This restaurant and several nearby sundry shops had been established on Feng Zong's instructions by local Korean collaborators. Besides stimulating the economy, the purpose was to experiment with circulation vouchers. To implement circulation vouchers, there had to be redemption channels. Otherwise, their credit couldn't be established. Small peddlers carrying heavy bundles on back frames arrived from all directions, bringing coarse grains, vegetables, seafood, fruits, and various local products. They set out their wares on spread-out wrapping cloths and competed in hawking their goods. Zhang Xiangxiao carried a Guangdong-made bamboo basket, wandering here and there, asking prices at stalls like a housewife shopping. Zhang Xiangxiao was now packed Diaquin's servant girl, actually a chess piece placed at his side by Zhou Myongguai's faction, ostensibly to cultivate him, covertly to monitor him. Beyond that, there was a second purpose, to turn him when the time came. The business about Lord Kim's illegitimate daughter being married off was pure fabrication, but until Pak Diaquin lost his usefulness, they needed someone at his side to monitor and control him at all times. Since Zhou Myongguai had gone to the mountains to meet with Kim Dihi, word had quickly returned. The instruction was for Zhou and his people in the city to make their move, first poison the wells, then commit arson, but no killing, unless it could be disguised as sudden death or an accident, because they needed to create the impression of divine punishment. For this purpose, Kim Dihi would send several men into the city. Following Zhou Myongguai's instructions, Zhang Xiangxiao had come to the market specifically to scout whether Kim Dihi's men had entered the city. She asked prices here, examined goods there, while actually searching intently for people bearing special markers. Zhang Xiangxiao was Zhou Myongguai's bondservant. Years ago, when plague swept the island, her entire family had collapsed in front of Zhou Myongguai's shop. He'd given them medicine and saved their lives. From that day, Zhang Xiangxiao had become his loyal servant. Whatever the master ordered, she did without question. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Ahead, 3 peddlers approached carrying back frames. The one in front was very young. The one at the rear was a wizened, bony old man. In the middle walked a robust man in his prime. On the surface, they looked no different from the mountain folk around them. Zhang Xiangxiao quickly looked at their feet. All 3 wore blue cloth strips binding their trouser cuffs with straw sandals. The sandal straps bore an inconspicuous section dyed black. She quickly stepped aside, watching them find an empty spot, spread out their wrapping cloths and begin hawking their wares. They were selling dried mushrooms from the mountains. Zhang Xiangxiao hurried over to ask prices, made a show of picking through the mushrooms for a long time and bought some to take back. These 3 sold their dried mushrooms, then went to an eatery and stuffed themselves with doenjang soup over brown rice. They sat in a tea shop for half the day. As soon as darkness fell, they slipped into Zhou Myongguai's shop. Kim Yuksun wore her newly issued naturalized citizen uniform, satchel slung over her shoulder, canvas duty belt cinched at her waist, striding down the road with a martial air. Her hair had been cut short. She looked no different from any female naturalized citizen. The Kim family, father and daughter alike, had been formally added to the naturalized citizen cadre roster for their high awareness and steadfastness. They were no longer temporary collaborators outside the system. Kim Yuksun was now Women's Affairs Clerk. Feng Zongze had originally planned to send her and a batch of young activists to Lingao for training, but the tense situation had postponed that for now. Still, Kim Yuksun had already learned much about Lingao from her interactions with other naturalized cadres and was filled with longing for this holy land. She led a team of labor service workers to the horse corrals outside the city. Nick needed large amounts of labor. Every week, a batch of labor service workers was conscripted to help with various rough work at the corrals, cleaning stalls, chopping fodder, cutting and drying hay. They also helped level ground and dig ditches, preparation for planting quality pasture grass. After delivering the labor service workers to the corrals, she herself went to a small building on the outer perimeter of the horse ranch. A new dam had been built here to collect spring water flowing down from the mountains. Channels carried the clean water into the corrals for the horses to drink. For this purpose, a sluice gate and a small gatehouse had been installed. Kim Yuksun's brother, Kim Yuksun, was in charge of guarding the sluice at the horse ranch. As she approached, Kim Yuksun was polishing the iron handwheel on the sluice gate. End of chapter. Chapter 11:14 In the city understood. Liu Fuqing hesitated, then added, also have someone surveil Pak Diaquan, find out his activity patterns, and send word to Li Wanhui, have her find an opportunity to meet with me. Yes, sir. Li Wanhui had been recruited as an informer 2 months earlier. Most of the intelligence about Pak Diaquan's carousing and entertaining at the pleasure houses, and his close dealings with merchants, came from her. Unfortunately, Zhou Myongguai, Huang Yunyu and the others were highly vigilant. When discussing serious matters, they didn't allow courtesans present. What exactly they discussed remained unknown. Liu Fuqing was an old bureaucrat who'd spent decades navigating officialdom. So-called serious matters amounted to nothing more than secrets, corruption and collusion between officials and merchants. Given Clerk Pak's current position, finding crooked money would be quite easy for him. Investigating economic crimes and preventing corruption wasn't the Political Security Bureau's job. That was for the Cheka. Even if they found leads, they could only forward them to the Cheka for handling. However, once economic problems connected to hostile forces, it fell within their jurisdiction. Liu Fuqing knew that Clerk Pak's days were numbered. He lit his water pipe, the one old indulgence he'd retained, and began quietly pondering what to do next. After Zhou Myongguai instructed his men to stage the stone figure's bleeding trick, he and Huang Yunyu sent people to spread rumors everywhere. Seeing the populace inside and outside the city growing anxious, they knew their tricks were working. He and Huang Yunyu had divided their tasks. Huang was specifically responsible for liaising with Pak Diaquan and the Yi court officials on the peninsula, while Zhou served as Lord Kim's contact man. Once the rumors had taken effect, early the next morning Zhou Myongguai set out with 2 clerks, leading several ponies, pretending to be going to the countryside to purchase bow materials. Though Jeju City had checkpoints at the gates, there was no registration. Coming and going was quite free. He led his men toward the mountains. After traveling about a dozen li to a village at the mountain's foot, he purchased some bow materials. Confirming no one was following, he then headed alone into a nearby ravine. What he hadn't anticipated was that, from the moment he left Jeju City, a specially assigned Political Security Bureau Korean consultant had been tailing him. The consultant was disguised as a woodcutter from the mountains, following Zhou Myongguai at a distance. He watched Zhou Myongguai turn toward the wild mountains. Using trees and brush for cover, he quietly followed him into the valley. Mountain ridges loomed on both sides of the valley, casting dark shadows. The consultant, thoroughly familiar with the terrain, tracked him like a hunter pursuing prey. The valley was long and kept narrowing. In some places only a sliver of sky showed. The terrain was rugged. Without the consultant's own mountain dweller background, he never could have followed Zhou Myongguai, who knew the paths well. He trailed Zhou Myongguai for nearly half an hour, passing through the valley to reach a small village. The village had only 7 or 8 households. The consultant knew this area well. It was a herding village belonging to a certain landowner. The residents were all the landowners, serfs, and tenants. At this hour, they'd all be out working. There should be nobody in the village except old folks and children. After entering the village, Cho Myongwai headed straight for a finer house on the west side. The consultant knew such houses were typically occupied by estate managers or similar figures. Unable to follow into the village, he positioned himself on a small hill to the west to monitor. The north wind blew hard, shaking the bushes constantly. The consultant crouched down, waiting for Cho Myongwai to emerge. Cho Myongwai entered the house. Though this village wasn't Lord Kim's property, the local landowner had always been on good terms with Lord Kim, so this had been chosen as the rendezvous point. This place, though appearing to be deep wilderness, was actually not far from Jeju City. Because of the rugged terrain, ordinary people wouldn't come here. Most locals didn't even know the village existed. It was naturally suited for concealment. Waiting for him inside was not the local estate manager but another bondservant, one of Lord Kim's trusted men, named Kim Di-hee. Kim Di-hee was from Hamgyong province in the north, a Baekjeong pariah. Barrel-chested and powerfully built, he'd been a mountain bandit. After capture, he'd been exiled to Jeju as a government slave. Because of his formidable fighting prowess, Lord Kim had taken a liking to him and made him a private bondservant. He'd been waiting here for Cho Myongwai for 2 days. Being a restless man, staying cooped up like this had made him thoroughly irritable. If Lord Kim hadn't given him strict orders to wait for Cho Myongwai's confirmed message, he'd have left long ago. Seeing Cho Myongwai enter, he said impatiently, "What took you so long? The master's orders aren't easy to carry out. I had to wait until no one was paying attention before I could slip out." "Bullshit," Kim Di-hee snorted coldly. "You spineless thing, I bet you've been enjoying good food, good drink, and women in the city and let everything slide. These few hundred Japanese raiders aren't worth a fart." Kim Di-hee had always been jealous of Cho Myongwai. Living like a lord in the glittering world of Jeju City, servants waiting on him, eating and drinking as he pleased, and courtesans to play with. Back at Lord Kim's stockade, though he was a man of some standing, his pleasures amounted to nothing more than a decent room, meat and wine at every meal, and access to any of the lower servant girls. Sure, those girls had to lie down when told to and strip when told to strip, but they lay there like dead fish, not even moaning. Nothing like the courtesans in the city's pleasure houses who knew the arts of pleasure. Cho Myongwai heard his arrogant opening remarks and inwardly sneered at this oaf. Without showing his feelings, he sat down by the fire pit. "Easy for you to say. Even a few hundred Japanese raiders are enough to give us trouble. Just say what you came to say," Kim Di-hee waved dismissively. "The master's waiting for me to report back. Anything to eat? I'm hungry." Cho Myongwai had been walking for half a day. His stomach was empty. He wanted to put on airs in front of this brute. Kim Di-hee had no choice but to call for food and drink. In this wilderness, there wasn't much to offer, just country wine and wild game from hunting. The two ate and drank while discussing business. Cho Myongwai gave a full accounting of the situation in the city, emphasizing that his bleeding stone figures trick and the spread rumors had achieved excellent results. Everyone in the city was now on edge, including members of the White Horse Unit who showed signs of wavering. And then, Kim Di-hee pressed. Then it's up to you," Cho Myongwai said. "We don't know when the court's army will arrive. Raising militia now isn't that asking to die." "You don't know shit," Cho Myongwai spat out a pheasant bone. "That's not what I mean. Now that the city's in a panic, we need to apply more pressure to make them even more chaotic. Otherwise, if everyone waits a few days and nothing happens, won't all my earlier work have been for nothing?" Kim Di-hee thought this over and nodded. "What do you have in mind?" "You go report to the master. Tell him we need to hit them a few times in and around Jeju City soon. Burn some buildings, kill a few Japanese raiders, and make examples of a few Koreans helping the raiders, like Kim Yongju's people. Is that all? This small stuff, just handle it yourselves in the city. No need to bother the master." Kim Di-hee was dismissive. In his view, these were trivial matters that didn't require his involvement. "Fart off," Cho Myongwai sneered. Easy for you to say, you think the Japanese raiders are pushovers. They're cunning as hell and their security is tight. With just us few in the city, we'd never get it done in 100 years. The master's been feeding and caring for you lot. Now that it's time for real action, you're going soft. Kim Dee was a crude fellow. Provoked by these words, his temper flared. He said grandly, "Don't worry, once the master gives the word, whatever he wants done gets done. No second guessing, killing a few Japanese raiders, easy as pie. My archery alone, any raiders that come will die where they stand." As he bragged, Cho Myungwai cut him off. "Stop boasting, hurry back and report to the master. This is urgent, send word to the city tomorrow." "Done," Kim Dee nodded. "Still send it to the pleasure house." "No, too many eyes at the pleasure house. The raiders have probably noticed already. Just send someone to my shop with some dried beef tendon or something." He paused, then added, "A verbal message." End of chapter. Chapter 11:15. Kim Yuksun. "Hey sis, why'd you come by?" He waved at his sister, then gestured for her to come in. Kim Osun looked at the sluice gate, examined it closely, and asked, "Is there danger here?" Kim Yuksun laughed. "What's there to worry about?" He pushed open the window and pointed outside. "Even if this weren't right by the city, it wouldn't matter. The horse corral has several hundred troops stationed. Who'd be so blind as to come here looking to die?" After the transport training cadre and cavalry training cadre landed, they'd been stationed at the horse corrals outside the city. As the number of horses received kept growing and there wasn't enough room for everyone, they'd opened up secondary and tertiary horse ranches elsewhere outside the city, splitting off some people and horses. But even so, number 1 ranch still had over 100 Fupo Army personnel. Though mostly cadets, they'd all completed at least 3 months of basic infantry training and were fully equipped with rifles. Attacking the horse ranch would be suicide. That's not quite right. Things are a bit chaotic now. Someone's scheming in the dark. This place is over half a li from the main compound, and it's surrounded by empty fields. No worries. The Japanese patrol passes here every half hour," Kim Yuksun said unconcernedly. "Look, here they come." On the dirt road outside the sluice house, a squad of Japanese public security soldiers rode past. Their Takai swords hung from their saddles. The soldiers wore jingasa helmets and cavalry cloaks, looking quite imposing. In the past, the sight of such figures would have sent Jeju's people fleeing in terror. But now the siblings found the sight reassuring. These were people who protected their safety, the officials' claws, their own kind. "Still, be careful." Kim Osun looked at the big iron wheel. "This is a sluice gate. The officials say it's vital machinery." "That's right. If this sluice breaks, all the water stored in the dam will drain away. The water troughs in the corrals downstream won't get water and the horses will have trouble drinking." Kim Yuksun pointed to the bow and arrows and machete hanging on the wall. "I'm always on guard. I'm not bragging. Come 3 or 5 people and they still won't touch this sluice gate. I know you're capable." Kim Osun looked at her brother's increasingly robust physique. He was eating his fill at every meal now, and his formerly frail body was growing solid. She pushed open the window and looked around. On the sluice's other side was a dike blocking the river course. On the far bank was an area enclosed by fencing. Though dusk was falling, she could make out several newly built tower-like structures inside, cylindrical like big barrels. "What's that?" "A new hay storage facility," Kim Yuksun said, "but there's not much hay in it yet. The officials say it won't be used until the grass fields grow and are harvested. For now, it's just for storing cut hay." "You have to grow grass." "Yes," Kim Yuksun nodded. "Official Nick says horse raising is a great science." He began enthusiastically talking about what he'd learned recently. Seeing his sister was interested in the big iron wheel, he started rattling off new terms he'd just learned. Screw, universal joint lever. These were fascinating new things that he'd been pestering the young masters to explain. Then, as if showing off a treasure, he took out a small water wheel model from a basket. The sluice house was practically bare walls. There was only a crude long bench, and Kim Yuksun had hung a basket on the wall for storage. The water wheel had been made for him by a student from the Fengkao ground teaching team. a teaching aid powered by water, driving a fan to demonstrate how water does work. Look, sis. He placed the little water wheel in the channel. It began spinning, driving the attached fan into a rapid whirl. That's interesting. Kim Yuksun watched the ingenious wooden model with fascination. The officials had such learning in everything they did. Seeing her brother still standing in the channel, fascinated by the water wheel, she said, "Sit down and rest a while. Stop playing, the water's still cold." This isn't a toy, it's energy. It's the force of water. There's also the force of wind, the force of fire, those ships at Chachin port that don't need oars or sails and belch black smoke when they run. That's the combined force of water and fire. Kim Yuksun nodded. She didn't really understand everything her brother said and wasn't particularly interested in understanding. But seeing him chattering away so enthusiastically, so different from the dull, wild child who'd only known how to play with slingshots, catch rabbits, and catch fish, it was like meeting a new person. Energy, schmergy, just get out of that channel. It's fine, just a small task. There's nothing to do here all day. I just guard the sluice gate. I'm going to go stir crazy. Kim Yuksun said carelessly. So I read a lot. You can read and write now. Kim Yuksun was delighted and surprised. Their family had been low-born Baekjeong pariahs for generations. Under the Yi dynasty, for pariahs to read and write was an outrage. Yes, on nights when I'm not on duty, I go to night school every day. There are several young masters there, very learned. They can teach more than just reading. They know so much. Kim Yuksun said admiringly. They really are from great song. The first batch of Education Department detachment, members from Feng ground, senior elementary school students, had arrived at Jeju. They deployed in batches to Jeju and Taiwan. Besides serving as clerical and technical personnel, in their spare time they also worked as teachers, conducting literacy classes for the refugees in the purification camps. Promising individuals among the local collaborators and labor service teams could also receive this instruction. After all, they needed to master Chinese language and script before they could be effectively utilized. Kim Yuksun was also in a literacy class. Though her Mandarin was coming along, her reading and writing were still shaky. Her brother took out a roll of paper from a wall basket and unrolled it. She recognized 2 of the 4 characters. Jeju. Her brother read aloud. Jeju News. Jeju News was a broadsheet newspaper produced by the Jeju Forward Committee, specifically targeting Jeju's local population and the refugees in the purification camps. It was published irregularly. Jeju-originated articles were written and then transmitted by radio. The Lingao Times handled editing and printing. The writers were basically all committee members. Naturalized cadres couldn't yet write reports in the committee composition style. Since the target audience was illiterate or semi-literate, the vocabulary and sentence structure were kept as simple as possible, using characters with few strokes. Content focused mainly on local news, administrative orders, and simple educational science material. Some content was excerpted from the Lingao Times. The front page headline was in bold black type, News from the Traveling Court, essentially a digest from the Lingao Times. Mayao Industrial Zone Blast Furnace No. 2 successfully ignited this week. Phase III of new worker village at Waibapu Commune broke ground today, expected to be completed by end of June. Upon completion, it will provide 124 housing units for workers, greatly alleviating the worker housing shortage. On the 10th of this month, gunboat Chuncha was officially launched at Beipu Shipyard. Navy General Staff Chief Rear Admiral Chen Haiyang attended the launching ceremony. These news items from the traveling court were both foreign and fascinating to them. Yet they made the collaborators feel they were not alone. A happy paradise existed somewhere beyond their miserable world, however distant. Her brother read the front page news aloud. The lead story was about the imminent convening of Jeju Island's first political consultative conference. The content was simple, more like an official notice. Even so, the siblings found many of the terms half understood at best. They roughly gathered that the officials were summoning representatives from the whole island to meet and discuss how island affairs should be handled going forward. Kim Yuksun, being a cadre, had attended several naturalized cadre study sessions. She'd heard superiors explain the significance and importance of this conference, and knew it was a matter of paramount importance. Since her whole family was now bound to the officials, the committee, and Great Song, she was deeply invested and eager to understand what was really going on. The two of them were poring over the newspaper together when night fell. Outside it was pitch black. The neighing of horses could be heard from not far off. Through the darkness came the sound of a bugle, the signal for the military evening meal. Just then they heard the commotion of footsteps outside. The dogs at the horse ranch suddenly began barking furiously. End of chapter. Chapter 11:16. Wavering and Steadfast that night, inside Pak Diaquin's residence, he sat alone drinking, his mood at its lowest ebb. Ever since the stone figures had bled, things had not gone well for him. Several times he'd gone to the office to seek audience with official Feng, but each time he'd been told the official was busy, something that had never happened before. Official Feng's trusted servants had also become cold and distant toward him, without their former warmth. First came the issue of the gold coins the merchants had lent him. He'd been waiting for his fiancée to marry in, and for her dowry to repay the loan, but now there was no news about the marriage at all. Worse, he'd heard through the grapevine that Lord Kim's household had received new orders, and was in no hurry to proceed with the wedding. Pak Diaquin understood what this meant. Lord Kim probably didn't see him as the prized catch he'd been before. What worried him even more was that rumors about the bleeding stone figures and portents were everywhere. Many of the local labor service workers and collaborators were visibly unsettled. Some had even quietly turned in their armbands and stopped coming to work. Cho Myongwai had placed his capable agent Zhang Xiangxiao at Pak Diaquin's side, ostensibly to cultivate him, covertly to monitor him. Beyond that, there was a second purpose: to turn him when the time came. According to Lord Kim's calculations, first the bleeding stone figures would unsettle the populace. Then, over the coming days, arson attacks in and around the city would heighten the atmosphere of terror. Finally, they would welcome the court's army while the whole island rose in militia rebellion. When that time came, someone like Pak Diaquin would make the perfect inside man. However, this person's courage was limited. Counting on him to hack down the city gates or assassinate dwarf crophead generals and officials was out of the question. But using him to turn other Koreans who'd sided with the dwarf cropheads was still possible. Seeing his low spirits lately, Zhang Xiangxiao had been probing indirectly, and had roughly determined that he was deeply troubled by the bleeding stone figures incident. Moreover, the dwarf cropheads had recently shown signs of distrust toward him. There were also rumors that official Feng, who had always valued him highly, was preparing a full audit of his accounts during his tenure as archery clerk. Zhang Xiangxiao judged that all these things combined had begun to shake him. The time for turning had arrived. As she poured wine for him, she calculated. "Master, why are you drinking alone in gloom?" she asked coquettishly, leaning against him. Pak Diaquin said listlessly, "What else is there to do but drink in gloom? Why hasn't the master been to the pleasure house lately to enjoy himself?" Zhang Xiangxiao said. "The young ladies have all been missing you." "What, you want me to go to the pleasure house?" Pak Diaquin asked, somewhat blearily. "This servant wouldn't dare speak of the master's affairs." "This servant knows the master goes to the pleasure house not for women but to discuss business with the other gentlemen. I need to lay low these days. I've been associating too much with Master Huang, Master Cho, and the others. The officials don't seem to like it," Pak Diaquin said, hiccuping. "Being a person is truly difficult. I go to the pleasure house to network with them for the officials' business." Indeed. Without the master's efforts, could this island's bows, arrows, and specialties even be sold? Zhang Xiangxiao began her first subtle manipulation. "And the grain purchased, how many people on this island have been fed because of it? All this is the master's achievement. Hearing this, Pak Diaquin felt even more aggrieved. People always exaggerate their own contributions and abilities while ignoring others' efforts, especially when somewhat drunk. With her prodding, he was suddenly full of grievances. He sighed. I've thought about it too. This master of mine has too much power. Those people are all jealous. One after another, who knows what they're saying to the officials. That low-born bastard Kim Yongju. Zhang Xiangxiao knew he'd been unhappy lately about Kim Yongju and his daughter's rising status. She deliberately feigned alarm. Master, lower your voice. Battalion Commander Kim is now a favorite before the officials. Even his daughter and son are quite influential. Bullshit. Pak Diaquin grew even more disgruntled. Feng, Zongze, and the others had indeed been summoning Kim Yongju and his daughter privately with increasing frequency. A whole family of lowborns. Unable to vent his frustration, he threw back another cup in one gulp. The Kim Yongju family doesn't matter. What can a family of Baekjeong stir up? It's the officials I'm worried about. She trailed off with an expression of feigned anxiety, deliberately baiting Pak Diaquin. Sure enough, Pak Diaquin asked, "What about the officials?" This servant means the matter of the bleeding stone figures lately. Pak Diaquin waved his hand. Don't be afraid, it's just enemies making mischief. Don't believe the rumors. But his words lacked conviction. Zhang Xiangxiao had long seen through his inner fear. She said, "This servant thinks, maybe there really is someone behind this mischief, but in this world where there's smoke, there's fire. The officials are very capable, but after all, they're outsiders. They're certainly not the legitimate court of heaven's mandate. Remember the 2 Japanese invasions. The Japanese raiders were overwhelming in power. They even occupied Pyongyang. In the end, they still lost." Pak Diaquin started in alarm. "Don't talk nonsense. What do you, a mere woman, understand?" Yes, this servant spoke out of turn. Zhang Xiangxiao quickly lowered her gaze, pouring him more wine. "Master, don't think about these troubling things. Just enjoy yourself." She pressed her body tightly against his, knowing her words had already had a great effect. In a few days, after a few more fires were set in and around the city, he'd become a startled bird, like a rat on a sinking ship, scrambling for any straw to save his life. Just then, a gunshot rang out in the distance, followed by several more. Pak Diaquin's entire body tensed. He shoved Zhang Xiangxiao aside and stood up, listening anxiously to the sounds outside. "Alert! Something's happening." Kim Yuksun jumped to her feet and shouted loudly. The words had barely left her mouth when several figures appeared in the doorway. Kim Yuksun immediately challenged, "Who goes there?" Several men in local dress, white cloths wrapped around their heads, brandishing knives and clubs. A woman's sharp challenge from inside the building surprised them. They all froze for a moment. Kim Yuksun saw they were all armed with clubs, some with knives. Knowing they meant trouble, she yelled, "Bandits!" and drew the machete at her side, rushing at them. Kim Yuksun also drew his machete and charged, slashing at the leader. Another attacker darted in from the side and shoved him hard, knocking him down and sending his blade skittering away. He immediately jumped up, grabbed a bench, and began fighting. Kim Yuksun cut down the first bandit with a single slash. Just as she was about to leap forward and finish off the man writhing in pain on the ground, another bandit rushed in, knocked her machete flying with a club, and knocked her to the floor. She lunged forward and clamped her teeth onto his calf with all her might. The bandit screamed. A companion quickly drew a small knife and stabbed her arm. Just then Kim Yuksun, having battered down his opponent, rushed over and swung the bench with all his strength at the bandit's head. The man died instantly, but then a blade found Kim Yuksun. He collapsed in a pool of blood. Seeing her brother stabbed and fallen, Kim Yuksun went nearly mad, snatching up a machete and charging. By now the gunfire outside was intensifying. The lead bandit shouted urgently, "Light the fire! Light the fire!" At his cry, one bandit climbed in through the window, wrapping oil-soaked rags and rope around the iron handwheel and screw mechanism. "They're starting a fire!" Kim Yuksun screamed. She'd heard her brother say the sluice was vital to the horse ranch. Ignoring the bandits, she rushed to tear away the rags. Just then, someone slashed her viciously from behind. Kim Yuksun collapsed, bleeding profusely. The gunfire outside grew more intense, punctuated by the screams and cries of the righteous militiamen. The group attacking the sluice had expected dealing with a half-grown boy and starting a fire would be easy. They hadn't anticipated casualties. Seeing the situation outside turning unfavorable, the leader hastily threw his fire starter onto the rags, tossed several more torches into the building, and fled. Kim Yuksun, having been stabbed several times, had lost consciousness. The thick smoke woke her. Looking toward the source, she saw flames already rising from the sluice mechanism. Gritting her teeth, she rolled desperately toward the sluice, frantically tearing away the burning rags and rope and throwing them into the channel. In their haste, they hadn't wrapped much cloth around the handwheel and screw. Kim Yuksun didn't relax until the last strip of rag was thrown into the water, and then she blacked out again. Outside the city, all 3 horse corrals had been attacked simultaneously by righteous militiamen. Gunfire was intense. Fire arrows flew toward the corrals, but due to the Mini-A rifle's firepower, the militiamen couldn't get within effective range and began firing wildly. Though the display was spectacular, only some grass and a few outer wooden sheds were ignited. The flames looked fierce but caused little actual damage. The garrison then launched a countercharge. The Japanese public security cavalry swept around on the flank while the transport cadre trainees fixed bayonets and charged. Because No. 1 Ranch had been established earliest and had the most complete defenses, Kim Dee had committed only 40 to 50 men there. The moment the public security cavalry appeared, his force collapsed and fled in all directions. The cavalry, wielding their takai, cut them down relentlessly. The fires from the fire arrows that had ignited the grass and sheds actually exposed the militiamen, making them perfect targets. In the end, only those with the fastest legs managed to escape into the darkness with their lives. End of chapter. Chapter 11:17, Treatment under Zhu Ziliang's command. The city fell beneath the weight of martial law. Jeju City normally observed a curfew after sundown, but now armed patrols swept through the streets, conducting searches house by house. All 4 gates stood sealed. Every door on every lane was barred tight. The disturbance, both within the walls and beyond them, had lasted less than an hour. The militia mobilized for the operation numbered barely 300 in total. Perhaps a dozen had slipped inside to start fires. According to the plan devised by Huang Yunyu, Chou Myongguai, and their conspirators, once the horse corrals outside caught flame and the animals panicked, the dwarf crop heads would surely dispatch personnel to reinforce, creating the chaos necessary for arson and poisoning. They had not anticipated the force sent to torch the corrals collapsing immediately, nor the militia lurking within the city being seized one after another the moment they stirred. Those who resisted were shot dead on the spot. The gunfire had subsided completely. Zhu Ziliang led his patrol through the city, inspecting every location of importance. His chief concern was the refugee camp. If panic erupted there, even with riot control infantry on hand, unnecessary casualties would follow. Though the military and civil command of Jeju Island was not his, fewer casualties remained preferable. The forward committee sailed in the same boat. When his patrol reached the refugee camp, he encountered Zhu Mingxia wearing a stab-resistant vest and a Type 80 steel helmet, an SKS rifle slung across his chest, the very picture of readiness for battle. "Any losses in the city?" Zhu Mingxia asked urgently as Zhu Ziliang approached. "None. Every bandit inside the walls has been captured or killed. A city-wide search is underway. Then the city is yours. I need to take some men out to check the corrals." The forces stationed outside were substantial, and what the locals called militia would prove no more than scarecrows even if 4,000 or 5,000 of them came. But the corrals housed Nick, a committee member who warranted high concern. Zhu Mingxia led his patrol through the gates and out toward the corrals. By the time they arrived, the fires consuming the sheds and grassland had been put out. Nick sat in the courtyard before his office, gripping his Glock pistol, surrounded by his apprentices. At the sight of Zhu Mingxia, his shoulders visibly relaxed. "The corrals, are they safe?" Zhu Mingxia asked. "All safe. Nothing lost but a few wooden sheds. Some horses spooked, they're being calmed." Nick paused, then let out a sigh. "Unfortunately, there are casualties. I was careless." He had not dispatched personnel for further searches. Nick had likely decided that driving off the enemy was sufficient. In truth, sending small units to sweep the darkness at this hour would have been reckless. When Zhu Mingxia entered the sluice house, the fire had already been extinguished. The cadets had rushed in to fight the flames the moment they spotted them. Not only had the sluice equipment that Kim Yuksun had fought so desperately to protect survived intact, but the building itself had suffered nothing worse than broken doors and windows. Kim Yuksun was unconscious. Kim Yuksun was dead. The crowd gathered their parted as Zhu Mingxia approached. He stepped closer and took in the scene. Blood covered the ground. 2 militia corpses lay sprawled there, one with his skull caved in, the other riddled with knife wounds. Both had plainly been dead for some time. Bloodstains spattered the handwheel and screw, with a half-charred rag still clinging to them. The crude bench lay shattered, smeared with brain matter and gore. Seeing a torn strip of cloth still clutched in Kim Yuksun's blackened hand, Zhu Mingxia exhaled slowly, something stirring within him. He had always maintained a utilitarian attitude toward the people of this era. Their loyalty interested him only insofar as it served the committee. All the political work methods and theories he employed were merely techniques on the road to global hegemony. And yet these 2 siblings had fought to the death for a simple sluice house. Such pure, magnificent loyalty moved even his heart. A medic was bandaging Kim Yuksun's wounds. Zhu Mingxia spoke quietly. "How are her injuries? Is she in danger?" "She was slashed 3 or 4 times on her body, none of them deep, and stabbed once in the forearm, also not serious," the medic replied. "But she's lost a great deal of blood and both hands have 2nd-degree burns. We'll need official Feng's examination to know more." "Go tell official Feng that I said to save her at all costs." "Understood." "Yes. I'll relay that immediately." Zhu Mingxia returned to the city. Prisoners were already being brought in. Interrogation fell to the Political Security Bureau. He proceeded to inspect the troop quarters. By the time he finished, dawn was breaking, but no trace of weariness touched him. He splashed water on his face and headed to the clinic to see Kim Yuksun. He had paid little attention to this somewhat plain woman before. He knew only that she was the White Horse Battalion commander's daughter, highly capable in her work, a promising naturalized cadre candidate. But the events of last night had roused his deep interest in her. He hoped she would survive and recover fully. Such steadfast and loyal naturalized citizens were rare treasures. Clear bugle notes sounded from the city gate, followed by the morning cannon, announcing that the gates were open. Crowds of commoners and labor service workers streamed toward the construction sites and workshops inside and outside the city. Fupo army soldiers marched through the streets in neat formation, singing. The city resumed its rhythm as though no battle had occurred. The night's disturbance had caused negligible losses. The results, too, were modest. Over 50 militiamen killed or cut down, 15 captured. Several packets of poison intended for the wells were seized. The interrogations to come would undoubtedly expose every hostile element remaining in the city. Zhu Mingxia estimated their hideouts were likely local shops, but the Political Security Bureau would determine the specifics. They weren't going anywhere. The city gates had tightened inspections. Only locals serving the committee who held passes and labor service workers could freely enter and leave Jeju City. Ordinary civilians were permitted entry, but not exit. This meant Jeju Island's counterinsurgency campaign would have to begin ahead of schedule. Zhu Mingxia had originally intended to draft a plan based on the political consultative conference's outcome before proceeding. That now seemed unnecessary. He walked into the clinic. Feng Zongze and several nurses were hard at work. One nurse was cleaning and suturing Kim Yuksun's wounds. Kim Yuksun was pale, brows furrowed, an occasional soft moan escaping her as the disinfectant stung. "How is she?" "The wounds aren't too serious." Feng Zongze wore a white coat with sleeves rolled high, the sharp scent of disinfectant clinging to him. "But she took quite a beating, 7 slash wounds and 1 stab wound. The cuts aren't deep, with suturing she'll be fine, but she's lost too much blood," he gestured toward the IV drip. "I don't have plasma here, so I can only use glucose saline. Whether she'll pull through, I can't say." "Her life isn't in danger, is it?" "Hard to say. Without a blood transfusion, 50-50. Feng Zongze shook his head. "I've given her tetanus shots and antibiotics. Infection shouldn't be a problem, but—" he gestured toward her hands, which were being carefully cleaned. "Second-degree burns on both hands. I can't treat those here." Feng Zong's tone was grim. "She may even need skin grafts. That can only be done at the General Hospital in Lingao. Then transfer her as soon as possible. As for blood, can we arrange an on-site donation?" Feng Zongze hesitated. "Honestly, I'm not a doctor, just a pharmacist. I can't handle surgical matters, and there's the blood type issue. We don't know hers. Can the nurses test for it? Should be simple enough, shouldn't it?" "True, but the nurses don't seem confident about typing blood." Zhu Mingxia knew these nurses were trainees on rotation. Hesitating at a juncture where mistakes could prove fatal was only natural. "But the situation likely could not wait for experienced nurses to be dispatched," he said. "First send a telegram to Suwondong requesting a special ship with Dr. Zai aboard. If that can't wait, have them try. We must save her life." Feng Zongze nodded gravely. "I'll do my best. As soon as she's stable, we'll arrange a ship to take her to Lingao." Zhu Mingxia was leaving the ward when he heard muffled sobbing. Turning, he saw a man's figure crouched in a corner of the courtyard, shoulders heaving. He recognized Kim Yuksun. His own heart ached. He wanted to say something but did not know what, so he slipped quietly away. End of chapter. Chapter 11-18. Solving the case 2 days later. A telegram arrived from Lingao. First, commendation to all personnel of the Jeju Forward Committee for their appropriate handling of the 3.15 and 3.2 incidents, for taking resolute action and minimizing losses. Second, the Central Government Administration and Planning Committee have granted special honors to naturalized citizens Kim Yuksun and Kim Yuksun. Kim Yuksun is posthumously promoted to Special Inspector, First Class, and awarded the Medal of Revolutionary Martyr. Kim Yuksun is awarded the Medal of Revolutionary Hero, First Class, and promoted to Special Clerk with direct appointment as Clerk for Women's Affairs. Third, Special Clerk Kim Yuksun will be transferred by special ship to Lingao General Hospital for treatment, with expenses covered by the Forward Committee's administrative budget. Fourth, the Political Consultative Conference may be postponed as appropriate given the circumstances. The Jeju Forward Committee shall decide on timing and format after fully consulting with local conditions. Fifth, economics taking command means the Jeju Island Forward Committee must submit a budget for the upcoming fiscal year comprehensively and accurately. Previously approved projects lacking budget may not be arbitrarily expanded. Authority for additional budget items rests with the Planning Committee. All emergency budget items on Jeju Island require prior approval from planning and administration. Reading this made Feng Zongze break into a cold sweat. Article 5 had clearly caught wind of his recent, ambitious plans for major projects on Jeju. The Planning Committee had fired a warning shot. Don't overreach. All budgets require committee approval. Sixth, effective upon receipt of this telegram, the Jeju Forward Committee's current priority shall be implementing island-wide security enforcement. Therefore, from this date, the Forward Committee ranking shall be Zhu Zilliang, Feng Zongze, Nangong Wudi, Nick. Zhu Zilliang shall assume overall responsibility. Feng Zongze finished reading and sank into his chair, looking desolate. Every committee member present initialed the document. Everyone understood perfectly that, strictly speaking, the Jeju disturbance had not been that significant. For the committee, it hardly counted as a loss. Following the principle of turning bad things into good things, it had even produced model figures like the Kim siblings, benefits clearly outweighing drawbacks. Yet from private telegrams with friends, colleagues, and superiors in Lingao, and from internal publications like Kaiming Star and Weekly Dynamics distributed specifically for committee members, they already knew. The executive committee would likely seize this opportunity to knock down the emerging tendency toward localism. This tendency had been growing since the occupation of all Hainan Island, but Hainan was still the main island. Jeju Island was distant from the center, its surrounding environment complex, and the policy flexibility granted there relatively greater. To get things done, one could always conjure sufficient justifications to compel the planning committee's agreement, or at least partial agreement. Particularly telling were several truculent articles in Kaiming Star, clearly opposing localism and external posting equals gravy, who monitors the power inflation of outside-posted committee members. The first was signed by Du Wen, the second by independent political commentator. One glance at those bylines told the committee members on Jeju this was trouble not to be trifled with. The telegram from the Central Administration and Planning Committee confirmed their suspicions. Of course, the telegram itself was quite polite and didn't reject the Jeju Forward Committee's work outright. Zhu Zilong rose. He still wasn't accustomed to this committee-style command system, but after years of immersion, he had roughly grasped its operational rules and various subtexts. Feng Zongze was no longer in charge. He had taken over, signaling the executive committee's desire for a shift in focus toward security enforcement. He awkwardly opened the folder in his hands, debating whether to utter the phrases his colleagues often recited. Thank the organization for its trust and comrades for their support, before deciding against it. He cut straight to the topic, the next steps in counterinsurgency and specific implementation plans. Feng Zongze listened with half an ear. His thoughts dwelled on Case 315's progress. The mounting evidence indicated that Pak Diakwon, whom he had personally promoted and entrusted with important duties, not only faced financial troubles but also stood under serious suspicion of treason. Prisoner testimony had confirmed Cho Myongwai as the mastermind behind the 3.15 activities, with Kim Manil as his patron. Though Zhang Xiangxiao had been gifted by Huang Yunyu, she was actually Cho Myongwai's bondservant. The evidence chain implicating Pak Diakwon in treason was essentially complete. All that remained was for Liu Fuqing to sweep them all up and obtain physical evidence and confessions directly. After Zhu Zilong finished covering the first phase of counterinsurgency operations, Nangong Wudi began discussing village consolidation and armed migration. Feng Zongze absorbed none of it. In a daze, he waited for the meeting to end, then hurried to the Political Security Bureau's Jeju office. It was noon, and most people were at work. The streets lay somewhat deserted. The quicklime-treated heads of militiamen stood displayed on sharpened wooden poles, lined neatly along the road near the military barracks. Feng Zongze felt uncomfortable every time he passed them. March on Jeju brought lingering cold, yet Liu Fuqing wore only a plain cotton shirt, what the officials called a dress shirt, sleeves rolled high, collar open, steam rising from his half-bald head as he smoked a cigarette and reviewed the newly extracted interrogation materials. Starting from the 15 captured prisoners, the interrogations had uncovered more leads. Though all 15 were small players, the hiding places they had used between infiltrating the city and emerging to commit arson bore undeniable enemy taint. Through prisoner interrogations, they quickly unearthed a batch of shops and residences within the city connected to Kim Manil that had sheltered the militia. The implicated included labor service workers and collaborator cadres. The roundup began immediately. Liu Fuqing directed the White Horse Battalion in a city-wide dragnet, arresting over 100 people. Family members and servants alike were indiscriminately detained and questioned. He personally conducted marathon interrogations. After an overnight session, the suspects had been roughly sorted. Most were innocent or only tangentially involved. Out of caution, he continued holding this group in the refugee camp, awaiting the officials' instructions on their disposition. Liu Fuqing was intimately familiar with the Ming officialdom's methods. Such a case in the Ming would have been classified as treason. Those implicated, regardless of role, could receive heavy sentences. How far the matter ultimately went, and how many were swept up depended on the presiding officials and emperor's inclinations. He still wasn't clear on the Australians' specific approach to such cases, whether to launch a major purge or let it blow over gently. Since the entire 3.15 case and the subsequent 3.2 disturbance had been clarified, Liu Fuqing decided to compile his findings and report to Feng Zongze, then request instructions for the next steps. Wumu had already given him orders. On the investigation and handling of the case, follow official Feng's instructions. Feng Zong's arrival didn't surprise him. From his telegram exchanges with official Wumu and recent events, this cunning old bureaucrat had roughly discerned the crux of the matter. Official Feng was eager to clear himself of charges of negligence in internal security work. Liu Fuqing buttoned his collar and began reporting the work progress in full detail. Zhou Myonghuai had been the first arrested. Political Security Bureau investigators had determined he was the mastermind of the hostile forces in Jeju City. This judgment proved correct. Large quantities of documents, letters, weapons, and poison were seized from Zhou Myonghuai's shop and residence, along with civilian clothing of various types. Most critically, a ledger was seized. It detailed the various expenses of his public relations activities on the island. Pak Diaquin's name topped the spending list. Besides Pak Diaquin, the ledger implicated numerous Calibrator personnel, including people at Chachin Port Authority, the Corral Administration, Jeju Labor Service, and White Horse Battalion whom he had wined and dined. Most involved trivial amounts and weren't conducted through him personally. Even the Political Security Bureau hadn't noticed them before. Through years of commercial activity, Zhou Myonghuai had established a business network spanning the inside and outside of Jeju City. Through this network, he could manipulate many things from behind the scenes. What scheming? Feng Zongze nearly slammed the table. He had clearly underestimated this merchant. What about Zhou Myonghuai's confession? Any new discoveries? He refused to talk at first but finally confessed this morning, Liu Fuqing said. But we've interrogated him for days and nights. He's somewhat muddled now and his confession is inconsistent in places. Did he give up his patron? Yes. He explicitly confessed that all of this was done on Kim Manil's instructions. Liu Fuqing paused. Another key figure involved is Huang Yunyu, but he's escaped. Feng Zongze knew that name. This was the contractor for Jeju Island's bow and arrow industry, who had contributed considerably to his bow export business. Thinking that he had even treated the man rather graciously and had been planning to recruit him as a naturalized cadre, he felt humiliated fury. Escaped? Yes. After the 3.15 case, he left Jeju. We checked Chachin Port's entry and exit records. He went to the peninsula on business. Lucky him, Feng Zongze said resentfully. Liu Fuqing glanced at him and mentally noted, Huang Yunyu equals done for. We've arrested his family and employees. His chief clerk Choi Hyun-teik confessed that they've already made contact with Yi Court local officials on the peninsula and have a plan to counterattack Jeju. Feng Zongze nodded. Has Pak Diaquin been arrested? Not yet. He's an important local cadre. I was hoping to obtain your approval. Approved. Arrest him immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 11:19. Feng Zongze, after leaving Liu Fuqing's office, he made his way to the clinic. Through the window, he could see only Kim Yuksun inside. She had stabilized overnight, and the ship to transport her to Lingao would arrive in 2 days. The blood typing and transfusion had been attempted after all. Though the nurse herself had not been confident, fortunately both procedures succeeded. Feng Zongze had been deeply worried. The blood type test relied on horse serum imported from the old timeline, and only a few bottles remained. Whether any had spoiled from improper storage was impossible to know. It had been a gamble. Kim Yuksun had regained consciousness. When she learned her brother had died, the girl did not shed a single tear. After a long silence, she spoke. "For the committee, for the officials, for the people." Her voice was weak and hoarse, yet something in the way she said it stirred the soul. Her burnt hands, bandaged like two white clubs, rested at her sides. Feng Zongze did not know if this girl's hands could be saved, if they truly required amputation. If it really comes to that, worst case, I'll just take her in and look after her for the rest of her life. This tasteless joke, he told himself, brought no comfort. His mind returned to Pak Diaquan and the dark forces behind him. His earlier indecisiveness had not been weakness. First, he truly did not want to start a bloodbath in a place he had been managing for quite some time. Once the killing began, it would be like issuing a weakened version of an extermination order on his own territory, bringing Jeju through a brief period of pain. And launching a major purge of collaborators he had personally promoted would seriously damage his prestige within the committee. Launching a bloodbath in his own jurisdiction would undoubtedly invite the executive committee to question his administrative abilities, a far more serious matter than being criticized among committee members. After all, the executive committee held administrative power. The moment the Jeju incident broke, Feng Zongze could already imagine how the soy sauce party members in the committee would pile on. If they held one of those so-called hearings, the best evaluation he could hope for would be negligence, poor judgment of character, complacency, allowing collaborators who had cost considerable training investment to be corrupted, turning a blind eye to hostile activities. The worst would likely be incompetence and dereliction of duty. The Lizhu sugar industry and Guangzhou station incidents were not that long ago. Though the nature differed somewhat this time, the stay-at-home soy sauce committee members would not care whether you were working yourself to death for the committee abroad. In their eyes, external posting equaled perks, equaled regional fiefdoms. Screw up once on this kind of issue and recovery would be difficult, especially for a soy sauce committee member like himself, one with no factional backing yet wielding significant power. And especially given the work team massacre incident in Danju, which had left several committee members thoroughly humiliated. The thought of possibly sitting in that lone chair in the middle of the horseshoe-shaped table while being roasted sent chills down Feng Zong's spine. Those idiots, he cursed silently. All you know is killing. What's the point? Don't you understand that people are precious resources? But a major purge was also a way to rebuild his image and silence critics. Jeju is about to have a bloodbath, all because someone defied heaven. Exactly right. At this thought, Feng Zong's eyes lit up. The rage within him could no longer be suppressed. Though blood for blood was not the best solution to the current crisis, it was the least bad option. He understood the island's situation was far from deteriorating to the point requiring a full military purge, but considering the committee back in Lingao, he resolved to act decisively. The scale and momentum could be ramped up. The Kim sibling story had to be written up extensively. That was the greatest highlight of the 3.2 disturbance. As the saying went, turn a bad thing into a good thing to date. No case under committee rule had provided such a perfect exemplar of the new morality for propaganda purposes. Though the Xiaoying Martyrs Cemetery in Lingao and the Martyrs Memorial Park in Sanya already held many naturalized citizens who had died in the line of duty, none possessed the powerful emotional impact of Kim Yuksun. He would personally compile the materials on the Kim siblings, made as detailed as possible. The cigar's ember glowed intermittently through the smoke as Feng Zong's gaze fell on his desk, Kaiming Star and Weekly Dynamics. Last night, he had carefully studied every article in them. Kaiming Star was the committee's theoretical journal. Weekly Dynamics compiled the week's committee news. Reading them together proved invaluable for grasping the latest committee dynamics. He reviewed recent events once more. From the executive committee's perspective, the 3.2 disturbance really had not been that significant. First, the command group had detected it and prepared in advance. Second, the uprising was swiftly suppressed with negligible losses. Third, the incident provided an opportunity to purge the local major power, acquiring large numbers of cattle and horses, enough to silence both the planning committee and executive committee. Though Jeju's cattle and horses had always been within their grasp, what might have required buyout costs and economic measures now became war booty requiring not a single coin, all while fully embodying the spirit of rule of law. Combining the telegram from the executive committee with various other information, Feng Zongze concluded they were both satisfied and dissatisfied with his performance on Jeju. But the overall assessment was favorable. Otherwise, his forward committee ranking would have dropped more than one position, and they had provided a very presentable reason. Jeju Island's current priority shall be implementing island-wide security enforcement. Following this directive spirit, he could easily have been ranked below Nangong Wudi. Dropping only behind Zhu Zilliang meant one thing: the executive committee was generally satisfied with his civil administration work on Jeju. Where lay their dissatisfaction? Obviously, localism, including the telegram's instructions regarding Jeju's economic development. Feng Zongze thought the two articles in Kaiming Star were actually warnings to externally posted committee members. At this realization, everything became clear. Tonight he would write a thick report. He picked up the bell on his desk and rang it. His life secretary entered. "Tell the guards I'm going out." "Where to, sir?" the life secretary asked. "The Political Security Bureau." Liu Fuqing stood hunched before Feng Zongze. Though he had tried hard to learn the Australian posture of his young colleagues, head high and chest out, his years as a minor Ming bureaucrat had bent his spine into its current shape. "Has Pak Diaquin confessed?" Feng Zongze asked. "He's confessed everything," Liu Fuqing replied. Pak Diaquin had collapsed the moment he was brought into the political security office, crying and wailing as he confessed. He had knelt on the ground, sobbing that he never betrayed the officials, swearing heaven and earth could bear witness. "Do you believe he's telling the truth?" "I believe he is." Liu Fuqing knew the officials did not like word games. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The traditional pettifogging of clerks held no currency with them. He produced the confession materials and handed them over. Feng Zongze waved them away. "Just give me the summary." Liu Fuqing briefly summarized Pak Diaquin's confessed financial problems, including the results of the residence search. By local standards, the total value of bribes and stolen goods was actually modest. Feng Zongze listened expressionlessly. As soon as Liu Fuqing finished, Feng Zongze asked, "Any leads connecting him to the 3.15 and 3.2 cases?" "Report. As of now, we haven't found evidence implicating him in those two cases. However, his household servant Zhang Xiangxiao is under serious suspicion, ostensibly given to Pak Diaquin by Huang Yunyu, but we've discovered she's actually Cho Myongguai's bondservant. We're interrogating her now. From her, we should be able to determine whether Pak Diaquin participated in these conspiracies." "Excellent work." Feng Zongze nodded. The fact that Pak Diaquin was not involved in the conspiracy was greatly reassuring. Any shred of evidence implicating him would have been damaging. The Political Security Bureau operated under direct vertical leadership. He could not influence the relevant materials. This was also good, he thought. Having the Political Security Bureau vouch for Pak Diaquin would be more convincing than simply issuing a conclusion himself. Pak Diaquin being a corrupt official was preferable to him being a counter-revolutionary. What about Pak Diakming? He remembered Pak Diaquin's brother. "We've concluded our examination. The conclusion is non-participation. He's under 24-hour surveillance for now." Feng Zongze said nothing more and rose to leave. Liu Fuqing suddenly remembered something. "Pak Diaquin says he hopes to meet with you, sir." Feng Zongze felt an almost painful twinge. He hesitated, then said, "No." End of chapter. Chapter 11:20. Public Trial Assembly. Those convicted of treason and sedition were sentenced to death by hanging, their properties confiscated. Those found to be accomplices, hiding, aiding, or abetting, received various terms of hard labor, their properties likewise confiscated. For cases where the arbitration tribunal had written law or precedent, standard judgments applied. Where none existed, committee members serving as judges could exercise discretion, choosing whichever legal system they pleased. From a rule of law perspective, this legal framework was crudely assembled. The arbitration tribunal had already announced it was organizing 2 small groups to visit Jeju Island and Taiwan for research, preparing to draft basic laws for both territories. Nangong Wudi temporarily served as presiding judge, signing judgment documents in batches. Per the tribunal's recommendations, corruption case verdicts came in only 2 varieties: some number of years of hard labor, with complete confiscation of assets. Apart from Pak Diakwon, most of the implicated received sentences of 3 or more years. Those sentenced to hard labor, regardless of term length, were to serve in Taiwan, Hainan, or even Vietnam. Those whose offenses were very minor had their assets confiscated and were kept locally in punishment squads for indefinite labor service. To highlight this campaign's significance, Jeju News not only published a special edition on the case, but also organized an anti-corruption exhibition at the Confucian Academy. The floor of the Academy's Dasheng Hall was piled with confiscated valuables. Feng Zongze found the ill-gotten gains rather pathetic. The silver and copper coins seized from Pak Diakwon's residence totaled less than 50 taels, plus a dozen or so bolts of silk. The other items were a miscellany of daily necessities: cotton cloth, furniture, rice, salt, including even soybean paste. This counts as ill-gotten gains. Feng Zongze could not help commenting after surveying the display. They should at least tie up Zhang Xiangxiao and put her on display too. I think she's the only thing here worth any money. When a group of people are on the brink of starvation, the one who eats his fill is the elite, Nangong Wudi replied. Whether something is corrupt depends on the overall material level. Never mind Jeju, just a Yi dynasty border district. Even the Yi dynasty's great nobles, how much wealth could they amass? Didn't you once visit South Korea and tour some royal palace? That building would barely qualify as a moderately prosperous landlord's compound in an underdeveloped region of the Ming. You can't say the person living there wasn't fit to be called King of Korea. You're right, it just feels really shabby, Feng Zongze conceded. We find it shabby. The Yi dynasty's commoners would find it abundant. Nangong Wudi checked his watch and asked quietly, "The operation is about to begin." "Starting on schedule," Feng Zongze replied quietly. "Zhu Hui says all preparations are complete." Nangong Wudi said nothing. The 2 returned to the military barracks, where a new command center had been established. From here, the first order of the Jeju Island Security Enforcement Campaign would be issued. The campaign had been personally designed by Zhu Zilliang. All committee resources on Jeju, Army, Navy, and civil departments alike, were at his unified disposal. But Zhu Zilliang understood the committee's preferences well. They would not appreciate it without a rousing mass movement. So he had delegated this aspect to Feng Zongze. Feng Zongze and Nangong Wudi each visited various departments, conveying the launch order to the agricultural corps companies, Shandong Militia, Japanese Public Security Forces, White Horse Battalion, and Korean Labor Service teams. The campaign unfurled swiftly across all of Jeju City. The campaign began with a spectacular public trial. A high platform rose before the military barracks. White Horse Battalion personnel holding clubs maintained order. Japanese public security soldiers stood with takai drawn. Every resident of the city, men, women, young and old, anyone capable of walking was required to attend. Besides locals, some Shandong migrants and agricultural corps personnel also participated. The entire plaza and the streets beyond were packed to capacity. Feng Zongze intended to go big. He deployed loudspeakers and arranged for interpreters to provide simultaneous translation. Though the primary audience for this public trial was local residents, the Shandong migrants needed a warning as well. Amid ocean-roaring shouts, the seditious elements headed by Cho Myongguai and Zhang Xiangxiao were brought out for public judgment. Their crimes had already been read aloud and evidence presented, with emphasis on the saboteurs' organization and implementation of arson and poisoning. Unlike ordinary sabotage, this was indiscriminate attack, classic terrorism, designed to inspire fear and hatred among ordinary people. Nangong Wudi also kept directing the focus toward Lord Kim and the Yi court. Fear, hatred, the legitimate dynasty, Yi court transformed into the enemy. The populace's fear of possible harm to themselves became boundless hatred, especially since many Korean commoners on the island held no love for the Yi court anyway, being exiled convicts and government slaves. Under Nangong Wudi's fierce and relentless shouting and questioning, with naturalized propaganda personnel planted among the crowd responding on cue, the incited hatred erupted. Slogans rose in surging waves. Cho Myung-gwai's face was ashen. He could no longer speak. Even facing the Political Security Bureau's Eagle marathon interrogations, his mind and body near collapse, he had not felt this kind of terror. The people below gnashed their teeth as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. Though the Great Song officials had not made him kneel, his legs gave way. Without 2 White Horse Battalion soldiers supporting him, he would have collapsed like mud. By comparison, Zhang Xiangxiao remained far calmer. Her face was deathly pale. Several times she struggled and tried to shout, but each time she opened her mouth, the roars orchestrated by the naturalized propaganda workers drowned her out. After several attempts, she finally realized that even her last resistance was futile. As for the other prisoners, knowing doom was upon them, they collapsed to the ground one by one, unable to speak, some losing control of their bowels and bladders. Just as Nangong Wudi was about to announce the verdict, Zhang Xiangxiao suddenly caught the female white horse soldier holding her arm off guard and bit her viciously. This time, without any prompting from propaganda workers, the crowd, already whipped into a frenzy, roared in unison, "Kill her!" The mob began surging toward the platform. White Horse Battalion and Japanese public security soldiers quickly moved to hold them back. On the platform, Zhang Xiangxiao struggled like a madwoman. 2 female soldiers could not restrain her. 2 male soldiers quickly stepped up to pin her down. A hemp ball was stuffed in her mouth. Nangong Wudi found himself with a grudging admiration for Zhang Xiangxiao's reaction. This was the perfect embodiment of death throes. He then stood to announce the verdict. In the name of the committee and the people, the judgment for the Jeju 3.15 and 3.2 sedition cases is as follows. Military drums thundered suddenly. The plaza fell silent. Nangong Wudi deliberately paused for impact. Cho Myung-gwai, death. Zhang Xiangxiao, death. He read out the verdicts one by one. Cho Myung-gwai and 12 others within the city were sentenced to death for organizing, receiving, harboring, and liaising with the rebels. Another 15 militiamen who had infiltrated the city planning arson and poisoning were also sentenced to death. The remaining implicated individuals received varying terms of hard labor. The property of all involved was confiscated. As a result, except for a few small businesses, organized private handicrafts and commerce in Jeju City essentially ceased to exist. Those exposed during the trial as masterminds behind the scenes, Kim Manil, Hwang Yunyu, and multiple local ranchers and landowners, were sentenced to death in absentia, with all properties confiscated. Those sentenced to death were hanged on gallows erected outside Jeju's 4 gates, their bodies left to dry in the wind. After the verdicts, a punitive expedition rally was held. First, commendations for the Kim siblings' heroic deeds were announced. Then a punitive expedition against hostile elements across the island was declared. Finally, Nangong Wudi and Feng Zongze reviewed the expeditionary force. The Fupo Army, Japanese Public Security, White Horse Battalion, and Shandong Militia organized as National Army all passed in review. Drums pounded, cannons boomed. While Jeju City seethed with activity, punitive columns had already quietly deployed, shooting like arrows toward pre-marked targets. The Jeju Island Security Enforcement Campaign had officially begun. Feng Zongze dragged his excited yet exhausted body back to his office at the military barracks. He checked his watch. According to schedule, news of the first stockade's fall should arrive within half an hour. Just then, a guard reported, "Interpreter Clerk Pak Diekming requests an audience, sir." "Show him in," Feng Zongze said. End of chapter. Chapter 11:21. Suwondong. Pak Diekming walked in and immediately dropped to his knees. The guard moved to stop him, but Feng Zongze waved his hand. "Let him be. Your elder brother has been sentenced to 12 years of hard labor in Taiwan for bribery and corruption. All his property has been confiscated," Feng Zongze said. "That's already the lightest sentence I could manage for him." Pak Diekming remained kneeling. "Thank you, sir, for your magnanimity. My elder brother is guilty. After he serves his sentence, I'll look after him." His acceptance was immediate and unqualified. Feng Zongze nodded. Unlike Pak Diekming, this young man was clever. Perhaps he was even worth cultivating. "Get up. You're a naturalized cadre now. Don't kneel every time you see me. It reflects poorly." Pak Diekming rose, head bowed. "Good that you understand. Your brother did wrong and deserved punishment. He has only himself to blame." Feng Zongze paused. "But you should know, setting aside his corruption, he was truly capable. He actually accomplished things." He studied Pak Diekming. "That's why the sentence was only 12 years, not execution. You should understand that. The committee distinguishes between those who make mistakes and those who are beyond redemption." Pak Diekming kept his head lowered. "This lowly one understands. There's something called sentence reduction for good behavior. If your brother works diligently, he may not have to serve all 12 years. Besides, he's going to Taiwan, he'll be fed well, and life won't be too hard. Once he's built up merit, he'll be released. Perhaps he'll even get a farm plot and a wife. It's up to him." Feng Zongze paused deliberately. "Do you harbor any resentment?" "This lowly one dares not." Pak Diekming's voice was steady. "My elder brother was corrupted, but I haven't forgotten the hardships we brothers endured together. After he serves his sentence, I will take care of him." Feng Zongze was very satisfied with this response. Apart from its apparent sincerity, the key was that he had not begged for leniency. This clear-headedness was precisely what Feng Zongze valued. He nodded approvingly. "Very good. Now, I'm assigning you to the Political Security Bureau. You have aptitude for that kind of work. Just don't make the same mistakes your brother did." Pak Diekming bowed deeply. This lowly one will never forget the official's teachings. Since the arson and poisoning failed, and word arrived that Cho Myongwai and the others had been swept up, the various factions gathered at Lord Kim's Suwondong estate were like ants on a hot pan. Kim Manil, with his second rank in the nearly ossified social hierarchy of the Yi dynasty, was not merely a great landlord but belonged to the Yongbin class. Among locals, he was virtually the embodiment of power, wealth, and status. After Jeju D-Day, he had exploited the chaos to swallow up vast numbers of official horse ranches, acquiring tens of thousands of government horses and cattle. Even the government slaves and garrison soldiers guarding the ranches had been absorbed into his forces. His power and wealth on the island were immense. The various landlords and ranchers of the interior had always depended on him. Now they followed him even more closely, fearing that in these troubled times, an insufficient display of loyalty might see their land and wealth swallowed by Lord Kim. This crowd had gathered at Lord Kim's Suwondong estate, ready to follow his every move, not only to ensure their own lives and property, but to profit from the chaos. Though most official ranches had fallen into Lord Kim's hands, quite a few around the three cities had been seized by the dwarf crop heads. Rumor held they had shipped in many people, provisions, and supplies. If they could finish off these foreign bandits in one stroke, though the lion's share would go to the royal troops and Lord Kim, they could still fish for scraps amid the turmoil. With this mentality, after Huang Yunyu returned from the peninsula bearing letters from Sin Jiongyu, military commander of Jiala province, Suwondong had begun preparing for war, mustering righteous militia. The first order of business was requisitioning grain from across the island. Militia were cheap, no military pay required, not even postage for conscription notices. One word from the masters and they came to fight. But even so, men could not fight on empty stomachs. To win, they still had to be fed. Jeju Island's climate was actually decent, but the soil was poorly suited for rice cultivation. Mostly coarse grains were grown, with low yields. The interior was predominantly pasture land, so each estate's grain stores were limited. Despite their best efforts, they had managed to gather only enough food for 4,000 militiamen to eat for half a month. These activities naturally did not escape the Special Reconnaissance Team's eyes. Since ancient times, grain requisition had been the prelude to war. According to the General Staff's recently issued officer self-study textbook Field Essentials 1632, in agricultural societies, war mobilization typically began with large-scale grain requisition. Once farmers' remaining grain fell below subsistence level, they had to choose between joining the militia, the defense force, or outright rebellion. When the ruling authority had not been destroyed, farmers usually chose the former. Though the Yi dynasty's local government on Jeju had been destroyed, the interior had been barely touched. And most interior residents were heavily dependent serfs, public and private bondservants and tenant farmers. Their masters were their heaven. Whatever they were told to do, they did. The Special Reconnaissance Team had maintained constant surveillance, watching their every movement. After the 3.2 incident, the atmosphere around Suwondong suddenly grew tense. Not only were large numbers of militia concentrating there daily, but the team also observed the owners of smaller estates relocating, transporting their property and families to the Suwondong estate. Their supposedly flawless plan had ended in complete defeat. This threw the interior gentry into panic. Some advocated concentrating forces to defend the better fortified major estates, while sending envoys to appeal to Sin Jiongyu for help, waiting for reinforcements before rising to join them. Others argued that since the mask was already off, waiting for royal troops was waiting to die. Who knew if they would even come? The only option was to conscript every able-bodied man for a fight to the death, while the Japanese raiders had not yet consolidated their position. Though the raiders were formidable in pitched battle and possessed many firearms, some recalled how during the Three Ports Japanese incursion, just a few hundred Jeju militia had routed the invaders. Even if these mysterious raiders were fiercer, they now had 10 times the militia. If they could not annihilate them in one blow, they could at least cripple them. At worst, make them fearful of invading the interior. Once the court's army arrived, they could reassess. After much debate, the consensus favored caution. After all, the dwarf crophead's reputation had reached the interior, and most were somewhat uneasy. Fighting in the interior meant familiar terrain, easier maintenance of militia morale, and savings on grain and transport. The conscripted militiamen set about large-scale repairs to defensive fortifications. While they were working feverishly, a special expeditionary punitive column had already arrived quietly at Suwondong. Suwondong was the nerve center of all resistance forces on the island. Knocking out this place and capturing Kim Manil alive would be a decapitation of the remaining Yi dynasty local powers on the island. Therefore, this special expeditionary column included 3 4-man assault teams. Other punitive columns had only one team serving as guides, scouts, and snipers. The Special Expeditionary Punitive Column was built around 1 platoon of Fupo Army, reinforced with 1 company, each of Japanese Public Security, White Horse Battalion, and National Army Jeju Expeditionary Column. 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers were added as siege weapons. Committee members generally felt that using formed special reconnaissance units with modern weapons in conventional warfare was like playing a game with cheats enabled. Using the recon team on Jeju, where the enemy's combat power was a joke, was like playing an easy mode of a very stupid game while cheating. They would be laughed at for life. But Zhu Zilliang judged this operation vital to island-wide security enforcement and had to be executed with overwhelming force, a tiger pouncing on sheep. On a mountain at Suwondong, two men trudged through the forest. From their ragged clothes and exhausted faces, they were clearly locals who had been in the mountains for some time. "Dad, we won't run into Japanese raiders, will we?" "Don't talk nonsense. Find the path." The father and son pair, Kim Dok and Kim Tda, carried axes and freshly cut timber, searching for a way down the mountain. Thick mist had shrouded the mountains for days. These two militiamen who had gone up with a logging team seemed to have gotten lost. Too frightened of encountering raiders to leave the forest easily, they groped their way forward. Before they knew it, darkness was approaching. Names often embody family hopes. Chinese commoners liked to name children treasure, wealth, or noble. Wealthy families preferred culture, martial, or dynasty. Official families used virtue, talent, sage, basically naming for what was lacking. People think alike. Koreans were the same. From these names one could tell this family was dirt poor. As tenant farmers, they did not even own the land beneath their house. Last year's grain had not been enough to eat after paying rent. Come spring, they had faced famine. Just as they were desperately struggling through, they heard raiders had come from the sea. The estate owner lent them 2.5 due of course grain on condition they serve as militia. Not only would they eat well, but half this year's rent would be waived. Eating well and reduced rent sounded nice. But what father and son cared about most was this. If they really got their heads chopped off by raiders, the estate owner would assume they had fled. The wife and younger siblings at home would not survive the winter. The words had barely left his mouth when suddenly they heard a gong, followed by the wailing of a conch horn. 14-year-old Kim Tda tried to run, but suddenly found his legs would not obey. His father, in his 30s, gritted his teeth and dragged his son stumbling out of the forest. Then came the crack of a rifle shot. Kim Dok's legs froze too. Then he felt himself kicked hard and went tumbling to the ground. Yahe approached with his rifle, leading 3 or 4 men down from the ridge. The wounded elder Kim had already wet himself, blood mixing with urine and staining his trousers. Now it was the son dragging his father, crawling and scrambling forward, tears and snot streaming down his face. In the blink of an eye, the raiders had caught up. A kick sent them both sprawling. Yahe reflected to himself, eating the Australians' rice and fish every day really gave you strength. Back at Tenazan, he had fled the same way, pissing himself, tumbling and crawling. Unfortunately, his old man had not made it out. Were it not for that strange moment of distraction, the Kim father and son would already have lost their heads. Since the officials showed no particular interest in head-taking, there was no point using it for merit. But Yahe, from a samurai family, was straightforward as a donkey. He always itched to chop off enemy heads. End of chapter. Chapter 11:22. Assault. Looking at these two ragged Korean ashigaru, Yahe reflected that since these useless foot soldiers were still alive, he might as well let them live. The officials preferred prisoners. Now that the Australians had arrived, perhaps this damned world would finally become a different place. The Japanese company cleared the scattered militiamen outside Suwondong in their pre-dawn search operations. As Zhilong had expected, the militia had not posted adequate sentries on the perimeter. They had not even prepared simple signal beacons, the most basic alarm system. After interrogating the captured militiamen, Zhilong learned that the Yi dynasty lords had not finished their defensive preparations. Apparently, they had not believed the dwarf crop heads would strike so quickly. Zhilong had grown accustomed to the abysmal military standards of this timeline's indigenous peoples, regardless of their civilization level, but such depths of incompetence were rarely encountered. The enemy clearly knew nothing about fighting. Their level was inferior even to the Hainan bandits he had fought. Zhilong stood on a hillside and raised his binoculars to observe Suwondong. The so-called Dong was not actually a cave. It was a uniquely Korean place name. Suwondong comprised a large stretch of gentle slopes in the interior mountains. The terrain was relatively flat. Though the inclined ground could not retain enough water for cultivation, The pasture grass grew lush, excellent country for grazing cattle and horses. Lord Kim's estate sat atop a hill on this gentle slope, its form quite different from the Korean fortifications Zhu Ziliang had seen. It was a simple mountain fortress. The estate occupied the hilltop, its crown completely leveled into a circular platform, surrounded by thick wooden palisades standing on volcanic rock foundations, with wooden towers and gatehouses. Within the palisades clustered numerous buildings and courtyards, presumably Lord Kim's residence and his bondservants' quarters. Concentric rings of trenches, abattis, and chevaux de frise encircled the hillside. Only two narrow, sunken roads led to the gatehouse, one in front, one behind. The defenses looked quite formidable, by Jeju Island standards at any rate. Besides the mountain fortress itself, 3 or 4 villages and large areas of wooden sheds and corrals were scattered nearby, likely housing for the estate's serfs and tenant farmers. Below the fortress, 5 militia encampments had been temporarily established around the hill, mutually supporting the estate. These camps also had palisades and trenches. According to the prisoners, each camp held about 400 men, equipped with Korean-made cannons and matchlock muskets. In Zhu Ziliang's eyes, this defensive configuration was worthless, impressive-looking but ultimately mere chickens and dogs. However, since the enemy had huddled together in a desperate defensive formation awaiting reinforcements, so much the better. Annihilating the enemy's main force and capturing enough prisoners in a single action was far more satisfying than conducting search operations across the entire island. What Zhu Ziliang cared most about was capturing or eliminating the island's local strongmen in one battle, thoroughly dismantling the local ruling class in preparation for the next phase of village consolidation. Scouts had already marked all possible escape routes from the estate. Zhu Ziliang ordered special reconnaissance snipers and Fupo army troops to control these routes and capture prisoners. His forces were limited, so he decided to strike the estate directly in one push, throwing the enemy into complete chaos with a swift blow. On the morning of April 5th at 7 o'clock, the Drawn Sword Corps and White Horse Battalion formed up before the estate. Though the White Horse Battalion carried only bows, arrows, and spears, they still presented an imposing sight. Their uniform dress, standardized equipment, and neat formations radiated a killing aura that instantly weakened the knees of the militiamen inside the palisade. Seeing that these were not real Japanese raiders, just Korean traders with spears, and not many of them, Kim Dehee's spirits actually rose. He decided to sally out and give the dwarf crop heads a taste of their quality. He led several dozen of his men, brandishing swords to encourage the militia. Under his curses, punches, and kicks, the militiamen finally shuffled out to form up. Over 1,000 militiamen assembled. Aside from 200 or so household retainers of the various lords who were properly equipped with decent weapons, most militia carried only the characteristically Korean short spears. These thrusting weapons, only as tall as a man, had no practical combat value in anyone's eyes, but on Jeju Island, they were considered respectable weapons. Though Jeju was famous for bows and arrows, few of the militiamen could actually use them. Bows were expensive and required constant practice. Apart from hunters who made their livelihood by them, ordinary tenant farmers and serfs rarely became proficient, so all the archers were household retainers. Additionally, there were 50 or 60 matchlocks of various types, some manufactured by the Yi government for official troops, others left behind by earlier Japanese raiders. These 1,000-plus men stood in ragged formation before the palisade. Kim Dehee, trying to improve his odds, kept his forces from advancing too far so they would have the support of the camp's cannons. Still, even a frog in a well like Kim Dehee could see the opposing force was dangerous. Though his side had the numbers, he felt uneasy. A hard fight loomed. The spring breeze caressed the land. The pasture grass was fresh green, dotted with wildflowers, the beauty of spring on the range. The conscripted militiamen thought of their families at home and wondered when the fighting would end so they could return. The lords had made promises: drive off the dwarf crop heads, and each man would receive 5 dew of barley, plus exemption from this year's tribute and rent, at least a chance to catch their breath. Suddenly, the dwarf crop heads' war drums began thundering. The militia formation rippled with agitation. The household retainers serving as rear guards shouted loudly, struggling to maintain order. From the center of the white horse formation, rows of soldiers wearing Jingasa field hats began stepping forward. All carried muskets. To the beat of the drums, they advanced steadily and quickly deployed into a line formation. The drumbeat quickened from slow to urgent. In a single rustling motion, the soldiers raised their muskets to aim. The militiamen grew even more restless. Those in the front ranks squeezed and pushed backward, trying to hide behind others. Seeing things going wrong, Kim Dee roared, "Shoot! Loose arrows!" He had not expected the enemy to prepare to fire at this distance. The retainers loosed a ragged first volley. Most arrows fell short, only a few landed near the battle line. The entire formation stood motionless. Then the drums suddenly stopped. A white cloud of dense smoke erupted from the line, instantly shrouding the entire formation. Lead balls tore through the air with hissing sounds, punching into bodies, ripping through skin and muscle, shattering blood vessels and bone. Blood sprayed from ragged-clothed bodies. Screams, wails, and shrieks engulfed the militia ranks. The front rows collapsed into chaos. The spring breeze dispersed the gunsmoke. Through his binoculars, Zhu Ziliang could see clearly that though the militia formation roughly still existed, it was in complete disorder front and back. Sound the bugle. Fix bayonets, charge. He had originally planned to fire a few more volleys, but now it was clearly unnecessary. At the stirring bugle call, the Japanese public security soldiers leveled their bayonets and began their wild boar rush with howls. Yahei led the charge, waving a Takai sword and shrieking as he sprinted. "Order the artillery to shell the camp with the howitzers," Zhu Ziliang commanded. "White Horse Battalion, prepare to advance." "White Horse Battalion, ready." At the Fupo Army officer's command, the White Horse soldiers leveled their spears, prepared to follow with the next wave. Zhu Ziliang quickly realized the White Horse Battalion's charge would not be necessary. The drawn sword corps wild boar rush had steamrolled the already broken militia, who collapsed instantly. These genuine Japanese raiders, eyes red, bayonets gleaming, were exactly what terrified every militiaman who had grown up hearing Japanese raider horror stories. They scattered in complete rout. The 12-pounder howitzers' explosions intensified the chaos. These 1,000-plus poorly trained militiamen fled in all directions. Even the reserve forces inside the palisade panicked, flinging open the gates to escape. At first, Kim Dee tried desperately to have his retainers maintain order. When shells began falling and exploding, his resolve to fight to the death evaporated. He took to his heels with his retainers, fleeing toward the hilltop estate. Zhu Ziliang folded his arms and checked his watch. Barely 10 minutes. He gave the order, "White Horse Battalion, advance. Take as many prisoners as possible." End of chapter. Chapter 11:23. Standard village trees. The listeners stirred with excitement. Everyone would get free houses at no cost, and they would all eat their fill. Jeju Island had never lacked people willing to work, but there had never been many who ate their fill. For as long as most could remember, they had rarely known a day without hunger. Chronic starvation was a normal state of life for them, not counted among life's sufferings. "Shanpang, did you hear that? It's only natural for the master to have servants build houses, but now they'll let us live in them. No debts or anything," Kim Dok whispered to his nephew. "They just said we'd work every day, planting grain, vegetables, herding horses and sheep, that sort of thing." "Obviously. How can you eat without working? But did they really say we'd eat our fill just by working?" Kim Dok remained anxious. These past years he had worked plenty, sometimes to exhaustion, yet had never eaten his fill. Just over a month ago, during the spring famine, he had eaten plenty of wild vegetables. "That's right. That's exactly what the official lord said." "Quick, clap." Kim Tida was sharp-eyed. Seeing a labor service worker had started applauding, he quickly nudged his father and cousin. Although Pak Diekmeng could not translate every word of Chairman Wen's speech with perfect accuracy, he precisely matched his own expressions and vocal delivery to Wen Daisie's tone changes and content, sometimes low and forceful, sometimes passionate and stirring. Though somewhat exaggerated, the effect was remarkable, like a natural-born broadcaster. The crowd gradually became absorbed by the speech's content and stirred by Pak Diekmeng's delivery. One by one, they grew excited. With labor service workers leading the way, thunderous applause had already burst out several times. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Just as Wen Daisy reached his climax, raising his heaven-reaching giant hand high, quick as a flash, a sharp-witted labor service worker led the crowd by raising both hands high and shouting "Manse." Then the entire hillside erupted in cries of "Manse," for a moment, truly like a roaring ocean. Wen Daisy's Korean comprehension extended only to "Manse." He beamed and repeatedly raised his hand in acknowledgement. The crowd below grew even more excited. Following the labor service workers, everyone raised both hands, and the "Manse" chant echoed across the entire pasture. When Daisy smiled and waved. As executive committee chairman, he frequently attended major occasions and received the crowd's cheers and greetings. Such things no longer excited him. But compared to this ovation, the naturalized citizens back on Hainan were clearly lacking in expression, gesture, and voice. Perhaps the propaganda department should come here to study and recruit some talent. After the speech came the announcement of the next item, tree planting. Wen Daisy had always been an outdoor enthusiast with a natural love for mountains and forests. In Lingao, weighed down by miscellaneous duties, he had seized the opportunity of this Jeju tour to inspect the security enforcement work along the way. Standard villages were also a security enforcement project. He had visited many pacified zones and standard village construction sites. After surveying them, he noticed a problem. Many sites had no nearby forests. Though Jeju's mountains were densely wooded, standard villages were generally built on pasture land and developed land with few substantial forests nearby. This won't do, when Daisy slapped the table at the meeting. How can villagers live without forests? What about firewood, farm tools, repairing houses and fences? If everyone goes cutting forest timber, precious forest resources will be wasted. We must plant trees. The Forward Committee immediately appealed to the Agricultural Committee in Lingao. South Sea Plantations Agricultural Committee-run plantations had various plants imported from the old timeline, especially economically valuable crops cultivated there. Under careful attention, these economic crops were growing well. Based on Jeju's climate and specific needs, Fa Shilu selected a fast-growing tree called American bamboo willow. American bamboo willow was a trade name. Some places called it American GMO bamboo willow, though it had nothing whatsoever to do with GMO or America. This species was a hybrid fast-growing willow developed by Anhui forestry personnel in the old timeline. It was called American only because red willow from North America was used as a parent. Then the fictitious GMO concept was added, pure marketing gimmick. The bamboo willow's characteristics were incredible growth speed and extremely high resistance. It could survive and grow under almost any conditions, growing extremely fast, with cellulose content reaching 76%, approaching bamboo. In the old timeline, it was mainly used to satisfy the export-oriented economy's demand for cardboard boxes, newsprint and office paper, and also for plywood and cheap solid wood furniture. Domestically, chopstick-sized cuttings were densely planted. With chemical fertilizer, they could be harvested in 2 or 3 years. Like many economic crops and animals from the old timeline, bamboo willow was often used in commercial scams. Many people invested time and effort planting it, only to find demand was nothing like promised and prices collapsed. The Agricultural Committee had originally brought it to this timeline for papermaking and furniture, but in Hainan, bamboo willow did not grow as fast as eucalyptus, and the lumber factory could not yet make composite boards. Seeing little promotional value, the Agricultural Committee only planted small quantities to preserve the strain. Later, agricultural core companies dispatched to Taiwan discovered it could be used for fence hedges, killing two birds with one stone. Jeju Island's climate resembled that of the Huainan region, so bamboo willow was naturally an excellent firewood tree. Even without fertilizer or irrigation, it would reach usable timber standards within 3 to 5 years. It could serve as hedges for pastures and villages, while also functioning as fuel forests. Those who plant trees have their shade enjoyed by later generations. Such implications of benefiting posterity made tree planting a suitable activity for leadership participation since ancient times. Chairman Wen naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Feng Zongze had already prepared a special site outside the standard village. Several small hillocks stood there, perfect for afforestation. 2 holes had been dug in advance, one for bamboo willow, another for white bark pine. Pine was also planted because bamboo willow did not live long. Even without harvesting, it would hollow out and collapse after 30 or 40 years. This was unseemly for a tree with commemorative significance. After much consideration, Feng Zongze had decided to also plant a white bark pine. The bamboo willow cuttings sent over varied in length, some already rooted, others like chopsticks. The labor service selected robust, relatively tall ones for the standard village site. As for white bark pine, there were plenty locally. Several small trees were carefully dug up from the mountains overnight and brought over. Accompanied by Feng Zongze, when Daisy arrived at the planting site, labor service workers and naturalized citizens clustered around. The two waved to the crowd, then placed the saplings in the holes and began filling in soil and watering. Applause and man's cheers rang out as usual. When Daisy gazed at the saplings he had planted swaying in the breeze. Green grass surrounded them on all sides. The masses encircled him. His guards stood at attention. The feeling of leadership was complete. His mood was excellent. He intoned, "I came to plant this seed. I leave before the flower blooms. There is no lack of beauty here. I leave it for those who come after." Feng Zong's heart clenched. He silently cursed Chairman Wen for his shamelessness, actually stealing Master Hong Yi's poem. But he simply smiled and kept applauding, saying "excellent" repeatedly. He then summoned a Chungin exiled official who had once been a minor bureaucrat, telling him to quickly transcribe the poem in brush and ink, saying he planned to have it carved on a tree-planting monument. "That won't be necessary. It goes against our principles, you see. Little Feng, this smacks of a personality cult. We must emphasize collective leadership," Chairman Wen said modestly. "You're absolutely right." Feng Zongze nodded repeatedly. But having this poem framed as a memento would fully demonstrate the committee's care and affection for our Jeju. When Daisy then delivered remarks about how tree planting benefited the country and people. In fact, hardly any locals at the scene understood this speech. But the forest soon grew vigorously. The sapling the official planted was thereafter carefully tended by villagers as a holy relic, marked with a sign and honored annually. Whenever the bamboo willow was about to collapse, new trees would be replanted. Thus Jeju Island's first bamboo willow remained forever vibrant, sheltering the committee's people. Later, this forest was designated a park. A certain committee member, walking through the willow grove, wrote a short poem in English that was later set to music and widely sung, becoming globally popular down by the Sally Gardens. And this remarkably fast-growing, resilient transplanted tree came to be called Wen Daisy Willow by Jeju's naturalized citizens, a name that spread far and wide, eventually becoming its worldwide scientific nomenclature. End of chapter. Chapter 11:24. The Wan Brothers Wan Lihui scrubbed himself thoroughly several times, generously using the natural herbal perfume distilled in the Agricultural Committee laboratory, washing himself from head to toe until he had finally suppressed the field manure smell he had accumulated over the past month. As soon as the new year of 1632 passed by the old calendar, Wan Lihui, Heaven and Earth Consortium's main agricultural technician, had begun touring and providing guidance to state farms and Heaven and Earth Consortium clients across the newly naturalized counties of northern Qiang. He had traveled through the 4 main agricultural counties of northern Qiang, promoting new high-yield rice varieties. Starting in 1631, the Agricultural Committee had established a seed production field on several hundred mu of prime land at the Agricultural Committee's directly managed farm in Meidian. Beginning in 1632, the superior rice strains brought from the old timeline were being formally distributed. Due to limited seed quantities, the new rice strain was currently distributed only to state farms and Heaven and Earth Consortium clients in Lingao and the other 3 counties. The work was exhausting, but Wan Lihui felt reborn in both spirit and body. Seeing the silent land filled with water and planted with green seedlings, the newly planted windbreak saplings swaying in the breeze, the hopeful faces of farmers and farmhands filled with new expectations, his heart surged with irrepressible emotion. He recalled his past, his first visit to a Heaven and Earth Consortium client's home in Lingao, the rural desolation, the atmosphere of neglect and indifference, the intense loneliness that had almost made him give up. Now, even in new territories like Kaohsiung and Wencheng, the countryside exuded a completely new, vigorously rising atmosphere. Water conservancy and road building projects were underway everywhere. Groups of laborers worked under the sun. Newly built farm buildings rose. Everywhere was vitality and renewal. Land, grain, and farmers. Wan Lihui had never felt so close to all this before. He had never found agriculture so beautiful, so compelling as a career. Originally, he had chosen the Agricultural Committee only because it was the sole skill he and his brother possessed, planning to use it as a springboard for advancement. Carrying these fine feelings, he finished his bath, changed into clean clothes, and stepped out. Whistling all the way, he headed toward the plantation. He was going to South Sea Coffee House to enjoy life and to meet his brother, whom he had not seen for quite some time. As material conditions continued to improve, South Sea Coffee House's petty bourgeois atmosphere kept escalating. Not only had it expanded, but the ambience improved constantly. Under Wu Nanhai and his wife's deliberate management, it had become a sacred place of leisure and entertainment in the committee members' minds. Though busy with work, committee members still liked to bring their life secretaries here. For this reason, South Sea Coffee House had added private booths for better privacy, and also opened private rooms exclusively for committee members, not for committee members and their life secretaries to canoodle, but to provide private space for small-scale discussions. After all, many discussions were not suitable to hold in front of maids. Upon entering, Wan Lihui spotted his brother sitting by a carved wooden window, head bowed, drinking tea. After months apart, his brother had grown more robust, his skin dark, increasingly resembling a real man. Wan Lihui plopped down across from his brother and snapped his fingers at a busy maid-uniformed server. The usual. Moments later, a cup of coffee and a plate of plantation greenhouse watermelon slices arrived. Wan Lihui took a satisfying sip of coffee, then looked up to find his brother seemed off, somewhat distracted and unsettled. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? I'm homesick. I miss Mom and Dad. Sigh, didn't we buy huge life insurance policies before we left? That's enough for our parents to live comfortably in their old age. Why didn't you bring Mom and Dad with us?" "I wanted to. But this was a risky venture. Would you dare let our parents take that risk with us? What if something went wrong? Besides, they're getting older. Can the medical conditions here compare to the old timeline? Enough already. Mom and Dad will be fine there." Seeing his brother still hesitant, Wan Lihui quickly changed the subject. "Are you doing well in Lingao?" "Fine, just boring." Wan Lihuang looked listless. "Same old work every day. Nothing new." Because of his relatively young age, Wu Nanhai generally did not send Wan Lihuang on trips outside Lingao. He mostly worked locally. Seeing his low mood and signs of weariness, Wan Lihui felt somewhat anxious. Suffering a little and working hard were nothing to fear. What he feared most was low morale. Once feelings of boredom set in, nothing would go well. Staying in Lingao all the time was not ideal either, he thought. His brother was young and restless at an age that craved action. Rather than staying here doing repetitive work day after day, better to send him out to handle things independently. It would train him and build political capital for the future. For an outside posting, Kaohsiung or Wenchang would not be interesting, though those places also needed agricultural technicians. They were not considered new development areas, just routine work. It would have to be Hong Kong, Taiwan, or Jeju. With his reasonably solid agricultural geography, Wan Lihui knew that Hong Kong, though safe and close, had little agricultural development value. Hong Kong Island itself had no agricultural worth. A few agricultural core companies had been sent to the Kowloon Peninsula for reclamation, and the Agricultural Committee had also dispatched guidance personnel. Though it was in the Pearl River estuary, it was also committee-controlled territory under heavy guard. If calculating merit points like in a game, Hong Kong clearly provided less than Taiwan or Jeju. Wan Lihui thought Jeju was still safer of the two. Though farther away, Jeju had no malaria problem. Taiwan's development could not avoid this hurdle. Reports of development personnel contracting malaria there kept coming back. Jeju's latitude was similar to Jiangsu's, with a temperate climate and no major hostile threats. The Yi Court was a joke in combat. According to news from Jeju, the local resistance was even more pathetic. Moreover, not a single agricultural specialist had been sent there yet. If his brother went, it would be like having a private dungeon open just for him. Merit points would rack up fast. Thinking this, he studied his brother more closely. His brother had grown into a strapping young man. Nearly 4 years had passed since D-Day in 1628. He would soon turn 20. At 20, in ancient times, a man would already be married with children, shouldering the responsibility of supporting a family. To build enough presence in the committee, one had to work hard and push forward. "Zio Wang, have you bought a maid yet?" he suddenly asked. "No, didn't you say I was too young to buy one?" Wan Lihuang replied, "Buy one, I'll give you the money," Wan Lihui said. "Kaiming Star reports that a batch of Shandong refugees will arrive in Lingao soon. There'll definitely be newly selected maids among them. You didn't register for the lottery last time or buy a maid, so this time sign up, you'll get priority. Go pick an A rank or better." Wan Lihuang was somewhat surprised. His brother had always opposed him buying a maid. Of course, his brother had not bought one himself either. "All right, I'll sign up tomorrow. Money's no problem. I haven't really used my allowance, salary, or subsidies." Wan Lihuang said, then asked, "Brother, when are you going to make things official with that Fuzai?" "No rush on that. Fuzai is a bit young and still studying at Feng ground. If I proposed marriage now, it would look bad. There'd be suspicions of taking advantage of a female student. But I definitely want her. I plan to make this a model case. Pity Zun Suji already beat me to it. But his is a rental landlord situation, which doesn't fit the executive committee's spirit. Fu Buer is a new-style commercial landlord, the type we'll strongly support going forward. I think Fu Yijin isn't bad." "A bit dark-skinned but nice figure," Wan Lihuang said. "When you were on tour, Fu Yijin attended a training class at the plantation. I think she's a good person, very gracious." "Is that so?" Wan Lihui thought of Fu Yijin's appearance and agreed she was not bad either, but he could not spare thoughts for this now. He brought up the idea of Wan Lihuang applying for a Jeju posting. "You're finding work in Lingao boring now. Why not just go to Jeju and do something there? They're short on committee members in the agricultural sector. If you go, you'll be valued right away, much better than toiling here in obscurity." End of chapter. Chapter 11:25. Duwen, then do you know what happened after he died? "No. I heard Nanhai secretly buried him under a small tree in front of his house, and Chuking still waters that tree every day," Wan Lihui said quietly after glancing around. Really, Nanhai would do something like that? Wan Lihuang shook his head in disbelief. He had had considerable contact with Wu Nanhai. No matter what, he could not believe it. I don't believe it. The whole thing about that mother and daughter was fabricated. We agricultural committee people know that best. Hard to say. Wan Lihui drew out his words. Hard to say. Wan Lihuang kept shaking his head, absolutely refusing to believe it. Wan Lihui knew his words lacked any real basis and amounted to typical rumor-mongering. Someone as pure and non-social as his brother would never believe them. Though he knew it was somewhat baseless, giving his brother a warning could not hurt. He shifted the conversation to the North American faction. After the yacht meeting, the North American crowd had been using the flying cloud for gatherings, barbecue parties, and the like, quite successfully building buzz. Caiyan Shuiting's position as committee speaker had been obtained this way, but the number invited to each gathering was limited. Despite the Caiyan brothers' best efforts to expand invitations, committee members like the Wan brothers, who were either frequently away or almost never went out with weak presence, were easily forgotten. They're really shameless, openly pulling people in as if we're blind, Wan Lihuang said indignantly. Now I finally understand what elites means. Heh, are you jealous because they didn't invite you? Wan Lihui laughed. No. I have no interest in mixing with them, they reek of Western influence. Tusk, you say you're not jealous, but your fox tail is showing. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. Their life backgrounds are just different from ours. Their ideas are fine, but their methods are wrong and they've found the wrong people. They'll have regrets later. After all, the committee is still one person, one vote. After thinking it over, Wan Lihui continued, find an opportunity to show them some attitude during a vote, otherwise they won't take us seriously. Got it. I checked this week's schedule. In a few days, Dugu is coming back to Lingao for a fertilizer production training course. He'll definitely ask you to attend. Get closer to him. Supervisor Ma won't neglect him. Brother, I understand. The Civil Affairs People's Commissariat Social Work Department was housed in 3 single-story buildings within the Civil Affairs compound. This small institution was mostly quiet, with an establishment of only 3 committee members. Dong Weiwei, since having her child, came only half a day each day to handle administrative matters. The other committee member, Liu Yuefei, who held the title of Social Science Department Research Fellow, basically never appeared in the office. He was constantly dispatched for field research. As for Du Wen herself, she too was mostly running around at the grassroots level, busy with investigations and meetings. Du Wen's office work was essentially conducted at night. The social work department's lights would stay on well past midnight, sometimes until dawn. Due to power shortages, the executive committee required minimizing administrative electricity usage. Apart from certain important departments, most agencies received power only until 9 p.m. For this reason, the general office had installed gas lamps as public lighting for various administrative bodies. However, for indoor use, to ensure committee members' safety without fail, only kerosene lamps were provided to supplement electric lighting. The coal tar processing plant of the coal coking complex could now quite reliably supply kerosene for illumination. Her office had one such kerosene lamp, its glass chimney polished bright, maintained by Du Wen's life secretary, Du Mei. Though Du Wen firmly opposed the maid distribution system, one day she had suddenly gone to the general office and used her maid subsidy to purchase Du Mei. Du Mei was among the last 20-odd pending assignment trainees from the first class of the maid school. If Du Wen had not purchased her, she would have been directly assigned to clerical work in an administrative department. Du Wen looked at this short girl standing apprehensively before her, clutching a wicker suitcase. In a low voice, she said, "Forget all that nonsense you learned at the maid school. Throw yourself wholeheartedly into the work of liberating all humanity." Besides the lofty work purpose, Du Wen did need someone to handle chores, tidying rooms, washing clothes, fetching meals. She also very much wanted to test the power of education on this girl, to pass on her ideas and ideology. Du Wen was acutely aware that she was an absolute minority in the committee. The Spartacus League's voice was extremely feeble, having only herself and Liu Yuefei as members, and Du Wen was very clear why Liu Yuefei had joined the Social Work Department and the Spartacus League. As for the League's allies, all had allied with her out of political necessity. Within the committee, she stood alone. Even Supervisor Ma, whom she most respected, was highly unreliable in his stance on certain issues. Du Wen had realized long ago that Supervisor Ma, out of necessity for political struggle, had already begun becoming revisionist. If she died, everything she advocated would vanish like smoke. Whenever Du Wen thought of this, she felt extreme urgency. She had to choose an inheritor of her mantle. She had originally wanted to adopt several orphan girls as her own daughters to personally educate. But the General Office placed significant restrictions on non-technical committee members directly adopting orphans, approving only orphan sponsorship. So Du Wen's adoption application remained stuck on Xiao Zishan's desk. This forced her to use her life secretary as a breakthrough. Now Du Wen sat behind her desk. It was already April, and she wore a cotton shirt made by the local garment factory. Because nighttime temperatures were still low, a lined jacket was draped over her shoulders. She bent over her work, reviewing reports. A desk lamp illuminated the stack of documents before her. Compared to other committee members' offices, hers was somewhat elaborately decorated. Committee members' offices were generally Spartan, with hardly any decorations beyond necessary furniture and supplies. This partly reflected limited material conditions, and partly the committee members' deliberate cultivation of a frugal aesthetic. But Du Wen's office was quite different. The wall held glass-framed portraits of the 5 leaders, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. On her desk sat a plaster bust of Stalin, beside a Jingdezhen porcelain figurine of Hua Mulan on horseback. These were all from her personal collection. Along the walls stood many plain whitewood file cabinets, all carefully labeled. These held all the social work department's reports from work teams, research fellows, and cadres from various communes and villages. There were also reports from other departments. The social work department now possessed detailed social profiles of every village in Lingao County, including land conditions, wealth distribution, population status, and ideological trends. This system was continually being refined. A social survey progress chart hung on the wall. Its figures and graphics showed. Of northern Qiang's major agricultural population counties, Qiangshan had completed 55%, Chiangmai 41%, Wencheng 43%, Ding'an 38%. Du Wen drew a circle after the report. She had nothing to comment for now, and even if she did, it might not matter. The social work department's work was demanding, but its authority limited. Major decisions all rested with Liu Muzhu. But her mood was far from calm. She had just been reading the social work team's report from Jeju Island, report on social work in standard village construction on Jeju. Besides reporting on the various social surveys conducted on Jeju, the report emphasized the detailed situation of the current security enforcement and standard village implementation work. Du Wen found this extremely interesting, because what the Jeju Forward Committee was doing was essentially land reform on a grand scale. Though this land reform did not distribute land to peasants but directly nationalized it, its consciousness was extremely progressive. Du Wen had always been dissatisfied with the gradualist land reform being implemented on Hainan. Now, seeing Jeju's storm-like momentum, she was deeply intrigued. Who knew Feng Zongze was actually talented? Who knew his ideological principles were so close to mine? She murmured. Note: in the world of Lingao, the word comrade has been restored to its original meaning. End of chapter. Chapter 11:26 Taibai Observatory. I'm going to Jeju. Prepare a ship. Within a week. Yes, official. At that very moment, some distance from Lingao, in a place called Hudu Village in western Chiangmai County, electric lights shone in the darkness. Though Chiang Mai had been blue territory since victory in the Second Anti-Encirclement Campaign and was the first place to establish a preliminary county-level government, committee institutions remained sparse there. Most were concentrated around the county seat. In the vast countryside, grassroots governance was only just beginning. In this sea of darkness, Hudu village's lights stood out starkly. The site was surrounded by water on 3 sides, connected to land only on the east. When the Lingao-Chiang Mai Highway was built, a branch road connecting to this place was specially constructed. However, the branch road stopped abruptly before reaching Hudu village. A trench had been dug at the land connection, separating it from the mainland to form an island, connected only by a drawbridge. As if the trench were not barrier enough, a high earthen embankment stood behind it, topped with barbed wire and guard towers. Electric lights cast a grim glow on the embankment's sole entrance, a tightly closed wooden gate. A wooden sign hung on the gate, bearing 2 large ink characters, "Restricted Area." On this small island's coastline, dense reefs served as natural fortifications. Watchtowers monitored all threats from the sea. Weather permitting, Coast Guard patrol boats maintained 24-hour surveillance of the surrounding waters. Unauthorized vessels were not permitted to approach. Sentries changed every hour. Dog-led patrol teams walked the shore, alert to any suspicious signs. They did not know what they were guarding so vigilantly. Most soldiers never entered the core area during their entire tour of duty, the compound on the hillside of this tiny island. The compound was large, its walls built from local stone, high and thick. From outside, only the rooftops and towers protruding above the walls were visible. The compound was equally heavily guarded. Apart from boxes being brought in by land or sea every few days, and other boxes being sent out, the gates almost never opened. But soldiers would sometimes hear sonorous bell tones from within the compound. Some speculated it housed an Australian temple, but the bells did not ring as regularly as temple bells, nor did anyone resembling monks ever appear. Don't listen, don't look, don't ask, don't spread. This 8-character maxim was whitewashed on the walls, adding to the location's mystique. This was Hudu Village Observatory, the committee's timekeeping center. In an era without satellite navigation and positioning, timekeeping was critically important technology for a regional maritime power as dependent on shipping as the committee. Ships navigating at sea needed accurate position fixes and course calculations based on latitude and longitude. Latitude was easy to determine, being defined by natural law. The equator was 0 degrees latitude, the poles 90 degrees, the same everywhere. Astronomical observations, whether using a sextant reference to solar altitude or a starboard observing stellar positions, could quite accurately determine a ship's latitude. But longitude was different. The Earth kept rotating. There was no natural way to determine the 0 longitude position. It could only be artificially defined. Similarly, no celestial body could intuitively display longitude differences. So people had long begun experimenting with using time to measure longitude. It was already known that the Earth rotated 360 degrees every 24 hours, each hour corresponding to 15 degrees of longitude. If you knew the time difference between 2 places, you could determine the longitude difference. If noon at one place was 10 a.m. in London, that place was 30 degrees east of London. Thus, the longitude problem transformed into an equivalent question: how to measure time difference between 2 places. In 1530, Dutch mathematician Gemma Frisius proposed using clocks to measure time differences and infer longitude. In his conception, a clock would constantly maintain one location's time, say London, then be carried to a new location. By using solar altitude to measure local time and comparing it with the London clock, one could determine the longitude difference. This concept was impossible to realize at the time due to clockmaking technology limitations, but it had preliminarily proposed the epoch-making concept of the marine chronometer. Before satellite positioning systems came into use, it was precisely this concept that enabled seafaring vessels to break free from millennia of sailors' dependence on coastlines and island chains, sailing freely to any point on the ocean. The committee had no satellites. Equipping the fleet and merchant ships with marine chronometers had become an urgent priority. Every ship that crossed over on D-Day carried multiple marine chronometers, but the expanding fleet and precision timing needs of various industries all created strong demand for timepieces. Currently, the planning committee's warehouses stored many clocks, watches, and components. Some committee members had also brought large quantities of private watches, but relying on reserves was no long-term solution. When the Science and Technology Department was established, the Executive Committee gave Zhang Lishi two primary tasks: precision timekeeping and radio technology. As Science and Technology People's Commissar, Zhang Lishi decided to personally tackle this problem. For precision timekeeping, one first needed an accurate timekeeping institution, which required an observatory. The committee had once planned to establish an observatory at Kaohsiung Ridge, but Zhang Lishi considered that location unsuitable. After comparing maps and conducting field surveys, he selected the 110° east longitude meridian as the meridian for determining local time. The most suitable land-based observation point on this meridian was precisely this place called Hudu Village. This observatory at 15 meters elevation could not claim to be a proper observatory, merely a timekeeping facility. Nor was it an ideal site, too low in altitude, and the typhoon-prone, rainy climate gave Zhang Lishi headaches. According to his submitted development plan, this site would only serve as a timekeeping station during the first 5-year plan. After the second 5-year plan, another suitable location would be selected. Ideally, conquering Greenwich would be best. If I were given an invincible fleet, the country I'd most want to attack would be Britain, and the place I'd most want to occupy would be Greenwich Village. Timekeeping and Longitude by Imperial Academy of Sciences Academician, Dr. Zhang Lishi, Taibai University Press. First edition 1645. Second edition 178th, printing 1655 without Greenwich as an observatory. Hudu Village served well enough. Sea and land transport were convenient here, close to Lingao, in the heartland of their rule, easy to guard. The observatory would house much black technology brought from the old timeline, making security work paramount. After Hudu Village Observatory broke ground, a certain literary-minded committee member felt Hudu was an idiotic, rustic name. Using the coincidence of this location in western Chiang Mai, he associated it with the legendary western divine beast, the white tiger, changing Hudu to Taibai, giving Hudu Observatory a name that nearly made Dr. Zhang wet himself. Taibai Observatory. Taibai Observatory was equipped with transit instruments, astronomical clocks, shortwave time signal radio stations, and much other equipment. Radio time signaling was black technology only the Lingao Navy flagship was authorized to use. Radio technology solved the marine chronometer's accuracy problem from another angle. This was also where the Science and Technology Department's clock workshop was located. The compound contained 4 test towers for testing weight-driven clock mechanisms, with lightning rods installed on each. Zhang Lishi's home, Taibai Mansion, was also here. Later, Taibai University developed around the observatory. Father, a delicate hand gently pushed Dr. Zhang's shoulder. Can't eat anymore, Dr. Zhang mumbled as his coat slipped to the floor. Father, the voice carried some exasperation. The owner of the delicate hand crouched down, picked up the coat, and draped it over him again. The executive committee is holding an expanded meeting. Dr. Zhang's body stiffened. His eyes snapped open. Tell them to wait, I'm coming right away. End of chapter. Chapter 11:27. Xiaoying Zhang Lishi soon discovered that his new charge was a bright and capable young woman. Beyond her domestic duties, she would stand quietly to the side whenever he conducted experiments, observing with keen interest and occasionally lending a practiced hand. As the weeks passed, Dr. Zhong recognized a genuine aptitude for technical work and began teaching her scientific principles and basic mathematics. Her capacity for learning exceeded all expectations. She absorbed concepts with remarkable speed, asking incisive questions that revealed a sharp, intuitive mind. After much deliberation, Zhang Lixi resolved to adopt her formally, bestowing upon her the name Zhang Xiaoying. Xiaoying was no ordinary refugee. She could read and write with a fluency that eluded most committee members, and her brush calligraphy possessed an elegance that spoke of refined upbringing. She even knew rudimentary martial arts. Intrigued by such accomplishments in one so young, Dr. Zhang retrieved her original statement from the refugee camp records. The document revealed a girl born into a family of minor officials. Her grandfather had served as a county magistrate, while her father, the third son, had failed the imperial examinations. When the grandfather died and the family patrimony was divided, the household's fortunes swiftly declined, surviving only through the women's silk-reeling labor. Then, some years passed, a sudden fire had consumed everything. The orphan Xiaoying had nearly been sold to a brothel by unscrupulous relatives before the committee's intervention plucked her from the abyss. The Australians had not merely saved her life, they had given her peace and purpose. Dr. Zhong, with his scholarly demeanor and gentle authority, commanded her deepest admiration. After the adoption, her devotion only intensified. She observed the traditional morning and evening respects with meticulous care, and after accidentally glimpsing several animated films from his personal collection, she had taken to addressing him as Honorable Father. "Honorable Father, you have labored all day. Please rest," Zhang Xiaoying said softly, taking his arm. "What time is it?" 10:40 in the evening, Honorable Father. "Still early." Dr. Zhang stifled a yawn, weighing whether to continue his work. His thoughts drifted to the newly installed weight pendulum Type 2 on the experimental clock tower outside. He had implemented a simple hourly chiming function, limited to a single strike on the hour, not unlike the factory whistles that marked the working day. Primitive, certainly, but a beginning nonetheless. Even this modest achievement represented years of painstaking effort. Since his arrival, Zhang Lixi had devoted himself almost entirely to rebuilding the clockmaking industry from scratch. It was a matter of both institutional trust and personal pride. Those bastards at the construction corporation. The curse had become a silent refrain over the past 2 years. Those architects knew perfectly well that proper clocks could not be produced anytime soon, yet they insisted on incorporating clock towers into every new building. Supposedly, this fulfilled the committee's mandate to instill modern concepts of time into every native's mind. The problem was self-evident. These towers had no clocks to install. They stood as hollow monuments with gaping mouths, their intended clock faces sealed with wooden boards and reed mats to keep out the elements. These ugly, plugged openings seemed to accuse him at every hour. Dr. Zhang could not look upon them without discomfort. At every standing session, some oblivious committee member would inevitably inquire when the Customs House clock tower would finally chime, the empty structure having already spawned considerable speculation among naturalized citizens and natives alike. Dr. Zhang's clock tower had become a running joke, a reliable source of embarrassment. In the early days, such questions left him squirming. Eventually, he learned to let them wash over him. As Science and Technology People's Commissar, he had direct access to the executive committee at expanded meetings. Those who secured seats at such gatherings generally understood the nature of scientific research, that breakthroughs could not be commanded on a schedule. Thus, they remained generous with investment. Under Zhang Lixi's personal direction, the planning committee approved construction of the Taibai Timekeeping Center. Upon its completion, he relocated to Taibai Mansion and embraced a semi-reclusive existence. Apart from 1 day per week handling administrative matters at the Science and Technology People's Commissariat in Bairncheng, and his obligatory attendance at central administration and executive committee meetings, he rarely showed his face in town. Save for important occasions like the New Year's gathering, he had withdrawn entirely from the social world. Seclusion afforded focus, but he quickly discovered that tinkering with ready-made timepieces and actually designing clocks from first principles were entirely different propositions, especially when constrained by abysmal raw materials and primitive manufacturing capabilities. The planning committee authorized him to use controlled materials, even the precious Category 1 items brought from the old timeline that could not yet be replicated. But Dr. Zhong understood clearly that squandering such irreplaceable resources on clock manufacturing served no purpose. There was no sustainable production capability to justify it. The same logic applied to the batch of mantle and grandfather clocks they had assembled using components brought through the crossing. For simplicity's sake, his first project was a pendulum clock, technically the least demanding design. Primitive versions had already appeared in the 16th century. Such clocks were generally large and crude, with relatively forgiving requirements for materials and precision. Even so, the first prototype gave Zhang Lishi headaches for quite some time. The heart of any timepiece was its regulator mechanism. For a pendulum clock, the first challenge was the escapement, the mechanism that controlled the release of power. In its simplest form, the escapement was a Y-shaped device with two teeth that oscillated back and forth, alternately catching and releasing an escapement wheel, advancing it tooth by tooth with each swing. The Y-shaped component was called the pallet fork, and its two teeth were the pallet jewels. The pallet fork and escapement wheel were the first components Zhang Lishi designed. These two simple parts left him thoroughly frustrated. His first wooden test sample, designated number 1, ignored all other functions and tested only the escapement. One person manually moved the pallet fork back and forth while another twisted the wheel, testing the mechanical relationship between them. Zhang Lishi had initially positioned the pallet fork below the wheel, since the pendulum would also hang below. But during actual testing, the moment he let go, the fork disengaged completely. Bart, who was twisting the wheel, had applied too much force and wrenched his elbow. Bart's surname was not actually Bart. His true name was Batir. His father had been a Mongol soldier who transferred to Guangdong with some military commander. Though Batir was born on the steppe, he had grown up along the Pearl River, becoming a Mongol who spoke fluent Cantonese. Despite his rice-fed upbringing, he had grown robust and powerful. During the second counter-encirclement campaign, 15-year-old Batir had fought as a Ming soldier and eventually became a prisoner of war. Then he became Bart. Zhang Lishi could not single-handedly build clocks. He needed trained assistants. He decided to take on a few apprentices for personal instruction, and Bart was among them. The reasoning was simple. Zhang Lishi needed a strong apprentice, and the naturalized candidates sent by the personnel department were uniformly frail and unsuited for heavy labor. Bart's elbow remained swollen for several days. To prevent such accidents, Zhang Lishi redesigned the pallet fork to sit atop the wheel. In hindsight, his concern had been premature. Assembling the pendulum rod with the pallet fork eliminated the disengagement problem entirely. The incident exposed his inadequate understanding of mechanical principles. Humbled, he made a special trip to the Grand Library for books on clock component machining. Subsequently, he began constructing the number 2 escapement test machine, intended to verify the impulse function. Impulse referred to the energy transfer that occurred when the pallet jewels disengaged from the escapement wheel teeth. The inclined surfaces of jewels and teeth interacted, transferring the wheel's rotational power to the pallet fork, which then transmitted this energy to the pendulum, sustaining its swing. This test achieved 98% success. Zhang Lishi had Bart forcefully twist the wheel, and the moment he released the pallet fork, it sprang powerfully to the opposite side exactly as designed, striking and swelling his hand. That evening at dinner, The stunned apprentice received 2 chicken drumsticks as compensation. The number 3 test device evaluated the complete pendulum regulator. Zhang Lishi ordered a 10-meter wooden platform constructed in the clock workshop, with a 4-meter pendulum mounted on top. The number 2 test device was installed upon it, with a notch cut in the pallet fork's tail to engage a pin on the pendulum rod. End of chapter. Chapter 11:28. Clockmaking. This crude wooden prototype marked the birth of Lingao's clockmaking industry. It employed a pendulum regulator invented in 1656 and a free escapement mechanism that would not appear until 1765. Gazing upon the successfully operating number 3 test machine, Zhang Lishi thought of Galileo, who had first discovered the laws of pendular motion, and tears streamed unbidden down his face. At this very moment, the venerable astronomer was suffering persecution by the Roman Curia, his final years spent in humiliation and confinement. When Zhang Lishi finally emerged from the sweltering test tower, drenched as though he had stepped from a bathhouse, no one noticed he had been weeping. Only Zhang Xiaoying, bringing her honorable father his evening meal, perceived his melancholy. "Honorable father," she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, "you seem troubled." "I was thinking of someone," he murmured, "a venerable predecessor, a master." He grasped his adopted daughter's hand unconsciously, soft and warm. The simple touch soothed him. Building upon the number 3 test device, Zhang Lishi added a gear train to establish the relationship between minute and hour hands, redesigned the pendulum length, and calibrated its period with precision. He incorporated additional sandbags and a weight-winding mechanism with a ratchet. Thus was born the number 4 test device, the first truly usable prototype. From this foundation, Zhang Lishi designed and constructed a complete clock tower mechanism. The working components were cast in bronze to ensure durability, with elastic elements fashioned from phosphor bronze. Since this remained a prototype, all parts were individually machined by science department committee members, with some pieces sent to the mechanical processing factory for professional fabrication. There was, as yet, no concept of tolerance control. For a considerable period, each clock tower mechanism would be unique, with its own incremental improvements. While the mechanism took shape, the Lingao Construction Company erected an experimental clock tower featuring a brick-arch structure with excellent weather protection and ventilation. The tower stood west of Taibai Observatory, on ground that would eventually become the permanent clock workshop. Zhang Lishi personally supervised the installation. This mechanism was designated YZB-1, also called the Weight Pendulum Type 1. It served purely as a timepiece, displaying only minute and hour hands. To improve operational stability, both hands bore counterweights at their tails, ensuring the rotational axis remained centered at the center of gravity. This prevented the mechanism from being affected by eccentricity when the hands rotated on the tower's vertical face. 3 Weight Pendulum Type 1 mechanisms were built in succession, each incorporating modifications. Large tower clocks differed substantially from watches, and Zhang Lishi experimented with designs that departed from watchmaking conventions. For the power section, he tested the driving wheel at different positions in the gear train, comparing the advantages and drawbacks of each arrangement. For the pallet fork assembly, where the jewels and escapement wheel experienced the greatest friction, he deviated from standard practice. In watches, pallet jewels were typically made of ruby, harder than the wheel, because replacing a wheel was more convenient than replacing jewels. But in large mechanisms, the jewels were substantial and easily replaced, while large escapement wheels were expensive to manufacture. Therefore, Zhang Lishi experimented with replaceable jewels made of slightly softer material than the bronze wheel, sacrificing the cheaper component to protect the costlier one. The weight pendulum type 1 drew power from 4 sets of weights, each wound through chain-driven winding wheels. Multiple weights were employed to mitigate torque fluctuations during winding, reducing the impact on timekeeping accuracy. The winding wheels had twice the diameter of the weight drive wheels, a deliberate choice to reduce the effort required. The drive wheels incorporated ratchets similar to bicycle freewheels, permitting only counterclockwise winding, while the weight wheels rotated clockwise during operation. Large clock mechanisms generated considerable power, and all weights had to be released before servicing to ensure maintenance personnel safety. Signs posted beneath the mechanism warned against standing directly below, the same principle as the prohibition against lingering under crane arms. After a month of testing, the 3-weight pendulum Type 1 mechanisms were officially placed into service. Dr. Zhong had never intended for these prototypes to leave the workshop. He had planned to retain only the one in the experimental tower for teaching purposes. But the planning committee objected to discarding them. Producing these 3 mechanisms alone had consumed enormous amounts of skilled committee technicians' labor. So too were installed in previously vacant clock towers. The weight pendulum Type 1 had only one clock face and no illumination. Later modifications added nighttime lighting systems. Experience vindicated the bronze construction. Though minor issues arose, the mechanisms operated reliably under proper maintenance. After 30 consecutive years of service, these 3-weight pendulum Type 1 mechanisms were finally retired. As the ancestors of awesome clockmaking, they became the crowning treasures of museums. On the 4th mechanism, Zhang Lishi introduced major modifications: dual synchronized clock faces and a simple hourly striking mechanism to ring a bronze bell on the hour. This basic timekeeping device could produce only a single chime. Despite its limitations, this mechanism was designated the weight pendulum Type 2. The weight pendulum Type 2 had just been installed on the experimental clock tower and was undergoing testing. Dr. Zhong remained unsatisfied with this model. It was merely proof of concept, confirmation that his approach could work. Does the bell ring every hour? He glanced at a workshop clock. With its porcelain-fired face, wooden case, and brass hands, it would have passed for contemporary craftsmanship in this timeline. Indeed, it had been assembled by the science department's clock workshop. But concealed within was a quartz movement from another era. Behind the clock, wires protruded conspicuously, connecting to a wooden box that housed the Zhong No. 1 battery, Dr. Zhong's own invention. Lingao had no dry batteries. The only option was external power for quartz clocks. In the old timeline, quartz clocks had been synonymous with cheap mass production, ordinary finished units retailed for mere dozens of yuan. Yet in timekeeping accuracy, they utterly surpassed all mechanical watches. Before D-Day, the committee had stockpiled substantial quantities of timing equipment, finished clocks and watches, but also many loose components. A large portion consisted of quartz movements and quartz oscillators. Cases were manufactured locally to economize precious ship space. These locally assembled quartz clocks were distributed to workshops requiring precise timekeeping. As controlled materials, each was numbered. Apart from committee members and authorized science department staff, no one else was permitted to touch them. The reason Zhang Lishi valued quartz clocks so highly was simple. They were the most accurate timekeeping devices they possessed. A proper timekeeping system required precise reference standards. When he had originally proposed purchasing large quantities of quartz oscillators, his intention was to manufacture standard calibrators for this timeline, using the semiconductor components they had brought as amplifiers until the electronic elements failed. Dr. Zhong's plan envisioned the quartz calibrator as the master standard, from which a tier of high-precision mechanical calibrators would be derived. Locally produced timepieces would then be calibrated against these mechanical standards. This hierarchical calibration system was essential for maintaining accuracy across the growing network of clocks. In the old timeline, radio time signals had served this purpose. Lingao could not yet implement such a system. They would have to rely on calibrators. Yes, honorable father, your daughter listened every hour and it chimed each time. Xiaoying spoke respectfully, presenting a clipboard with records of the precise time of each chime. Zhang Lishi examined the data. Each chime lagged slightly behind the quartz clock's displayed time, some by 1 or 2 seconds. This discrepancy exceeded what could be attributed to sound propagation. He had tested after installation, and the timekeeping error had not been this pronounced. Clearly, the striking mechanical transmission still had problems. "The transmission needs work," Dr. Zhong muttered, setting down the clipboard. He looked toward the rain-streaked windows. The downpour showed no sign of abating. Inspecting the mechanism would have to wait until morning. He scribbled a note on his pad. Install a covered corridor between the workshop and experimental clock tower. It was now 11 o'clock. Zhang Lishi planned to calibrate the time at Taibai Observatory at midnight. There was still some time. Looking at the pile of parts and drawings on his desk, Dr. Zhong resolved to continue prototyping the mechanical calibrator. End of chapter. Chapter 11:29. The calibrator. Dr. Zhong switched on his desk lamp and turned his attention to the calibrator, his complete intellectual property design. Every component of this instrument was something Lingao's industry could currently produce, or would be able to produce in the near future. Every component, that is, save one. The amplifier was a vacuum tube, and Lingao's industrial base could not yet manufacture such things. Dr. Zhang's tube had been requisitioned from the planning committee's warehouse, where Wood had solemnly cautioned him to use it carefully. Their stockpile was not large. As for the paper tape used in traditional calibrators, he had substituted a frosted glass drum, with a drip head marking water droplets on its rotating surface. For this purpose, he had commissioned a batch of high-precision frosted glass drums from Zhilongs. The principle was elegant in its simplicity, but assembly proved unexpectedly difficult. Dr. Zhong was no trained fitter. His ability to fit and grind components remained amateurish at best. Wastage ran high, and he was forced to prepare considerable spare parts for prototyping. While he worked, Zhang Xiaoying sat quietly at her own workbench, grinding tools. A clocksmith could purchase complete tool sets ready-made, but custom grinding and modification were essential skills. Knowing how to prepare tweezers, screwdrivers, and other basic instruments was foundational to the craft. Tweezers had to be ground smooth and sharp. Picking up components should not send them flying, damage delicate parts, or scratch base plates. Every watch movement employed screws with different slot widths, requiring adjustment of screwdriver blades to avoid damaging the screw heads. Screwdriver thickness had to match different screws precisely. The blade must be ground until it seated tightly in the slot, reaching all the way to the bottom. Zhang Xiaoying had proven remarkably adept at this work. Dr. Zhong now delegated all his tool grinding to her. "You should retire for the evening. It grows very late," he said without turning from his work. "Tomorrow brings a full day's labor. How could your daughter rest while honorable father remains wakeful? Besides, I am not tired. It pleases me to perform this small service." Zhang Lishi smiled to himself. "Very well, accompany me to the observatory later." This was no spontaneous invitation. Dr. Zhong had submitted the proposal some time ago. To facilitate his work, he needed to grant his adopted daughter access to the committee's most sensitive equipment. For this privilege, he had filed a formal application, then endured a lengthy wait. The written approval had arrived only days before. Zhang Xiaoying's face flushed with excitement. The observatory had always been their forbidden zone. She knew that apart from committee members themselves, no naturalized citizen had ever crossed its threshold. That her honorable father trusted her so completely, that he regarded her as a true daughter, sent a surge of warmth through her chest. She set down her tools, walked to Zhang Lishi's side, dropped to her knees, and pressed her forehead to the floor 3 times in formal kowtow. "Thank you, honorable father," Dr. Zhong started, nearly dropping his instruments. Though the gesture was unexpected, it moved him deeply. He spoke gently. "Rise, child. Between father and daughter, such ceremony is unnecessary." Before he could say more, the electronic timer on his desk began beeping. It was 23:45. He needed to reach the observatory before midnight to calibrate the time. Dr. Zhong stood and pocketed a wooden box from his desk. Zhang Xiaoying had already fetched their wind coats. A corridor connected the workshop to the observatory, but it was not fully enclosed. Wind and rain could intrude during storms. Dr. Zhang donned his coat in silence. "Put on your jacket as well. The wind is fierce tonight." "Yes, thank you for your concern, honorable father." Zhang Xiaoying pulled on her coat, then took up a lantern to light the way. The corridor had no illumination. Outside, wind and rain lashed the darkness. Cold and wet, the two groped their way through the corridor until they reached the observatory, a 3-story red brick building. The brick-paved plaza before the main entrance bore the primordial meridian, inlaid in bronze, the 110-degree east longitude line that passed through this precise location. The corridor led to the observatory's rear entrance. Dr. Zhang produced his keyring and, working by touch, selected the proper key for the steel security door. The observatory's central space was an atrium that soared to the 3rd floor. The second level formed a gallery, with a spiral staircase ascending directly to the rooftop observation platform. The roof featured a manually operated retractable dome, beneath which stood the finest astronomical telescope the committee possessed. By proper astronomical standards, it was merely amateur-grade equipment, but measured against this timeline's capabilities, it was nothing less than a divine artifact. Dr. Zhang rarely handled that particular instrument. His daily work centered on the transit instrument precisely aligned with the 110-degree east longitude line. The transit instrument observed stars crossing the upper meridian, passing through the observatory's meridian circle, to determine the exact moment of crossing. From this data, one could derive the astronomical clock's error, establish universal time, calculate stellar right ascension, and fix the longitude of fundamental astronomical reference points. The device itself had been invented in the 17th century, but at this moment in history, Lingao's transit instrument was unique in all the world, to say nothing of its 21st-century manufacture. One of astronomy's most ancient purposes was timekeeping. Using a transit instrument for time determination and longitude calculation was a mature methodology. Under careful human observation at an established observatory, accuracy to the second was achievable. The science department possessed complete longitude and latitude data. Combined with astronomical software, they could produce star charts of extraordinary precision. Paired with observations of sunrise and sunset times, they could provide timekeeping accurate to the second. Even in the 21st century, with the advent of atomic clocks, astronomical time remained essential for verification. Until now, all this work had been performed by Dr. Zhang alone. Astronomical observation was tedious and time-consuming. He could not devote all his hours to it, not when the radio project still demanded his attention. Xiaoying was meticulous by nature and possessed the rare ability to remain perfectly still for extended periods. He planned to train her gradually in astronomical observation and teach her the underlying principles of timekeeping. She was capable of becoming more than a clocksmith, but tonight he would not take her to the rooftop. The storm outside made celestial observation with the transit instrument impossible. He activated the electric lights, and illumination flooded the cavernous space. The observatory housed considerable high-precision equipment requiring electrical power, so the planning committee had generously installed both wind and solar generation systems. Electric lights served throughout the building, a fire prevention measure as much as a convenience. He led Zhang Xiaoying to the base of the stairs. There, hidden in shadow, stood another door, a heavy security door of the same construction as the exterior entrance. Dr. Zhang unlocked it and switched on a light, revealing a descending staircase. "Honorable father, go on down." Zhang Lishi spoke, then turned to secure the door behind them. They descended a dozen steps before Dr. Zhang activated another light. They had arrived at a spacious chamber, a semi-basement reinforced with sturdy concrete beams and columns. Thick thermal insulation and moisture-proofing materials lined the walls and ceiling. Various pieces of strange equipment rested on purpose-built racks throughout the room, each protected beneath a glass case. Some she recognized, clocks from the workshop. Others were utterly foreign, their faces displaying blinking red numerals. Dr. Zhong approached the wall and examined the temperature and humidity recorders, products from the old timeline, monitoring the basement's carefully maintained constant environment. This basement housed the most critical elements in the committee's entire timekeeping system, the reference clocks. There was not merely one reference clock, but several. One was a backup unit from a PHS base station. Several others were marine chronometers salvaged from the Feng. Together, they displayed with perfect accuracy both Beijing time and Greenwich time from another century. Because of their irreplaceable importance, these clocks had always been kept in the Planning Committee's special warehouse on Kaohsiung Ridge, maintained in a constant temperature and humidity environment, serving as the ultimate time standard. Only after Taibai Observatory was formally established were all committee timepieces calibrated against these reference clocks. End of chapter. Chapter 1130, Li Xia Amping Harbor bristled with masts. Ships of every description awaited departure, Guangzhou-style and Fujian-style junks of various tonnages, interspersed with a handful of Western-rigged sailing vessels. In an inconspicuous corner of the dock, an unremarkable medium-sized Guangzhou junk rode at anchor. Its waterline sat deep, as though laden with cargo, ready to sail. Sailors lounged across the deck with studied indifference, but below in the darkness of the hold a secret meeting was underway. The cargo space had been emptied of goods. 2 chairs occupied the reeking darkness. On one sat a young woman wrapped in a black cloak, its hood drawn low over her face until only shadows remained. Only her voice betrayed her youth. Opposite her sat a man, similarly cloaked. What little light filtered through the hatch revealed a grimy face that was nonetheless not old. He too seemed wary of recognition, keeping a fold of fabric drawn across his features. "I have a job for you," the man said. "Listen carefully." "I'm listening." A large Fujian junk carrying Taiwan-bound migrants is anchored below Amping Battery. She sails for Bengang at dawn. "So I must board tonight." "Immediately, meaning you depart the moment you agree. This evening cargo will be transferred from this ship to that one. You'll slip across during the transfer." "Very well, tell me about the mission." "Your mission is simple: make the Dutch and the Australians into enemies. Bring them to blows. The simpler the mission, the harder the execution." The woman's voice carried a note of dry amusement. "How much time do I have?" "The sooner the better. His lordship hopes for results within 3 or 4 months. "That's too difficult. 3,000 taels of silver, 5,000, 3,500, 5,000, not a Cayenne less. 3,800 maximum, plus a year's free use of a pass flag for your ship." The flag was valuable, sold at discount to any merchant. It would fetch at least 1,000 taels, 4,000 plus the flag. "That is the price. Done." 1,000 taels up front, the woman said, "the balance upon completion." "No problem." A smile flickered across the man's face. "My elder brother said you are a jaw-dropping marvel of a woman. I trust you won't disappoint us." "You flatter me." Though her face remained hidden, one could sense her radiant smile. "Please convey to his lordship the general that I am willing to serve him wholeheartedly." "Then I await good news." The man gave a low, restrained laugh. The ship rocked gently. Light from the hatch swept briefly across her cheek. It was Li Xia. She looked somewhat fuller than before, with fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Years of maneuvering among the great powers of the sea had worn away at a woman's beauty. Li Xia did not lack money, nor did she harbor ambitions requiring vast capital. Adventure and intrigue were her entertainment. She reveled in the game. She did not particularly hate the Australians, though she felt a vague irritation toward them. It stemmed not from any injury, but from their indifference. Having played so many tricks on them, having incited various powers against them, having even kidnapped one of their leaders, She felt they ought to hate her to the bone. Yet the Australians showed no sign of regarding her with any special enmity. Of course, her interest in them ran far deeper than wounded pride. Since connecting her younger sister with the Australian enterprise, she had obtained much first-hand intelligence. But the question that consumed her, what exactly was the proof of the Seven Seas hegemon, remained utterly unanswered. Even the committee members who had the most contact with Li Huamei in naval and trade matters had never let slip a word. Li Huamei dared not utter the phrase in their presence, fearing to alert them. And while her milk sister could speak freely with ordinary sailors and soldiers, those common folk knew nothing of such matters. Regardless, anything called the proof of the Seven Seas hegemon surely related to naval power, and the Australians' maritime strength was legendary. Through her sister, Li Xia obtained information about the strange new devices the Australians equipped, weapons and instruments beyond anything in this age. She speculated these might be proof of some recognition or some form of authority. The Australians had very likely already obtained this proof. Convinced of this, she had personally sailed south into the Southern Sea, pressing toward ever more distant waters, searching for traces of the Australians' northward journey. But the expedition yielded nothing. Apart from barren green islands and naked natives, there was no trace of any advanced civilization. The Dutch navigator she had hired told her plainly that even sailing past the tropic, she would find no Australia, only desolate, scattered landmasses. After this fruitless voyage, Li Xia redirected her attention to Lingao itself. She had come to accept that, given the Australians' dominion over the South China Sea, their strength could not be contained in any foreseeable future. To truly probe their depths and uncover the proof of the Seven Seas hegemon, she would have to infiltrate their ranks. Since returning from her overseas journey, she had devoted herself to this preparation. The Australians were expanding rapidly in the wake of their victories. Infiltrating their organization as merchants or defectors would be simple enough. She wanted to know the secret of the Australians' powerful devices, the nature of the proof of the Seven Seas hegemon, and if possible, how to obtain this power. The Australians' origins and true intentions. Why had they abandoned the homeland that had granted them such capabilities to come here, and what goals did they pursue? They had never explicitly declared their intention to conquer the mainland, but many powers watched them warily. Li Xia hoped to divine their next moves and exploit them accordingly. Her milk sister had already established herself as a merchant trading with the Australians, but merchants were not highly valued. Given Li Huamei's known background, the Australians remained perpetually wary of her. For her to gain further trust, she would have to render greater services or demonstrate greater utility. But such opportunities could not be manufactured overnight. The Australians were shrewd. They would not be easily deceived. So Li Xia had conceived another approach. She had learned from her sister that the Australians were actively seeking women meeting certain criteria as personal servants, their servants being, in truth, concubines. Though Australian aesthetic preferences differed markedly from those of Ming gentlemen, the various specifications they had provided made the true purpose obvious. Therefore, finding women who precisely matched their criteria and sending them to Lingao offered an ideal method of infiltration. She could control these women by holding their families hostage. Men were most relaxed and least guarded in bed. With beloved women, they might say anything to impress. And even if they held their tongues, casual remarks overheard on ordinary days would yield far more intelligence than Li Huamei could ever obtain. Besides servants, the Australians' massive recruitment of refugees and sailors presented another avenue of entry. Ordinary refugees were useless, but the Australians showed particular interest in orphan teenagers around 10 years old. Reportedly, after intensive education and absorption into Australian culture, many such youths now held positions of responsibility. These children would inevitably become trusted personnel, capable of accessing considerable intelligence. Before all else, however, Creating some chaos for the Australians would please her greatly. As the saying goes, murky waters yield more fish. If the Australians clashed with the Dutch and lost personnel, perhaps they would become less selective in their recruitment. Moreover, within this scheme orchestrated by the Zheng family, Li Xia had her own design. If successful, she would be one step closer to the Australian secrets. Zheng Zhilong was currently no match for the Australians. This was Li Xia's assessment. The Zheng family's eagerness to incite conflict between the Dutch and Australians revealed their lack of confidence in their own strength. Of course, Liu Leixing's existence also prevented them from acting freely. End of chapter. Chapter 1131. Guo Huaiyi. Zheng Zhilong, however, placed little importance on Taiwan. Since gaining control of Amping, he had established a direct trade route to Japan and saw little value in Taiwan as a way station. Beyond encouraging migration from southern Fujian, he had devoted scant thought to increasing actual control over the island, nor, in truth, did he possess the resources to do so. Lacking support from the mainland, Guo Huaiyi was forced to organize defense on his own. His approach was pragmatic. On major matters, he submitted to the Dutch. He paid head taxes, provided corvée labor, and supplied the Dutch with Taiwanese trade goods, particularly deerskins, which mostly came from hunters among the southern Fujian migrants or from small traders brave enough to deal with the natives. This cooperation made the Dutch view the Fujian migrants in Tainan as useful subjects, worthy of military protection. Successive Opperhoofd governors had spared no effort in subduing the natives, largely to ensure the migrants' working safety. Of course, the Dutch themselves commanded limited strength, sometimes barely able to protect their own interests. So for smaller matters, Guo Huaiyi encouraged each village to form militias for self-defense. The Fujianese who crossed to Taiwan came overwhelmingly from southern Fujian, a region already marked by intense regional loyalties. Moreover, migrants often relocated in clan units, naturally forming villages centered on kinship and common origin. Local strongmen inevitably emerged. This pattern of southern Fujian strongman groups dominating local society would persist even after the Qing recovery of Taiwan, in some ways more severely than on the mainland. Compounded by serious malaria, which killed outside officials and runners before they could complete their terms, the one prefecture and 2 counties the Qing eventually established in Taiwan exercised virtually no grassroots control. Even sending functionaries to the countryside on official business carried personal danger. Lin Shimao, who would later rise in rebellion during the Qianlong era, came from precisely this milieu. Guo Huaiyi led this alliance of strongmen. Li Xia understood clearly that his position in the Great Company mirrored Zheng Zhilong's, commanding great prestige and considerable power, but lacking absolute authority. Therefore, she resolved to say as little as possible to Guo Huaiyi, speaking only about matters directly relevant to the mission. She presented Zheng Zhaifeng's token. Guo Huaiyi studied it for a long moment, then invited her to the inner courtyard for tea. The secret discussion began. Guo Huaiyi already knew her purpose. A messenger had delivered Zheng Zhaifeng's letter several days earlier. He had been awaiting her arrival. What Li Xia most wanted to know was the Australians' precise situation in Taiwan. Zheng Zhaifeng had told her only that the Australians had transported large numbers of migrants to the Takao area and were constructing castle fortifications on a grand scale. "Miss," Guo Huaiyi mused for a moment, "I should take you to see the area personally. You need to observe for yourself. Otherwise, mere words would scarcely do it justice." Li Xia found this reasonable. She would need first-hand reconnaissance before formulating concrete plans. "Very well. I would be grateful if you could send capable guides. No trouble, easy to arrange." Guo Huaiyi explained that the southern Fujian migrants had recently established considerable contact with the Australians in Takao. The 2 sides traded frequently, and some people had simply relocated there. Finding reliable, knowledgeable guides would be straightforward. What is the Dutch attitude toward the Australians? This was Li Sia's primary concern. The governor is deeply troubled, Guo Huaiyi replied. One might say the matter keeps him awake at night. Hans Putmans was extremely worried about Australian activities in Takao. First was their terrifying logistical capability. In less than half a year, they had transported 40,000 migrants to the area. To appreciate this scale, the southern Fujian migration that had begun in Yan Siki's era and continued for over a decade had not delivered this many people. And accompanying the migrants came a ceaseless flow of building materials and massive quantities of supplies. The Dutch had gone through 5 governors in Taiwan before finally constructing a proper castle. But from the moment they landed, the Australians had erected a fortress larger than Fort Zeelandia, completing 80% of the work in less than half a year. Simultaneously, they had built docks, dredged the harbor, and extensively cultivated wasteland. Little wonder that Hans Putmans was losing sleep with such terrifyingly efficient neighbors, possessing such maritime transport capacity, positioned just a few dozen leagues away. Just over 10 days ago, the governor invited us to a meeting at the trading post to warn us about the Australians, Guo Huaiyi said with a knowing smile. Oh, what did he say? The usual platitudes, be careful, best not to have much contact with the Australians, that sort of thing. Guo Huaiyi shrugged. The Dutch fear the Australians will pull us over to their side. Then there would be no one to work for them, collect deerskins, or pay head taxes. Do the Australians have such intentions? Guo Huaiyi shook his head. No, they have never sent anyone to recruit us. They seem completely uninterested in our people. A glint of amusement entered his eye. On the contrary, quite a few of our folk have been attracted there, some for trade, some for work, and some have simply relocated. So the Australians in Takao operate entirely openly. Correct. Anyone who wishes may go there to work, trade, or even settle. They are quite free about it. People come and go as they please. I hear many Japanese from Taiwan have gone over as well. The Japanese? Li Sia was puzzled. Why would they go? Because Hans Putmans forbids the Japanese from worshipping according to Jesuit rituals. They must pray according to Dutch Reformed rites. The Japanese have always resented this. Now the Australians have Jesuit missionaries and even a small chapel. Many Japanese have made the move. Is that so? Li Sia understood the governor's anxiety more clearly now. The Japanese were important to the Dutch presence in Taiwan. Though they did not play as economically vital a role as the southern Fujian migrants, they constituted an important source of sailors and soldiers for Dutch operations. And now the Australians had extended their reach here. These Australians were certainly skilled at poaching talent. Li Sia felt a strengthening urge to encounter the Australians again. The intelligence she had gathered was highly satisfactory. The Dutch in Taiwan were filled with worry and fear toward the Australians. Moreover, she knew that since the East India Company had established trading posts in both Hong Kong and Hainan, large quantities of Chinese goods were being transshipped from Guangdong, severely impacting Taiwan's trade. The company had originally established its trading post in Taiwan specifically for China trade procurement, enduring unreliable partners, various inconveniences, and constant losses. The company needed to attract Chinese merchants to sell the goods it urgently required. But now, Hong Kong and Sanya could meet most of the company's needs. Were it not for Taiwan's advantage in procuring Fujian export porcelain and indigo nearby, and its role as a base for the Japan trade, the post would have no value at all. One could readily imagine the mood of a governor whose importance declined by the month. Professionally and personally, Hans Putmans could have no warm feelings toward the Australians. That made him easy to manipulate. As for the Australians themselves, Li Sia believed that, as a rising maritime power, they could hardly feel benevolent toward the Dutch. At bottom, their current trade cooperation was purely transactional, devoid of trust. Perhaps internally, both sides harbored intentions to fire upon each other, to devastate or even destroy their rival in a single blow. Li Xia had served the East India Company and spied upon the Australians. She understood Dutch thinking very well. Are there any important company figures in Taiwan harbor at present? I am not certain. I don't visit Taiwan often. Guo Huaiyi stroked his chin. If you wish, I'll have someone investigate tomorrow. Good. Also, if possible, I would like to visit Taiwan personally first. Guo Huaiyi studied her and spoke frankly. Forgive my directness, but Miss Li is rather conspicuous. In a place like Taiwan, ordinary women appearing in public was unremarkable, especially southern Fujian women who often served as important laborers. The problem was that Li Xia was of mixed Chinese-Portuguese heritage, with striking features and clearly a woman of wealth at first glance. Li Xia smiled. Don't worry. I shall apply some makeup. I guarantee no one will recognize my face. End of chapter. Chapter 1132. Kaohsiung Development. The Navy's demands strained Wei Bakai's already limited manpower. He resented seeing resources siphoned away by naval requirements, but under the imposing banner of Operation Engine, he could hardly refuse their requests. And he knew very well that without the First Fleet's presence, Kaohsiung City would not exist. The carriage rolled into the courtyard before City Hall. Ceremonial guards at the gate snapped to attention in unison. A naturalized citizen in an open-collared tropical cadre uniform emerged to usher them into the main building. Is the banquet ready? Wei Bak inquired. According to your instructions, the reception is arranged on the rooftop terrace. The group ascended to the terrace, where an awning had been erected and rattan tables and chairs arranged beneath it. The sea breeze sweeping in from the ocean was wonderfully refreshing. A sumptuous meal awaited them, with bottles of kvass and lemonade beaded with condensation from chilling. Zhang Lishi and the others, their appetites ruined by days of seafaring rations, gazed upon the laden table with something approaching rapture. Dispensing with formalities, they took their seats and fell upon the food. The centerpiece was venison, Taiwan's second most valuable export after deerskins. Venison was almost entirely lean, with little fat, its flavor light and well-suited to the tropical climate. Dr. Zhong noted that while the venison, pheasant, seafood, and vegetables were plentiful, the cooking remained rudimentary and the seasoning sparse, still at the level of big portions, simple preparation. He felt increasingly convinced that his culinary talents were wasted here. Dr. Zhong was a man of refined palate. After a few years in Lingao, he had found the committee canteen so uninspiring that he had long since begun cooking for himself. Seeing that local ingredients were fairly abundant, he could not help calculating how to arrange his own meals during his stay. From this vantage point, one could survey the general outline of Wei Bakai's domain. City Hall was impressive, and the square, roads, and docks appeared well constructed. But looking out across Kaohsiung City itself revealed what was essentially a vast, strictly regulated shantytown. The buildings occupying most of the urban area were rows of unadorned wooden stilt houses coated with coal tar, punctuated by the occasional two-story structure. Taiwan's frequent typhoons, earthquakes, and mudslides made such wooden construction a practical adaptation to the environment. The entire city was encircled by earthen ramparts, bamboo palisades, and moats. Wooden watchtowers with thatched roofs stood at intervals along the perimeter. Beyond these defenses, farmland and plantations spread outward, recently cleared, their roads, drainage trenches, and irrigation canals still unfinished and somewhat chaotic. Farther along the roads, several newly built standard villages were visible. The only areas that truly looked like a city were City Hall itself, the docks, and a commercial street outside the northwest gate. Beyond stretched a vast, barren plain, most vegetation still in its primeval state. Sitting on the roof of a European-style city hall in the midst of such a settlement, dressed neatly and sipping chilled lemonade served by maids and attendants, the committee members suddenly felt like British colonials. Yet the area they had reclaimed remained pitifully small. Apart from the patch of ground they occupied, even the cultivated farmland appeared as mere scratches on the skin of the wilderness. The beaches were choked with mangroves. Everywhere dense banyan trees, cycads, and bamboo proliferated. From a purely touristic perspective, the scene before them was precisely the pristine tropical coastal landscape beloved by the petty bourgeoisie. But every man present felt the weight of worry and pressure. To transform this so-called Kaohsiung city, which resembled nothing so much as an early medieval European settlement, into Taiwan's capital, a regional hub connecting Northeast and Southeast Asia, a naval base, a political, economic, cultural, and industrial center, and the staging ground for developing all of Taiwan. Who could say how many years that would require? As they raised their glasses, the conversation turned to Kaohsiung's development. Wei Bakai inevitably sighed and let loose his complaints. Through persistent lobbying, the quota of migrants allocated for local settlement had been expanded to 10,000. This finally gave him a substantial foundation beyond the Tainan Agricultural Reclamation Regiment that had landed in the first wave. But more people meant heavier burdens. These 10,000 souls required settlement after completing quarantine, allocation to various villages according to Wan Daisy's standard configuration, and organization into intensive state-owned farms. Wei Bakai understood that, although the Agricultural Committee had issued no formal land reclamation targets, Kaohsiung faced the vast Jianan Plain, Taiwan's primary agricultural region in the old timeline. Expectations ran high from top to bottom. If he fumbled about for a year without producing solid results, his tenure as Kaohsiung's mayor would come to an inglorious end. After multiple calculations, Wei Bakai had set himself a target: 30,000 mu of wasteland reclaimed by the end of 1632. 30,000 mu divided among 10,000 people meant each person had to clear 3 mu in half a year. This was demanding work on raw land with dense native vegetation, especially since the local flora was extraordinarily vigorous. Even after burning off the growth, oxen often lacked the strength to break the soil, forcing reliance on manual hoeing. Reclamation is brutal work and devours tools, Wei Bakai said. Apart from the fully equipped Tainan regiment, I don't even have proper implements for the 10,000 newcomers. He shook his head. Baiyu promised me a few steam tractors, but heaven knows when they'll arrive. Fortunately, Feng Zongze is a good enough friend. The horses and oxen approved by the planning committee were shipped immediately. He gazed out at the farmland beyond the city walls. If only we had tractors. The other committee members knew little about agriculture and could offer no comment. Liu Zheng, however, was concerned about another matter entirely. You're clearing land out here. Haven't those headhunting savages given you trouble? According to Liu Zheng and most committee members, after landing in Taiwan, Wei Bakai would inevitably have to play the colonist, exchanging glass beads for indigenous land. Unexpectedly, there had been no contact whatsoever. Wei Bakai shook his head. Actually, no. The natives retreated from this area long ago. I don't know why. The Special Reconnaissance Team reported that native villages and rice paddies once existed here. When we first landed, we found evidence of previous cultivation. For some reason, they all fled inland. Liu Zheng understood the history. They suffered at the hands of Ming pirates. Years back, pirates landed and tried to take heads. The pirates took losses and returned for revenge, slaughtering the natives like chopping vegetables. So they fled inland. These savages don't learn respect until you use blades. Aside from a few people coming to observe us quietly at the beginning, the natives here have essentially vanished. They don't contact us or come to trade either. Wei Bak took a cold towel from his aide and mopped the sweat from his forehead. Last year, the Haitian had a skirmish with them here and killed quite a few, so now they both fear and hate us. I've heard from hand peddlers who trade with them. To the natives, we're practically demons. That suits me fine, saves me from having to trick them into signing land deeds. Dr. Zhong smiled. It's only a matter of time. Don't assume the natives are uncivilized. They have deep attachments to their land. Feng Jinghen had been preoccupied with his survey mission. Hearing that peddlers maintained contact with the natives, he grew immediately interested. He would need guides for his expeditions. He pressed for details. Wei Baka explained that he had renovated a small port west of Kaohsiung City and then built a commercial street beside it. The purpose of this market was not primarily profit, but intelligence gathering through trade with local Han people and natives, and incidentally, the cultivation of potential guides. What is the attitude of the nearby natives toward outsiders? Do they hunt heads? I've heard the natives speak of the so-called 8 Phoenix Mountain tribes. They don't practice head hunting. But they're hardly welcoming to outsiders. Killing a stranger is commonplace for them. Wei Bakai's expression grew somber. When the Haitian came for reconnaissance, they suddenly attacked the scout team. End of chapter. Chapter 1133. Infiltration. The Dutch trading post had originally been established on Baxianwei Island, serving the dual purpose of defense and control over the Taijiang Inner Sea. However, to facilitate trade with the local population, several buildings were constructed on the mainland side of the Larmen Channel as a commercial station. There, the Dutch purchased deerskins and cane sugar while selling general merchandise, ironware, and salt. The trading station itself was a solidly built brick structure. The upper floors served as warehouses for purchased goods. At the entrance, Han people and natives from Zheng and neighboring areas lined up below the steps, deerskins and local products in hand. A large table occupied the steps, where a junior Dutch clerk inspected and priced each deerskin laid before him, Taiwan's most valuable local export besides sugar, and a commodity the Dutch treated with corresponding seriousness. The May sun in Taiwan was already brutal. Except for the natives, who customarily went bareheaded and bare-bodied, the Han people all wore the bamboo conical hats common in southern Fujian, their faces mostly hidden from view. Li Xia knew that as long as her face remained unseen, there would be no problem. She observed the scene from beneath her bamboo hat with careful attention. Although she could not closely examine Fort Zeelandia's construction from this distance, she could make out enough to judge that more than half the work was complete. She estimated it would be finished within 6 months. Even more telling than the fortress itself was the battery on Baxianwei Island. The defenses had clearly been reinforced. Bamboo walls on the ramparts indicated recent upgrades. She counted more cannons than before, and patrol sentries had increased as well. Recalling Guo Huaiyi's mention that the Dutch were recruiting laborers in large numbers, the urgency became clear. They were racing to complete Fort Zeelandia as a strongpoint against potential Australian attack. The trading post stood very close to the Japanese village. Li Xia soon noticed a Japanese-language notice posted on the board at the entrance. Finding a pretext to approach, she read it quickly. A Dutch recruitment order. The Dutch were hiring Japanese as soldiers. This confirmed her suspicions. She knew the East India Company's legendary stinginess. They would never recruit mercenaries without pressing cause. Governor Putman's either harbored extreme wariness of the Australians or was contemplating hostile action. Yet based on current strength in Taiwan, the Dutch were far from a match for the Australians. Hans Putmans could not be mad enough to initiate hostilities, and he lacked the authority to do so regardless. After selling her deerskins, Li Xia made her way to Taiwan Street, a simple market that had formed outside the Dutch purchasing station due to trade activity. At this hour, only a handful of shops and stalls conducted business with local natives and visiting Han traders. On the street and in the shops, many customers were natives from the Xiaoying, Madu, and Zheng tribes. Having been civilized by Dutch missionaries, they wore simple clothing. Quite a few, however, were dead drunk, staggering through the streets in a stupor. The Dutch imported large quantities of arak from Batavia and rum from Lingao specifically to exchange for furs with the natives. Getting indigenous peoples addicted to alcohol was a common tactic of trading companies throughout the age of discovery. Less developed peoples generally required few daily necessities. To compel frequent trade, one had to employ addictive luxury goods. Once natives became dependent on drink, They became pitiful creatures the company could exploit at will. This scene repeated everywhere from the Americas to the Bering Strait to Siberia. Li Xia had conducted such trade herself and felt nothing in particular about it. She had Guo Huaiyi's men escort her into a respectable-looking tavern. Judging by the clientele entering and leaving, it did not serve natives. Customers were Han people, with the occasional Japanese, African, or East Indian face. The tavern was crowded and noisy, windows thrown open for ventilation. It was 70 or 80% full. Taverns were always excellent sources of information, especially small establishments like this. The clientele included not only hand traders but also various people in Dutch employ. From their conversations, she should be able to learn a great deal. Li Xia spoke many languages common on East Asian waters, even some native dialects. At her silent signal, the group found a table near some drinking Japanese, ordered wine and food, and ate quietly. The Japanese spoke freely in their own tongue, apparently assuming no one present understood them. Li Xia quickly gathered considerable intelligence: the recently strengthened defenses, orders to increase rice and gunpowder reserves in the city and at the various forts, and new cannons and matchlocks arriving from Batavia. Then she heard something of genuine importance. A very important person would arrive at Fort Zeelandia on a trade ship coming from Batavia with the southern monsoon. Though the Japanese were of relatively low status and did not know exactly who was coming, judging from their discussion of preparations for the welcome, the arrival would be at least a senior East India Company official equivalent to a member of the Batavia Council, or perhaps some dignitary from the Netherlands itself. This intelligence immediately seized Li Xia's interest. The VIP's sudden arrival clearly had a significant purpose. If she could discover the visitor's identity and objectives, perhaps she could exploit the situation. After leaving the tavern, Li Xia resolved to remain overnight and investigate thoroughly. There were crude inns in the market, but Li Xia could hardly stay there. Fortunately, Guo Huaiyi maintained people locally for intelligence gathering and accommodating personnel, so she lodged at their residence. "Are there prostitutes active near Taiwan Street?" she asked her attendant the moment she was settled. "Yes, quite a few on the street, Han and native women alike." "Whose business do they conduct?" "Anyone's." "Do any serve the red hairs?" "Not on the street, but at the Kaohsiung Island dock there's a tavern with saltwater girls, Han, black, occasionally even ghost women. They cater specifically to sailors from anchored ships, and red hairs from the city frequent the place as well." Li Xia understood that blacks in local parlance encompass both African slaves and East Indies natives. Africans were rare in East Asia, black women even rarer. These were most likely East Indian female slaves the Dutch had brought from Batavia. "As soon as it's fully dark, find a way to get me onto Kaohsiung Island." Understood. The attendant had been instructed to obey this woman's every command. "When I wish to return, I'll hold up a light by the shore as a signal. Send a boat to retrieve me." "Simple," the attendant said. "The boat needn't return. The Lurmen side has many reefs and shallow waters. The red-hair ghosts never patrol there. I'll hide the boat among the rocks. Just whistle from the shore and I'll come out to meet you." After full darkness descended, Li Xia and two attendants slipped down to the shore where a small boat waited. Wrapped in her black hooded cloak, Li Xia leaped lightly aboard. "Let's go." The small craft glided silently across the water. This was the Lurmen Channel, impassable for larger vessels and therefore seldom patrolled. The boat crossed safely and nestled among the chaotic reefs near the shore. "Wait for me here. If I'm not back by dawn, leave immediately and report to Chief Guo." Li Xia surveyed the shore and gave her final instructions. "Understood." She climbed ashore quietly. The dock was not far, shrouded in darkness save for a few scattered lights. Having ascertained the tavern's location, she made her way toward it. She skirted the sentries near the dock with care, then removed her cloak beside a stack of cargo. Beneath it she wore a European-style cotton dress, deliberately torn in places, her hair let down loose. She tore off a strip of hem to expose part of her calves. From her pocket she produced rouge, smearing it across her face and lips, then used charcoal to outline her eyes and brows. End of chapter. Chapter 1134. Farewell to Lingao. This indicated the visitor was only on a short-term assignment, not a permanent posting. The visitor was likely a company VIP tasked with inspecting trading post operations and auditing accounts. Li Xia had already formulated a plan. This arriving East India Company inspector would serve as an important tool for completing her mission. In the early summer night, the starry sky blazed with extraordinary brilliance. The Milky Way, which had become a smeared blur in the polluted skies of the old timeline, was here a distinct, glittering river of light. Atop Taibai Observatory, Xiaoying bent over the transit instrument's eyepiece, recording the astronomical time of each meridian passage. When she finished noting the final datum, she handed the record to her adoptive father, then curiously leaned in to observe the night sky through the astronomical telescope. "So beautiful," she exclaimed, gazing upon the brilliant vista. The stars seen through the telescope shone even brighter, more dazzling. "Adoptive father, you are truly remarkable." Adoration filled her young eyes. "Someday, when we achieve electrification, what you see will be even more beautiful," Zhang Lishi said softly. "Father must return to Kaohsiung Ridge tomorrow to develop a new large clock. I won't be back for a month. You must take good care of yourself, and the daily recording of astronomical time must not be neglected. The committee will send a committee member and several students to work with you. The one coming is Uncle Yuan from Feng. You know him. He has an astronomical observation group." Zhang Xiaoying nodded vigorously. "Adoptive father, please return soon. Your daughter still wishes to learn from you." The thought of tomorrow's departure weighed on him. Looking at the innocent girl before him, Zhang Lishi could not bring himself to deceive her completely. He had told her he was leaving for a top-secret research project. But if he revealed the truth, that he was sailing for Taiwan, she would only worry. Somehow she had learned that malaria in Taiwan was terribly severe, and she had fretted constantly about friends from the maid school who had accompanied their masters to that perilous island. At dawn, Lingao port stirred from slumber. This day was destined to be exceptionally busy. On the docks, workers bustled without pause, hoisting crates of supplies onto transport ships moored at the piers. Zhang Lishi stood at the berth of a transport ship, nicknamed the Spanish Whore, directing dock workers as they hoisted boxes and straw-wrapped bales of various sizes into the cargo hold. He admonished the more heavy-handed laborers to be especially gentle. The cargo in these crates was precious indeed. Clock mechanism components ordered by the Taiwan region, and calibrators for the Tainan timekeeping system. Dr. Zhang's mission in Taiwan had two parts beyond the installation and calibration work. He was also to survey the southern cape of Taiwan in preparation for constructing a lighthouse, a beacon crucial for navigation safety along the coast. For this, the executive committee had dispatched Liu Zheng and other remote exploration ministry members to accompany him. Watching more than 10 crates safely lowered into the hold, Zhang Lishi allowed himself a partial sigh of relief. Whether these treasures reached their destination intact would depend on sea conditions during the voyage. He boarded the Spanish Whore. A sailor led him to his assigned cabin, a cramped two-person berth, not unlike a train sleeper from the old timeline, with two facing bunk beds. But on this 200-ton vessel, such accommodations represented exceptional treatment. Ordinary sailors and soldiers slept in hammocks. Zhang Lishi's bunk was the upper one. He had just stowed his luggage beneath the bed when the door swung open. It was Liu Zheng of the Remote Exploration Ministry. Years of fieldwork had tanned him darker than any construction worker from the old timeline, but his body had grown robust and solid. Seeing Zhang Lishi, he boomed his greeting. "Long time no see, Dr. Zhang. We shall be companions on this voyage." He surveyed the cabin. "The conditions on this ship are a bit rough, but at least it belongs to our remote exploration ministry. Not bad. Doesn't this ship's registration still belong to the Navy?" Zhang Lishi asked. When boarding, he had noticed the Navy's Lin T designation painted on the stern. The Navy agreed it's ours to use whenever we want, which is pretty good. Liu Zheng produced a cigar, glanced at Zhang Lishi's expression, and grinned. I won't light it, just give it a sniff. I know the rules aboard ship. I have a question I've never quite understood. Zhang Lishi began. Ask away. How did this ship acquire such a nickname? Liu Zheng laughed heartily. Everyone wants transport ships, and capacity is always tight. Unless you have an emergency mission that can commandeer a dedicated vessel, you have to wait for an available ride. In all of Lingao port, only this ship is on standby at all times. We in the Exploration Ministry don't use it often, so it sits vacant. When there's an urgent need, it's ready on call. This department uses it, then that one. The brothers all joke that this ship is like a whore, taking turns being used by everyone, hence the name. Both men roared with laughter. While they were joking, the cabin door opened again. In came Feng Jinghen, his poker face equally weathered by years of field work. Seeing Liu Zheng already present, he started in surprise. Old Liu. How are you already aboard? Didn't your wife say she was coming to see you off? I didn't want her sending me off. Fussing and nagging, inevitably shedding tears. Liu Zheng waved dismissively. Some idiot told her Taiwan has headhunting natives. She was crying and begging me not to go. You have a child now, Dr. Zhong said gently. A wife naturally feels differently. Isn't it precisely for the child's sake that I'm going to expand the living space of our great Han nation? Liu Zheng declared solemnly. Feng Jinghen interjected. Big Liu, for this field survey in Tainan, we must present ourselves as amiable. We cannot alarm the natives. Liu Zheng waved impatiently. I know, I'm not a Nazi. As long as they submit and naturalize, we're all one family. Otherwise, he made a slashing motion across his throat. They'll only be passed down as a historical term. Zhang Lishi knew both men were Huaxia Society Han chauvinists, so he refrained from comment. They proceeded to discuss the field survey. He would participate as well, though Dr. Zhang doubted his constitution would hold up to the rigors. Not a serious problem, Liu Zheng said. I've read some European survey records. The road to the southern cape isn't especially rugged. We'll bring laborers. At worst, they can carry you in a sedan chair. The real concern is the natives. They're quite fierce. They weren't fully subdued until the Japanese occupation. Zhang Lishi found the image of himself conducting a survey from a sedan chair rather comical, but if his strength truly failed, so be it. For safety, we absolutely need the Expeditionary Army escort. But mind the methods. These natives aren't completely unreasonable. Best if we can pass peacefully. Gathering the data is what matters. All preparations were complete. The 60th convoy stood fully assembled in the harbor, quietly awaiting the order to depart. When the deep bell tolled from the customs clock tower, the convoy commander issued the command to sail. Sailors cast off mooring lines and retracted anchor chains. Tugs slowly pulled the sailing ships one by one from the pier, while loudspeakers on the dock began playing the warship march. Soldiers and sailors aboard waved farewell to friends and family on shore. Zhang Lishi leaned against the gunwale, gazing at the crowd of well-wishers, his thoughts drifting inevitably to Zhang Xiaoying back home. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the din. He looked toward the sound and saw Zhang Xiaoying desperately pushing through the throng, shouting at him, Honorable Father, why did you lie to me?" There was no way to explain from this distance. He could only wave frantically and shout back, "Go home, wait for my return, I will come back, I promise." Amid her cries, Zhang Xiaoying suddenly dove from the breakwater into the sea below. Gasps erupted from the crowd as she surfaced more than 10 meters out and began swimming ferociously toward his ship. Zhang Lishi felt his heart lurch. Quick, someone rescue her. Lifeboats in the harbor moved to intercept, but Zhang Xiaoying ignored them, swimming relentlessly after the departing vessel. Zhang Lishi sighed in helpless surrender, signaled them to let her board. End of chapter. Chapter 1135 Voyage. To Taiwan, the officer of the watch raised no objection, and they climbed to the deck without incident. Sailors were stationed throughout, gun covers removed. though ammunition had not yet been loaded. From this vantage point, they could observe the entire convoy cutting through the waves. Agile two-masted patrol boats used the wind to shuttle rapidly among the fleet. Though modestly sized, the convoy was enough to stir Dr. Zhong. This was his first time witnessing the committee's naval formation in all its maritime majesty. He gripped the bulwark and drank in every detail of the seascape before him. What he did not realize was that these patrol boats were not the same vessels that had departed from Lingao. Several days earlier, in the waters east of Hong Kong, the Lingao Coast Guard escort team had peeled off to return home. The patrol boats now accompanying them belonged to the Navy's First Fleet. Liu Zheng and Feng Jinghen had grown accustomed to such sights. They steered Dr. Zhong up to the poop deck, where the captain stood observing with a telescope. Since this ship was assigned to the remote exploration team, Liu Zheng was well acquainted with the captain. His name was Chen Song, a white-bearded old hand who had sailed for many years, visited the Nanyang over a dozen times, and traveled to Taiwan, Siam, Japan, and numerous other ports. He had served merchants and engaged in capital-free enterprise. Intimately familiar with maritime conditions, he had originally retired to the Guangzhou countryside. After the Australians shelled Guangzhou and the maritime heroes who defected to them prospered, Chen Song, feeling his family fortune too modest despite his savings, and lacking capable heirs, returned to his old trade. He brought his entire family to Lingao to join the Australian enterprise, and before long his knowledge of sea conditions had earned him a captaincy. Given his advanced age, the Navy placed him in the reserves as captain of the Spanish Horse. Though past 60, the old man remained hale and full of vigor. Seeing Liu Zheng and the others, he greeted them with his thunderous voice. "How's my ship treating you, gentlemen? Comfortable, I hope." "It'll do, just like you, a bit old. Old is good, less internal heat." The old man squinted and chuckled. He wore a sloppy Navy uniform bearing Reserve Navy lieutenant insignia. The uniform was correct enough, save that the top two buttons hung open, exposing his chest and the homespun undershirt beneath. Definitely not regulation Navy issue. Enemy situation. No. Chen Song lowered his telescope. "We'll reach Takao soon. This is the most dangerous stretch of the route. If Zheng Zhilong or the Red Hairs intend to intercept us, this is the likeliest leg." This area was the choke point for routes to Taiwan, Bengang, and Kaohsiung. For the past half-year, committee convoys had shuttled past constantly. If an enemy intended to strike, this was the optimal location. For precisely this reason, every convoy raised its alert status when transiting these waters. Learning it was merely routine procedure, Dr. Zhong's momentary alarm subsided. He suddenly felt conspicuous in his steel helmet, which was rapidly becoming unbearably hot under the scorching sun. He quietly removed it. To cover his embarrassment, he asked, "Have Zheng Zhilong or the Dutch made any moves? I've run this route several times in the past 6 months. Occasionally a few ships approach, but nothing more." Chen Song spoke with casual indifference. "They wouldn't dare. Never mind the Dutch. Their ships are small but at least look seaworthy. Zheng Zhilong's vessels are ragged and rotting. One shot would probably break them apart." The advantages of silence were obvious. Clearly neither Zheng Zhilong nor the Dutch wished to display hostile intent. When scouting, they sent old or small ships, evidently seeking to avoid accidental conflict. Dr. Zhong seized the opportunity to inquire about current maritime position-finding methods. Due to delays in marine chronometer development, committee fleets primarily employed a lead ship navigation system. A vessel equipped with an old timeline quartz watch served as leader, with the flagship also carrying a timepiece for backup. For more important ships, the captain received a mechanical watch brought from the old timeline directly, but this privilege extended to very few vessels. Even so, the method was unreliable. Mechanical watches could stop. Lead ships might become separated or sink in storms. For most ships under committee command, longitude was therefore determined using the lunar distance method. In essence, This involved using a sextant to measure the angular distance between the moon and sun to calculate the ship's longitude. In 1514, the German astronomer Johann Werner had discovered through observation that the moon's relative position in the sky shifted constantly, moving approximately 1 lunar diameter per hour. He reasoned that this lunar motion appeared identical from any point on Earth. By observing the moon from 2 locations and accurately recording when it reached a specific position, one could calculate the longitude difference between those locations. But the lunar distance method required an accurate and comprehensive star catalog. In the old timeline, astronomers had spent decades compiling such data through painstaking observation. For the committee's technology ministry, standing on the shoulders of giants, this posed no obstacle. Armed with existing astronomical data, computers, and astronomy software, Dr. Zhong had readily produced precise star catalogs for both hemispheres, then calculated lunar distance tables for each year beginning in 1631. Thus, the Technology Ministry published the Nautical Almanac and Astronomical Ephemeris in 1632, tabulating the relationship between lunar distance and longitude for the entire year, accompanied by a dedicated slide rule. Sailors using the slide rule and almanac could determine longitude within 20 minutes, with acceptable accuracy. Captain Chen, however, had complaints about the system. The lunar distance method demanded considerable mathematical ability. Although Dr. Zhong had developed specialized slide rules and reference tables that greatly simplified the calculations, for captains of illiterate background, it remained challenging. Fortunately, most ships currently plied traditional routes with little need for precise longitude determination. They muddled through. Ships bound for Taiwan and Jeju Island were all assigned naval cadets who served as navigators responsible for the calculations. While Captain Chen was voicing his grievances, a signalman reported a message from the flagship. An unidentified vessel was sailing 3 nautical miles from the formation, and escort patrol boats were already moving to investigate. Zhang Lishi raised his Russian binoculars and looked in the direction the captain indicated. Sure enough, a solitary large Fujian junk sat upon the sea, with nearby patrol boats rapidly closing on the target. The other vessel showed no intention of resisting and quickly lowered its sails. Marines from the patrol boat boarded the junk and began a thorough inspection. The sailors aboard were dressed as Ming commoners and spoke with authentic southern Fujian accents. The Marine sergeant sized up the boat owner who came out to greet them. Everyone looked like ordinary Ming people. After questioning, they learned this was a Fujian junk traveling from Quanzhou to Taiwan, carrying Fujian indigo and sugar, plus over 200 Fujian migrants. To gain labor and increase tax revenue, the Dutch offered attractive rewards to ship owners who transported migrants. The inspection confirmed the boat boss's account. Besides trade goods and migrants, the ship carried miscellaneous merchandise. Though a few native cannons and gunpowder and lead shot were present for self-defense, nothing appeared out of order. The patrol boat released them after completing the inspection. The boat boss, bowing and scraping, watched the patrol boat skim over the waves to rejoin the distant fleet. A calculating glint flickered in his eyes. The Spanish whore, pulled by a tugboat, glided slowly into Kaohsiung harbor. The name Takao had been deemed too crude, so the central administration had ordered it changed to the original timeline's designation, Kaohsiung. For this bridgehead in Taiwan, the Committee Standing Committee had originally proposed establishing a Taiwan Prefecture, or Taiwan Province based in Kaohsiung. But the central administration judged that current control over Taiwan was limited to Kaohsiung alone. Even all of Tainan was not yet unified. Establishing a prefecture, or province, directly would be premature. The final decision was to establish only a city in Kaohsiung. This city's mayor was a committee member named Wei Bakai. At this moment, he sat beneath the customs house eaves at the pier, preparing to welcome the arriving committee members. End of chapter. Chapter 1136. Arrival in Kaohsiung and Wei Bakai's secret diary. He had sketched a grander vision. His imagination ran toward the All-Union People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. In those private pages, his ideal General Administration Bureau was itself an empire, possessing its own armed forces, its own legal code, its own factories, farms, and social organizations. And he, Wei Bakai, Empire Senator, would serve as its chief architect, builder, manager, maintainer, and guardian of order. A cold, ruthless decision-making machine, a strict administrator. Since the organization department showed no intention of creating such a prominent position, and since his self-statement had bubbled rather too obviously with the lust for power, Wei Bakai remained a foreman in the Lingao Construction Corporation. Yet when projects required forced labor, Wei Bakai was more often than not appointed as organizer. At the start of Operation Engine, the combination of his skills and foreman experience led to his appointment as mayor of Kaohsiung, tasked with organizing the development of the entire region. Appointing such a person as mayor reflected headquarters' current priorities for Kaohsiung. The base's primary purpose was population purification and transshipment. The massive waves of refugees transported from Shandong, northern Jiangsu, and northern Zhejiang would be concentrated here for purification and quarantine. Then most would be transshipped onward to Hainan to fill the committee's schools, farms, factories, and construction sites. Wei Bakai's primary task, beyond managing the refugee camps, was to fully exploit the refugees' labor during their quarantine stay. The planning committee had no tolerance for idle mouths. So during the days refugees awaited quarantine clearance and transshipment, Wei Bakai had to put them to work developing the Tainan Plain. The committee had high expectations for agriculture in this region. The task was brutally difficult. First, refugee mortality was alarmingly high. Amid the chaos of the late Ming, plagues were endemic. Smallpox, cholera, typhoid, every imaginable infectious disease could be found in the refugee camps. Smallpox was especially virulent, transmitted through the respiratory tract with terrifying mortality rates. As the weather warmed, various epidemics entered their outbreak seasons. For this reason, the Ministry of Health mandated that refugees at collection points undergo 12 days of preliminary quarantine locally before being permitted to board ships. Even so, transmission could not be entirely prevented. Second, arriving refugees were mostly exhausted and malnourished. Regaining the capacity for work required considerable recuperation. And just when refugees finally passed quarantine safely and recovered some physical strength, it was often time to leave Taiwan. Thus, while the total population under Wei Bakai's jurisdiction was substantial, his actual usable labor force remained modest. Those capable of heavy manual labor were especially few. Relatively speaking, only refugees transshipped from Jeju Island camps arrived in decent physical condition and could be fully utilized. This caused severe delays in the many Tainan development projects Wei Bakai wished to undertake. Standing on the Fengshan observation platform, Wei Bakai could survey magnificent rows of wooden buildings extending from the coastline inland. They looked quite imposing. According to the precise population tables updated daily, the resident count rarely dropped below 40,000. But Wei Bakai knew these people's current contribution to the committee was pitifully small, while the attrition rate in the camps remained alarming. Every day, more than a dozen people were transferred from quarantine camps to the isolation zone. Once sent to isolation, they were divided into different wards by disease. The wards for the most terrifying, highly infectious diseases were built separately on sandbars. Those who died in isolation were cremated on a designated desolate sandbar. The isolation wards themselves were periodically burned down and rebuilt from scratch. Epidemics were a ticking bomb that never ceased to weigh on Wei Bakai's mind. And the land reclamation and water conservancy statistics delivered by the planning committee made him frown even more. What proved deadliest, however, was that every ship from Lingao brought files, notices, and statistical forms from various ministries and commissions. Wei Bak found himself drowning in a terrifying sea of paperwork. He was no longer jubilant about being governor of Taiwan. Though he commanded the largest population and the strongest military force, he also faced the most complex situation. Thinking of the stack of documents on his desk and the locked, confidential dispatch box on the incoming ship, stuffed with even more papers, Wei Bakai groaned in despair. He had not summoned the interest to invite his life secretary into the bedroom for many days. "A blade unused soon rusts," he muttered, watching the convoy enter the harbor. Several days earlier, a telegram from the general office had notified him that committee members were coming to Kaohsiung for various projects, and building a lighthouse too, as if I don't have enough to do. Wei Bakai's mood darkened further. White smoke puffed from the Kaohsiung harbor battery, followed by the boom of cannons, the ceremonial salute for arriving committee members. Wei Bakai rose, adjusted his cotton linen blend tropical uniform, donned his pith helmet, and strode briskly toward the pier where the Spanish whore was docking. Behind him trailed life secretaries and attendants. Wei Bakai and Liu Zheng's group had crossed paths only a few times at annual meetings and committee assemblies, with little professional interaction. By contrast, he knew Zhang Lishi quite well. The Taibai Observatory had been constructed by convicts under Wei Bakai's command. The committee members exchanged pleasantries on the pier. Dr. Zhong reiterated his instructions about handling the cargo with extreme care. Then, surrounded by attendants, they climbed into Wei Bakai's official vehicle. Thanks to the Jeju Island campaign, over 100 horses had been shipped from Jeju. Li Chiki and Minister Hong had immediately reported to the general office to allocate from this stock for official use carriages in various locations. Because Wei Bakai dealt with diplomatic matters involving Dutch and other foreigners, he had been allocated too. Before stepping into the carriage, Dr. Zhang glanced at the newly constructed Kaohsiung Customs building. The two-story red brick structure predictably featured a clock tower. This time, it would not stand empty. The carriage started and sped along the cinder-paved road. As a naval port and coaling station, Kaohsiung had abundant cinders and ash from warships, making road hardening straightforward. New telegraph poles lined the main road, and workers wearing Lingao Telecom insignia on their backs were climbing poles to string telegraph lines. The carriage rolled along the newly paved Senate Avenue toward City Hall, which doubled as Wei Bakai's mayoral residence. The building was the work of Zhang Xingpei from the Lingao Construction Corporation. It would not have looked out of place in a small American or European town in the old timeline. Zhang Xingpei specialized in prefabricated wooden structures, quick to assemble and aesthetically practical, widely used in new zone development. From Kaohsiung City Hall down to refugee dormitory longhouses, all employed this architecture. City Hall rose from a stone foundation half a person high, its exterior coated in white lime that gleamed handsomely in the sunlight. Even by committee members' standards, this official residence was quite respectable. And of course, it too featured a clock tower. Before City Hall lay Kaohsiung Civic Square. Half the square's ground was paved with crushed stone. A deep trench bisected it, and workers were laying bricks at the bottom. Around the perimeter, plots had been staked out with bamboo poles and white lime lines, awaiting the construction of various public and commercial buildings. Some plots already sported temporary bamboo sheds, on others construction had begun. Gravel, cement, yellow sand, and lime were heaped everywhere. Professional construction crews and labor teams from Lingao bustled back and forth. The rhythmic thud of steam pile drivers mingled with the work chanties. This is the main drainage canal. A new city must be built solid from underground up. Wei Bakai had been in low spirits, but since he had created all of this, he could not resist a measure of pride before his fellow committee members. He pointed at construction sites as they passed. Heavy rainfall here. If drainage isn't done properly, there will be problems. He then indicated the surrounding buildings, introducing their intended functions. The two largest plots were reserved for the Agricultural Committee and the Navy, both of which had established offices here. Currently, local construction in Kaohsiung revolved largely around these two departments. On these plots, temporary bamboo sheds had been erected and office signs posted. Naturalized officers and cadres streamed in and out. Couriers bearing documents arrived constantly. The scene radiated frenetic activity. End of chapter. Chapter 1137. The Dutch guest's espionage is a certainty. Never mind this era, even centuries hence, diplomats will still shoulder the duty of gathering intelligence, Wei Bakai declared dismissively, gesturing with his cigar. Regardless, we'll flex a bit of muscle. Perhaps one day we'll be able to tell the Dutch to vacate Taiwan without ever unsheathing a sword. What truly captivated the committee members was talk of the little foreign mare. They had puzzled over why the Dutch would drag children halfway across the world to East Asia. When Dr. Zhong explained it was for vaccination purposes, relief washed through the room. In an age when emperors and peasants alike blanched at the mere whisper of blossoms, smallpox, a medical technique that could prevent infection justified almost any risk. Besides, given their station, while the sea voyage was surely arduous, these were no wretched sailors or petty merchants. They needn't risk their lives aboard leaking hulks requiring constant pumping to stay afloat, nor would they perish from months of worm-eaten hardtack and backbreaking labor. Their safety, comparatively speaking, was assured. Speaking of which, what exactly are their ranks and positions? Wei Bakai inquired. According to the messenger from Taiwan, Hygiene's father represents the prince, meaning he speaks for the government of the 7 provinces, not the East India Company. As for Mr. Bontico, he's a senior merchant of the company, at minimum the equal of Hans Putmans in rank. I still don't understand why the Dutch would dispatch both a diplomat and a senior merchant to Taiwan, Liu Zheng mused, brow furrowed. And on a dedicated ship, no less. Just to vaccinate their children and admire our construction projects. Have they taken leave of their senses? I believe their primary purpose is to negotiate with the shogunate over the Hamada Yahei incident, Wei Bakai replied. He had mulled over this question at length. From 1626 until now, Japanese-Dutch trade has been suspended. According to historical records, the matter was indeed settled this year, with a final Dutch capitulation. This interpretation put everyone more at ease. Trade with Japan was the Dutch East India Company's most lucrative commercial activity in East Asia. Their desperation to resolve the impasse was easy to imagine. The only peculiarity is this Dutch government representative. Constantin Huygens isn't a company employee, and the united government of the 7 provinces rarely meddles in the company's Asian affairs. Li Dai stroked his chin. Huygens' true target is likely us. After all, we've become a major power in East Asia. That's possible, Wei Bak conceded with a nod. We'll entertain them lavishly and see what cards they choose to play. He turned to Zhang Lishi with an amused glint. I'll leave the hosting duties to you. You seem quite taken with Papa Huygens. I'm interested in his son, Zhang Lishi blurted, then caught himself at how that sounded. He coughed and pivoted. They are guests. Naturally, we must fulfill our obligations as hosts. His earnest gaze swept across the other committee members. They are guests. Under no circumstances should we do anything to frighten them. We must be dignified. Every committee member promptly declared themselves delighted to have friends from afar, and harbored absolutely no untoward, zombie thoughts, insisting they were perfect gentlemen of the committee and so forth. They unanimously approved a grand reception for their distinguished Dutch visitors. Wei Bakai proved particularly enthusiastic. We must entertain our our guests properly. He waved his cigar for emphasis. Let them experience the full depth of the committee's hospitality and our sincere friendship toward the Dutch people. At dusk, Zhang Lishi and several cooks labored in the customs house kitchen, preparing dishes for the reception. Beyond his scholarly pursuits, Dr. Zhong was a bona fide gourmand. He didn't merely love to eat, he delighted in mastering the preparation of dishes himself. In Lingao, he had begun cooking early on. After the Taibai Observatory was completed, colleagues from the science department would gather there for Dr. Zhong's cooking whenever they procured quality ingredients or conjured a suitable excuse. Some joked that the observatory housed as much kitchenware as scientific instruments. For this business trip to Taiwan, he had prepared amply to satisfy his palate. Kitchen utensils and condiments filled an entire crate. The customs house kitchen, previously bare, was now entirely his domain. The kitchen buzzed with activity. Zhang Lishi instructed Zhang Xiaoying to monitor a pot of simmering tomato bisque while he wielded a mallet, pounding meat into a fine paste for yampi, dumpling wrappers fashioned from meat and starch. Having prepared the wrappers, he turned to ask Xiaoying to fetch the seasoned filling, only to discover that the person assisting him was Hygiene. Zhang Lishi started. "Mr. Hygiene, how did you?" Hygiene offered a slight smile. "I too take great interest in culinary arts. Your daughter mentioned that you excel at cooking, particularly that your roast duck is exceptional. I wish to observe how your roast duck differs from our roast goose." "Welcome, most welcome. Please forgive the chaos." Zhang Lishi greeted him warmly while wondering privately, when did Zhang Xiaoying learn German? These Dutchmen cobbling together a few mangled Cantonese phrases would already be remarkable enough. He glanced back and spotted Zhang Xiaoying deftly pumping air into a duck, laughing and chatting with the blonde girl. Though he couldn't make out their words, they were clearly communicating. "Xiaoying!" Zhang Lishi exclaimed in surprise. Hygiene noticed his astonishment and couldn't suppress a smile. "No need to be startled. Your daughter doesn't speak German, but Cledia learned a fair amount of Chinese from Chinese sailors and merchants during the voyage and in Batavia." "Cantonese, I presume," Zhang Lishi said. Hygiene looked puzzled. "Is that not Chinese?" Zhang Lishi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This enduring misunderstanding, the assumption that all Chinese spoke Cantonese, persisting even in 20th-century Hollywood films, apparently had a long pedigree. "Consider this," he offered. "You speak Low German while Mr. Bontico and I converse in High German. One can hardly call them the same language." "Ah, I take your meaning." Hygiene looked thoughtful. "Though the German you speak is quite peculiar." Dr. Zhong was about to elaborate when laughter erupted from the two girls beside him. Catching Zhang Lishi's gaze, Zhang Xiaoying flashed him a mischievous grin and called out in Mandarin, "Honorable father, I don't fully understand her Cantonese either." "Mind your work, watch out for burns," Dr. Zhong admonished. "Cledia says she wants to teach me how to cook fish the Dutch way," Zhang Xiaoying reported. "Splendid, that's excellent." Zhang Lishi mused that this was a fine way to foster friendship, though what practical use such friendship might serve remained unclear. Then he caught himself. His thinking had become thoroughly committeeized. Everything had to possess meaning and utility. Zhang Lishi suspended the air-pumped ducks in the oven, 6 in total. Between the committee members and the Dutchmen, who were likely hearty eaters as well, 6 ducks were the bare minimum. He inspected the fire, adjusted it with an iron hook, and closed the door only when the heat felt right before drifting over to observe Cledia's Dutch-style roast fish. Remove the bones, tail, and head, leaving only the flesh. Then add olive oil, bay leaves, onions, and milk. Cledia's skill was evident. Her movements were deft and practiced. Dr. Zhong couldn't help praising her several times. This girl appeared to be from a respectable family, yet she moved through a kitchen with surprising confidence. "I used to help Mama cook," Cledia explained. "Later, God took Mama away, so only I cooked." Dr. Zhong knew that life expectancy was short in this era, but her words suggested the Bontico family hadn't been wealthy in earlier years. Otherwise, with labor so cheap, neither wife nor daughter would have needed to cook. No wonder she and Zhang Xiaoying found common ground. Both came from working backgrounds. "Miss Bontico is a most capable young lady. She looked after our daily needs throughout the entire voyage," Hygiene remarked with a smile. He was a Dutch noble and diplomat, but the social atmosphere of the Netherlands diverged from that of most European countries. Aristocrats and the wealthy lived simply and valued honest labor. Their attitude toward work was correspondingly positive. Dr. Zhong seized the opportunity. "Mr. Hygiene, how fares your young son Christian?" End of chapter. Chapter 1138 Cultural Exchange. "You truly are a great mathematician," Hygiene exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Problems that Mr. Descartes himself couldn't unravel, you've provided solutions with apparent ease." In his enthusiasm, he'd forgotten the earlier interruption entirely. "Have you published any works I might study?" Dr. Zhong smiled. "Published works, you say? Duck, the ducks are smoking." Zhang Xiaoying's cry cut through the air. Dr. Zhong scrambled for a fork to rescue the roasting birds. Even in this culinary emergency, he didn't abandon his abduction plan. "I'll give you a duck, no, wait, a pamphlet," he called to Hygiene, juggling hot ducks with one hand. "Take it back for Mr. Descartes. It contains my thoughts on certain mathematical and optical problems." "That would be wonderful," Hygiene replied with eager nods. "Your ducks appear to be done now." Before long, Cretias' fish emerged from the fire, and Zhang Lishi's ducks achieved their golden perfection. Grasping a sharp steel knife in one hand and an iron fork in the other, Zhang Lishi personally carved the first duck into precise rows of even slices. He turned to Hygiene. "Slicing roast duck is an art unto itself. Every slice must contain both skin and meat. Then you roll the duck in a lotus leaf pancake, add scallion segments and sweet bean sauce." He proffered a prepared wrap. "Come, taste it." The flour and sweet bean sauce were Dr. Zhong's own provisions. The scallions were locally sourced. All were of the finest quality. This time, not only Hygiene but Cretias and Vestreling gathered round with keen interest. This manner of eating was wholly novel to Europeans. Never mind that the Dutch of this era were famously indifferent to cuisine. Hygiene's eyes went wide. For a long moment he seemed incapable of speech. "How does it taste?" "Delicious, exceptional," Hygiene praised with obvious sincerity. "Far superior to roast goose, such a complex weave of flavors." The banquet was held in the customs hall. Windows on all four sides stood open, fitted with iron mesh screens that admitted the cool sea breeze while barring the swarms of local insects drawn to the lights. Gas lamps bathed the entire hall in brilliant illumination. Cretias wandered in quietly, taking in the scene. Noticing the dense carpet of bugs covering the screens on every side, she felt a wave of revulsion and quickly averted her gaze. Her attention turned to the tableware and cutlery arrayed upon the long dining table, which was draped in a pristine white cloth. Though most dishes were Chinese in style, the format was Western buffet. The table gleamed with porcelain and silverware. Wei Bakai placed great stock in the pomp befitting the Taiwan governor's mansion, determined to project the majesty of the committee's highest representative in every detail. "So many knives, forks, and porcelain. Truly grand," Cretias whispered to her brother. Fork usage wasn't yet widespread in Europe at the time, but chopsticks didn't faze her either. She had grown accustomed to Chinese tableware in Batavia and was even eager to try. Vestreling also wore formal attire. He and his sister had received proper invitations. He was feeling overheated. Europeans, particularly those of any standing, refused to shed their layers even in sultry Southeast Asia. His already ruddy complexion had deepened, leaving him looking like a boiled prawn. "I've heard the Australians live luxuriously," Vestreling observed with feigned nonchalance. "Father says they enjoy abundant produce and possess boundless wealth." He gestured toward a redwood grandfather clock at the far end of the banquet hall, like its counterpart in Purple Lightning Tower. It was a hybrid of modern mechanism and native craftsmanship. "Look, sister, that's an Australian clock. Beautiful, isn't it?" Vestreling said with evident relish. "Quite different from Dutch clocks. They say Dr. Zhong built it himself. I should very much like to learn from him." As the siblings conversed in hushed tones, the great-grandfather clock began to chime. After 6 resonant strikes, music swelled through the empty banquet hall, the official welcome tune sanctioned by the committee, "Beautiful Australia." Led by Wei Bakai, committee members Zhang Lishi, Hong Leijun, Shidafu, and others filed in wearing formal attire, their entrance synchronized to the music. Mao and Hygiene exchanged speeches, then a band struck up symphonic music, and the banquet began in earnest. Confronted with a table laden with Chinese and Western delicacies, the committee members and the Dutch contingent accompanying Hygiene fell upon the food with gusto, sauces dripping. But Zhang Lishi and Hygiene appeared curiously restrained, burping frequently despite eating little. Wei Bakai found this puzzling. "Mr. Hygiene," he asked, "is the food not to your liking?" "Oh, it's wonderful, absolutely wonderful." Observing this, Zhang Xiaoying leaned close to Cretias and whispered something. Both girls dissolved into giggles. Vestreling hurriedly bent to inquire, and Cretias whispered back. Those two were taste testing in the kitchen earlier. Each of them ate nearly half a duck and 2 fish. The day after the banquet, Wei Bakai arranged for the Bontico siblings to visit the Kaohsiung Health Center, where they underwent physical examinations and received their cowpox vaccinations. The reaction to cowpox was minimal, requiring scarcely any aftercare. As a precaution, they rested for several days per medical advice, emerging only after the vaccination sites had scabbed over. Zhang Lishi sent them illustrated popular science magazines published by the Grand Library to pass the time. According to the maid assigned to attend them, Vestreling read with intense focus, constantly attempting to decipher the Chinese characters accompanying the pictures. He even specifically asked the maid for a Dutch-Australian dictionary or similar reference. "I do have a Dutch-Chinese dictionary," Dr. Zhong mused privately, "but I can't very well give it to him." Ready-made copies surely existed in the Grand Library, but demand was too small to justify specialized printing. Knowledge is power, he reflected. When you possess power, people naturally want to understand you, to learn from you. To learn your language. Teaching language was, in fact, an effective vehicle for cultural dissemination. He ought to suggest that the Grand Library publish dictionaries and linguistics textbooks. After a moment's thought, he summoned Zhang Xiaoying. He had noticed his adopted daughter seemed to get along splendidly with the 2 Dutch children, gesturing and laughing throughout the banquet. "Is Honorable Father asking about Cretias' Cantonese?" Zhang Xiaoying made a face. "Her Cantonese is about as good as yours, Honorable Father." "Ahem." Dr. Zhong coughed pointedly until Zhang Xiaoying relented. "She can manage simple exchanges. For anything complex she has to resort to gestures. But Miss Cretias picks up languages quickly. She says she speaks several already." "In that case, teach her Mandarin properly," Zhang Lishi instructed. "This is your assignment, her brother too." "Yes, Honorable Father." Zhang Xiaoying tilted her head. "But they probably won't stay long. They'll remain here at least a fortnight, perhaps longer." Zhang Lishi had already inquired with Hygiene. They planned to stay in Taiwan for a full month. Originally, they'd intended to lodge in Fort Zealandia. But Hygiene had recently notified him of a change. They wished to remain in the more comfortable and hygienic Kaohsiung trading house instead, and were, of course, willing to pay for room and board. "I also hope to discuss mathematics, astronomy, and physics problems with you at every opportunity," Hygiene had declared with evident enthusiasm. A few days later, the sibling scabs had healed. Bontico had company business at Taiwan and returned there first, leaving the children in Kaohsiung under Hygiene's guardianship. "Excuse me, where is St. Anthony's Church?" Vestreling and Cretias emerged from the gate. It was their first outing in days, and they squinted against the unaccustomed sunlight. "Just on the hillside over there," a trading house servant replied, pointing. On a small rise beside the street stood a wooden Jesuit church. This was the siblings' first time venturing out freely, without escort. The area being entirely unfamiliar, they felt somewhat timid. They had heard there was a Catholic church nearby with European missionaries, so they decided to pay a visit. Cretias could speak a little Italian. The Franz von Bontico family weren't citizens of the 7 Provinces Republic. They were Germans in the employ of the Dutch East India Company, hailing from an old Hanseatic League port in northwest Germany. Many Germans from this region worked as merchants and sailors. The Bonticos were, in fact, Catholics. End of chapter. Chapter 1139. Friendship and Railway. The walk from the trading house to the church wasn't far, but on foot it took over 20 minutes. The siblings strolled along the road, breathing in fresh air laced with the sea breeze, while taking in the bustling construction scenes on every side. Westerly found everything on the work sites fascinating. Steam cranes, manual tip carts, concrete mixers. These clumsy, blackened, roughly hewn machines and vehicles from Lingao kindled endless curiosity in the boy. "What a pity I didn't bring my sketchbook," he said, voice caught between excitement and regret. "I absolutely must fetch it when we return from church." "Yes, yes," Cledia replied with an indulgent smile. They walked on and discovered a new route running parallel to the road ahead. No, road wasn't quite right. 2 iron rails lay across wooden beams, stretching toward the horizon. "Sister, this must be a railway," Westerly declared. "I heard sailors say Australian docks all have these rails for moving heavy carts, similar to what the English use in their quarries." Rail laying had temporarily halted due to a shipment delay. Only roadbed materials and equipment lay piled about. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Westerly stepped off the road and clambered onto the embankment. He squatted down to examine the rails and sleepers, then bent to inspect the spike connections. Cledia knew her brother's nature well and waited patiently beside him. No climbing on the roadbed. Westerly had taken only a few steps when someone shouted. He didn't understand Chinese, so he simply stared blankly in the direction of the voice. A manual handcar came flying toward them along the rails. Westerly studied the contraption with interest. "If we could ride that thing to church," he mused to Cledia, "it would be much faster." As they were speaking, they recognized the young woman pumping the handcar alone. It was Xiaoying. She had been visiting the trading house daily to chat with Cledia and teach her Mandarin. The three had become fast friends. Xiaoying wiped sweat from her brow. It's you too. Why aren't you resting at the trading house? What are you doing climbing around on the railway?" "Our vaccination scabs have healed," Cledia answered first. "There's a church over there. We decided to go look." Westerly stepped forward and greeted her in halting Cantonese. "Miss, might I catch a ride?" Xiaoying smiled and shook her head, gesturing. "This car isn't safe." Westerly shrugged in defeat. Then, struck by sudden inspiration, he fished a pretty little cloth bag from his pocket and waved it at her. "Not a free ride, I have a gift." Xiaoying still shook her head, but Cledia had her own methods. She approached, leaning in to whisper, gesture, and negotiate. At last Xiaoying smiled at them both. "Very well then, hop on." Overjoyed, Westerly leapt onto the car and immediately began scrutinizing every detail, brimming with questions about its workings. Xiaoying grasped his intent and waved her hands. "I only know how to operate it. Don't ask me how it works. You'd better ask my honorable father, Dr. Zhong." "I shall certainly seek his instruction." Westerly's curiosity about Zhang Lishi was immense. "Where is he now?" "At customs, specifically, on the customs clock tower, installing the great clock." Xiaoying pointed. "Grab that handle there and push down. That's it, we need to pump together." Xiaoying and Westerly worked the handcar together, propelling themselves toward St. Anthony's Church. Along the way, Westerly peppered her with questions. "Might I see the great clock Dr. Zhong is installing? I'm terribly interested in mechanisms of all kinds." Worried his request might be refused, he added, "I learned metalwork and carpentry skills from an artist. I can be useful." This lengthy speech tested Cledia's rudimentary Cantonese to its limits. She had to summon all her linguistic resources to convey her brother's meaning. "Of course," Xiaoying smiled. "Honorable father's carpentry skills aren't his strength. He'll be delighted to have a free worker." Cledia asked. "All these people here, are they immigrants you brought from China?" "Yes. Taiwan originally had no civilized people, only headhunting natives." "What you've accomplished is truly remarkable," Cledia said with genuine admiration. Taiwan had existed for years, yet it remained a desolate trading outpost. Were it not for Fort Zealandia under construction, Taiwan would scarcely qualify as a town. "The committee is remarkable," Xiaoying replied, her face radiant with devotion. The church established by the Lingao mission in Kaohsiung was modest, a wooden structure of humble proportions. It stood adjacent to the new Taoism temple, separated only by a road. The two institutions coexisted peacefully enough, their goals identical, continuing the battle of eradicating heresy that had begun on Kimu Island. Hygiene's instructions to both major churches explicitly required them to save souls with the utmost rigor. The missionaries dispatched from Macau were bent on surpassing new Taoism in this contest of souls. They pursued heretics in the refugee camps with such fanaticism that one priest carelessly contracted an infectious disease and was called home to the Lord. Since Macau had no replacement available immediately, the Lingao Church sent John Dermot instead. The red-headed Irishman was only too happy to escape the endless labor of painting stained glass and frescoes, and he took up the post with enthusiasm. However, when Xiaoying accompanied the siblings into the church, John Dermot was still crouched gloomily by the wall, painting frescoes. This prefabricated chapel, manufactured by the Lingao Construction Corporation, had been delivered bare. All decoration fell to him, and the demands didn't stop there. Ever since that committee member Zhong with the receding hairline arrived in Kaohsiung, he had been alternately cajoling and pressuring Dermot to forge iron hands and numerals for the great clock, and he specifically demanded Gothic lettering. John Dermot found it impossible to balance church beautification, soul-saving, and committee service. The first two were supremely important to him. But recalling the bishop's admonitions before his departure, he dared not refuse committee member Zhong's requests. Today committee member Zhong had appeared again. Just as Dermot felt his predicament becoming untenable, the arrival of Zhang Xiaoying's group temporarily rescued him, for Dr. Zhong was immediately entangled by Vestreling. The boy's curiosity about the great clock proved inexhaustible. He peppered the older man with one question after another. "Mr. Zhong, might I examine the mechanism inside the great clock?" Vestreling finally asked. "Certainly. Won't you rest a few more days first?" "This child cannot wait," Cretias smiled. "Dr. Zhong, rest assured, my brother knows metalwork and carpentry. You'll find a use for him." "Very well. Come find me directly at the customs clock tower tomorrow." Zhang Lishi nodded. "Xiaoying and I are residing at customs these days. Then my sister and I also move into customs," Vestreling pressed. "That way we can seek your instruction at every hour." Zhang Lishi considered for a moment. "Yes, you may, but you'll need to apply to the trading house and complete the necessary procedures." The next day, the siblings moved into the customs building with their luggage. Though Kaohsiung Customs was operational, actual business volume remained negligible, leaving many empty rooms above the second floor. After settling into their quarters, Vestreling couldn't wait to join the clock construction team. Several craftsmen were at work on the clock tower, mostly carpenters, led by Ma Lingxi, a refugee recruited from Shandong. After nearly drowning in the frozen sea and being hauled back from Death's Edge, Ma Lingxi was shipped to Jeju Island. He remained there 40 days. As a skilled tradesman, he attracted favorable attention in the refugee camp and was swiftly incorporated into a direct subordinate labor team for Jeju Island construction projects. Naturally, his rations were of better quality than the average refugees. Within a few months, he passed a Class C diploma examination. He was then slated for transport to Taiwan, en route to Lingao, where he would augment the Lingao Construction Corporation's skilled workforce. But Ma Lingxi's reputation had preceded him. Hong Leijun intercepted him and folded him into the direct subordinate engineering team. Shidafu, recognizing his potential, taught him simple blueprint reading and drafting techniques. End of chapter. Chapter 1140. Hygiene. "He's a clever boy with deft hands," Cretias said, pride evident in her voice. "He loves science and is especially fascinated by novel devices. He's determined to become a figure like Da Vinci." A flush of embarrassment crossed her features. "You probably haven't heard of Da Vinci." "On the contrary, I know him well," Dr. Zhong replied with a smile. "In fact, few people in Europe probably remember him anymore." "Yes." Cledia looked surprised. Though Da Vinci had enjoyed high repute in his lifetime, he quickly fell into obscurity after his death, only to be rediscovered in modern times. In the 17th century, few recalled his name. Thus Westerly and Cledia joined the clock tower project. During spare moments, Zhang Xiaoying taught them Mandarin, and the three would occasionally venture out together on excursions. Their friendship deepened with each passing day. Some 10 days elapsed. One evening, Cledia sat as usual with quill in hand, recording her daily observations. Midway through, her travel supply of ink ran dry. Westerly, exhausted from a full day's labor, was already dead asleep. Unwilling to disturb him, Cledia decided to seek out Zhang Xiaoying, whose room was on the same floor. Light still glowed through the crack beneath her door. Zhang Xiaoying lay sprawled on her bed, wrestling with mathematics homework left by Zhang Lishi. It was proving difficult. She was stuck and thoroughly bored. When she saw Cledia at her door, her face lit up. The two chatted for a while, half in words and half in gestures. Zhang Xiaoying attempted to recruit Cledia's help with the mathematics problems, but Cledia couldn't read a single Chinese character and was utterly baffled by modern mathematical notation. However, Cledia noticed something peculiar about her writing instrument. The pen had a metal nib, and she hadn't seen Zhang Xiaoying dip it in ink for quite some time. "Your pen is remarkable," Cledia said with curiosity. "Does its ink never run out?" "Not exactly." Zhang Xiaoying uncapped the pen, revealing the ink reservoir inside. "This is called a fountain pen. Inside is a glass tube that holds the ink. Within the tube is a capillary feed made of lacquer flakes, with many tiny crevices to store ink. My father's fountain pen uses a rubber sac, which works better, but alas, rubber is too expensive. Mine is the cheaper variety." Zhang Xiaoying's explanation took some time before Cledia grasped what rubber was. Recognition dawned. "I know, last year your people came to Batavia and helped the company plant trees. That was this rubber. Yes, the tree only thrives in the tropics. This pen is wonderful. Are they sold here?" "Unfortunately, they were just developed and haven't entered production yet. But father says there will be a fountain pen factory before long." Seeing Cledia's delight, Zhang Xiaoying retrieved a new pen recently produced by the science department from her drawer and pressed it into Cledia's hands. "For you, I modified the nib myself. It writes quite well. But you must use only Lingao-produced ink or it will clog. I'll give you a large bottle of ink as well." "Thank you so much." Cledia was thrilled by the gift, examining it against her chest for a long moment. "Might I give it to Westerly instead?" "Of course." Observing her affection for her brother, Zhang Xiaoying sighed involuntarily. "What is it? Have you no siblings?" "I once did. They and my parents are all dead." "Dead? Isn't Dr. Zhong your father?" "No, he's my adoptive father." Zhang Xiaoying didn't wish to dwell on old sorrows. She turned away to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. "The committee saved me from a fate worse than death. They are my great benefactors." "I see. No wonder you don't resemble each other at all." Zhang Xiaoying managed a small laugh. "Of course we don't. I was originally Dr. Zhong's maid. Later, he adopted me." Cledia was astonished. Such a thing seemed inconceivable to Europeans of that time, even in the Seven Provinces Republic, which prided itself on being the most equal and enlightened nation. Zhang Xiaoying didn't want to linger on the past. She studied Cledia. "You're wearing far too much, aren't you sweltering?" Cledia wore a linen chemise beneath tight stays. To Zhang Xiaoying, clad only in a nightgown of high-count Lingao linen, this ensemble looked both uncomfortable and insufferably hot. Besides, beads of sweat glistened on Cledia's forehead. "I am feeling rather warm," Cledia admitted. "Especially the stays, they often leave me short of breath. It must be this dreadful heat. I think you should change clothes. The stays especially, honorable father says they harm one's health." Zhang Xiaoying climbed off the bed and opened her luggage trunk. Among the naturalized citizen class, chief's maids constituted the most consumerist demographic. Though the general office paid them no wages, a significant portion of committee members' monthly income went toward them. One could fairly say that maids drove committee consumption. Zhang Xiaoying was an adopted daughter, which elevated her consumption tier further still. Zhang Lishi was willing to spend on her, so her wardrobe was quite substantial. Zhang Xiaoying withdrew a loose nightgown and a cotton brassiere. "All new, never worn," she said. "Your figure looks about the same as mine. They should fit." Cledia examined the brassiere with curiosity. She had never seen such undergarments. Eager to try, she immediately began unlacing her stays. Zhang Xiaoying helped with the cords. Once the stays came undone, revealing her neck, Zhang Xiaoying froze in shock. The neck beneath Cledia's fair, tender face was dark gray. Such a level of grime meant she hadn't bathed in at least several months. Cledia noticed her reaction. "What's wrong?" "Cledia, you haven't bathed in a very long time, have you?" Zhang Xiaoying asked in amazement. "Not since leaving Batavia. Why should I?" Cledia dismissed the concern. "I wash my face, hands, and feet every day. They're perfectly clean, and I change my clothes daily." "But you don't bathe. How is merely changing clothes sufficient?" Zhang Xiaoying was flabbergasted by this reasoning. Even during her family's decline, she had never embraced committee-style habits of daily bathing and fresh clothes, but she used water every day. In summer, she showered every 3 or 4 days, less frequently in winter, but at least once a month. She had never heard of someone going months without bathing and simply rotating garments. "Does the trading house not have proper bathrooms?" she pressed. "Hot and cold water is so convenient there. My clothes are tidy, my face and limbs are clean. Isn't that enough?" Cledia replied. "Besides, priests and physicians say that bathing frequently leads to various maladies." This sent Zhang Xiaoying into a flurry. She immediately launched into a lecture on principles of hygiene, expounding upon the significance of maintaining cleanliness for female physiological health. Though Cledia couldn't follow most of it, she grasped the gist. Her new friend wanted her to bathe. "But I cannot bathe these few days," Cledia said hesitantly. "Why not?" "Because," Cledia's face reddened and she shrank from answering. Zhang Xiaoying understood at once. No wonder Cledia's manner had been especially delicate of late. "Ah, I see." Her own cheeks colored slightly. "You can still take a shower." She slid off the bed again and retrieved a paper box from the trunk. The box was sealed, printed with the words, "Women's Hygiene Care Kit A," followed by smaller text, "Ministry of Health Pharmaceutical and Sanitary Materials General Factory." Below that, the date in Arabic numerals. Inside were women's hygiene products recently mass-produced by the Ministry of Health, sanitized toilet paper, cotton gauze belts, and a bar of disinfectant soap. "Another gift for you," Zhang Xiaoying said, somewhat shyly. A note on Dutch hygiene habits. The English observed that their bodies were dirtier than their houses and streets. Many 17th-century visitors remarked upon a curious paradox. Dutch cities and homes were immaculate, yet personal hygiene was sorely neglected. 17th-century Dutch had no bathing custom. The middle and upper classes washed hands, feet, and face daily, nothing more. In the early 1600s, the entire Netherlands possessed only one public bathhouse. Considering that the Dutch were essentially Germans, and that Germans had been notorious throughout Europe for their lack of hygiene since the Middle Ages, this was perhaps unsurprising. End of chapter. Chapter 1141. Suki, though she stood before a peer of the same sex, undressing still made Cledia somewhat shy. She removed her stays but kept her chemise. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoying hadn't gone stark naked either. She wore a nightgown. "Come on," Zhang Xiaoying whispered. "We must be quiet, everyone else is asleep." Cledia felt her cheeks burn and her heart race, the moment charged with an ambiguity she couldn't quite name. For an instant she even wondered whether she ought to follow her friend to the bathroom at all. The bathroom wasn't large. Over 10 open-sided stalls lined the wall, their surfaces tiled from floor to ceiling. Drainage channels ran along the floor. Wooden benches for scrubbing stood against the walls. People used the facility daily, so water stains marked the tiles. "Take off your clothes and rinse first." Zhang Xiaoying handed her a small rattan basket. "This is a towel and this is soap, infused with lavender essential oil, special supply for committee members only. And this glass bottle is for washing your hair, also lavender scented. It leaves hair soft and clean. Zhang Xiaoying studied her golden curls. Your hair is so beautiful. Your long black hair is lovely too, Cledia replied, but she hesitated to undress. Zhang Xiaoying understood her embarrassment and turned away. I'll wait over here. Rinse off, then come sit down. I'll scrub your back. Face burning, Cledia shed her chemise as though committing theft, darted into a stall, opened the tap, and began washing as quickly as she could. She rinsed herself several times before steeling herself to lie down on the wooden bench in front of Zhang Xiaoying, surrendering to her ministrations. I'm using a loofah, it may sting a little. It's all right. I can bear it, Cledia whispered. Zhang Xiaoying scrubbed and rubbed with the loofah, applied soap and rinsed again. With considerable effort, she scoured away the grime that had accumulated on Cledia over months, leaving her entire body flushed red. Under the alternating friction of loofah and soap, Cledia's body tensed and relaxed by turns. Her face flamed crimson, her eyes pressed shut, her teeth clenched. She surrendered to the scrubbing, yet occasionally couldn't suppress a soft m or ah. Only when another scoop of clear water cascaded over her did she hear Zhang Xiaoying's slightly breathless voice. All right, get up. Cledia sat up hastily. Wet blonde hair hung in damp curtains across her chest. Her cheeks were scarlet, her blue eyes misty, as though veiled in steam. Her lips gleamed bright as blood, her curved figure white tinged with pink. Zhang Xiaoying stared for a moment, throat suddenly dry, and quickly looked away. Privately, Zhang Xiaoying felt a twinge of something like disappointment. Though fair-skinned women with blue eyes, golden hair, and snow-white complexions possessed a different kind of allure than Han women, their skin felt rough to the touch, marked by bumps and unevenness. And even with the body odor and grime washed away, a faint, foxy musk lingered. Even lavender soap couldn't fully mask it. Come, let's get you dressed. Zhang Xiaoying affected a calm tone and helped her up. The soap slipped from her grasp. She stooped hurriedly to retrieve it, but in her haste her foot skidded, and she felt her cheek press firmly against something soft yet resilient. Her face went scarlet. Steadying herself, she saw that Cledia's face was equally flushed. Without a word, the two made their way to the changing room. With Zhang Xiaoying's assistance, Cledia changed clothes. These were garments Zhang Xiaoying had chosen herself, new clothes that Dr. Zhong had bought for her. Their builds were similar in height and proportion, though Cledia was fuller than Zhang Xiaoying, so the fit was somewhat snug. Some of the garments were utterly foreign to Cledia. She had never worn a brassiere before. As Zhang Xiaoying helped her dress, she demonstrated the technique. Lean forward to settle the breasts into the cups, then fasten and adjust the straps. When her fingers accidentally grazed tender, sensitive skin, Cledia couldn't help but gasp softly. Early the next morning, Dr. Zhong rose to find his daughter, who was usually awake before him, still deep in slumber. He washed up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, encountering Westerly in the hallway. "Good morning, Westerly." "Good morning, Dr. Zhong," Westerly smiled. "Has Miss Zhong gone to the kitchen already?" "She's still resting. Perhaps she's overtired from recent days," Zhang Lishi replied. "Cledia is sleeping too," Westerly said. "We'll head to the construction site after breakfast." At that moment, less than 300 meters from customs, stood a prefabricated wooden building. Sentries guarded the entrance, but no signboard identified it. The louvers on its glass windows remained perpetually closed. Every night, light seeped through the cracks. This was the Kaohsiung office of the Political Security Bureau, facing one half of the building, with the Kaohsiung office of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau occupying the other. The two agencies were separated by a central staircase. At 7 o'clock sharp, the harbor whistle sounded. Staff inside the building were already working at a furious pace. These two departments operated around the clock. Operation Engine was in full swing, and Zhilong's movements in the Taiwan Strait required constant surveillance. Massive quantities of intelligence and material poured in, keeping everyone occupied. Su Qi emerged from his office. As the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's dedicated naval intelligence officer, he had been stationed here since Kaohsiung D-Day. The greatest maritime threats, The Dutch and Zheng Zhilong were active in these waters, and the Navy urgently needed intelligence on their activities. Suu Kyi had arrived with precisely that mission. He had labored through the night, sifting intelligence dispatched from various coastal stations in Fujian, compiling weekly assessments for the committee, the military order department, and the First and Second Fleets. The responsibility weighed heavily. Suu Kyi had to give it his full attention. Intelligence Bureau agents were scattered across Zheng Zhilong's principal operating areas, monitoring trade flows, recruitment drives, and shipbuilding activity, reporting daily on vessel movements at every port. From the current intelligence picture, Zheng Zhilong displayed no abnormal activity. As Suu Kyi pondered how to frame his report, a guard in the corridor stopped him. "Chief, there's a sailor at the door asking to see you. He says he's from First Fleet headquarters bearing a message. Here are his credentials." "No need, I'll go to the lobby." Suu Kyi wanted fresh air, and his office needed time for the cigarette smoke to dissipate. In the lobby, a Navy seaman apprentice stood waiting. Seeing an unfamiliar chief approach, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted. The guard introduced him. "This is Chief Suu Kyi." "Seaman, what business brings you to me?" Suu Kyi asked. The messenger conveyed a written order from Navy People's Commissar Ming Qiu. Lieutenant Suu Kyi was to report to First Fleet headquarters immediately. "Return and report that I'll come at once." Suu Kyi dismissed the messenger, privately puzzled. If there was something to discuss, Ming Qiu could simply telephone. Why dispatch someone with an oral summons? Puzzling as it was, though Suu Kyi now worked at the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, his billet remained with the Navy. Ming Qiu was his direct superior. He hurried to the washroom to freshen up. Returning to his office, he was about to don a cool cotton linen blend shirt when he remembered he was reporting to Navy leadership. He opened the wardrobe again and retrieved his tropical Navy lieutenant uniform. Having been seconded to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, he hadn't worn it in a long time. First Fleet headquarters was housed in an ordinary barracks building at Sigean Base. A naturalized Navy female chief petty officer wearing clerical insignia awaited him at the entrance. "Lieutenant, I'll escort you upstairs. Please follow me." In the spirit of fostering unity, formal occasions within the military required all personnel, whether committee member or naturalized citizen, to address one another by rank or position. The distinction between chief and naturalized citizen didn't exist here. Arriving at the People's Commissar's office, the chief petty officer said, "Lieutenant, you may enter. Comrade People's Commissar is expecting you." "Thank you," Suu Kyi replied courteously. Facing the door, he adjusted his uniform, then knocked. "Enter." The occupant's voice came from within. "Reporting to the Commissar, Navy Lieutenant Suu Kyi, reporting as ordered." Ming Qiu sat behind his desk and looked up. He wore a tropical Navy uniform bearing nothing but branch insignia and rank tabs, his bearing neat and trim. End of chapter. Chapter 1142, The Situation in Fujian Sit. Ming Qiu gestured to a chair opposite him. "Yes, thank you, Commissar." Suu Kyi seated himself back straight. "Care for some water?" Ming Qiu slid a bottle of cold water across the desk. The office lacked air conditioning, but an electric fan whirred steadily overhead. "No, thank you, I'm not thirsty." "How is the intelligence work progressing?" Ming Qiu inquired, tone conversational. "Chaotic, to be frank. The volume of information is overwhelming, and verification is difficult," Suu Kyi reported honestly. "But there's no indication that Zheng Zhilong is mobilizing forces. It's the situation in Fujian that concerns me." Ming Qiu paused. "You're aware that the General Staff is extremely attentive to Zheng Zhilong's movements. They suspect he may exploit the fact that our main forces are committed to Operation Engine to make a move. According to our intelligence, Zheng Zhilong is currently preoccupied with consolidating his power in Fujian, suppressing pirates who haven't submitted to him, and expanding his trade network. He doesn't appear to have either the intention or the capacity to provoke us at present. That's reassuring, but we mustn't grow complacent. The Dutch have been quite active lately as well." Ming Qiu rose and walked to a large map mounted on the wall. "Hygiene's visit, Li Sia's machinations. These are all signals. We must prepare for worst-case scenarios. He tapped the Taiwan Strait on the map. If conflict erupts, our first fleet will bear the brunt. We need precise intelligence on enemy ship numbers, cannon configurations, and base defenses. Can you guarantee that? We're doing everything in our power to gather it, but penetrating their inner circle is difficult, Su Qi admitted. Zhilong is deeply suspicious of outsiders. I understand, but you must find a way. Ming Qiu turned back, his gaze sharpening. This is war, Lieutenant. Information asymmetry can be fatal. Yes, Commissar. Also, regarding Li Xia, Ming Qiu's voice dropped. We have reason to believe she's planning something. Keep a close eye on her movements, if necessary. He drew a finger across his throat. Su Qi's heart lurched. Understood. Return to your office and compose a detailed analytical report focusing on the potential threat of a Zheng-Dutch alliance. I need it on my desk by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Su Qi rose, saluted, and turned to leave. Walking out of headquarters, he felt the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. The tropical sun blazed down, yet a chill crept through him. The shadow of war was gathering, and he stood at the vanguard. Back at the office, Su Qi immediately convened a meeting of key intelligence personnel to re-examine recent reports and hunt for overlooked clues. Chief, take a look at this. An analyst slid a document across the table. Raw silk shipments from Jiangsu to Taiwan have increased sharply of late. Raw silk. Su Qi frowned. Dutch trade with Japan requires large quantities of raw silk, but why the sudden spike? Could they be stockpiling goods in preparation for war? Possibly, or perhaps. Su Qi's eyes lit with sudden insight. They're assembling a lavish gift for the shogunate to smooth the negotiations Wei Bakai mentioned. And if negotiations succeed, the Dutch will have free hands to deal with us. Exactly. Su Qi nodded decisively. This is critical intelligence. We must verify the final destination of this silk shipment. Meanwhile, in Amping, Li Xia was meeting with Zheng Zhaifeng. The Dutch are willing to talk, Zheng Zhaifeng asked, idly turning a jade archer's ring between his fingers. Yes, but they want to see our sincerity first, Li Xia replied. They want us to help them restrain Australian expansion in Taiwan. Restrain? How? They hope we'll use our influence among Fujian immigrants to create difficulties for the Australians. Strikes, riots, rumors, anything to slow their construction. Zheng Zhaifeng sneered. The red hairs are masterful calculators. They want us to be the bird flushed from the brush, shot by the hunter. Yet this is in our interest too, is it not? Li Xia pressed. Australian expansion proceeds too swiftly. If they establish a firm foothold in Taiwan, your brother's dominion over these seas will be threatened. Zheng Zhaifeng fell silent. He knew she was right. The Australian giant ships and great cannons had left an indelible impression. I will convey this to my brother, he said at last. But don't expect too much. He's focused on cultivating the court at present. He has no wish to provoke the Australians prematurely. I understand. But please remind Lord Zheng. The Australians will not content themselves with Taiwan alone. Their goal is the entire East Asian Sea. Departing the Zheng residence, Li Xia exhaled slowly. Persuading Zheng Zhilong would not be simple. This pirate-turned official was now far more concerned with preserving his wealth and position. But she had other cards to play. Back in Kaohsiung, construction proceeded at a blistering pace. The arrival of the Dutch guests hadn't slowed progress. If anything, the pace had quickened, as though to showcase Australian efficiency. Westerly and Cledia worked cheerfully at the clock tower each day, fully absorbed into this strange collective. Westerly had even learned to request specific tools in simple Chinese: hammer, saw, file. Zhang Lishi had grown quite fond of the eager boy. He sometimes took time to personally explain mechanical principles to him. Though language barriers remained, the language of science was universal. Through diagrams and gestures, they communicated with surprising fluency. Dr. Zhong, your design is pure genius, Westerly exclaimed, pointing at a drawing of the escapement mechanism. This is the crystallization of our forebears' wisdom, Zhang Lishi replied modestly, though those forebears referred to scientists who wouldn't be born for centuries. Hygiene, too, visited Dr. Zhong frequently. Their discussions ranged from astronomy to geography, from mathematics to philosophy. Hygiene found himself profoundly shaken by Dr. Zhong's erudition. He realized the Australians possessed knowledge far exceeding contemporary Europe's. "If it were possible, I would dearly love to invite you to lecture in Europe," Hygiene said with evident sincerity. "Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future," Dr. Zhong replied with a smile. "But for now, we have more urgent work to attend to." Indeed, a great storm was gathering, both figuratively and literally. End of chapter. Chapter 1143. Approaching storm weather in the Taiwan Strait was forever capricious. At the Kaohsiung port weather station, the barometer needle crept steadily downward. The meteorologist studied the curve traced on the recording paper, his expression grim. "Typhoon's coming," he muttered. Wei Bakai received the warning within minutes. He ordered immediate activation of the emergency plan. Notify all construction sites to halt work and secure equipment. Ships in port must reinforce moorings or proceed to protected anchorage. All refugee camps must shore up housing and evacuate residents from low-lying areas. Orders radiated outward via telephone and runners. The entire city of Kaohsiung began moving like a precision machine. At the customs clock tower, Zhang Lishi was already directing workers to batten down the structure. "Take down the scaffolding, quickly now, the wind is coming," Zhang Lishi shouted. Vestreling and Cretias pitched in, their movements anxious. They had never experienced a typhoon, but reading the tension on every face, they understood something formidable was approaching. "Get back to your room and don't come out," Zhang Lishi ordered. "Close the shutters tight." "Yes, Dr. Zhong." Vestreling grabbed his sister's hand and they ran toward the dormitory. Dark clouds rolled in, devouring the sky. The wind began to howl, kicking sand and dust into spiraling columns. On the distant horizon, the sea had turned a menacing gray, waves hurling themselves against the breakwater with thunderous fury. Hygiene stood by the trading house window, watching the changing sky with evident unease. "Is this the typhoon of the east?" he asked. "Yes, Mr. Hygiene," a servant replied. "Please step away from the window. The wind will grow much stronger soon." Before long, enormous raindrops began to fall, hammering the roof with a cacophony of snare drum cracks. The wind intensified, shrieking like the wails of tormented spirits. In the refugee camps, people huddled in reinforced longhouses, trembling. The roar outside was so ferocious they feared the roofs might tear away at any moment. Wei Bakai sat in the command center at City Hall, receiving a torrent of reports from every sector. Section A of the breakwater is taking wave damage. The roof of warehouse number 3 has been blown off. Flooding in the refugee camp command center. "Stay calm, handle it according to plan," Wei Bakai commanded with steady authority. "Personnel safety takes priority," the power of nature inspired awe. Even Australian infrastructure, which seemed so indomitable, appeared fragile before the typhoon's onslaught. But Wei Bakai wasn't worried. He understood that typhoons were trials Kaohsiung would have to face again and again. So long as core personnel and equipment remained safe, any losses could be rebuilt. The storm raged throughout the night. By dawn the following day, wind and rain began to slacken. The sun emerged from behind tattered clouds, casting light upon a landscape of debris. Wei Bakai strode out of City Hall to survey the damage. Roadside trees had been uprooted or snapped like twigs. Billboards and bamboo sheds lay shattered. Many rooftops in the residential quarter gaped with holes. Yet the main structures stood firm. City Hall, the customs house, and the trading house remained unscathed. "Report all losses immediately," Wei Bakai commanded. Zhang Lishi also emerged from the customs house. His first destination was the clock tower. Fortunately, aside from some collapsed scaffolding, the main structure and the clock itself were undamaged. "Thank heaven," he breathed in relief. Then his thoughts turned to the 2 Dutch children. He hurried to their room. Vestreling and Cretias were huddled in a corner, their faces pale. The terrifying cacophony of the storm had kept them awake through the night. "Are you all right?" Zhang Lishi asked, concern etched on his face. We're fine," Vestreling managed, voice still trembling. "It's just, we've never seen such a terrifying storm." It's past now. Zhang Lishi laid a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. You're safe. Cledia gazed at the wreckage beyond the window. Is the city destroyed? No, just some surface damage. Zhang Lishi smiled confidently. We'll have it repaired in no time. And indeed, recovery operations commenced immediately. Under Wei Bakai's direction, soldiers, workers, and refugees were all mobilized, clearing debris, patching roofs, draining floodwaters. Steam cranes roared back to life, hoisting fallen trees and shattered beams. Hygiene's witnessed this efficient disaster response with something approaching disbelief. In Europe, a calamity of this magnitude would have paralyzed a city for weeks, even months. Yet here, order was returning at astonishing speed. Their organizational capacity is terrifying, Hygienes wrote in his diary that evening. In Amping, Li Xia had also weathered the typhoon. The Zheng family fleet suffered losses in the storm, and Zheng Zhilong was too busy managing the damage to spare thought for her proposals. Li Xia gazed out at the calm sea left in the storm's wake, calculating her next move. The typhoon had bought the Australians time, but it had also exposed certain vulnerabilities. She resolved to travel to Kaohsiung in person and observe the post-disaster situation. Perhaps amid the chaos, she would find an opportunity to infiltrate. End of chapter. Chapter 1144, Zheng Zhilong's ambition. The typhoon's toll was soon tallied. Though the aftermath looked chaotic, actual losses proved modest. Most damage was confined to temporary structures and crops. Wei Bakai exhaled in relief. Fortunately, we prepared well in advance. Yet the typhoon had also exposed deficiencies in Kaohsiung's drainage. Severe waterlogging plagued many low-lying areas. We must upgrade the drainage system. Wei Bakai slammed his palm on the table at the summary meeting. I refuse to watch Kaohsiung become a water park the next time a typhoon strikes. Shidafu and Hong Leijun exchanged rueful glances. Mayor, labor and materials are stretched thin as it is. Think of something. Request support from Lingao if necessary. Wei Bakai was unyielding. I care only about results. Meanwhile, in Amping, Zheng Zhilong sat in his study, listening to subordinates report the fleet's losses. 5 ships sunk, over a dozen damaged. He frowned. Not a small loss. Brother, the Australians in Kaohsiung appear to have suffered little, Zheng Zhaifeng ventured cautiously. Their buildings are sturdy and they have strange machines to assist them. Zheng Zhilong was quiet for a moment. These Australians do possess certain capabilities. He rose and began pacing the room. Li Xia's words, what is your assessment? There's sense in what she says, Zheng Zhaifeng replied. Australian ambition is plain to see. If we allow them to grow unchecked, sooner or later they'll stand on our heads. But to turn against them now, Zheng Zhilong hesitated. Their firearms and ships are formidable. Victory would be far from certain. We needn't confront them directly, Zheng Zhaifeng said with a sly edge to his voice. As Li Xia suggests, use the Dutch, use the natives, let others bleed first. Zheng Zhilong nodded slowly. Sensible, proceed carefully. We mustn't let the Australians catch us with blood on our hands. Understood. And strengthen our ties with the court, Zheng Zhilong added. With an imperial commission, we hold the moral high ground. Zheng Zhilong was no fool. He knew that confronting a formidable adversary like the Australians required marshalling every available force. Pirates, merchants, the court, foreigners, all pieces on the board. He walked to the window and gazed out at the distant sea. This ocean belongs to the Zheng family. No one will take it from us. In Kaohsiung, restoration work proceeded at a relentless pace. With Vestreling's assistance, the great clock atop the customs clock tower was finally installed. Ready for the test, Zhang Lishi called out. Workers removed the locking mechanism. The heavy pendulum began its slow, stately swing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The steady rhythm of the mechanical movement echoed through the tower. It moves, Vesterling cheered in a hushed voice. Zhang Lishi checked the time against his pocket watch. Accuracy still needs adjustment, but the mechanism runs success. He clapped a hand on Vesterling's shoulder. Thank you for your help, young man. Vesterling's cheeks flushed. I learned so much, Dr. Zhong. Hygienes arrived to observe. He listened to the clock's rhythmic pulse and nodded in admiration. A masterwork, truly a masterwork. This will serve as the standard time for Kaohsiung, Zhang Lishi said, a note of pride in his voice. From now on, every activity in this port will follow its rhythm. The clock tower's completion became a symbol of Kaohsiung's renewal. Each hour, its melodious bell told the city that order had returned. Wei Bakai stood on the balcony of City Hall, listening to the chime, a satisfied expression crossing his features. "This is civilization," he murmured to himself. Yet beneath the calm surface, undercurrents churned. Suki received a new report. Li Xia had departed Amping and was en route to Kaohsiung. "She's coming again," Suki scoffed. "This woman is nothing if not persistent." He issued orders to his subordinates. "Maintain close surveillance, see whom she contacts and what she does. At the first sign of suspicious behavior, arrest her immediately." "Yes, Chief." Suki understood that a shadow war was beginning. On the bright side lay construction and diplomacy. In the darkness lurked espionage and conspiracy. The friendship between Zhang Xiaoying and Cretias deepened with each passing day. Cretias had begun attempting to use chopsticks and learning simple Chinese phrases. In turn, Zhang Xiaoying learned much about Western customs from her. "When I return to Europe, I'll write to you," Cretias said. "Can letters reach here?" Zhang Xiaoying asked. "Perhaps. They would be very slow," Cretias admitted, a trace of sadness in her voice. "But I will write. And so will I." The seeds of friendship had been planted in the hearts of two girls from worlds apart. They could not know how the currents of time would shape their destinies, but this moment of purity was precious. End of chapter. Chapter 1145. The visitor Li Xia arrived in Kaohsiung once again, this time disguised as a wealthy merchant's female relative visiting kin. She lodged at a high-end inn in the commercial district. From her window, she could observe the bustling street scene below. "Their recovery speed is astonishing," she noted to herself. "These Australians function like precision machines." She spotted the newly completed customs clock tower and the great clock face mounted upon it. She heard the bell chime on the hour. "Standard time," Li Xia murmured. She recognized it for what it was, not merely a tool for telling time, but a symbol of rule and order. Her contact in Kaohsiung, a deep-cover operative, arrived to report. "Control here grows tighter by the day," the spy complained. Residence permits, travel passes, health certificates, layer upon layer of checks. Moving about freely is nearly impossible. "What of the Dutch guests?" Li Xia asked. "They've taken up residence in the customs building now, very close to that committee member, Zhong. Is there any opportunity to contact them?" "Difficult. Sentries are posted everywhere around the customs building. And the foreign guests are accompanied whenever they venture out." Li Xia pondered. She needed to get a message to Hygiene. "Have you located the person I asked about?" "Yes, a cook in the trading house kitchen. He's susceptible to bribes." "Good." Li Xia produced a letter. "Find a way to place this in Mr. Hygiene's servant's hands. Let the servant deliver it to his master." "Understood." The letter contained intelligence regarding Zheng Zhilong's disposition, along with suggestions on how the Dutch might collaborate with the Zheng family to contain Australian expansion. She was confident that Hygiene, as a diplomat, would recognize its value. Hygiene received the letter the following day, tucked inside his napkin during breakfast. He read it with no change of expression, then slipped it into his pocket. Later, alone in his chamber, he reread the letter with care. "Interesting," he murmured. "Someone wishes to play a game of balance." He had no idea who Li Xia was. The letter bore no signature, but its analysis of the geopolitical situation was remarkably insightful. He resolved to take no rash action. He was a guest of the Australians now, and any improper move could jeopardize both his mission and the children. Yet this intelligence would prove useful for future reference. That afternoon, Dr. Zhong invited Hygiene to visit the newly completed lighthouse project site. "This lighthouse will employ a Fresnel lens of our own design," Zhang Lishi explained with evident enthusiasm. "Its beam will be visible from over 20 nautical miles away." Hygiene listened attentively. "A Fresnel lens, a novel optical design." "Yes." It drastically reduces the lens's thickness while preserving its focusing power, Zhang Lishi elaborated. They stood atop the cape, gazing out across the vast expanse of sea. Dr. Zhang, your technology is extraordinary, Hygiene remarked. But have you considered that technology alone cannot solve every problem? Zhang Lishi turned to him. What do you mean by that, Mr. Hygiene? Politics, diplomacy. The human heart, Hygiene spoke with deliberate weight. These are often more intricate than any clockwork. Zhang Lishi smiled. We have people who specialize in those particular complexities. I am merely a technician. A most distinguished technician, Hygiene replied with a laugh. On the way back they encountered Su Qi. He was patrolling near the construction site. Dr. Zhang, Su Qi greeted. His gaze flicked to the Dutchman at Zhang Lishi's side. This is Lieutenant Su from the Navy, Zhang Lishi introduced. Hygiene tipped his hat in polite acknowledgement. Su Qi returned a crisp salute, his eyes sharp and assessing. There was something unusual about this Dutchman, too calm, too observant. All quiet, Lieutenant? Zhang Lishi asked. Routine patrol, Su Qi replied. Please remain on guard. The area hasn't been fully cleared yet. After they had passed, Su Qi summoned a subordinate. That Dutchman Hygiene, increase surveillance on him. He strikes me as deep. Yes, Chief. That night Li Xia received confirmation that the letter had been delivered, but there was no response from Hygiene. He's cautious, Li Xia concluded. No matter, the seed has been planted. Her mission in Kaohsiung extended beyond this single objective. She also began seeding rumors in tea houses and markets. The Australians plan to press gang men into hard labor. There's plague spreading in the refugee camps. Such whispers of panic wouldn't spark immediate chaos, but they would erode trust in the committee, drop by insidious drop. Water dripping upon stone, Li Xia thought with grim satisfaction. Yet she had underestimated the committee's grip on public discourse. Police and the Watchful Life Committee, ants patrolling the streets, quickly traced the source of the strange talk. Someone spreading lies in the tea house. The police chief scowled. Arrest the agitators. Li Xia sensed danger closing in and withdrew just before the net drew tight. She slipped into the shadows of the harbor and boarded a smuggling boat departing the port. I will return, she vowed silently. Wei Bakai perused the security report the following morning. Rumors, spies, he gave a contemptuous snort. Mere clowns prancing about. As long as our iron fist remains hard, such tricks are useless. He turned his attention back to the blueprint spread across his desk. Expansion of the steel plant. This is the real work. End of chapter. Chapter 1146. After the storm, the month-long visit drew at last to its close. Hygiene and the Bontico siblings prepared to depart. On the pier, Zhang Lishi, Zhang Xiaoying, and Wei Bakai gathered to see them off. Thank you for your hospitality, Hygiene said with evident sincerity. This has been an unforgettable journey. I have glimpsed the future. We hope that peace and friendship will endure between us, Wei Bakai replied in measured diplomatic tones. Vestreling gripped Dr. Zhang's hand tightly. Dr. Zhang, I shall study diligently. I want to become a scientist like you. I have no doubt you will, Zhang Lishi said warmly. Remember, question everything and verify everything. Cledia and Zhang Xiaoying embraced, tears glistening in their eyes. Don't forget to write, Cledia managed, her voice catching. I won't. Take care of yourself, Zhang Xiaoying whispered. The Dutch vessel eased away from the pier. From the deck, the siblings waved until the figures on shore dwindled to specks on the horizon. They're gone, Zhang Xiaoying said softly, a note of loss in her voice. There will be opportunities to meet again, Zhang Lishi assured her. The world grows smaller every day. After seeing off their guests, Wei Bakai returned immediately to his labors. Mayor, the draft of the Kaohsiung 5-year plan requires your review, his secretary reported. Coming. Wei Bak adjusted his hat. The moment for sentiment had passed, reality beckoned. Su Qi, too, remained occupied. Li Xia's appearance and the rumor campaign had put him on alert. He launched a cleansing operation throughout the city to root out lurking enemy agents. We must purify our rear, Su Qi emphasized at an internal briefing, before the real war arrives. Deep within the customs house, the great clock continued its precise revolutions. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It marked the passage of time, bearing witness to the history taking shape within these walls. Life in Kaohsiung settled back into its rhythm. Workers reported to their posts, soldiers drilled, refugees cleared new farmland. The vast machinery of the committee ground onward, crushing every obstacle in its path. Zhang Lishi returned to his laboratory. He intended to compile his notes from the past weeks and draft a report on science education for European youth. It struck him that influencing the next generation of Europeans might prove a worthwhile long-term strategic investment. "Father, I wish to learn more languages," Xiaoying announced suddenly while helping him organize papers. "Not just Mandarin, Dutch too, and Latin." Zhang Lishi looked up, surprised and pleased. "Why the sudden interest?" "Because I want to understand their world more deeply." A new light shone in Zhang Xiaoying's eyes. "The way you do," Zhang Lishi smiled. He recognized growth in his daughter. "Very well, I will teach you." The sun sank toward the western horizon, casting a golden afterglow across the sea. The committee's golden age had only begun. End of chapter 1150. Translator's note. This concludes the translation of chapters 1131–1150. The arc of the Dutch visit and the initial construction of Kaohsiung has come to its close. Characters have forged deeper bonds, and the stage is now set for future conflicts and developments in the Taiwan Strait. Chapter 1147, The Case for the Senate and People. Suki delivered the standard salutation. "Service, service." Ming-Qiu nodded toward the sofa. "Please sit." Once they were settled, Ming-Qiu dispensed with pleasantries. "Your file indicates you were a police officer before D-Day." "That's correct." Suki sat rigidly on the sofa, hands on his knees, a trace of nervousness in his voice. 2 years in traffic enforcement, then 3 in criminal investigation, and finally 1 year in the legal section before the transmigration. "No need to be so formal, relax." Ming-Qiu smiled. "You also served in the military." "I enlisted during my 3rd year of university, 2 years with the North Sea Fleet." "Quite a varied background, then." "After D-Day you worked in the Navy, then the External Intelligence Bureau, military, police, guards, intelligence. You've covered all the bases, haven't you?" Understanding slowly dawned on Suki. Rather than respond, he waited for Ming-Qiu to reveal his purpose. "I'd like you to look at something first." Ming-Qiu retrieved a folder from his desk and handed it over. Inside, Suki found several photographs at the front. In this era, with materials brought from the future steadily depleted and substitutes not yet in mass production, photographs were a rarity reserved for essential purposes. But these particular photographs were of a type he knew intimately: crime scene images. The first showed a man's body sprawled on a beach, completely naked and, most disturbing of all, headless. "This murder was discovered yesterday when the body washed ashore," Ming-Qiu began. "Although the head is missing, the fatal wound appears to be a knife injury to the victim's lower back. At first, the victim's identity remained unknown, and jurisdiction was unclear, so Kaohsiung Police Station took initial charge. But yesterday afternoon, someone recognized the body by its tattoo: a Navy petty officer, a naturalized citizen named Zhang Kaohsiung. Fingerprints confirmed the identification against his service records. He'd failed to return to base the previous night, but no one imagined he'd met such a violent end." Ming-Qiu paused deliberately. Suki remained silent, listening intently. "Since this case involves naval personnel, I've conferred with Wei Bakai and decided to take it over from the police. Considering you're the only person in the Navy with investigative experience, we're assigning it to you. What do you say?" Though phrased as a question, Suki understood it was anything but. He rose immediately. "I guarantee I will complete the mission." A smile crossed Ming-Qiu's face. Sit. I'm no expert in solving crimes, but walk me through your approach." Suki chose his words carefully. "First, I'll examine the scene and canvass the surrounding area. Someone may have seen or heard something. Then I'll investigate the victim's social connections and movements in the days before his death. His associates, any enemies, anything that might yield leads for the next phase." Even as he spoke, a bitter irony struck him. Even in this new world, he was still doing his old job. Ming Qiu nodded. Solid approach. Any difficulties or requests? What about my current duties at the External Intelligence Bureau? Already handled. I've spoken with Jiang Shan. He agrees Li Dai can cover for you temporarily. Brief him as needed. I'll need personnel to help conduct interviews in Eastgate Market and elsewhere. Authorization to question both civilians and military personnel, and cooperation from the police station. All arranged. Personnel from the base service company are at your disposal. I'm issuing orders immediately appointing you security officer of Kaohsiung base. All naval personnel must cooperate with your inquiries. As for civilians, I've already spoken with Ma Jia at the arbitration tribunal. He's granted you authority. Ming Qiu produced 2 documents. Here are your credentials. I'll also need Zhang Qianyu's personal file, Su Qi added quickly. Get it from my adjutant on your way out. Ming Qiu was entirely accommodating. When can you begin? I need to review the case materials first. I can start this afternoon. Su Qi plunged into the investigation, beginning with Zhang Qianyu's file. The man's background was typical of most naval personnel. Born a fisherman, both parents dead before he reached adulthood, one brother and one sister long since scattered to the winds, their whereabouts unknown. He'd served under the pirate Zhu Kailao, and after the great rout at Nanri Island, drifted with some former comrades to the Guangdong coast to continue their outlaw trade. When the Navy launched its pirate suppression and recruitment operations, he surrendered and enlisted. His service record was unremarkable. Due to his age and physical limitations, Zhang Qianyu never qualified for combat squadrons. He'd served long-term in patrol and guard units, executing countless patrol missions. With minimal education and only a grade C literacy certificate, officer training was beyond his reach. He'd remained a deckhand on special service boats. Currently, his vessel, Coastal Patrol Boat 41, a single-masted patrol craft, sat docked at Kaohsiung, undergoing maintenance and awaiting orders. Zhang Qianyu had never been an important figure among pirates. He'd never commanded a ship. But he joined their ranks at 16 and spent over a decade moving through various gangs, a typical backbone member who knew many people. Thus his political review assessment noted, makes friends easily, values loyalty, complex social connections. His personal life was uncomplicated. No dependents, not particularly interested in women, occasional brothel visits during shore leave. No homosexual tendencies or behavior. The Political Security General Administration's rating from his training camp days was IIIC, controllable use, 3rd tier. Su Qi turned to the most recent political assessment, IIIB for a veteran sailor with over 2 years of service. That rating was conspicuously low. He reviewed the related reports from the 10-man team system, prone to violence, undisciplined, and lax. The disciplinary record bore this out, over a dozen infractions, no major offenses but constant minor ones. Most stemmed from his violent tendencies and lack of discipline. Alcohol-related violations dominated, returning to ship late after drinking, drunken brawls. The 3 most recent incidents had occurred within the past month alone. Small wonder his career had stagnated. Given his service time and patrol missions, he should have made senior petty officer by now. Su Qi had sketched a rough portrait. Low education, poor learning ability, fond of drinking, valued camaraderie. For such a man to be suddenly murdered, his head brutally severed and cast into the sea, the motive was becoming complex. Since he wasn't involved with women and showed no homosexual tendencies, this clearly wasn't a crime of passion. If it were robbery-murder, a Navy petty officer with his lifestyle wouldn't have much in savings. Moreover, soldiers' pay was mostly deposited directly into bank accounts. He wouldn't have carried much cash. His complex social connections presented a challenge, but this was Kaohsiung, not a place just anyone could enter. Over 90% of the population lived under near-imprisonment conditions. Those who moved freely could be traced with clear whereabouts and verified backgrounds. One detail put Su Qi on alert. Removing the head and stripping the body was clearly meant to prevent identification. Even in the 21st century, this remained an effective counter-investigation technique. If not for someone recognizing the tattoo, Zhang Qianyu might have forever worn the unexplained label of missing. After considerable deliberation, Su Qi telephoned the medical station and asked for Lei En, inquiring about the autopsy report. Lei En was a professional epidemic prevention officer, dispatched by the health department to head the Kaohsiung medical station. Over the phone, he confirmed the fatal wound was indeed the knife injury to the lower back. Large amounts of alcohol had been found in both stomach and blood, enough to reach the threshold for intoxication. The victim had very likely been gotten drunk before being killed. The head had been severed post-mortem. Can you determine the murder weapon? From the wound characteristics, the weapon was a dagger. The head was removed with a standard naval cutlass, Lei En said. I heard the weapons weren't recovered, but I compared the wounds against Navy-issue blades. Thank you. Please preserve the body for a few more days. No problem. Call me if anything comes up. Su Qi hung up and turned to the records he'd requisitioned. According to the Hygiene naval base logs, Zhang Qianyu had departed at 2:00 p.m. 2 days prior, his recorded destination being Kaohsiung city center, home to a sizable Army-Navy service club with a tavern, restaurant, and shops where off-duty soldiers often went to unwind. By regulation, he should have returned to base by 6:00 p.m. The Army-Navy Joint Patrol Team records showed no Zhang Qianyu among those detained for failure to return on time that evening. By 6 o'clock, he had either already been killed or was being held somewhere in secret. Su Qi visited the service club in person. Staff quickly recognized Zhang Qianyu from his photograph. He came there occasionally. But having been arrested 2 or 3 times for drunken disturbances, he hadn't been seen there recently. On the day of the incident, Zhang Qianyu hadn't gone to the service club. So where had he gone to drink? Su Qi immediately ordered that several sailors close to Zhang Qianyu, along with his direct commanding officer, be summoned for questioning. From these interviews, he gleaned a crucial lead. Zhang Qianyu had recently been frequenting taverns on Commercial Street. End of chapter. Chapter 1148. Vestrelings wished the taverns on Commercial Street were run by the cooperative, but the street itself welcomed anyone. Under the slogan, "Open the doors and find business opportunities," Commercial Street had always been one of the Colonization and Trade Ministry's most prized projects. During daylight hours, the gates stood open. Fishermen, merchants, sailors, natives, all were free to shop and spend their money. It was a place where the flow of humanity turned turbulent and complex. Su Qi immediately summoned the service company commander, directing him to conduct a thorough investigation of Zhang Qianyu's interpersonal relationships, any unusual behavior recently, what he'd been saying, where he frequented, which locals he'd grown close to. Su Qi himself led several men to Commercial Street. There weren't many drinking establishments on the street, just 2 small taverns, 3 or 4 food stalls, and a cooperative-run store. Su Qi had no trouble learning that Zhang Qianyu had been drinking at one of the small taverns that afternoon, cycling through several drinking companions over the course of his visit. This particular tavern was privately owned. The proprietor, a migrant from Beijing, had rented a shopfront from the Kaohsiung city government and opened his establishment, serving food alongside drink. The alcohol, rum and fruit wine bought wholesale from the local cooperative store, was watered down before reaching customers. Prices were correspondingly cheap, roughly 1/3 of what the cooperative's tavern charged. Beyond affordability, this little tavern boasted another irresistible specialty: oyster omelets. The owner set up a stove in front of the shop and made them fresh daily. Business flourished, building a loyal following. Whenever Dutch ships entered port, sailors from Southeast Asia and Europe would seek out this dish. Cheap liquor and delicious food meant heavy traffic. Su Qi surveyed the bustling scene, tables spilling out onto the street, and knew this investigation wouldn't be simple. He and his men presented their credentials and quickly confirmed with the staff that Zhang Qianyu had indeed been a regular. According to their recollections, this sailor loved to drink with people, anyone and everyone, whether Hokkien immigrants, Taiwanese natives, or foreign sailors. As for his specific drinking companions, the staff couldn't say. People came and went on Commercial Street, ships arriving and departing daily. Aside from the few regulars, remembering individual faces was impossible. Disappointment settled over Su Qi. The case had entered its most laborious phase, screening. The task was simple to describe, grueling to execute. Identify everyone connected to Zhang Qianyu and investigate each person's background and whereabouts on the day of the murder. Commercial Street was particularly alive in the evening twilight. Sailors of various skin tones, army and navy soldiers, merchants from Beijing and the mainland, fishermen, native tribespeople, Japanese village prostitutes, all moved through the crowded thoroughfares. Vestreling and Father de Mort were strolling the harbor streets alongside Cretias and Zhong. Though Commercial Street couldn't claim prosperity, it had far more commercial atmosphere than Fort Zealandia. Zhong led Cretias toward the Kaohsiung branch of the Women's Cooperative, a store that women invariably found appealing. The Kaohsiung branch was personally managed by Li Mei, and had been designed to attract small traders from the Fujian coast to conduct business in Kaohsiung. The branch also handled import and export trade with the Dutch, making it quite substantial. A two-story building with projecting eaves, large glass display windows, various Australian goods in dazzling array, and middle-aged female shop assistants in blue cloth hand-style dresses calling out in various accents to lure customers. Naturally, a few Korean security soldiers stood by with batons and caps. Foreign sailors and local natives often caused trouble after drinking here. Zhong took Cretias to select some fabric as a gift. In about a week, the Banquet siblings would be returning to Taiwan. Cretias didn't choose silk. She could buy that in Taiwan just as easily. Instead, she selected high-count cotton linen blend fabric shipped from Lingao. This high-grade textile, woven by the Lingao Textile Factory, had originally been reserved exclusively for the elders and certain naturalized citizens. Now it was beginning to appear on the market in small quantities. The fabric was crisp, yet breathable and sweat-absorbent, making it highly sought after. The knitted cotton linen socks produced by the garment factory also piqued her interest considerably. In truth, she wanted to buy many things in this shop, but Banquet worked for a company notorious for its stinginess with employees. Though he held a high position, his income wasn't correspondingly high. Of course, he used his authority to smuggle a little contraband and turn small profits, but that wasn't something one could openly discuss. As his daughter, she had very little money at her disposal. She would pick up an item, check the price, calculate for a long while, then reluctantly return it to the shelf. This process repeated itself endlessly. Zhong enthusiastically offered advice, and by the time the two women had worked their way from the first floor to the second, an hour had slipped by. Vestreling had been quite interested at first, but his enthusiasm waned as time dragged on. Father de Mort, determined to avoid worldly temptations, never browsed in shops, so both men sat idle in the first-floor seating area along the street. The seating area nestled right beside the large glass display window, offering a clear view of the passing scene. It was furnished with rattan tables and chairs and a few potted green plants. Besides providing a place to rest, it sold cold drinks and tea, though ordinary people rarely patronized it, leaving the space mostly empty. Father de Mort was something of a notable figure in Kaohsiung, particularly since he had painted several decorative oil paintings for the cooperative. To maintain spiritual purity, he refused payment. Consequently, the cooperative had placed him on its VIP list, and as soon as he sat down, a server appeared with 2 glasses of iced tea. Whether iced tea constituted a temptation of the flesh, had once troubled Father de Mort's conscience. But other priests had no qualms about it, and he could find no relevant papal encyclical on the matter. Black tea was a product unique to Lingao in the contemporary world, so the Pope could hardly have issued an opinion. Whether in Lingao or Kaohsiung, sitting down to sip a chilled, slightly sweet beverage with a lingering bitter aftertaste proved genuinely refreshing. As the two men drank their cool tea, Vestreling spoke excitedly about his recent experiences installing the great clock with Dr. Zhong. The various instruments and components had given him endless food for thought. "It's truly incredible," Vestreling exclaimed between large gulps of tea, expounding at length on his impressions. The priest maintained a modest smile, listening attentively. Only when Vestreling paused did he gently advise the young man not to be dazzled by novelties, but to serve the Lord sincerely with his whole heart, and so forth. As he was delivering this religious homily, Zhang Xiaoying and Cretias arrived, flushed and sweating, laden with grass bags of various sizes. Zhang Xiaoying ordered more iced tea. With the women present, conversation grew even livelier. Cretias excitedly displayed the various Australian goods she had purchased. Vestreling, however, showed little interest in these acquisitions. During his days at the clock tower site, his admiration for Australian science had only deepened. He felt he'd discovered an entirely new world. A few days prior, while chatting with Mr. Hygiene, he'd realized that Hygiene shared this view. Hygiene had even written several poems to express his impressions. "Sister, speaking of which, I'm reluctant to leave here," Vestreling said. "I truly want to stay and continue learning from Dr. Zhong. I hear he'll soon be leading an expedition to the savages' territory." When Cretias heard him mention wanting to venture into the savages' territory, she couldn't help but recall how Vestreling had once slipped out of the city alone in Batavia to explore the wilderness and nearly been devoured by a crocodile. She quickly tried gentle persuasion. "Didn't you want to visit Japan for the longest time? After we reach Taiwan, we'll soon be sailing there." Reminded of their Japanese destination, Vestreling dropped the subject of remaining in Kaohsiung. Instead, he turned to Zhang Xiaoying. "Miss Zhang, does Lingao have universities?" "Universities?" Zhang Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. She knew what a university was, Zhang Lishi had told her. Of course there were no universities in Lingao, but she couldn't lose face in front of foreigners, so she declared, "Yes, Lingao has several universities." This boast was rather excessive. Vestreling looked skeptical, so Zhang Xiaoying had to forge ahead. "My father is a professor at Taibai University. Taibai University specializes in astronomy, timekeeping, and mechanics. There's also Daisy University, with law, arts, and shipbuilding programs, and Nyaoren Medical University, South Sea Agricultural University." Sudden inspiration struck, and she improvised several university names using the elders' names, speaking with such conviction that Vestreling began to have doubts. But in the Europe of that era, universities were rare things indeed. Dutch universities were relatively numerous, but for a single city to have one university or famous school was already quite impressive, let alone multiple universities in one city. That was simply unheard of. As Zhang Xiaoying spun her improvisations, she suddenly noticed the priest sitting nearby. Her heart sank. "I'm going to be exposed." John de Mort had come from Lingao. So she quickly added, "However, these universities only accept the most loyal and reliable naturalized citizens designated by the Senate. Outsiders generally don't know about them." As she spoke, she shot the poor priest a fierce glare, which successfully silenced the honest Father de Mort. Vestreling hadn't noticed Zhang Xiaoying's momentary change of expression. When he heard that these universities only accept the most loyal and reliable naturalized citizens designated by the Senate, disappointment flickered across his face. "So they don't accept foreign exchange students," Zhang Xiaoying thought. "Are you trying to get me killed? These universities don't even exist. Where would exchange students come from?" But she maintained her composure. "I wouldn't know about that. The Senate would have to decide in a meeting, But even if you wanted to study, your Chinese is far too weak. They certainly don't teach in German there. That's no problem. I can learn, Vestreling declared immediately. Look how much Chinese I've picked up these past few days. I'm not boasting, my sister and I are quite talented at languages. Note: the term famous school, Chinese letter, refers to a type of university in the Netherlands at the time. Because older Dutch universities had monopolized the title university, later institutions could only call themselves famous schools. Dutch universities in the 17th century were quite renowned, mainly because they were less subject to religious interference. End of chapter. Chapter 1149. The death of Vestreling by afternoon. Su Qi's investigation had yielded nothing. Though the service company soldiers worked with enthusiasm, they still hadn't obtained any valuable leads. The basic investigation had traced Zhang Qianyu's movements after leaving base. What could be confirmed was that he was still alive when he left the tavern around 4:30 p.m. After the 5 o'clock steam whistle, someone had last seen him at the fishing boat wharf on Commercial Street, vomiting by the seaside. According to the witness, no one was with him. After that, Zhang Qianyu simply vanished. Now the service company and police station personnel were screening everyone who had come into contact with him, trying to find new leads. Su Qi returned to his office with the case materials. He needed to reorganize his thoughts, to string together what he had. During this time, Lei In called to report that upon re-examining the corpse, he'd found defensive wounds on Zhang Qianyu's arms and hands. The victim had clearly struggled with his killer before dying. Su Qi understood that screening wouldn't prove very useful. More than 24 hours had passed since the murder, giving the killer ample time to escape. But something about this case kept nagging at him. Up to this point, the killer's motive remained utterly unclear. From his years in criminal investigation, 99% of homicides had motives. So-called indiscriminate killings were exceedingly rare. Whoever killed Zhang Qianyu surely had a purpose. He had already ruled out crimes of passion and robbery-murder, making revenge killing the most likely motive. Many in the Navy came from pirate backgrounds, and if their histories were investigated thoroughly, they might not all be clean, old-blood debts and vendettas. The killer might have accidentally discovered Zhang Qianyu in Kaohsiung and developed murderous intent. But why had the killer stripped off his clothes? This puzzled him. Cutting off the head was understandable, to vent rage, but stripping the clothes was strange. As Su Qi saw it, the only explanation for both the stripping and the decapitation was that the killer didn't want anyone to identify the corpse. But from the perspective of a revenge killing, that made no sense. Why did the killer take the clothes? Su Qi was deep in thought when a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He felt a jolt of realization. Yes, why hadn't I thought of this earlier? He leaped from his chair, grabbed the telephone on his desk and cranked it vigorously. Connect me to Hygiene Base Command. Minutes later, whistles at the harbor and commercial district all blared simultaneously. This was the Navy's emergency recall signal. Upon hearing it, all naval personnel on shore leave had to return to their units. Su Qi had formed a new hypothesis. The murder was very likely connected to Zhang Qianyu's uniform. He then ordered the messenger on standby from the service company. Run immediately to find the company commander. Tell him it's my order, starting from 1730, arrest all naval soldiers active in Commercial Street, Kaohsiung City Center and the harbor. Concentrate and deliver them to base for screening. Yes, sir. The messenger saluted, pivoted, and jogged out. Su Qi took down the holster hanging on the wall and was about to leave when the telephone suddenly rang again. He snatched the receiver. The call was from the police station. The news they reported confirmed his deduction completely. About an hour earlier, the police station had received a report from a naval soldier. His uniform was missing. This soldier had been granted leave a few hours prior, found a yellow card on Commercial Street, and gone to the inn on the upper floor of the cooperative store. After finishing his business, he'd fallen asleep as usual. When he woke, Both his uniform and naval dagger were gone. There was no issue with the yellow card herself. These yellow cards were all individual prostitutes transferred from Lingao, selected from those who had practiced there for over a year specifically to ensure no spies had infiltrated their ranks. The police station initially treated this as ordinary theft, questioning only the yellow card, but she had fallen asleep too and couldn't provide more information. Scene investigation revealed the thief had climbed a drain pipe at the back of the cooperative store, then pried open a window to enter. The police investigators discovered a puzzling detail. The prostitute's own clothes, jewelry, and even her silver coins were all present. Only the sailor's belongings were missing. The station chief had been transferred from Lingao and received police training at Feng, a graduate of the formal curriculum. This strange theft immediately connected in his mind to Zhang Qianyu's murder case, also a sailor, also a missing uniform. He called Su Qi at once. Su Qi listened to the briefing, his brow gradually furrowing. Before the chief had finished speaking, his speculation was completely confirmed. These were two connected cases. The killer's purpose was to obtain a sailor's uniform. Obviously, they had some kind of political objective. Su Qi hung up and quickly cranked the telephone handle again. The steam whistle didn't disturb the gathering at the cooperative restaurant. After finishing their tea and seeing that dusk had fallen, the group decided to return for dinner. Dr. Zhong was said to be making cold festival dishes today, and everyone was eager to sample them. As they departed, Zhang Xiaoying and Cretias decided to purchase one more garment, so they fell behind. Vestreling and the priest strolled along the main street. At that moment, a drunken soldier came walking toward them and bumped into Vestreling. The soldier yelled, "Hey, red hair, are you blind?" Vestreling didn't answer, he just shrugged apologetically. "Why won't you talk?" The soldier still wouldn't let it go and moved closer. Father de Mort shook his head, signaling Vestreling not to engage with the drunk. The two continued walking. But suddenly the man drew his naval dagger and viciously stabbed Vestreling twice in the lower back. Vestreling screamed and collapsed to the ground. The street erupted in chaos. After stabbing Vestreling, the drunk lunged at Father de Mort with the dagger. The priest cried out and fell. Cretias and Zhang Xiaoying were walking toward them when they witnessed the attack, frozen in shock. Zhang Xiaoying had learned martial arts at home and was very agile. She leaped forward and saw that the soldier who had caused the incident was fleeing. Zhang Xiaoying drew her 1630 model revolver. Dr. Zhong had arranged for her to learn to shoot to ensure her safety, and had specially applied for a pistol for her. But she didn't fire. Too many people crowded the street, and shooting rashly might injure bystanders. She gritted her teeth and gave chase. Cretias watched it all unfold. Coming to her senses, she rushed to check on Vestreling lying on the ground. A large pool of blood had seeped out beneath him. When she touched his mouth and nose, he had already stopped breathing. Cretias collapsed to her knees. Zhang Xiaoying followed the killer all the way. By now, shrill police whistles were sounding throughout Commercial Street. She knew the gates at all the exits were now closing, and even if someone could escape through them, beyond lay wilderness, traveling at night would be suicide. The killer sprinted toward the fishing boat wharf. Zhang Xiaoying followed close behind. She didn't know why this naval soldier had committed murder, but instinct told her this person wasn't really a sailor. He must be captured alive. The man ran to the fishing boat wharf and dove headlong into the bay, surfacing after swimming 15 meters underwater and immediately cutting through the waves at a powerful pace. Clearly an excellent swimmer. Zhang Xiaoying didn't dare jump in and pursue. Her swimming wasn't bad, but compared to her quarry she was far inferior. In the water, she might not be a match for him. She stamped her feet in frustration. Naval patrol boats were stationed at the harbor entrance, but she had no way to notify them. Several fishing boats floated in the bay. This commotion had already drawn many from the cabins to watch the spectacle. Zhang Xiaoying shouted, "Stop him!" But when the fishermen saw the swimmer was a soldier and the girl shouting, dressed in barbarian clothing, was a young woman, they couldn't figure out what was happening and no one dared act. Seeing that the killer had nearly swum beyond effective pistol range, she could no longer afford to worry about capturing him alive. Following the shooting stance she'd learned at the Flying Cloud Club, she raised her pistol with both hands, crouched slightly, aimed and squeezed the trigger. Almost simultaneously, the swimming man's arms went limp and he immediately sank beneath the surface. "Murder!" A shriek came from one of the fishing boats. The entire wharf descended into chaos. Xiaoying barely managed to extricate herself. The Korean security soldiers on duty didn't speak Chinese and detained her. Only when the police arrived was she released. She hurried back to the scene of the attack. Cretias was kneeling on the ground, completely distraught, holding Vestreling's head tightly in her arms. The priest, too, was motionless. Security soldiers and police who had rushed to the scene had already formed a cordon around them. But then Father de Mort stirred, wobbled, and rose from the ground. Zhong quickly went to help him. "Father, are you all right?" The priest patted himself up and down for a long time, discovering he hadn't been hurt at all. He took out the cross from around his neck, kissed it with his lips, and made the sign of the cross on his chest. "God be praised." Then he quickly checked Vestreling's breathing and shook his head helplessly. "My poor child." He began to murmur prayers quietly. By now Su Qi and Dr. Zhong had also arrived. They found the priest praying over Vestreling. Su Qi's expression was grim. He hadn't expected such a major case to happen right under his nose. Zhang Lishi asked Zhong, "Why not rush him to the hospital? Can Vestreling still be saved?" "The foreign priest says he stopped breathing." "He's giving Vestreling last rites," Zhong said. "Such a fine person just dead like this." As she spoke, she couldn't help but tear up. They had spent these past days together and had become good friends. She never imagined he would die like this. End of chapter. Chapter 1150. The killer Dr. Zhong wanted to go forward and comfort Cretias, but seeing her cradling Vestreling's head in her arms, tears streaming down her face, he couldn't find the words. After completing his prayers, Father de Mort instructed several church attendants to carry Vestreling's body back to the church for a memorial service, and had Zhong accompany Cretias. "Father de Mort, are you all right?" Zhong had seen the killer stab the priest too, yet he appeared completely unharmed. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. "God be praised." The priest took out a small prayer book he carried on his person. A deep hole had been stabbed into it, but the book was quite thick and bound in sheepskin, which had effectively stopped the thrust. The priest was still somewhat shaken, speaking incoherently, nothing like his smooth cadence when reading scripture. Su Qi knew he wouldn't get anything useful from him for the time being and instructed someone to escort him back to the church. "Post guards at the church entrance," Su Qi ordered the police station chief. "Assign someone to protect Hygiene around the clock. Tell him not to leave the commercial house these next few days." His expression was grim. This incident had created a serious problem. Pulling on gloves, he silently examined the scene. The dagger used to stab Vestreling lay on the ground, a standard naval dagger issued to sailors, essentially a sailor's knife. The dagger was covered in blood. After stabbing the priest, the killer had immediately dropped it and fled. Su Qi produced a paper evidence bag and carefully collected the weapon. Beyond this, the scene yielded no valuable clues. In the chaos following the attack, proper preservation had been impossible. Su Qi returned to his office to find Wei Bakai, Zhang Lishi, and several other elders already there. Wei Bakai had been entertaining Hygiene these past few days. Hygiene hadn't come to the Far East merely to broaden his horizons. He had arrived with clear objectives. Though Wei Bakai didn't know the diplomat's specific purpose, one thing was undoubtedly clear. Hygiene's East Asian trip was aimed at gathering intelligence about the region. Since arriving in Kaohsiung, he hadn't missed any opportunity to converse with the elders. Although his pitiable Chinese forced him to rely on translators, Wei Bakai's overall impression was that Hygiene possessed an excess of curiosity, interested in everything and eager to exchange views on any topic. Of course, Diplomats had naturally served as their government's overseas eyes and ears since their inception. Wei Bakai had no issue with this. He even thought it a good opportunity to demonstrate their strength to the Dutch and develop more trade opportunities. If nothing else, it would keep them from getting any foolish ideas. The moment Wei Bakai entered, he was trembling with rage. He slapped the table and demanded of Su Qi, "Which unit does this bastard belong to? Execute him." Su Qi shook his head. The killer was an imposter. What? Su Qi briefed him on both cases, yesterday's and today's. Wei Bakai flew into a rage and slapped the table again. "What were you even doing? Why didn't you assign people to protect the foreign guests? You just let a kid lead them around everywhere." Su Qi was already at his wit's end, and Wei Bakai's outburst ignited his own temper. He retorted firmly, "Elder Wei, please watch your attitude. I don't report to the Kaohsiung police station. I'm under the leadership of the Navy and the External Intelligence Bureau, overseeing intelligence work for Operation Engine. Local security and protection falls under your jurisdiction." Wei Bakai was stopped short by this rebuke, face flushing deep red like a fighting cock, unable to speak. Dr. Zhong quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Let's all calm down. What's done is done. Arguing here accomplishes nothing. Let's focus on getting to the bottom of this first." The Kaohsiung side's failure was obvious. No security personnel had been assigned to someone as important as Vestreling. Whether it was Dr. Zhong or Wei Bakai, both had focused their attention entirely on Hygienes, paying little heed to the personal safety of these two Dutch youths, and certainly never imagining someone would specifically target them. This matter wasn't insignificant, but it wasn't catastrophic either. While the Dutch weren't much to fear, the mission the Senate had given Wei Bakai wasn't to wage war against them. If this blew up into a real incident, there would be no good outcome for him. Wei Bakai deflated like a punctured balloon. He loosened his collar button and plopped onto the sofa. "Just tell me what to do." Suddenly he remembered something. In a few days Taiwan will send a ship to pick them up, and now one of them is just gone. He shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Dr. Zhang thought. Banquet had painstakingly brought his children all the way to East Asia for smallpox vaccination, hoping they would grow up safe and sound. Who could have imagined this trip to Kaohsiung would become a death sentence? He felt a rush of existential uncertainty at life's unpredictability and couldn't help but heave a deep sigh. If Banquet finds out his son was murdered, and by an elder soldier at that, he'll go to war with us. Wei Bakai shook his head, sighing repeatedly. Banquet was a senior merchant of the Dutch East India Company, a figure on equal footing with the governor in Batavia. No matter how you looked at it, this wouldn't promote cooperation or friendship between the two sides. Who cares what the Dutch think? If they don't like it, let them fight us. Feng Jinghen said dismissively. Might as well detain the little foreign girl, declare war immediately, take Taiwan and kill all the whites. We've already burned bridges. Lately, Xiao Feng had been heavily influenced by Liu Zheng. He had no interest whatsoever in Hygienes or Vestreling, considering them all worthless white humanoid creatures. Only the little foreign girl Cretias had any value to the Senate. Wouldn't that be playing right into the enemy's hands? Wei Bakai said. They want us fighting the Dutch. He waved his arms excitedly. Of course we're not afraid of the Dutch, but now isn't the time to deal with them. Besides, getting played like this and then docilely following the enemy's script, I can't swallow that either, Dr. Zhong said. There's a conspiracy behind this. Most likely Zheng Zhilong's doing, Su Qi said. This thought had occurred to him from the moment he arrived at the murder scene. The entire case was too purposeful, reeking of a frame-up from start to finish. Following the logic of reasoning, whoever benefits most from the case is the prime suspect. Zheng Zhilong was clearly the most suspicious party. The Dutch shouldn't fall for this so easily. The methods are too crude, Wei Bakai said. The intent is too obvious. Wrong, these methods are quite sophisticated, Su Qi countered. A street full of people all saw one of our sailors kill someone, and this sailor was drunk, or at least appeared to be drunk. In other words, the frame-up took the form of a crime of passion rather than premeditated murder. It would be utterly illogical to claim the Senate had deliberately murdered Vestreling, but a drunken sailor killing someone in the street was completely believable. From the perspective of responsibility, Vestreling had been killed on Senate territory by a Senate official. This was the fact everyone now knew. At least several hundred people had witnessed this fact. For the Senate to clear its name, they would have to solve the case and find the real culprit, with evidence. Given the management standards of this era's pirate organizations and even official governments, if something like this happened, even 100 mouths couldn't explain it away. Even the 19th century British Navy might not have been able to prevent such a scheme. Su Qi said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the killer is already dead." Wei Bakai jumped up again and complained to Zhang Lishi, "Dr. Zhang, why did you teach your goddaughter to play with guns? Now she's shot the killer dead in one shot. Isn't that helping the enemy silence witnesses?" Xiaoying was just afraid he'd escape. Zhang Lishi was somewhat at a loss for words. He really couldn't praise Xiaoying for this. But in that moment of urgency, there really hadn't been any good alternatives. Their communication methods were still very primitive, making it impossible to notify the patrol boats at sea in time. Of course, if Xiaoying hadn't fired that shot, the killer might have gotten away scot-free. If he had escaped, it would have been the same to them as if he'd been killed. "I think you're perhaps a bit too indulgent with your goddaughter," Wei Bakai said irritably while fanning himself. "She needs proper discipline." Zhang Lishi was full of silent complaints about Wei Bakai, but he really couldn't mount any defense on this matter. Suddenly, the telephone in the room rang. Su Qi quickly answered it. The call was from Lei In. The killer's body had been brought to the medical station. Lei In planned to begin the autopsy in an hour and asked if Su Qi and the others wanted to observe. "I'll be right there," Su Qi said. Dr. Zhong said, "I'll go too." Wei Bak shook his head. "I'll pass. I'll take care of the aftermath first, then go explain things to Hygiene." He sighed wearily. "We'll discuss how to handle this later." Feng Jinghen had no interest in autopsies either. Liu Zheng had recently found a native guide on Commercial Street and was preparing for a wilderness expedition. He had invited Feng Jinghen to discuss the plan, so Feng excused himself. Zhang Lishi returned to the customs residence to gather the necessary equipment. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhang Xiaoying kneeling on the floor with tears in her eyes, giving him quite a start. "What are you doing?" "It's all my fault, father. I carelessly shot the killer dead," Zhang Xiaoying said through tears. "Please forgive me." "Don't cry, get up." Zhang Lishi waved his hands. "How did you know the killer was dead?" "I just escorted Crescia back to the commercial house. When I came out, I saw Uncle Lei In bringing people to collect the killer's body. He said my shot helped the bad guys silence a witness. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, father." Both regretful and grief-stricken, she prostrated herself on the floor and wept bitterly. End of chapter. Chapter 1151. The second killer Lei In was quite distressed about Zhang Xiaoying's shot. He could really use a live prisoner right now. But what was done, no point in dwelling on it. He signaled for Zhang Xiaoying to rise. All right. There's no point crying now. A post-mortem examination is at least as good as interrogating a live prisoner." Whether this stemmed from his obsession with dissecting corpses or some naive, romantic faith in forensic science, Lei In always held an almost cult-like reverence for autopsies. His enthusiasm made Zhang Xiaoying feel considerably better about the whole affair. In truth, Su Qi had limited expectations for what the autopsy might reveal. Based on what he knew of the technology and equipment available, the examination would at most yield the following: ethnicity, approximate height and weight, age range, occupation, and cause of death. Given the time, manpower, and resources available for investigation, this information would be of little help. But Lei In was eager. No sooner had the corpse been brought into the medical station than this man, who rarely performed autopsies himself these days, donned a surgical gown and set to work. Lei In's methods were exceptionally meticulous. He documented absolutely everything. Not only did he carefully examine every external wound and internal organ, but he photographed each step. Most of the shots were his own. Cameras had been manufactured in Lingao for some time now. The earliest models were custom-made for the intelligence services and reserved for espionage activities. In this era, using cameras as intelligence tools carried an important advantage. The photographs weren't real enough. They were grainy, of low saturation, and had poor contrast. They looked more or less like drawings or etchings. Showing a photograph to people of this era was like showing AI-generated images to people of the 21st century. They aroused amazement and wonder but never panic. From an intelligence perspective, the difficulty of exposure was much lower. Even if someone got hold of the photographs, they wouldn't know what they were looking at. Lei En had obtained several cameras for the medical system, intending to document cases, pathology, and teaching materials. Even before putting them to use, he had already prepared specifications requiring every autopsy to be documented with photographs as standard procedure. After the exterior examination was complete, he verified the man's identity by checking injury traces against eyewitness accounts. Based on the trajectory and location of the gunshot wound, as well as signs of drowning, this was indeed the killer Zhong Xiaoying had shot. Based on the autopsy, the man was in his 30s, about 165 centimeters tall, with rough hands and well-developed calluses on the palm center and index finger, clearly someone who frequently wielded weapons. He was not a sailor. Sailors would have calluses from handling ropes. The corpse had also been in the water for some time, leaving it somewhat bloated and affecting the accuracy of some measurements. Still, based on his muscular development, this person had engaged in physical labor, and judging by his overall fitness, his nutrition had been good, so he wasn't from the bottom of society. A dark birthmark marked the left side of his belly, roughly the size of an egg, shaped somewhat like a gourd. According to Lei En's judgment, this man was likely a Ronin-class martial artist who had been employed by someone. This aligned with the eyewitness account Suki had verified. The person's features could be described as a Japanese Ronin, all expected findings. But then Lei En suddenly stopped his examination. This is strange. Many people had come to observe the autopsy, including Dr. Zhong, though Wei Bakai had not come. Suki leaned forward, squinting, but couldn't see what Lei En had discovered. What's strange? Lei En pondered for a moment, then picked up a slender probe with a magnifying glass at the end to examine the base of the corpse's neck. Xiaoying's marksmanship was pretty good. She hit him cleanly, but she didn't kill him. What? You mean he wasn't killed by the gunshot? He was clearly sinking when I shot him. Zhong Xiaoying cried out in surprise. Don't jump to conclusions. The bullet entered through the left shoulder, shattered the scapula, smashed the clavicle, and exited through the upper chest. Based on the damage to the large blood vessels in that area, he would have bled out within minutes, but that's not the cause of death. The cause of death was this. Lei En carefully used forceps to extract a slender bamboo needle from the base of the corpse's neck. The needle was about 4 inches long and extremely thin. If not for the small swelling at the entry point, it wouldn't have been noticeable at all. He was hit by a poisoned dart. The location of the wound suggests someone shot him from behind while he was fleeing. It punctured the junction of his cervical vertebrae, and the toxin on the needle paralyzed his respiratory center. Lei En directed the photographer to take several pictures. He was already dead before he hit the water. So you're saying there's another killer, Suki said. Indeed, and this person's weapon is extremely precise and deadly. Looking at this wound, the dart was shot from a significant distance, hitting such a vital point from afar. No ordinary assassin is capable of this. Xiaoying, you're lucky he didn't target you. Zhong Xiaoying shivered involuntarily. Is it possible he shot himself, committed suicide? Someone suggested. It can't be ruled out theoretically, Lei En said, but judging from the angle of entry and his range of arm motion, it would be very difficult for him to stab himself in this position. Unless someone placed the needle there before he started running, like pricking a balloon before inflating it. But that seems ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous, Suki said grimly. Whoever orchestrated this planned everything meticulously. They hired this Ronin to do the killing, then had someone follow him. If he was captured, they would silence him. If he successfully escaped, they'd let him live. Either way, they left no loose ends. Dr. Zhong sighed. From a technical standard, this rivals a modern intelligence operation. The question is, who is this second killer? Are they still among us? Su Qi felt his thoughts grow heavier. Lei En continued the autopsy, hoping to find more clues. When he opened the stomach, he found the remains of a meal still undigested, rice, pork, and greens, consumed about 2 hours before death. The intestinal contents were sent for examination as well. Besides this, they found several personal effects on the body. A few copper coins, a small cloth pouch containing some medicinal powder, probably a painkiller or stimulant, and a gambling tile, a mahjong piece to be precise, the 8 of bamboo. A mahjong tile, Su Qi found this interesting. He gambled. Mahjong isn't popular in Japan. This man likely picked it up in China after arriving here. And judging by the wear on this tile, it's been handled frequently. He was probably a regular gambler. Su Qi suddenly had a thought. Can we lift fingerprints from this? Lei En's eyes lit up. Great idea. I'll have it sent to the lab immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 1152. Fingerprints. The mahjong tile was sent to a makeshift forensics lab. Though Kaohsiung's facilities were far simpler than Lingao's, they possessed basic equipment for lifting fingerprints. The process itself was straightforward. A technician carefully dusted the tile with fine carbon powder, then used transparent tape to lift the prints and transfer them onto white paper for preservation. The tile yielded several sets of fingerprints. Most were smudged and overlapping. The tile had clearly passed through many hands, but 2 prints remained clear, one on the front, one on the back. Lei En examined them under magnification. We have 2 distinct sets here. One is almost certainly the dead man's. We can verify by comparing to the corpse's fingers. The other set belongs to someone else, Su Qi finished. Someone who handled this tile, possibly the one who gave it to him. Exactly. Now the question is, whose prints are these? Su Qi thought for a moment. We need to fingerprint everyone who might have come into contact with this killer. Start with the people at Commercial Street, the tavern staff, the fishing boat crews, anyone who might have gambled with him. This was an enormous undertaking. Commercial Street saw hundreds of people daily. Fingerprinting everyone would be a logistical nightmare, and there was no guarantee the second killer, if that's who left the print, was still in Kaohsiung. But it was their only lead. Over the next 2 days, the police station and service company personnel conducted a systematic fingerprinting operation. They set up checkpoints at the harbor gates, requiring everyone entering or leaving to provide fingerprints. They visited the taverns and gambling dens, collecting prints from the regulars. The operation caused considerable grumbling among the populace, but given the seriousness of the case, a foreign dignitary murdered on Senate territory, no one dared openly refuse. Meanwhile, Su Qi pursued another avenue. He sent an urgent telegram to Lingao, requesting information on known assassins operating in the Taiwan Strait region. If this was a professional hit, there might be records. The response came 2 days later. The External Intelligence Bureau had files on several assassination networks operating in the region. Most were connected to either Zheng Zhilong's organization or various pirate groups. One name stood out, a shadowy figure known only as the Dart, reputed to use poison-tipped projectiles and known for never leaving witnesses. The Dart was believed to be a woman of Southeast Asian origin, possibly from the Philippines or Malacca. She reportedly worked exclusively for the highest bidder and had completed several high-profile assassinations throughout the South Seas. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen her face clearly enough to provide a description. Su Qi filed this information away. Even if they couldn't identify the second killer immediately, at least they had a profile to work with. The fingerprint comparison work was tedious. Each print had to be examined under magnification and compared point by point with the reference print from the mahjong tile. After processing over 300 individuals, the technicians were exhausted. On the third day, they got a match. "Sir, we found a match." The technician rushed into Su Qi's office, waving a comparison sheet. Su Qi jumped up. "Who?" "A dock worker named Li Shun. He works at the fishing boat wharf." Li Shun. The name meant nothing to Su Qi yet, but that was about to change. Within the hour, Li Shun had been brought in for questioning. He was a wiry man in his 40s, with the weathered face of someone who had spent his life by the sea. His hands trembled slightly as he sat across from Su Qi. "You know why you're here," Su Qi said flatly. Li Shun nodded nervously. "The fingerprints. I knew it was only a matter of time. Tell me everything." And so Li Shun began to talk. He had arrived in Kaohsiung 6 months earlier, ostensibly as a migrant worker from Fujian. In reality, he had been sent by a man named Lin Shimao, a gambling den operator in Jinjiang County, near Zheng Zhilong's base at Amping. His mission was simple: find local contacts and gather intelligence on the Australians' activities in Taiwan. He wasn't a spy exactly, more of an informant, observing ship movements and garrison strength, feeding his observations back. But recently his handler had given him a new task: help a man named Senkyu Shou, a Japanese ronin, establish himself in Kaohsiung. Li Shun didn't know what Senkyu's mission was. He had provided lodging, introduced him to the gambling dens, and given him that mahjong tile as a token of trust. "I didn't know he was going to kill anyone," Li Shun protested. "I swear, I thought he was just here to watch the harbor and report back." "Who killed Senkyu Shou?" Su Qi demanded. "There was a second killer. Someone shot him with a poisoned dart." Li Shun's face went pale. I don't know anything about that. I wasn't there. I was at the wharf when it happened." Su Qi studied the man's face. He was lying, or at least withholding the full truth. But whether he actually knew about the second killer or was simply protecting himself remained unclear. Who else was involved? Who else did Lin Shimao send? There's a woman," Li Shun said reluctantly. "I never saw her face clearly. She came on the same ship as Senkyu. I was told to stay away from her, that she was handling a different part of the operation." A woman. The dart was said to be a woman. End of chapter. Chapter 1153. The third person. Su Qi pressed Li Shun for more details about the mysterious woman. "I really didn't see her clearly," Li Shun insisted. "She was always covered up, wore a veil, or kept to the shadows, but I know she was short, no taller than my shoulder, and her skin was darker than most Chinese women." "Southeast Asian," Su Qi suggested. "Maybe. I thought she might be from Luzon or one of those islands down south." She didn't speak much, but when she did, her Chinese had a strange accent. This matched the profile of the dart that the External Intelligence Bureau had provided. They were getting closer to the truth. "Where did she stay? How can we find her?" Li Shun shook his head helplessly. "I don't know. I was specifically told not to track her movements. Lin Shimao made it very clear she was not to be interfered with. Whatever she was doing was separate from my work. But she was on the same ship as Senkyu Shou. She must have been his backup or his handler." "Maybe. I think so. Senkyu was good with a blade, but he wasn't the sharpest. Someone had to be watching him, making sure he didn't make mistakes, and if he did, they would eliminate him," Su Qi finished. Li Shun nodded miserably. "That's how these things work. No loose ends." Su Qi leaned back in his chair, processing. They had a clearer picture now. Zheng Zhilong, through his subordinate Lin Shimao, had orchestrated the assassination. Senkyu Shou was the trigger man, but there was a backup assassin, this mysterious woman, tasked with ensuring he either succeeded or was silenced. The sophistication of the operation was both impressive and troubling. This wasn't a simple revenge killing or political provocation. This was a carefully planned conspiracy designed to frame the Senate and damage relations with the Dutch. "Who is Lin Shimao's superior?" Su Qi asked. "Does he report directly to Zheng Zhilong?" "I don't know for certain, but Lin Shimao always talked about the third young master. I assumed he meant Zheng Zhaifeng, Zheng Zhilong's third brother. He handles a lot of the dirtier work for the family." Zheng Zhaifeng. That name would go in the report. After several more hours of interrogation, Li Shun had given up everything he knew, which wasn't much more. He was a small fish, useful for establishing local networks but kept deliberately ignorant of the larger operation. Su Qi had him placed in a secure cell. He would prove valuable as a witness when they eventually confronted Zheng Zhilong with evidence of his conspiracy. Now the question was, where was the woman? Su Qi organized a search of the harbor area. If she was still in Kaohsiung, she might be hiding among the fishing boats or in one of the ramshackle inns that catered to transient workers. But after 2 days of searching, they found nothing. It was possible she had already fled, slipped out on a departing ship before the lockdown was fully in place. Or she might have died in some hidden corner, having completed her mission and then disposed of herself to prevent capture. Professional assassins sometimes did that, but Su Qi had a feeling she was still out there. On the 4th day after the murder, they found her. A patrol boat had spotted a small sampan drifting near the harbor mouth, apparently abandoned. When they boarded it, they discovered a woman's body inside. She was exactly as Li Shun had described, short, dark-skinned, with rough hands that spoke of hard work. She was dead, had been for at least 2 days, judging by the state of decomposition. The cause of death was immediately apparent. She had cut her own throat with a small knife that still lay beside her. Suicide. She knew we were closing in, Lei En said as he examined the body. Rather than be captured, she killed herself. Su Qi stared at the corpse. So this was the Dart, if that was indeed who she was. A small, unassuming woman who had killed without hesitation and then ended her own life rather than face interrogation. Professional to the end, he muttered, but something nagged at him. Why wait 2 days? If she had intended to kill herself immediately after silencing Senkyu Shou, she could have done it right away. Why drift in a sampan for days first? Unless she had been waiting for something or someone, a pickup that never came, he ordered a thorough search of the sampan. Hidden beneath a false bottom, they found a small waterproof pouch containing a single item, a bamboo tube with a rolled-up piece of paper inside. The paper bore Chinese characters, a message of some kind, but it was written in code. Send this to Lingao immediately, Su Qi ordered. Priority transmission. The cryptography people need to see this. Whatever secrets this woman had carried, they might be preserved in that coded message. End of chapter. Chapter 1154, Cretias' Choice. While the investigation continued, the aftermath of Vestreling's death had to be addressed. Father de Mort conducted a proper Catholic funeral service at the small chapel in the commercial district. It was a modest affair. There weren't many Catholics in Kaohsiung, but all the elders present attended, as well as Hygiene and several Dutch sailors who had sailed from Taiwan when news of the tragedy reached them. Cretias stood throughout the service, her face pale but composed. She had wept all her tears in the first 2 days, now she was simply numb. Wei Bakai had been dreading this moment, the confrontation with the Dutch over what had happened, but Hygiene surprised him. I do not blame you, Hygiene said quietly after the service. I saw what happened. The killer was disguised as one of your sailors, but he was not truly one of your men. This was a conspiracy against both of us. Relief washed over Wei Bakai. You understand then? I understand. But I also understand that someone wanted us to fight, wanted to set the Senate against the company. We must not let them succeed. This was exactly the sentiment the Senate needed to hear. Wei Bakai immediately telegraphed a summary of the conversation to Lingao, where it would help diffuse any hawkish sentiment about going to war with the Dutch. The more difficult conversation was with Cretias herself. She came to Wei Bakai's office the day after the funeral, still dressed in mourning. I want to stay, she said without preamble. Stay, in Kaohsiung, or anywhere you'll have me. I want to help find the people who killed my brother. Wei Bakai was taken aback. He had assumed she would want to return to Taiwan to her father as soon as possible. Miss Banquet, I don't think. My father will understand, or he won't. Either way, I'm not leaving until there is justice for Vestreling. There was steel in her voice that Wei Bakai hadn't heard before. Grief had hardened this young Dutch woman into something formidable. What could you possibly do to help? He asked, not unkindly. I have skills. I speak multiple languages, Dutch, Portuguese, some Spanish, and I'm learning your Chinese quickly. I can translate. I can write reports. I can do whatever you need." She paused. "And I know Dutch East India Company operations. I know their procedures, their politics. If you're going to deal with whoever is behind this conspiracy, you'll need someone who understands the European side of things." Wei Bakai had to admit she had a point. The Senate was short on people who could navigate European colonial politics. Most of their efforts had focused on dealing with Chinese powers, the Ming, the pirates, the merchants. The Dutch and Portuguese had been handled more by improvisation than expertise. "I'll have to consult with Lingao," he said finally. "This isn't a decision I can make alone." The consultation was brief. The executive committee saw the value in having a well-connected Dutch insider who, moreover, harbored a personal vendetta against the real enemy. They approved her temporary attachment to the Kaohsiung station. So Cretias Banquet became an unlikely member of the Senate's operation, a Dutch merchant's daughter, grieving for her murdered brother, now working alongside the very people her father's company had once viewed as rivals. Zhong Xiaoying took her under her wing. The two young women, one Chinese, one European, had formed an unlikely bond during those terrible days, and now that bond deepened into genuine friendship. Zhong Xiaoying taught Cretias practical Chinese. Cretias shared insights into Dutch methods and mentalities. Meanwhile, the political implications of the assassination continued to unfold. The executive committee in Lingao had received a full report on the incident and the investigation. The evidence pointing to Zheng Zhilong, or at least his subordinates, was compelling but not conclusive. Li Shun's testimony implicated Lin Shimao, and through him, possibly Zheng Zhaifeng. But there was no direct link to Zheng Zhilong himself. Some elders wanted to use this as a pretext for immediate military action against Amping. The conspiracy had targeted a foreign guest on Senate territory and nearly succeeded in framing the Senate for murder. That demanded a response. Others counseled caution. The Dutch situation had been handled well. Hygiene was sympathetic, and through him the company might be mollified. Going to war with Zheng Zhilong now, when the Senate's position in Taiwan was still being consolidated, might be premature. In the end, they reached a compromise: prepare for eventual military action while continuing to gather evidence. Operation Engine, the code name for the planned campaign against Zheng Zhilong, remained on track, but its timing would be determined by strategic considerations rather than rage over Vestreling's death. The young Dutchman had become a pawn in a game he never understood, and now the players on all sides were positioning their pieces for the next phase. End of chapter. Chapter 1155. Continuation of the Sarajevo incident. The coded message recovered from the dead assassin was decrypted by Lingao's cryptography department within a week. Its contents confirmed what everyone had suspected. The message was addressed to someone called Third Master, almost certainly Zheng Zhaifeng, and reported the successful completion of Phase 1. Phase 1 was the assassination of Vestreling. The message noted that the Australian sailors had been successfully framed, and that Dutch retaliation against the Australians was expected. But what caught Suu Kyi's attention was the mention of Phase 2. According to the message, Phase 2 would only be activated if Phase 1 succeeded in provoking hostilities between the Senate and the Dutch. It involved a more ambitious target: a coordinated assault on Australian positions in Taiwan, with expected Dutch support. In other words, Zheng Zhilong and his brothers had planned to draw the Dutch and the Senate into conflict, then attack both while they were weakened. It was an audacious plan, and it had very nearly worked. The Senate's swift investigation and Hygiene's sympathetic response had short-circuited Phase 1. Without Dutch Senate hostilities, Phase 2 couldn't proceed. Zheng Zhilong's conspiracy had failed, but the failure wouldn't stop him for long. The Zheng family would try again, perhaps with a different approach, perhaps with different targets. The underlying hostility between Zheng's maritime empire and the Senate's expansion remained. This assessment was shared at an emergency meeting of the executive committee. "We're comparing this to the Sarajevo incident," said one elder, referring to the 1914 assassination that triggered World War I, a targeted killing designed to provoke a larger conflict. "The mechanisms are remarkably similar. Except we didn't fall into the trap," another elder pointed out. "We investigated before retaliating. Lucky for us. If Hygiene had been less understanding, or if we'd been slower to uncover the conspiracy." The room fell silent, contemplating the close call. "The question now is, what do we do about Zheng Zhilong?" the chair asked. The debate that followed was fierce. Some argued for immediate military action, strike before the enemy could regroup. Others advocated diplomatic pressure, use the evidence of the conspiracy to isolate Zheng internationally and undermine his alliances. A third faction proposed a combination, prepare for war, but delay the actual attack until conditions were optimal. Use the intervening time to complete the consolidation of Taiwan and strengthen naval forces. This third option eventually prevailed. Operation Engine would proceed, but on an accelerated timeline. Special Forces units were deployed to the Taiwan Strait for reconnaissance. Intelligence assets were activated throughout Fujian province. Meanwhile, the diplomatic front wasn't neglected. The evidence of Zheng's conspiracy was carefully documented and shared with selected Dutch officials, not to provoke them against Zheng, but to ensure they understood who the real enemy was. Huygens proved invaluable in this effort. His reports to Batavia emphasized that the Senate had acted in good faith, that the murder was the work of Chinese pirates trying to manipulate both powers, and that continued cooperation with the Australians was in the company's interest. Whether the VOC hierarchy in Batavia would accept this narrative remained to be seen, but at least the groundwork was laid. Back in Kaohsiung, Cretias threw herself into her work. She translated documents, helped draft communications with Dutch officials, and used her knowledge of company procedures to advise on likely Dutch reactions to various scenarios. She also continued learning Chinese, with Zhong Xiaoying as her primary tutor. Within 2 months, she could handle basic conversations and read simple texts. Her determination was remarkable. "She's using work to cope with grief," Zhong Xiaoying observed to her godfather. "I've seen it before. As long as she has something to do, she can keep going." Zhang Lishi nodded. "Just make sure she doesn't burn herself out. Grief has a way of catching up with people." But for now, Cretias showed no signs of slowing down. The conspiracy that had killed her brother would be exposed and punished. She would see to it personally. End of chapter. Chapter 1156. The sisters. While events in Kaohsiung unfolded, a different kind of drama was playing out in Lingao, one that would have far-reaching consequences. Li Huamei, the woman who had called herself Li Chun when she worked at the South Sea Agricultural Cooperative, was living a double life. On the surface, she was a model naturalized citizen. She worked diligently at the Women's Cooperative, managing a team of seamstresses who produced uniforms for the Fubo Army. Her daughter attended Feng school and was doing well. She had bought a small apartment in the workers' residential district and lived a quiet, respectable life. Beneath this surface, however, she was still playing a dangerous game. Li Huamei had been sent to Lingao years ago by Li Xia, the mysterious pirate queen who operated in the South China Sea. Her mission then had been reconnaissance, observe the Australians and report back on their capabilities and intentions. That mission had failed, in a sense. Li Huamei had been absorbed into Australian society, had genuinely come to appreciate the opportunities it afforded, and had gradually stopped sending reports. When Li Xia's organization tried to reactivate her, she had hesitated, but blood was blood. Li Xia wasn't just her employer, she was her younger sister. The 3 sisters, Mo, Huamei, and Xia, had been separated in childhood when their parents, servants to a wealthy Macau merchant, died. Mo had been taken in by the merchant's household. Huamei had run off with a sailor who turned out to be a pirate. And Xia, the youngest, had been raised by the Macau merchant himself. They had found each other again only recently. Mo was now a doctor, trained by the Australians themselves, working at Bern General Hospital. Huame was the seamstress with a hidden past, and Xia was the pirate, operating somewhere in the shadows. Li Huame's conflicted loyalties had reached a crisis point. Li Shun, the informant captured in Kaohsiung, had been part of the network that Li Xia's organization used to gather intelligence. Though he didn't know Li Huame directly, the connection existed. If the Political Security Bureau followed the thread far enough, it might lead to her. She needed to act. Her first move was to contact her younger sister through a carefully constructed communication channel. The message was simple: Li Shun is captured, clear the network, I may be compromised. Li Xia's response came within days: understood, stay quiet, do nothing to attract attention, I will handle it. But Li Huame wasn't satisfied with passive waiting. She needed insurance. She went to visit her elder sister. Momo worked in the medical section of the Bureau of Naturalized Citizens Affairs. She was a skilled physician, originally trained in traditional Chinese medicine but now proficient in Australian methods. She had no idea about either sister's espionage activities, or so Li Huame believed. "Sister," Mo said warmly when Li Huame appeared at her door. "It's been too long, come in, come in." They sat together drinking tea, catching up on trivial matters: Mo's patients, Li Huame's daughter, the weather. But beneath the pleasant conversation, Li Huame was probing, trying to assess whether Mo had heard anything about the Kaohsiung investigation. "I heard there was some trouble in Taiwan," Mo mentioned casually. "A foreigner was killed." Li Huame's heart skipped a beat. "I heard something about that too. Terrible business. The hospital received an inquiry about a body. Someone wanted medical records compared. Apparently the killer was Japanese." "Is that so?" Li Huame kept her voice level. "Well, I don't concern myself much with such matters. My work keeps me busy enough." Mo studied her sister's face for a moment. There was something in her eyes: suspicion, concern, but she said nothing more about it. After an hour of conversation, Li Huame excused herself and departed. She was more anxious than before. Mo had mentioned the investigation unprompted. That could mean she knew something, or it could be mere coincidence. Either way, Li Huame would have to be very careful in the coming weeks. What she didn't know was that her visit had been noted. Mo had long harbored suspicions about her middle sister's past. The vague stories about a pirate husband who had died, the mysterious years unaccounted for, the occasional lapses in her story, it all added up to something hidden. And now, with this strange visit arriving right after news of the Kaohsiung incident broke, Mo's suspicions were stronger than ever. She said nothing to anyone, not yet, but she began to watch and to listen and to remember. The three sisters were on a collision course, though none of them knew it yet. End of chapter. Chapter 1157. The medical tour. Wei Bakai's report on the Vestreling incident proved agonizing to write. He agonized over every phrase, crossing out and revising until his desk was littered with crumpled drafts, silently cursing his university self for never taking a course in official document writing or media communications. The incident itself wasn't catastrophic in its consequences, but it had left the Senate with egg on its face. Compared to old Feng on Jeju Island, who had masterminded the crushing of a counter-revolutionary riot and could parade the glorious exploits of the Kim Yuksun siblings, Wei Bakai's side offered nothing worth celebrating. After several false starts, he settled on a strategy of profound self-criticism. Rather than dodge the problems, he would emphasize them himself. Whatever thorns those devils in the Senate loved to pick, he would point out first, then append a suitably contrite deep self-examination. This would demonstrate his correct attitude. After all, he had personally overseen Kaohsiung's construction, and the city continued to function normally. Population transfers, urban development, economic conditions all proceeding as planned. He believed that unlike certain Senate members who would kick even when nothing was wrong, the executive committee still valued administrative continuity and stability, especially during this pioneering phase. "At worst, I'll be roasted at a hearing," Wei Bakai consoled himself as he wrote. Even Han Xin once suffered the humiliation of crawling between another man's legs, but a good attitude alone wouldn't save him. The reason Feng Zongze had ultimately weathered his own storm was inseparable from his major initiatives in horse administration, land reform, and standardized village construction. He had demonstrated his potential as a capable official. Wei Bakai needed to put on an equally impressive show. The next day, the Kaohsiung second five-year plan, display board in his office quietly vanished, replaced by one labeled Kaohsiung Agricultural Land Development Plan. Indeed, after hours of deliberation, Wei Bakai had decided to direct his merit-building efforts toward the agricultural issues the Senate cared about most and found most troublesome. China's problems in the final analysis are food problems, he declared, surveying his all-night work with his personal secretary. Neither the Planning Commission nor the Agricultural Committee had assigned him a reclamation target. Wei Bakai had originally set his own goal at 30,000 mu, but now he tripled that figure, 100,000 mu within a single year. This wasn't arbitrary ambition. In the previous phase, both reclamation work and sanitary belt clearing in the Kaohsiung area had progressed smoothly. The human cost ran high, yes, but the dead were all slaves, with minimal losses among the refugees. Moreover, reclamation efficiency had far exceeded his expectations. He currently commanded 10,000 permanent residents plus 30,000 refugees. Even if half those refugees were still recovering and couldn't work at full capacity, they could still manage light labor. Meanwhile, upon the emerald swells rolling west to east across the Qiangzhou Strait, a black paddle steamer sailed steadily forward. Clouds of steam and smoke billowed from its stack, while canvas sails stretched taut above, driving the vessel through the waves at impressive speed. Yet despite leaving all passing ships in its wake, neither the smoke plumes nor the churning paddle wheel suggested the boiler and engine were working at full capacity. The vessel was merely cruising. From the mainmast, dancing in the wind, flew the striking blue Morning Star flag. Built entirely of teak with a standard displacement of 500 tons, this paddle steamer qualified as a big ship along 17th-century China's coast. Unlike other Senate vessels with their standard light black hulls, this ship retained the natural color and grain of its teak wood. No gun ports lined its deck. It lacked the austere military aesthetic typical of Senate warships. Instead, elaborate ornamental details adorned its structure. Most striking was the octopus figurehead at the bow. Palace lantern designs on the poop deck added Chinese flair, creating an overall impression of peaceful opulence. This was the Octopus, the yacht built by Lingao Shipyard for the Guangzhou station, specifically designed for Master Guo's lavish lifestyle in Guangzhou and to demonstrate the Senate's power. Because the vessel needed to navigate inland waterways, the Octopus couldn't be too large. To reduce the workload, it had been designed around the 621 class paddle tug already in production at 500 tons. Since it would operate primarily in rivers and the Pearl River estuary where high speed wasn't essential, a smaller engine had been installed, shrinking the volume of boiler, steam engine, and coal bunker. Aboard this luxurious vessel traveled the medical touring group led by Health People's Commissar Xiaoying. To expand the Senate's influence across Hainan Island and Guangdong, the Health People's Committee had been organizing mobile medical teams since the beginning of the year. Composed of several elder physicians and outstanding naturalized citizens, they had begun conducting medical tour throughout Qiangzhou Prefecture's counties. The tour encompassed all of Hainan Island, including Lizhu and Guangzhou. Lizhu needed no explanation. Through tireless infiltration by the Lizhu station, Zhuwen and Heikang counties had already been Lingaoized. Guangzhou's inclusion served primarily to prepare for the planned campaign against the Pearl River Delta region during the second five-year plan. Guangzhou was both the continuation and final destination of this grand tour. After the Battle of Chiang Mai, Word of the Senate's medical prowess had spread throughout Guangdong via the wounded Ming soldiers who'd received treatment and the spectators who'd witnessed the battlefield firsthand. End of chapter. Chapter 1158. Medical Insurance and the Provincial Harbor Hospital Commissar Shi Nyaoren's cabin occupied the farthest end of the ship from the engine room. The wall facing the machinery was stacked with large bags stuffed with coconut fiber, a token gesture at best, designed to protect the leader should the boiler explode. Whether aboard the 854, the 901, or any other steamship hailed as the pride of Lingao industry, this roughly reflected how Senate members viewed the state of their vessel's safety, and the facts bore them out. At the moment, Shi Nyaoren sat at the desk in his cabin, leafing through a thick document with a sour expression. Since the voyage began, his mood had been foul, though not because of the seasickness he'd claimed to his accompanying staff. Rather, it was because the volume before him wasn't actually a book, but a detailed set of regulations for public medical care for naturalized citizens, handed over by the Civil Affairs Department during his rest stop in Lingao after concluding the previous leg of the tour. When chatting with elder physicians of domestic origin, Shi Nyaoren would occasionally let slip the phrase, "back when I was in the United States." But he never mentioned how his American medical practice had been constrained by insurance bureaucracy. Who would have imagined that, having traveled back over 100 years before America was even founded, he'd still be dealing with medical insurance, and moreover, an entirely new system of his own making? The thought blackened his mood further. In the latter half of the previous year, at an expanded executive committee meeting, the finance department had proposed implementing a monetized settlement system in the health sector. Drug and equipment allocations would no longer be free. All health services would carry specific prices. This wasn't aimed at the health department alone. Fiscal Controller Cheng Dong had raised the idea of implementing monetized accounting across all agencies, enterprises, institutions, factories, and commercial units multiple times. This was merely the pilot implementation, and the health department had been chosen to go first. Commissar Shi had no objections to monetized accounting itself. Without it, the finance department couldn't account for currency issuance, economic output, or fiscal expenditure. But what came next blindsided him. Implementing monetized accounting wasn't particularly difficult. It just meant more paperwork. Previously, the health department only needed to requisition supplies and fill out requests. Now, in addition to filing requests, they also had to calculate everything in trading vouchers according to a price list. The money calculated was merely recorded in ledgers and processed through Zhilong Bank. The impact on the health department amounted to hiring a few more accountants, cashiers, and clerks. Elders and naturalized citizens now had additional steps when seeking treatment. Before, they only needed to register. Now they had to fill out triplicate forms listing itemized costs for drugs and treatment, then submit them separately to the Civil Affairs Department and Finance Department. For this purpose, the 3 hospitals under the Health Department had hired a batch of cashiers. Then things took an unexpected turn. The Civil Affairs Department subsequently required the Health Department to formulate clinical pathways for common diseases affecting naturalized citizens, to guide the treatment activities of naturalized medical personnel. At the time, the Health Department hadn't thought much of it. Aside from the larger hospitals staffed with elder physicians, medical care for naturalized citizens, beyond public health education and epidemic prevention, was basically just dealing with trauma and everyday headaches and fevers. The Health Department reorganized the contents of the Common Disease Manual given to naturalized medical personnel from the Accelerated Training Program and submitted it to the Civil Affairs Department. What they hadn't anticipated was that several months later, the Finance Department and Civil Affairs Department would jointly issue a document based on the submitted clinical pathways, setting cost limits for treatment of naturalized citizens with public medical coverage. Without special circumstances, for patients entering pathway treatment, any costs exceeding the limit due to deviations from the pathway would have to be borne by the medical institution itself. The public medical system would refuse to pay. The Civil Affairs Department's rationale: modern medicine is built on a foundation of enormous high-tech investment. Based on experience from the original timeline, the growth of medical expenses routinely outpaced economic development and residents' income growth. Currently, all diagnostic and treatment activities for naturalized military personnel and employees were covered by the public medical system, provided free of charge. Medical care offered to non-employee naturalized citizens in areas under Senate control was also essentially half sold, half given. Such was the Senate's political superiority. But the Civil Affairs Department argued that, although the overall medical enterprise remained quite rudimentary, if no restrictions were placed on public medical payments, an empire where technological leaps happened every moment might develop an unwieldy welfare burden too early, affecting long-term governance. Upon hearing this rationale, Commissar Xi immediately retorted, "Does a starving ghost need to worry about obesity?" He then candidly exchanged views and engaged in a full exchange of opinions with the relevant personnel from civil affairs and their finance department colleagues, enhancing mutual understanding. The talks were productive, and both sides fully reserved their positions. Commissar Xi knew perfectly well that certain figures in finance had orchestrated this, their goal being nothing more than what they'd been energetically promoting: perfecting the social insurance system. Xiaoying's position was clear. The Senate's medical activities for naturalized citizens remained primitive. Half of common internal medical treatments were, in the elder's view, essentially placebo therapy, and urgently needed substantial development. Setting economic restrictions on primitive medical activities this early would certainly constrain the development of the Senate's medical enterprise. Medicine was a highly practical science. Binding the hands of practice prematurely would only harm the advancement of medical standards. End of chapter. Chapter 1159. The Medical Affairs Section Chief Deng Bajan had been working under Commissar Xi's health department for quite some time. In the early days of establishing Bern General Hospital, although public health professionals were available to help, the day-to-day operations increasingly interfered with the clinical work of Xiaoying and others. Even with doctors and master's degree holders on staff, someone still had to handle the grunt work, officially termed general affairs, logistics, and administration, tasks too specialized for natives to manage given their modern requirements. Originally, this work had fallen to He Ping, Zhao Yanmei's husband. But as the pharmaceutical enterprises under the health department kept expanding, it seemed wasteful to leave He Ping, with his pharmaceutical factory experience, in an administrative position. So he was transferred to the health department's pharmaceutical and medical equipment general factory to work alongside his wife. This left general affairs without anyone in charge. The personnel department searched their files and selected a male homebody who had served as librarian at the Great Library since the crossing, but had expressed strong interest, declaring, "I'm most familiar with this healthcare business." This surnamed Deng homebody was assigned to take charge of logistics and general affairs at Bern General Hospital. The early half of this surnamed Deng homebody's life read as one of complete failure. As the son of a medical university professor, his knowledge was broader than his peers and his thinking highly divergent, yet he couldn't even pass high school entrance exams. Seeing his son lacked serious student material, the professor sent him to join the army, reasoning that the military environment would at least discipline him enough to test into a military academy. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even manage to be a switchboard operator as a pampered soldier's son in some important compound. He couldn't memorize the phone numbers, and his one-year service stint ended ignominiously. He came home and idled for half a year. The professor figured he should at least find the boy a skilled trade. Drawing on his years in ophthalmology and refractive surgery, he had reputation and connections to spare. So he sent his son to apprentice at an optician's shop run by an acquaintance, preparing him to eventually open an eyewear shop with the professor serving as consultant. Fortunately, just as the surname Deng homebody's slacker apprenticeship was about to be exposed, the professor's university suddenly issued a one-time veteran placement document to accommodate some bigwig's discharged son. The surname Deng homebody thus wormed his way into the university's affiliated hospital, becoming a gopher in the administrative building. When his gopher life was about to hit yet another wall, the surname Deng homebody resolutely joined the crossing. In Shi Nioran's view, Deng Bajan's work in the medical affairs section was barely adequate, his only advantage over naturalized citizens being that he could communicate without barriers and understood what modern medicine was. Terms and complete case files would constantly roll off his tongue, enough to bluster in front of naturalized citizens. Under contemporary circumstances, serving as section chief was roughly acceptable. Section Chief Deng was the busiest person at Bern General Hospital. The entire hospital's and even the whole health department's food, drink, and bathroom needs fell under his purview. He couldn't say 3 sentences to anyone without interjecting, "Brother, I've got a little matter to attend to." Naturally, he wouldn't have come all the way to Hong Kong without reason. Commissar, she had dispatched him to scout things out. His purpose was of course related to the medical tour, and naturally the groundwork for the Provincial Harbor Hospital. Deng Bajan smiled wordlessly, following behind Commissar Shi. The group welcomed their way to the Hong Kong Commercial Station building, where there was unavoidably another round of greetings and hospitality. Finally, he saw she settled in his guest room. Because Commissar Shi was a People's Commissar-level senior cadre who needed to handle myriad affairs at all times, the guest room was a suite, with an office beyond the bedroom for working and receiving visitors. After disembarking, Commissar Shi was inevitably exhausted in body and mind. But the Guangzhou medical tour was nothing like tour in the green zone or yellow zone. Guangzhou, though the Senate now operated almost openly there, remained technically enemy-controlled territory, at minimum an orange zone. Going deep into the core of Great Ming's local governance, to conduct activities required caution. Even though little Guo had sworn there would be absolutely no problems, she remained uneasy. Director Shi, Deng Bajan began. He wasn't accustomed to the Senate's Soviet-style titles and habitually used old timeline honorifics, which felt both warm and indicated his healthcare system origins. "I've already arranged the Guangzhou medical tour. You've had an exhausting journey. Rest in Hong Kong a few days before setting out." "Is everything ready on the Guangzhou side too?" Shi Nioran asked. "Yes, it's set up at Guangzhou's Purple Sincerity Hall. I've already sent Li Mo there as an advance scout." Though Li Mo was among the earliest batch of nurses, her academic ability wasn't up to par. She kept failing her nursing exams, and various professional courses proved a real struggle. Shi Nioran felt she probably had no development potential in this field. All his efforts would produce a healthcare worker at best. So she was transferred to general affairs instead. She could at least read, write, and do arithmetic and spoke decent Mandarin. As Deng Bajan's assistant, she was more than capable. Sending her to Guangzhou as an advanced scout also made sense because she could speak good Cantonese-inflected Mandarin. End of chapter. Chapter 1160. Li Mo was tidying up the room, an empty shopfront at Purple Sincerity Hall. Since Guo Huaiyi had returned to Guangzhou, not only had all his original properties been renovated, but he had also demolished the vacant wasteland originally enclosed on Huifu Street and built a row of 2-story shopfronts, expanding his business space. This medical tour occupied one of those shopfronts. The General Affairs Manager at Guangzhou Station, Sun Chang, had sent craftsmen to perform a simple renovation. The front served as reception and waiting area, the second floor housed treatment rooms, and at the back lay a simple operating theater tiled with porcelain. Conditions couldn't compare to hospitals in Lingao, but within Guangzhou City, this was already among the finest facilities available. Limo organized the medicines, instruments, and various supplies that had been shipped from Hong Kong, arranging everything on shelves for ready access. Medicine she couldn't learn, but general affairs she handled with ease. Especially since Deng Bajun mainly just oversaw things. The specific details were often left to her to implement. These skills came naturally to her, learned through osmosis from her parents who had worked as stewards in the Macau household during her childhood. She could extrapolate from one example to 100. Over time, she had become the elder sister Li, whom everyone at Bern General Hospital respected. Li Mo was quite satisfied with her current situation. Life was simple yet fulfilling. Her daughter had entered the Australian school, which did offer boarding, but she still insisted on having the child walk to and from school each day. After all, it wasn't far from Feng to the health department's residential district, and the route was safe. Li Mo had used her own salary plus a loan to buy a small apartment in the naturalized citizens' residential district, what they called a flat in Newspeak. Because of her seniority, her income was much better than newly assigned nurses. Lingao was a place with more men than women. Li Mo was not yet 30, her looks weren't bad, and she had a decent income. Even though she was a widow with a child, there was no shortage of marriage proposals. Some suitors had quite good prospects. But Li Mo refused them all, continuing her single life. This led to gossip among the naturalized citizens at the health department, claiming she harbored hopes of marrying a chief as a concubine. Others laughed at her daydreaming, a widow with a child thinking she could climb to a chief's high branch. Li Mo dismissed all this with a smile. After experiencing so much, she was no longer the love-struck maiden who could be sweet-talked into eloping, nor would idle gossip change her mind. Her world now centered entirely on her daughter. Li Quan had entered Fengqiati National School, and her academic performance was decent. She was about to graduate from lower elementary. The school teachers suggested she continue to upper elementary. Li Mo had some hesitation. Upper elementary meant additional expenses. Li Quan wasn't an orphan taken in by the state, nor a martyr's dependent. According to regulations, children of naturalized citizen employees attending upper elementary were exempt from tuition, but had to pay miscellaneous fees and meal costs. And her daughter wasn't one of those exceptionally outstanding students who could earn scholarships. The monthly miscellaneous fees and meal costs weren't much, but for a single mother carrying a 25-year housing loan while raising her daughter, the burden was still felt. But before this trip to Guangzhou, Chuking had come to chat with her. Upon hearing about this matter, she said Li Mo should relax. She would ask Master Wu to help sponsor the costs. This girl really is kind-hearted. Li Mo thought of the young woman who called her elder sister. Back when she was bullied at Gu family estate and nearly unable to survive, Chuking had been a maid in the inner courtyard, not particularly favored, and no relation to her at all. Yet she had secretly taken leftover food from the inner courtyard to give her, which was the only reason she and her daughter had managed to hang on until Zhang Xingjiao brought her to serve Master Wu. After their reunion at the farm, the two had lived together. In the beginning, when the farm was just established, from elders on down to newly recruited farm workers, everyone had to work. She was also looking after a child and couldn't manage everything. She depended entirely on Chuking's help. Even after Chuking formally married Master Wu, she still treated their mother and daughter just as warmly as before. This often made Li Mo, who had seen much of the world's fickleness, sigh with emotion. When she had first been sent to Qiangzhou by her man and entrusted to old Master Gu at Gu family estate, how glamorous it had been. A separate small courtyard specially built for her, with one of her man's sworn brothers assigned to look after her. The household had a complete set of new furnishings. Old Master Gu didn't show his face, but his wives and concubines all came to offer warm greetings, keeping her company with card games and conversation. The weather in Lingao was hot and Li Quan had a poor appetite, so she arranged for the small kitchen to prepare various light dishes in rotation. Every 3 or 4 months, someone would deliver silver, and they even bought farmland for her to cultivate locally as a cover identity. At the time, she truly believed her man was the finest seafaring man in the world. Who would have thought that less than half a year later, her man would die at sea? Whether from an accident or murder, she never found out. But the Guo family immediately cut off support, and the sworn brother who had been looking after her suddenly died of acute illness. She was then seized by the head of the Guo household's guards. After he tired of her, she was cast out. He even spread word that no other man was allowed to touch her, nearly starving her and her daughter to death. If Chuking hadn't been generous-hearted back then, how could she possibly be living like a person now and even be able to return to Guangzhou? End of chapter. Chapter 1161. Sisters reunited. Guangzhou was a place that lingered in Li Mo's dreams. Her parents had both been natives of this city, though she had moved with them to Macau before she could remember, becoming servants in the Li Xia household. During her childhood, she had often accompanied her parents on errands for their masters, sometimes bringing along the still babbling young miss on trips to Guangzhou. Li Xia's mother had been from Guangzhou. Li Mo sometimes thought of her younger sister too, but even during her most desperate days, when she had nearly become a corpse from starvation, she had never considered finding a way back to Macau. She was unwilling to face the shameful past of her parents' successive deaths after her elopement. But Guangzhou, this place held only beautiful memories for her. Now, with some spare time, her heart stirred with anticipation, hoping to walk the streets she'd known since childhood and taste the food she'd once been so familiar with. But then she remembered the discipline the Political Security Bureau had announced before their arrival. The first rule: no one was permitted to go out alone on the street, especially young women. Ancient cities were rife with fraud and kidnapping, and abducting women and children was a major industry. In the past, widows and women without men in the household were constantly schemed against, either seduced by vagabonds hired to lure them away, or simply snatched right off the street. Furthermore, though the Australian name carried weight in Guangzhou City, there might still be people secretly watching from the shadows. Therefore, the Political Security Bureau stipulated that anyone going out on errands had to first register, and second, be accompanied by an escort from the Armed Escort Company. These cumbersome procedures made Li Mo abandon her plans. After all, she would be in Guangzhou for many days yet. There would be opportunities. She Nioran rested in Hong Kong for 2 days. The Hong Kong shipyard concentrated manpower and resources to give the octopus final touch-ups, and only then did Commissar she sail grandly toward Guangzhou. The waterway from Hong Kong to Guangzhou was already completely under the control of the Navy's Hong Kong detachment, so the octopus had no escort vessels. Though since the commercial station had been established in Hong Kong, the 621 tugs and landing craft had frequently traveled the river between Huangpu and Hong Kong Island. Steamships were no longer a novelty to the locals along the banks. This elaborately decorated vessel still drew countless eyes as it steamed upriver, smoke billowing and water churning. The yacht dropped anchor at the Guangzhou Grand World Pier outside the Great East Gate of Guangzhou. This had once been desolate riverbank, but now both shores bustled with construction, scaffolding everywhere, workers swarming like ants. Steam engines chugged and puffed, driving cranes, mixers, pile drivers, and various machinery. Most spectacular was a steam-powered tower crane of entirely iron construction, 25 meters high, towering above even the Guangzhou city walls. The Grand World Pier and the road leading to the Great East Gate had been completed early as foundational infrastructure. Equipment and materials shipped from Lingao were unloaded directly here. The octopus would also berth at this pier. The Grand World Project's general manager, Zhang Yikun, was already waiting. A large banner reading "Welcome Imperial Physician" she hung at the pier, with a crowd from the Guangzhou station there to greet them, all arranged by Guo Huaiyi naturally to build momentum for Dr. Shi's visit. Initially, some thought "Imperial Physician" might be presumptuous, but in this era the title also served as an honorific for physicians, so it wasn't considered overstepping. According to prior propaganda quietly conducted by the Guangzhou station, Shi Nioran was originally an imperial physician of the royal court, holding the position of imperial pharmaceutical chief. Yu Eshui had pointed out that in the Song dynasty, the head of the imperial pharmacy was a eunuch position, so Dr. Shi could only be a chief. Because the Song ruler was benevolent and couldn't bear to see the common people beyond the borders lacking medicine, he had sent imperial physician Shi to the great Ming to practice medicine and relieve suffering, and so on and so forth. Shi Nioran exchanged a few pleasantries, then boarded a waiting Feng carriage. The grand world was still under construction, dusty everywhere, not a place to linger. The touring group then departed for Guangzhou City under escort of the Kiwei Armed Company. End of chapter. Chapter 1162. True Feelings and Schemes. Li Xia and Li Mo gazed at each other through tear-filled eyes for a long moment. The days when the three sisters had frolicked together without a care seemed like another lifetime. "I never thought we sisters would meet again," Li Mo said tremulously, clutching the purple lilac tassel cord in her hand. This was something she had braided herself years ago, one for each of the three sisters. Her own had been lost long ago during years of wandering and hardship. She never imagined her younger sister still kept hers in such good condition. The two shared stories of their years apart, and when the conversation turned to how they'd spent that time, Li Mo could no longer suppress the sorrow she'd held in for so long. She wept as she spoke, which set Li Xia to dabbing at her own eyes. "It was thanks to Sister Chuking's help at Gu family estate. Later I met Brother Zhang, who kindly brought me to join the chiefs," Li Mo sobbed. "Elder sister and your niece truly went through hell at Gu family estate. We walked through the gates of the underworld." Li Xia of course knew about Gu family estate. She had once colluded with Gu placing him as an idle chess piece that ultimately served little purpose. She truly hadn't expected Li Mo to have suffered so much bullying and abuse at this man's estate, which left her with mixed feelings. Anger and guilt intermingled, yet when she thought about it, this was also Li Mo's own doing, recalling how she had secretly eloped without a word, leaving a shadow of abandonment and betrayal in the heart of the still young Li Xia. Watching her sister now guilt-stricken and crying bitterly, Li Xia felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Let's not speak more of these sad things," Li Xia sighed softly. "Elder sister, to abandon us like that, how cruel." Li Mo's heart was already burdened with guilt, and this reproach made her feel even more unworthy of facing her. She was after all a half-servant milk sister, naturally of lower status than Li Xia. Before she knew it, she had fallen to her knees in front of Li Xia, holding back tears. "Elder sister knows she was wrong. Back then I was bewitched for a moment. The hardships I've suffered all these years are punishment for my own wrongdoing." Seeing her sister kneeling on the floor, Li Xia felt pleased. Li Mo had once again acknowledged her status as mistress. Having wandered outside for over a decade, winning her back with sisterly affection alone wouldn't be enough. She had to make her yield and admit fault, to rebuild her authority. Her earlier remark, though it seemed like mere petulance between sisters, actually carried deeper meaning. Li Mo's parents had died one after another because of her elopement, and she had neither returned for their funerals nor visited their graves. By invoking the great moral weight of unfilial conduct and adding her remaining authority as mistress, how could Li Mo not kneel and submit? Seeing that she had already knelt and admitted wrongdoing, Li Xia stopped there, showing an expression of tender reluctance as she made a show of helping her up. "Sister, don't be like this. It's all in the past. What's the point of talking about right and wrong? Sister suffered so much, and I couldn't help you." How could Li Mo know the twists and turns in this younger sister's mind? She simply thought her sister remembered their bond and didn't want to make things too difficult for her, which made her feel even more grateful. The two wept together a while longer, then asked about how Li Xia and Li Quan had been living all these years. Speaking of the years past, Li Xia didn't say much about her own deeds, only that she'd been making do at sea. Li Mo saw her sister's weather-beaten appearance and knew she must have been doing some kind of work at sea, most likely the same black business their former master had done. She grew worried. Though her life and work these past years had been confined between the farm and the hospital, compared to other naturalized citizens she'd had more contact with the elders. From fragments of overheard conversation, she knew bits of policy and news. She knew the Senate deeply despised pirates. Those who didn't come voluntarily to submit would either be reformed or killed. She couldn't help but worry, and advised her sister to stop earning money that smelled of the sea. Whether returning to Portugal to live with their former master or staying comfortably in Macau, either would be a good way out. Li Xia sighed, unwilling to speak. Her mother was of humble birth and had never had a Catholic wedding with her father. In fact, her father already had a legitimate wife and children in Portugal. Though her father and the Portuguese lady there had written saying they would acknowledge her as a legitimate daughter if she was willing to return, her origins would still leave her a head shorter than others. She was a proud woman. How could she accept this slight? Besides, returning to Portugal meant she'd have to properly style her hair, wear gold-threaded gowns, and sit properly at home every day waiting for some gentleman to take interest in her or her dowry and propose. She had already accumulated a fortune of 100,000 or 200,000. Rather than living a constrained life in Portugal, she'd rather live freely here. "My mother was Chinese," she said. "Besides, without seeing you, sister, even if I went to Portugal I wouldn't feel at ease." She deflected from other questions and asked, "Sister, are you doing well in Lingao?" End of chapter. Chapter 1163. The informant. After Li Mo returned, she signed out as required by regulations. Then the female escort wrote a companion report according to standard procedure and submitted it to the Guangzhou Station Security Department, a unit specializing in security and counterinfiltration work, under the dual leadership of the Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security Bureau. Serial number 163,207,012,438. Type: Routine Report. Security classification: Confidential. I accompanied the surveillance target departing Purple Sincerity Hall at 9:03. Content abbreviated. At 12:10, the surveillance target expressed a wish to visit Purple Bright Tower and take a bath. I accompanied the surveillance target entering Purple Bright Tower at 13:06, where she proceeded directly to the counter to request a third-floor deluxe bathing suite. Subsequently, a Purple Bright Tower attendant, badge number 13, processed the room arrangement, with the suite named Flowing Fragrance. After the room was arranged, I accompanied the surveillance target to enter the Flowing Fragrance suite at Purple Bright Tower. Because there were very few guests on the third floor during daytime, only one attendant, badge number 51, was on duty on the third floor. I then left the third floor and returned to the first floor waiting room. I remained there until 1600, when the surveillance target requested settlement and paid the bill using trading vouchers. We then left Purple Bright Tower at 1614 and returned to Purple Sincerity Hall at 1640. There were no abnormalities en route. The naturalized staff at the Guangzhou Station Security Department filed this report in the Daily Index surveillance records. The touring group departed for Lingao aboard the Octopus the next day as planned. Shortly after their return to Lingao, an informant report appeared on the desk of Zhou Batao, director of the Investigation Division at Political Security Headquarters. Such informant reports arrived daily by the dozens, all written by informants operating under the various surveillance networks controlled by Political Security Headquarters. They were divided into routine reports and special reports. Routine reports were written weekly, summarizing social opinions and conditions in the surrounding area, like correspondence. Special reports concerned specific individuals or events. Regardless of category, reports were first sent to the analysis division, where naturalized staff would read and analyze them, then decide their disposition based on content. 99% of informant materials were simply cataloged and archived. Only a minority deemed valuable were forwarded to the investigation division. Zhou Ba opened the report and read carefully. The report was written by an informant from the health department serving on the touring group. Its content concerned Li Mo's abnormal behavior during their time in Guangzhou, including her expressions and actions. At the end of the report, the informant particularly emphasized that on the night before leaving Guangzhou, Li Mo had secretly cried in her bedding. Zhou Batao thought, what kind of situation is this? Can't people have some private emotions? Wasn't this informant's vigilance a bit too high? What was the analysis division thinking, sending over such unfounded garbage? He was about to toss the document aside when something occurred to him. No wonder this report had landed on his desk. He recalled that this Li Mo was supposedly the mother in the legendary whaling of South Sea Farm, wasn't she? Setting aside whether that matter was true or false, one thing Zhou Badao was certain of. Li Mo's relationship with Wu Nanhai was unusual. Even though she didn't work at the agricultural department, she had bought her apartment in the agricultural department's employee residential district and was close friends with Wu Nanhai's wife Wu Chuqing, frequently visiting the Wu household. Since this involved an elder and family members, the naturalized staff naturally didn't dare make their own decision. It was most appropriate to kick the ball upstairs for guidance. Zhou Batao considered whether to initiate investigation procedures. He felt that since this person was connected to Wu Nanhai, not investigating might be more appropriate, to avoid getting entangled in an elder's personal privacy. Zhao Mangsheng had repeatedly reminded everyone at Political Security Bureau meetings, political security work must not target elder comrades. He picked up his steel pen, about to write "No investigation" in the handling opinion column when he hesitated again. But what if there really was something hidden? Zhou Ba wavered. Li Mo was secretary of the Medical Affairs section at Bern General Hospital, equivalent to the chief of naturalized cadres for that section, and Bern General Hospital was the designated hospital serving elders. With Li Mo, either nothing would happen or something big would happen. Thinking this, Zhou Batao abandoned the idea of no investigation. He called in his secretary and instructed, "Please compile all file materials on Li Mo, Medical Affairs Section Secretary at Bern General Hospital, Health Department, from the past year or two and bring them to me." End of chapter. Chapter 1164. The investigation safe house number 72 was located in a storage building behind a certain shop in Dongmen Market. The location was quiet amid the hustle, convenient front and rear doors. It had been personally selected by Zhou Batao. The shopkeeper was one of the earliest naturalized citizens from Lingao and fiercely loyal to the Senate. He naturally wouldn't refuse any request from the relevant department. Anyone who gave the correct code phrase would be led directly to this storage room. The storage room wasn't large, already filled with goods, leaving only a small three-legged table propped against the wall and several long benches by the door. Qi Yun and informant number 967 sat at the table. Informant No. 967 was a young girl belonging to the lowest tier of peripheral informants. Aside from her direct superior in the surveillance network who controlled her, she never saw headquarters personnel. From her excited expression, she was clearly flattered by this summons. Qi Yun had reviewed her file beforehand. The informant was 19 years old, newly graduated from nursing classes, and assigned as a nurse at Bern General Hospital. She had been recruited while at Feng. She was very enthusiastic about her work, frequently writing informant letters, though almost all of them were worthless speculation based on nothing. "Tell me about Li Mo's situation in Guangzhou," Qi Yun said. "Be as detailed as possible." The informant began enthusiastically recounting Li Mo's activities in Guangzhou, especially the days when she'd shown abnormal behavior, going into painstaking detail, almost unbearably thorough about every particular. Qi Yun listened carefully, quickly extracting a thread from the informant's disorganized narrative. Li Mo had been normal for the first few days in Guangzhou. It was only one particular evening that she'd begun to seem troubled. Under Qi Yun's gentle guidance, she recalled more details. It was probably afternoon that day that Li Mo had first shown signs of being disturbed. During the afternoon rest period, she'd noticed Li Mo tossing and turning, occasionally sobbing quietly. Did something happen that day? Qi Yun grew interested. This meant something must have happened that morning. Nothing special happened, the informant said, straining to recall the day's events. Qi Yun quickly realized a problem. Li Mo did back-office work, spending most of her time managing the pharmacy and inventory and handling accounts. She had essentially no opportunity to meet with locals. Why would such a person suddenly behave abnormally? Qi Yun inquired. Did she have any contact with outsiders that day? No, the informant said, shaking her head. She isn't a nurse or medical practitioner. She doesn't handle triage or consultations, nor dispensing or registration. When she mentioned registration, the informant suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, I just remembered. She substituted for the registration nurse that day for about an hour. Qi Yun nodded. So something must have happened during that hour of registration duty. Beyond this, the informant couldn't provide anything of value. Qi Yun praised her briefly, saying her materials were very useful. Investigator comrade, is Li Mo a traitor? The young nurse's face flushed with excitement. If she could expose a traitor, an enemy of the Senate and the people, that would be truly glorious. Qi Yun deflected, answering coldly, "You know the discipline." Not inquiring about matters unrelated to oneself, strictly guarding the organization's secrets. These were the basic rules for informants. Yes, I understand, investigator comrade. The informant deflated as if doused with cold water. Your work has been very good, but you must understand that discipline is discipline. Qi Yun adopted her former instructor's tone. One must constantly encourage informants. From now on, you must pay close attention to any new developments regarding her. Qi Yun returned to her investigation division office at 7:30 in the evening. Most of the office gas lamps were lit. Political Security Headquarters staff preferred working at night. Political Security Headquarters had expanded rapidly. The Investigation Division and Execution Division had once shared an old courtyard outside the county seat, but it had become inadequate. After coordination, the Execution Division had moved to a new site. The office space and rooms vacated by the Execution Division were quickly filled with investigators' offices and file rooms stuffed with dossiers. Qi Yun showed her pass to the guards at the door and entered the Execution Division's two-story office building. The central hall on the ground floor was empty save for 2 night shift guards. She walked toward the corridor on the right. The hallway had no decorations whatsoever, walls simply whitewashed, gas lamps burning without adornment, floors of plain brick. Both sides of the corridor lined with office doors, nearly 20 of them. Almost everyone showed lamplight through the frosted glass, with people occasionally coming and going. Qi Yun's office was on the ground floor. She lit the gas lamp. The office was small. These buildings had been constructed not long after D-Day, when manpower and materials were insufficient, so they were quite basic. The ceiling was low, and the red brick walls had only been plastered smooth with lime mortar the previous year. Each investigator had their own office, allowing them to work undisturbed on their cases. One wall had been made into a bookshelf of unfinished wooden planks, stuffed with file boxes and internally published standard work manuals of various kinds. To accommodate the staff's varying skill levels, all work had been broken down into standardized procedures. By the window sat an unpainted Shengchuan brand desk and 2 simple chairs. To combat Lingao's hot summer nights, the glass windows were all open, with iron screens outside blocking the hordes of insects attracted by the gaslight. The screens weren't just for insects, they also prevented papers from blowing away. This was one of Zhao Mengxiong's internal regulations. Not a single scrap of paper may leave the office. To economize, any documents requiring destruction were collected daily by specialized personnel, bundled with sealed strips, and stored in the secure vault. Once accumulated to a certain point, they would be transported by dedicated personnel and vehicles to the paper mill for destruction in the pulping vat. End of chapter. Chapter 1165. Sharpening the blade 2 days later, the confidential communications office sent Ki Yun a small wooden box that still smelled of seawater. The box was made according to Logistics Command's published packaging standards, the smallest of the standard containers, specifically for transporting documents and small items. Southeast Asian teak with iron corners and beast skin waterproof lining. The box was painted with black and white vertical stripes, and a row of Arabic numerals indicated it contained important documents. The clasp was lead-sealed. Ki Yun broke the seal and took out the file materials, briefly scanning the covers and checking against the packing list that had been sent ahead by telegram. There were 3 sets of materials. The first was the female escort's record of Li Mo's outing. The second was the Purple Bright Tower attendant's oral statement. The third was a report on Purple Bright Tower's surveillance recordings. She had specifically requested the latter too based on what the informant had provided. After all, Li Mo had spent the most time at Purple Bright Tower during her entire outing. She opened the monitoring report first. The contents were very detailed, recording everything from the moment Li Mo left that day, including what snacks she had eaten in Guangzhou. But in Ki Yun's view, the only valuable thing in this report was confirmation that Li Mo had indeed visited Purple Bright Tower, as the informant had said. Next, she opened the second report, the Purple Bright Tower attendant's oral statement, which confirmed that the female escort's record was accurate. Li Mo had indeed gone to Purple Bright Tower and gotten a private room. This report cross-verified Li Mo's whereabouts at Purple Bright Tower, but they still knew nothing about what she had done there. Ki Yun placed her hopes on the third report. She knew that several of the third-floor private rooms at Purple Bright Tower were equipped with surveillance devices, but when she opened it, she was greatly disappointed. The third report explicitly stated there was no surveillance recording of Li Mo in the flowing fragrance suite. Ki Yun's telegram requesting materials had immediately caught Lin Baiguang's attention upon reaching Guangzhou. He ordered Purple Bright Tower's surveillance records for that day retrieved, but there was no report for the flowing fragrance suite. However, attached was an investigation into all third-floor guests that day. Because electronic surveillance equipment was a first-tier controlled item, the entire Guangzhou station had only 3 sets. To conserve their service life, each surveillance session required Lin Baiguang's personal approval before equipment could be used. To compensate for the shortage of modern equipment, during Purple Bright Tower's renovation, copper listening tubes had been installed in all private rooms, but the tube's actual effectiveness was poor, with indistinct sound and limited pickup range. Moreover, the security department couldn't possibly assign monitors for 24-hour surveillance. Li Mo wasn't an important figure, wasn't on any priority watch list, and she had entered the room alone, so the duty security personnel hadn't arranged for anyone to monitor her room. Lin Baiguang knew headquarters wouldn't request Li Mo's surveillance materials without reason. Obviously, this person had some problems that had attracted headquarters' interest, so he immediately arranged a comprehensive investigation of Purple Bright Tower's staff on duty that day. The investigation focused, of course, on the third-floor attendants, since only 2 had been on duty upstairs that day. Because it had happened during the day, when business was slowest, Purple Bright Tower had few daytime guests, especially on the 3rd floor. Only 2 attendants were assigned to the 3rd-floor day shift. According to these 2 attendants' recollections, 2 other groups of guests had been on the 3rd floor at the same time as Li Mo. Lin Baiguang repeatedly asked whether Li Mo had had any contact with either group, but the attendants couldn't recall. The other two groups were wealthy households with grand entourages who kept calling for service, so the attendants couldn't constantly monitor the movement of people between rooms. Lin Baiguang had someone retrieve the guest register and payment records for that period. One of the two groups was a regular customer of Purple Bright Tower. The other was a first-time newcomer, a young gentleman, a middle-aged servant, a young servant boy, a maid, and an older female attendant. According to the attendants, the young gentleman had entered the private room accompanied by the servant boy and the maid. The others had waited in the first-floor lounge. The new guest's registered address caught Lin Baiguang's attention. It said Risheng Inn, a large guest house that catered specifically to traveling officials and wealthy merchants. This meant the guests were from out of town, nothing suspicious in itself. Many out-of-towners came to Purple Bright Tower to sample Australian entertainment. But they usually chose to come at night when the atmosphere was liveliest. Few came during the day. He immediately sent someone to the Risheng Inn to investigate this group's identity. The investigators reported back that the group had indeed stayed at Risheng Inn but had left the day after visiting Purple Bright Tower. Their registered origin was Feni, Jiangxi, and their destination was also Feni, Jiangxi. No matter how Lin Baiguang looked at it, this group seemed suspicious. He sent Kiwei escorts to investigate waterway docks for any group fitting this description heading to Jiangxi recently. The result: no such group was found, but this result proved nothing. Investigation wasn't omnipotent. Lack of witnesses didn't mean it hadn't happened. Pursuing this lead further was now impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 1166. Jinjiang County Cayenne Shuixi swallowed hard. Millions in gold and silver, even more impressive than the flying Henan man plan they'd been promoting. He looked greedily at nearby Jinmen Island, as if seeing a small island made of gold. Letting old Zheng swallow this fat piece of meat by himself, just thinking about it is hard to accept. Cayenne Shuixi touched the pistol under his arm. He had already mixed his special reconnaissance team members among the sailors and used the opportunity of ferrying cargo on small boats to conduct beach reconnaissance of the transit points on Jinmen Island and the Amping shoreline, calibrating tide tables during these days at anchor. Soon. It'll all be ours soon. As they spoke, a sailor came to report. Someone had arrived from Jinjiang. Su Qi's spirits rose. As soon as the ship had docked, he'd sent someone ashore in disguise to scout out Lin Shimao's situation in Jinjiang County. According to his plan, the first step was to kidnap Lin Shimao. Once they had the man in custody, he'd have no choice but to talk. Then they'd deliver him along with Li Shun and the rest, complete with confessions and physical evidence, to the Dutch. The Vestreling case would be resolved with the truth laid bare. Have him report immediately. After a while, a man dressed as a local fisherman was brought in from the deck. He was a sailor from the service company whom Su Qi had brought along, a native of Jinjiang, sent ashore in disguise specifically to case the joint and prepare the way for the special reconnaissance team. The scout reported that everything was normal in Jinjiang County. Lin Shimao's gambling den was still operating, nothing unusual. The Zheng family. Su Qi had originally worried that Lin Shimao might already have been silenced, so hearing everything was normal put his mind at ease. The next step was to personally lead the team into Jinjiang County seat to command the operation on site. Beyond thoroughly investigating this case, he also planned to conduct a reconnaissance-style staff tour of both the county seat and Amping town, fully mastering the local situation. After all, this was the primary duty of a naval intelligence officer. He asked, "Are all the team members ready?" "All ready, including me. We're just waiting for your order and we'll go ashore and pull this job." "Good. Messenger." At Su Qi's call, a sailor immediately walked in. "Tell the fleet commander, we depart at first light tomorrow." That night, a hidden door quietly opened at the stern of the big wave shipping salt transport vessel. From the door, a rope was lowered, and 10 dark figures slid one after another from the ship's stern into the sea. The last thing lowered was a small floating raft made of bamboo and inflated leather pouches lashed together. Several boxes and leather bags were secured on top. Su Qi and Caiyan Shuixi led 8 team members, swimming while pushing the raft, riding the tide toward shore. At their planned landing point, a faint greenish glow flickered, like ghost fire. Their designated landing spot was a beach about 7 or 8 li from Anping City, 4,000 meters from the salt ship. For special reconnaissance team members who all had to pass a 10-kilometer armed swimming course, this was nothing to speak of, especially since their equipment was all on the raft. But for Su Qi, these 4 kilometers were rather tiring. Caiyan Shuixi had specifically assigned 2 team members to help push him along. Even so, they arrived an estimated 10 minutes behind schedule. 2 black-clad figures were already waiting on the beach. Su Qi knew they were intelligence operatives from the External Intelligence Bureau stationed locally here to assist their operation. "Heaven punishes 8 feet, the newcomer challenged. "Return my territory," Caiyan Shuixi gave the countersign. "This way." The contact hurried to guide them. Su Qi froze. This person spoke not just standard Mandarin but a voice that sounded very familiar. This person should be an elder. But before he could finish the thought, he was swept along in a quick jog by the special reconnaissance team members. Along the way, the moon was dark and stars sparse, the road nearly invisible. All around, the chirping of insects blended into one. But the guide seemed to know the path by heart, leading them at a brisk walk. After what seemed like 20 minutes of twisting and turning, they suddenly stopped. "This is it," he whispered. Su Qi looked closely. Before them was a compound standing alone in the middle of vegetable fields, what appeared to be a small temple. The guide gave a rhythmic knock at the gate and it immediately opened. The group slipped inside. The courtyard was pitch black, no lights visible. Still led by their guides, they entered a building and descended stairs. Just as they were disoriented in the darkness, a small flame was struck in the room. Then the whole space blazed with light. For a moment, Su Qi's eyes couldn't open. He blinked for some time before he could finally see. Standing opposite, welcoming them, was none other than Chen Tianxiong. Chen Tianxiong had made a name for himself in Lizhu and become an intelligence operative for the Lizhu station, disguised as a Taoist priest running the Zhu monk temple. In recent years, as Lizhu had gradually Lingaoized, Chen Tianxiong could no longer accomplish much there. He'd applied to return to Lingao, handed the Zhu monk temple over to the new Taoism, and while helping out at the machinery department, had also attended the Intelligence Bureau training program. Su Qi had taken his course on Ming Dynasty social life in Lingao, preparing for a second overseas assignment. After Operation Engine began, Chen Tianxiong had been dispatched by the External Intelligence Bureau to Quanzhou Prefecture in Fujian Province, specifically to handle work on the Zheng-Zhilong front. Their current location was a disused side hall in the back courtyard. All the windows had been blocked up, and the ceiling was covered with dense wooden slat screens. The walls were lined with cabinets and shelves, stacked with boxes and items. "Not bad, my little hiding spot, eh?" Chen Tianxiong said with a laugh. "I've prepared hot water. You all wash up first and change clothes." Already, someone was bringing in bundles of clothing. The group bathed and changed into local-style casual clothes. Caiyan Shuixi told the team members to rest. Then he and Su Qi sat with Chen Tianxiong under the kerosene lamp for a secret conference. End of chapter. Chapter 1167. Lin Shimao naturally. The reconnaissance focused on Lin Shimao's gambling den and residence. Neither lay in a prosperous district. To map his daily habits with precision, Chen Tianxiong had already dispatched agents to quietly observe his routines. Lin Shimao slept through the days and didn't emerge until the evening lamps were lit, making his way to the gambling den. The walk between his home and his establishment took roughly 10 minutes, but he never walked. He always traveled by sedan chair. Lin Shimao was a man of consequence in the county, someone who got things done and commanded respect. Yet years of running gambling operations and loan sharking had left a trail of ruined families in his wake. Naturally, this bred no shortage of vengeful enemies. And beyond them lurked countless would-be heroes, eager to make their names by killing him and seizing his gambling den for themselves. Lin Shimao couldn't afford to be careless. His sedan chair was flanked day and night by 7 or 8 burly bodyguards. Kaohsiung quickly dismissed the idea of ambushing him en route. Too much commotion, and with their limited numbers, they couldn't secure the escape routes. If the city gates closed, they'd have to fight their way out, which would inevitably mean heavy civilian casualties and losses of their own. Capturing Lin Shimao was merely a low-cost side operation. Amping was the real prize. Mass bloodshed in Xinjiang would be putting the cart before the horse. In the Special Recon Team's urban operations, city walls and gates had always posed a thorny problem, complicating both infiltration and extraction. "We'll have to snatch him from his bed," Kaohsiung concluded. "Go directly into his residence or gambling den and drag him out." "The residence is our best option," Suki replied. "Too many people at the gambling den. It would be nearly impossible to make a clean move there." But that meant executing the operation during the day. Daytime offered the advantage of quick extraction from the city after success. The disadvantage was that approaching and entering the target would be difficult to conceal. After lengthy deliberation, they settled on a nighttime strike. Once successful, they would scale the city wall directly and spirit him to the temple. As long as they cleared the city itself, transportation would be straightforward. "I've had people scout the gambling den's layout," Chen Tianxing said, unfurling a floor plan. "It's quite similar to the one in Lizhu. The first section is the public gambling hall, open to all. The second section is reserved for those with some standing. You need an introduction to enter and strangers are turned away." He tapped the diagram. "Our people couldn't penetrate the third section. My estimate is it houses the accounting office and related operations. Lin Shimao almost certainly spends most of his time there, but we lack detailed intelligence on that area." "Does he ever come out at night?" "He does, roughly once an hour to make his rounds and play a few hands. But lately he's been venturing out less frequently, and when he does, he's always surrounded by bodyguards." "Someone must have tipped him off," Suki observed. The courtyard walls stood imposingly high, and the back door was constructed from thick wooden planks reinforced with iron sheeting. Under normal circumstances, it would be secured with door bolts and bracing poles, impenetrable without explosives. Because gambling dens dealt constantly in large quantities of cash, all black money, that couldn't be reported to the authorities, they took theft prevention extremely seriously. After further discussion, they devised their plan. They would tunnel directly from outside the back courtyard into the third section. Chinese-style buildings all followed established construction codes. The finer the house, the more rigorously built. Though they hadn't personally surveyed the third section's layout, they estimated its structure would conform to similar courtyards elsewhere. As for Lin Shimao's precise location, he would most likely be found in the east or west wing rooms of the third section. During operating hours, he would almost certainly be in the accounting office watching over the money, not lounging in the main hall. As dusk descended, the sea breeze gradually strengthened, and the day's oppressive heat slowly bled from the streets. When the night watch drum sounded the first watch, pedestrians began to thin. Darkness deepened. Soon the streets lay deserted. Shortly after the first beat of the third watch, clusters of shadowy figures scaled the inn's back wall and threaded swiftly through the back alleys, circling past the county yamen before slipping into the residential district south of County Front Street. Navigating a maze of narrow passages, they finally stopped in a cramped lane behind the gambling den. The alley was pitch black and narrow, permeated by the nauseating stench of urine and rotting garbage. Silence reigned. Only when they paused to listen could they make out faint laughter drifting through the courtyard walls. Suki had learned from Chen Tianxing that this impoverished alley had few inhabitants. Only the poorest commoners lived here, people with no interest in involving themselves in others' affairs. He stood listening for a long moment, confirming that the gambling den's back courtyard wall was directly before them. Chen Tianxing's map was remarkably accurate. Even without a guide, Suki could have led the team to the precise location using his night vision goggles. "The back door is just there," Caiyan Shuixi whispered. "That's the one he mentioned." "That's right. I've verified it. All the surrounding features match his description exactly." Suki checked his watch. "Let's move." It was already past midnight. The night was profoundly still, broken only by the murmur of the wind and the occasional distant bark of a dog. Caiyan Shuixi made a hand signal. "Move." Several special recon team members approached the wall and found a suitable spot to begin tunneling. This technique had been taught by a gang of thieves the police bureau had apprehended in Lingao. Unless the foundation consisted of stone blocks, even a wall of ground-fitted bricks joined with glutinous rice mortar could be breached with patience and skill. The special recon team had taken keen interest in this method. While scaling walls was certainly faster, many wealthy households posted guards who maintained especially vigilant watch over rooftops and wall tops. If they happened to encounter guards during their rounds, stealth could easily deteriorate into a frontal assault. To quickly and quietly eliminate targets, the team lacked silencers for their automatic weapons. Crossbow bolts were too slow. You could only loose one shot in an emergency. After several practice sessions and archival research, Zhu Ziliang and Bei Wei had developed a specialized set of wall-breaching tools. Crafted from high-quality carbon steel, the implements were not only hard and durable, but far more efficient than anything the thieves had used. Two team members approached the wall with their tools. Using scraping knives, they carefully scored the lime mortar between the bricks, scratching and scraping along the joints with controlled force, applying pressure without creating noise. When they had worked deep enough around one brick to see gaps forming, a team member gripped a hooked pry bar with both hands, inserted its pig's hoof-shaped tip into the excavated mortar joint, and gave a gentle upward pry. The brick came loose. Another team member carefully extracted it, received it, then lowered it to the ground as gently as if it were fragile porcelain. Caiyan Shuixi signaled for the excavation to halt. He donned infrared night vision goggles and peered carefully through the gap left by the removed brick, scanning the courtyard beyond to confirm no hostiles were present near the breach point. End of chapter. Chapter 1168. The Colonization and Trade Minister Lin Shimao had taken precautions, certainly, but he hadn't taken the threat entirely seriously. After all, Jinjiang County seat practically abutted Amping Town, and he worked for the Zheng family. Anyone contemplating a move against him would have to think long and hard. He never imagined his opponents would be so ruthless, slipping in silently to simply snatch him from his bed, bundling killing, robbery, and kidnapping into one seamless operation with the brazen manner of outsider brigands who feared nothing. Only during his interrogation did he finally grasp his captor's true identity. These were the Australians. The Australians had become a fearsome name on the waters between Fujian and Guangdong. They had once fought their way to the very gates of Guangzhou, staining the Pearl River crimson with blood. Realizing into whose hands he had fallen, Lin Shimao went cold to his bones. Stammering, he confessed that Senkyu Shou and Li Shun had indeed been hired by him for 200 taels of silver. It was someone I didn't recognize who gave me the instructions. Truly, I'd never seen this person before, a middle-aged man who looked like a well-off shopkeeper. He simply said he needed to hire 2 men who were bold, unafraid of death, and willing to kill. Once I'd found them, I handed them over to her. You're a gambling den boss with some standing. You just take orders from a stranger who wanders in off the street to hire killers. You don't know how things work, Suki gestured with his chin. Give Master Lin a little reminder. The team member raised his pliers again. Lin Shimao, sweating through his agony, could hold out no longer. He told them everything he knew. He truly hadn't recognized the messenger, but the man had carried a calling card from Zheng Zhaifeng. and in Jinjiang County, no one dared disobey any of the Zheng family's young masters. It was Zheng Zhaifeng. Yes, the realization that he had just betrayed the Zheng family's third young master sent Lin Shimao into another cold sweat. On one side stood the ruthless Australians, on the other the local tyrant Zheng family. He had now mortally offended both powers. His entire household was finished. The card, Su Qi paused. In hindsight, he should have seized that card as well. It would have been direct physical evidence. Where did you put it? He just showed it to me, then took it back. Took it back? Su Qi's expression conveyed naked disbelief. Lin Shimao, dreading more torture, pleaded desperately. Sir, what kind of figure am I? Just showing me the card was already giving me face. How could I possibly dare ask him to leave it behind? Su Qi knew further questioning would yield little more. He signaled, and team members led Lin Shimao away. That night, under cover of darkness, he would be loaded onto a ship bound for Kaohsiung. Though they hadn't secured the most direct physical evidence, having Lin Shimao as a witness was sufficient. After all, the prevailing legal philosophy of this era still elevated oral confessions above all else. But their mission wasn't yet complete. Just as the report on the Vestreling case was being submitted to the Executive Committee and the Senate Standing Committee, a motion had emerged to declare war on Zhilong and use this crisis to eliminate the formidable force on the Fujian coast. Though the two sides had formed a loose commercial partnership through the private salt trade, mutual trust was obviously thin. Zhilong restrained himself only because he feared the Australian fleet and acknowledged his own woefully backward capabilities for blue water warfare. In the long run, a falling out between the two sides was inevitable. The material from the Vestreling case, once reported in detail to Lingao, immediately stirred a clamor for war against Zhilong, and Wei Bakai's behind-the-scenes maneuvering played no small part in this. To minimize his own responsibility, he had to redirect everyone's attention. Wei Bakai had long mastered this approach. His methods in Kaohsiung had already drawn criticism from certain Senate quarters. Now, with this embarrassing incident to answer for, avoiding a medical leave would require stirring up as much public opinion as possible, the more the better, letting Zhilong draw the Senate's fire. If the Senate went to war with Zhilong, Kaohsiung would become a frontline base. To ensure stable operations there, the Executive Committee would never replace its commander mid-campaign. After a victorious conclusion brought general celebration, no one would bother pursuing the Kaohsiung mayor's problems, and even if they did, it would merely be for show. A properly contrite and profound self-criticism would settle everything. After drafting his report, Wei Bakai expounded at length during a dinner gathering of Kaohsiung elders about Zhilong's underhanded schemes and treacherous conspiracy, putting on a performance of righteous indignation. Though Liu Zheng was a Han supremacist, and to him, white apes like the Dutch were far more detestable than Zhilong, he cared even more about the dignity of the Senate. Upon hearing that the Zheng family organization had resorted to such underhanded tactics, seriously damaging the Senate's prestige and image, he flew into a rage. As head of the Huaxia Society, the Han supremacist faction among the elders, Liu Zheng immediately telegraphed members back home, demanding they introduce a motion in the Senate for the immediate destruction of Zhilong. He then dispatched a messenger carrying his confidential letter aboard a refugee transport ship returning to Lingao, addressed to Chiang Shide. Beyond brief pleasantries, the letter outlined the general course of events and shared his views on Kaohsiung's current situation and future development. Chiang Shide, the driving force behind the Guangzhou-Lizhu faction, understood the implications immediately and set to work behind the scenes. Thus the Senate's calls for war against Zhilong grew ever louder, though internally, fierce debate had always swirled around how exactly to formulate policy toward the Zheng family. End of chapter. Chapter 1169. Cutting off the firewood from under the pot. Si Kai's gaze fell upon the work reports recently delivered from various overseas stations. He recalled a report Zhao Yingong had recently submitted about developing a Shanghai-Tianjin maritime route. In it, Zhao Yingong had argued that the Great Ming's coastal shipping industry suffered from backward technology and low efficiency. With the Senate's current maritime capabilities, even using Shanghai's local sand junks, they could transport large quantities of goods and accelerate north-south trade flows. The grain tribute transport sector, in particular, offered significant profits, while further eroding the Great Ming's economic foundations. But what truly captured his interest wasn't merely this proposal. It was Zhao Yingong's mention of Shanghai. As a trading port, Shanghai held importance not only for Chinese coastal trade but also as a major foreign trade hub. Si Kaid had long pondered a question: why was Shanghai, as a port, less significant than Fujian during the Ming Dynasty? The major foreign trade ports of the Ming era, from the earliest Xiongnu and Yuegang to Anping and Xiamen in the late Ming, were without exception located along the Fujian coast. From a purely commercial perspective, Fujian was hemmed in by mountains on three sides, with little flat land. Aside from sugar and indigo, the province itself wasn't a production base for major trade commodities. Many goods were transported over 1,000 li from other provinces to Fujian before being exported. The celebrated crock porcelain of the early Ming had originally been fired in Jiangxi. Only later, because transporting from Jiangxi to Fujian proved arduous and costly, had craftsmen begun establishing kilns in Fujian for local production. Yet this situation was constrained by the already declining state of Chinese maritime positioning and navigation technology. Traditional Chinese navigation relied primarily on needle routes, using the compass together with coastal landmarks for sailing. Consequently, maritime voyages were generally conducted along island chains. Ships heading to Japan at the time all followed routes from Taiwan along the first island chain to the Japanese archipelago. Thus the sea routes to Japan had traditionally been dominated by ports in Zhejiang and Fujian provinces. From the Ming Dynasty onward, the decline in astronomical positioning methods caused navigation to become increasingly dependent on coastal landmark positioning. As a result, China's coastal north-south voyaging had actually regressed from the Yuan dynasty, when ships could sail the open seas, to the Ming, when travel was limited to passage among coastal islands. The greatest drawback of this route was its circuitousness. The summer route from Fujian to Japan went first to Taiwan, then rode the southeast monsoon along the Ryukyus to Nagasaki, a full 1,000 nautical miles. Departing from Shanghai, however, one could choose to sail in winter on the northwest monsoon, proceeding directly to Nagasaki in only 400 nautical miles. Setting out from Shanghai, a sailing ship could reach Nagasaki in 10 days. The distance was more than halved, and the route avoided the typhoons that plagued the summer months. No matter how one examined it, Shanghai was a port 100 times superior to Anping. Shanghai sat at the mouth of the Yangtze River, backed by the two golden waterways of the Yangtze and Grand Canal, and lay in the heart of the lower Yangtze's most productive and prosperous region. Whether Jiangxi porcelain, Zhejiang silk, or Songjiang cotton cloth, all could be shipped to Shanghai via convenient and inexpensive inland waterways. Sugar and indigo from Guangdong and Fujian could likewise travel by coastal routes. If Zhao Yingong's Hangzhou station could conduct large-scale trade with Japan, not only would this fat prize fall into the Senate's hands, but it would fundamentally eliminate any possibility of Zheng Zhilong, Liu Xiang, or other Fujian grand merchants rebuilding their power. This proposal was hardly new. Si Kaid had been tempted before, but he felt the project would prove too troublesome, requiring considerable manpower and resources while risking an escalation of tensions with the Zheng family. Better, he had reasoned, to first profit from peaceful cooperation with Zheng Zhilong, then plot further later. Now it seemed the prospect of peaceful cooptation had vanished. Opening trade with Japan from Shanghai was an inevitable step. Better to seize the initiative than wait for others to propose it. At minimum, This qualified as a stratagem for cutting off the firewood from under the pot against the Zheng family. Though this wasn't direct military action, its strategic significance far outweighed a mere tactical raid. Moreover, they now controlled Jeju Island as an intermediate base. Whether for ships seeking shelter and resupply or for stockpiling goods, the conditions were favorable, and they could use Jeju as a base for exporting Korean and Liaodong specialties to Japan. Sekai knew that Korean ginseng was regarded as a miracle drug in Japan, more precious than gold yet perpetually in short supply. Many Japanese maidens had sold themselves into servitude simply to purchase medicine for sick relatives. Sekai reflected, no matter how one analyzed it, developing trade with Japan was urgent business. The question was who to send. After lengthy deliberation, he settled on Ping Qiasheng, recently returned from Southeast Asia. Ping Qiasheng had been lobbying for precisely this assignment for quite some time. He had become one of Sekai's most capable subordinates. Since his Southeast Asian expedition, he had successfully established trade relations with Siam. This new trade route had brought the Senate large quantities of rice, substantially alleviating their persistent food shortage problems. Ping Qiasheng's reputation in the Senate had risen considerably. He had emerged as one of the recently prominent practical talents, and his opinions and wishes could no longer be ignored. End of chapter. Chapter 1170. General Ping Qiasheng carefully concealed, or at least believed he was concealing, his ambition to become the new shogun of Japan. Throughout his time among the elders, he had worked to present himself merely as a Japanese otaku culture enthusiast. Deep in his heart, he harbored a sincere hope of preserving Japan's traditional culture and language, allowing the nation to continue along its original historical trajectory, proceeding ideally straight through to the Taisho era, then directly into the endearing Heisei period. As for the Showa spirit, that simply need not come into being. But he had never dared voice this notion to anyone. It carried unmistakable overtones of political incorrectness. Ping Qiasheng found it difficult to read the Senate's true attitude toward Japan. It wasn't the straightforward sinicization approach applied to Korea and Vietnam, nor the unequivocal final solution designated for Southeast Asia. It was an ambiguous mixture of love and hate that defied easy interpretation. Now, Japan's fate rested in his hands. It was with this complex frame of mind that Ping Qiasheng boarded the transport ship bound for Jeju Island. The vessel was an H-800 Harmony-class ship, the express delivery. Though not a majestic 854 or 901 steam warship, and somewhat slower, its 800-ton capacity translated to an actual displacement of 1,400 tons, only marginally smaller than the 854's full displacement. The larger the ship, the less it pitched. Thus, aside from naval elders and those with urgent business, most elders traveling to Hong Kong, Jeju, or Taiwan preferred the H-800. The spacious hull also permitted better-appointed cabins. The stern housed premium compartments laid out like soft-seat train cars. Traveling to Jeju alongside Ping Qiasheng were two other elders. Huang Hua, who was preparing to develop trade with the later Jin, and Li Yayar from the Agricultural Committee. Since graduating from intelligence training, Huang Hua had been languishing on standby, which meant continuing his regular work at the General Machinery Factory while reporting weekly to the Intelligence Bureau for rewarming, the technical term for refreshing training content before it faded from memory. He had been waiting in this limbo for over a year. Jeju had long since fallen, the Dengzhou Rebellion was nearly concluded, and still his overseas dispatch hadn't materialized. Just when he had abandoned hope, the assignment suddenly arrived, first to Jeju Island, then to find an opportunity to infiltrate Manchu-controlled territory for trade and intelligence work. This native of Heilongjiang was now brimming with emotion, often standing on deck and gazing out at the sea, occasionally letting out long howls. the manner of someone preparing to carve out a career in untamed wilderness. He had even expressed willingness to sacrifice his life for the cause. Li Yayar, by contrast, appeared both excited and nervous. Ping Qiasheng observed her pleasant, gentle features. Though she looked about 27 or 28, when she spoke she still bounced about like a young girl. He couldn't fathom why Wu Nanhai would dispatch such a woman to Jeju Island. The long, tedious voyage led Ping Qiasheng to strike up conversation with her. He learned that she had originally worked in finance as an accountant, but having no particular interest in accounting, while being genuinely passionate about gardening and cooking, she had applied for a transfer to the Agricultural Committee. By pure coincidence, the finance department was then forcefully implementing monetized accounting across all departments, each of which now required specialized finance personnel. Li Yayar was duly transferred to the Agricultural Committee as chief accountant, though she was still doing accounting at the Agricultural Committee, and though upon starting she had faced years of muddled records requiring organization followed by endless calculations, at least she had landed somewhere that genuinely interested her. From the Agricultural Committee offices, the windows opened onto year-round blooming gardens planted with all manner of herbs, medicinals, and flowers. Working here was infinitely superior to the cold, industrial aesthetic Bauhaus-style building at finance. In her spare time, she could join Wu Chuqing, Liu San, and his apprentice Fu Wubin, all fellow gardening enthusiasts, in tending the grounds. Life was quite fulfilling. Naturally, she had pushed to relocate to the Agricultural Commission apartments. Li Yayar's husband, Mei Fazhang, worked at the Industry and Energy Committee. Moving to the farm meant his commute would become considerable. After a full day and night of negotiations, Li Yayar had secured his agreement by increasing the number of maids he could purchase from 2 to 4. The couple thus moved out of their bare new town apartment and into Agricultural Commission housing. "I didn't realize you were so generous," Ping Qiasheng remarked during their conversation, genuinely surprised. Allowing him to buy maids was already something, but 4 of them. "I told him from the very start, as long as priorities remain clear, I don't mind. But their maids' formal concubinage is absolutely forbidden." Li Yayar said breezily, "Any maid who gets ideas above her station, 1 finger and I'll crush her." The sweet smile on her face flashed with cold cruelty, sending a prickle down Ping Qiasheng's spine. This was clearly no idle threat. Besides, even if I absolutely refused, could I actually stop him if he truly wanted to do it? That's simply how men are. Liu San up and abandoned his wife. Rather than earn that reputation and end up discarded anyway, better to allow it conditionally, far more controllable. Li Yayar's theory left Ping Qiasheng momentarily speechless. He changed the subject. "What are you going to Jeju for?" End of chapter. Chapter 1171. Japan-Korea Trade to Develop Ginseng Resources, Li Yayar explained. "I'm deeply interested in ginseng and have accumulated considerable specialized knowledge. Korea and Liaodong's specialty is ginseng, isn't it?" She then launched into an elaborate discourse on ginseng identification, cultivation, and extraction, rather esoteric material. Ping Qiasheng couldn't fathom how a girl trained in accounting had developed such fascination with obscure botanical knowledge. "Conditions on Jeju Island are fairly rough," he cautioned. "That's quite all right. I love traveling by nature. I'm not afraid of hardship. Must have inherited my father's adventurous genes." Li Yayar spoke in rapid bursts. "Just thinking about how many magnificent mountains and rivers in this timeline remain unpolluted and unaltered by humanity, it thrills me beyond words." The escort fleet made a brief stop at Kaohsiung to replenish water and supplies and offload cargo, then continued toward Jeju Island. They finally sailed smoothly into Chachin Harbor in early June. After coming ashore, Ping Qiasheng immediately set about preparing for his Japan expedition. Developing trade with Japan had long been stated Senate policy. Previously, the lack of a suitable departure port, combined with concerns about the Zheng, Liu, and Dutch forces, had prevented action. Now with Jeju firmly in hand, the Dutch functioning as quasi-allies and Zheng and Liu at each other's throats in mutual restraint, while their own naval strength had grown substantially, the time had come to move. The Industry and Energy Committee and Finance were already salivating over Japanese silver and copper. Si Kai's instructions called for Ping Qiusheng not merely to develop trade with Japan, but also to conduct a degree of infiltration into Japanese society, establishing trade and intelligence networks, gathering information, and preparing the groundwork for the next phase of Japan operations. Simply setting up a trading post in Hirado wouldn't suffice. The shogunate is quite suspicious of the Chinese as well, Si Kai had explained. Originally, Chinese in Hirado could rent and live scattered among Japanese residences, but that was later prohibited. If we merely establish a trading post, we'd be no different from foreigners confined to Canton's 13 factories. Si Kai had also wanted him to purchase grain in Japan to supply the refugee camps on Jeju, but Ping Qiusheng considered this impossible. The entire northern portion of the East Asian mainland was suffering under Little Ice Age conditions. Whether the Great Ming, Korea, or Japan, harvests had declined year after year. Even if he could secure some grain, it wouldn't come cheaply, and whether the shogunate would even permit exports remained an open question. Fortunately, since the Agricultural Committee had dispatched Wan Lihui to Jeju to cultivate potatoes, the island's food supply should soon ease. This was no longer an urgent concern. Regarding Japan trade, Ping Qiusheng believed relying on exports from Lingao was inherently unreliable. Lingao's industrial output was itself constrained by production capacity, while internal consumption ran high. Add the 1,000-li journey northward, and costs became prohibitive. The ideal approach was for the Shanghai station to purchase goods throughout Jiangnan and export them to Japan. After all, these products had long been popular in the Japanese market. On Jeju, they could also establish simple processing industries to manufacture basic Australian goods and crack open the Japanese market. As for trade with Korea, his concept was to exchange patent medicines shipped from Lingao for Korean ginseng and cotton cloth. Korea of this era had limited purchasing power, but a definite market existed for medicines, including the frostbite ointment Lingao had developed, which proved invaluable in the frigid north. Ginseng was a hot commodity in both Japan and the Great Ming. Cotton cloth was a major item in Japan-Korea trade, given Japan's substantial textile demand. Ping Qiusheng had previously submitted a report to the executive committee proposing that trade with the Jurchens should likewise focus on such goods. First, the Jurchens had no shortage of silver. Second, Hong Taiji was quite resistant to luxury goods trade. But regardless of official policy, medicines were always in demand, especially for a regime built on military conquest and a bandit-style economy of plunder. Demand for medical supplies was particularly acute. If they wished to exchange for Liaodong's population without trading large quantities of grain, patent medicines made an excellent product category. The raw materials for pharmaceuticals could come directly from Korea or be imported from the Great Ming. Jeju's advantage lay in its proximity to Korea, Japan, and the Great Ming alike. Some lower-cost medicines could even be manufactured directly on the island, though the Shanghai to Hirado route was fastest and most convenient. With Jeju Island available as an excellent transit station, the trade routes now offered diverse options. Some degree of triangular trading could certainly be conducted. End of chapter. Chapter 1172. The Tsushima domain. Ping Qiusheng envisioned ships returning from Japan first sailing to Jeju Island to load Korean ginseng, then continuing to Shanghai. There they would sell the ginseng and take on local cloth, silk, and daily goods before shipping everything back to Japan for sale. Whether reality would match his vision remained to be proven through practice. The most crucial end of the Japan trade, the Shanghai side, still depended heavily on Zhao Yingong's efforts. After all, Ships, cargo sources, and docking facilities all required his organization. Before departing, Ping Qiasheng had already composed a lengthy letter to be delivered by special messenger to the Hangzhou station. Though he and old Zhao weren't particularly close, surely Zhao wouldn't pass up such a merit-turning opportunity. But Ping Qiasheng couldn't afford to wait for the Shanghai side to get organized. He decided to temporarily set aside his five-island strategy and begin with the most readily accessible Tsushima route. The So clan on Tsushima Island, positioned between the Japanese archipelago and the Korean peninsula, held a nominal territorial yield of 100,000 koku. In reality, however, Tsushima's land was meager. Counting their scattered enclaves, grain production barely reached 20,000 koku. A substantial portion of that nominal 100,000 koku actually derived from economic income generated through trade with Korea. Throughout the Tokugawa period, although Japan followed a policy of national isolation and opened only Nagasaki as an official port, Tsushima had always retained special permission to conduct trade with Korea and Qing China. This trade channel theoretically operated independently of the shogunate and bore few restrictions, a convenient avenue that could be utilized immediately. The So clan had proven themselves consummate survivors throughout Japanese warring states' history. During Toyotomi Hideyoshi's Korean invasion, clan head So Yasutoshi and his father-in-law Kanishi Yukinaga had played both sides adroitly, bearing undeniable responsibility for the failure of the first peace negotiations and the subsequent second invasion. In the end, Hideyoshi's death spared them from punishment. When the Battle of Sekigahara arrived, the So clan sided with the Western Army alongside Kanishi Yukinaga. Neither the Toyotomi generals who had defected to Tokugawa's camp nor their Western Army allies, Ishida Mitsunari and the various Western daimyo, had looked kindly upon the So clan. Yet when the Western Army fell and Ishida and Kanishi were beheaded, So Yasutoshi was instead pardoned by Tokugawa Ieyasu. After the Osaka campaign, he received assurances that his domain would never be reduced or abolished. His fortune far exceeded that of turncoats like Kobayakawa Hidaki. Of course, the So clan's extraordinary luck might have had something to do with their domain's insignificance. For rulers and powerful daimyo on Japan's main islands, Tsushima was merely a poor, distant island. Much like the daimyo of Hokkaido, as long as they kowtowed and swore loyalty promptly, no general bothered to deal with them. Nonetheless, bringing Tsushima to heel would still require some effort. Historically, after Japan's failed Korean invasion, the So clan had privately negotiated peace with Korea, technically a treasonous act. But with the Toyotomi regime's collapse and the Tokugawa rise to power, and since Tokugawa Ieyasu had not participated in the Korean invasion and showed scant enthusiasm for that enterprise, the So clan's peace negotiations transformed from treason into merit. In 1607, the Tsushima domain signed another trade agreement with Korea. Relations between Tsushima and Korea were quite cordial. Tsushima nominally submitted to the Yi dynasty and was considered one of its vassal domains, granting it legal basis to dispatch officials to the Japanese outpost in Busan for governance. Trade between the two was brisk. Ping Qiasheng understood that this trade was essentially one-sided. Korean merchant groups generally didn't dispatch ships to Japan. It was primarily Tsushima merchants who sent vessels to Korea for trade. Counting on Korean ships, therefore, wasn't an option. Moreover, Japan-Korea trade consisted mainly of Chinese goods transshipped through Korea, supplemented by Korean handicrafts, medicinals, and furs, none of which were Jeju's primary products. Consequently, Tsushima ships might visit Jeju only once every few years. Sitting passively on Jeju waiting for Japanese trading ships to arrive could mean waiting indefinitely. The first order of business was inducing Tsushima ships to come. With the current Song Australian naval power dominating the Yellow Sea, making any vessel come or stay away was simply a matter of will. Thus, before Ping Qiusheng's departure, Si Kaid had approached the Naval Department with a request. They would order the Jeju detachment to intercept Tsushima trade ships heading to Korea in batches and capture the vessels. The orders specifically emphasized that captured Tsushima merchants and So clan retainers should be released. Ordinary crew and passengers who laid down their weapons were likewise to be treated well. Ships and cargo would be held on Jeju pending disposition. Inspecting and capturing ships was routine naval work. By the time Ping Qiusheng reached Jeju, the So clan had already lost 3 or 4 vessels. By now, everyone in the Tsushima domain's administrative capital should be well aware that a band of formidable pirates was intercepting their shipping. As trade represented the domain's largest source of revenue, they couldn't possibly ignore this matter, a point both Si Kaid and Ping Qiusheng were quite certain of. End of chapter. Chapter 1173. The envoys. The matter was urgent. It was already July. Once summer arrived, typhoons around the Japanese archipelago intensified, and long-distance sea voyages were generally suspended. So Yoshinari dispatched a small envoy mission, secretly of course. The shogunate cast a wary eye on all manner of southern barbarians. If word spread that the domain had privately contacted these mysterious newcomers, there would be no end of trouble. A Japanese sailing vessel tacked slowly toward Jeju Island. Though called a Japanese ship, it was actually a Chinese-built Guangdong vessel. Japan's shipbuilding industry was quite underdeveloped at the time. Merchants undertaking long voyages generally purchased their ships from China or Southeast Asia. Because they bought vessels abroad, ship sizes tended to remain modest. This particular craft had a cargo capacity of merely 70 tons and a full displacement just exceeding 100 tons. A very small vessel, equivalent only to the Senate Navy's Grade 3 auxiliary craft, the smallest auxiliary classification. Tsushima's sailors were thoroughly familiar with the waters surrounding Jeju Island. After the failed Korean invasion, when So Yashitoshi withdrew from Busan, he had taken a detour via Jeju Island to evade the Korean Navy's pursuit on his voyage home. The ship was intercepted by patrol boats more than 10 nautical miles from Jeju Island. At the Colonization and Trade Ministry's request, the Second Fleet had established a blockade line in the Tsushima Strait, strictly prohibiting all vessel traffic between Korea and Japan. The envoys from the Lord of Tsushima were Nagafune Genshikiro, a retainer of So Yoshinari, and Taikya Sosho, a Nagasaki merchant. The Nagafune family had originally served the Yukita clan. After Yukita Heidi's defeat at Sekigahara and subsequent exile, his retainers became ronin and scattered to the winds. The young Genshikiro possessed no particular skills. After drifting aimlessly, he eventually found a place under the Lord of Tsushima and had been employed as expendable diplomatic fodder ever since. Fortunately, Japan was now at peace, and diplomatic struggles between daimyo involved only matters of interest. There was no risk of losing one's life as an envoy. It was merely tiresome legwork. For this low-ranking samurai with a stipend of only 50 koku, it was already a respectable assignment. At least he didn't have to pay for his own meals while on official duty. Taikya was a distant relative and commercial agent of the So clan. Merchants of this era often doubled as diplomats. Taikya Sosho had dealt extensively with Chinese merchants in Nagasaki and spoke passable Chinese. According to the returned merchants, this group calling themselves Australians spoke Chinese, albeit with a peculiar accent. He had also absorbed many second-hand accounts about the Australians. As an informal Australia expert, he had been invited to assist. This mission also suited Taikya's personal interests. Regardless of other considerations, Australian goods had become quite popular in Nagasaki. Currently, only small quantities reached Japan, mainly luxury items commanding very high prices, and they were almost entirely controlled by Chinese merchants. With limited supply and overwhelming demand, there was naturally no room for Taikya to break into the business. He was only a mid-level merchant in Nagasaki without significant standing in the city's commercial circles. Lacking connections in the shogunate, he couldn't obtain a vermilion seal certificate to trade in Guangzhou. Fortunately, he still possessed a ship and often utilized his So clan connections to privately run goods to Korea. Fortune favors the bold. He had volunteered for this mission, contributing his ship and personally organizing tribute gifts at his own expense to undertake the Jeju peace mission. The primary envoy, of course, remained Nagafune Genshikaido. Upon learning that the visitors sought to meet with the Australians on Jeju Island, the patrol boat dispatched armed personnel to board the small sailing vessel and assume control of key positions. The envoy's ship was then escorted by the patrol boat toward Chachin Harbor. When Taikya had been summoned before So Yoshinari, he had delivered a vivid account of all the Australian exploits he had heard about. Crushing the Ming army at Qiangzhou, iron ships bombarding the White Goose Pool, descriptions of various Australian goods, plus the embellished complaints from returned merchants about how the four-pointed star flagships that had hijacked them were impossibly fast, bristling with guns and cannons, though in reality these were merely auxiliary craft and patrol boats. All of this had left an impression in the Tsushima domain that the Australians were no less formidable than the southern barbarians. These near-mythical accounts naturally spawned many skeptics who dismissed them as wild exaggeration. But as the envoy's ship approached Chachin Harbor, the row of H-800s anchored in the port, light black hulls rocking gently in the waves, made a powerful impression on the mission. Chinese merchant ships traveling to Japan included some large vessels with cargo capacities exceeding 500 tons and full displacements approaching 1,000 tons. Yet compared to the H-800 with its 1,400-ton full displacement, towering masts, and elegant lines, they still appeared modest. The H-800s were comparable to the great Portuguese or Dutch southern barbarian ships. Taikya had been a merchant in Nagasaki for years, one of the most worldly men in Japan, having observed every variety of Chinese ocean-going vessel and southern barbarian ship. In terms of raw tonnage and size, the H-800 wasn't necessarily larger than other ships, but an entire row of such vessels anchored together created a visual impact far exceeding one or two isolated large ships. Ships arriving at Nagasaki Harbor, whether Chinese merchant vessels or southern barbarian ships, typically came only one or two at a time. Surrounding these large ships, many smaller vessels also rode at anchor. Even these were considerably larger than the envoy's own craft, larger indeed than most ships they had ever encountered. This massive concentration of vessels wasn't assembled to display military might. Rather, it represented the Second Fleet and Transport Flotilla gathering at Jeju to await the final departure before summer. With the arrival of the warm season and typhoon conditions, maritime shipping would pause. According to naval command orders, all steam warships would return to Lingao for maintenance, H-800s would return to Hong Kong for servicing, and other sailing ships would undergo maintenance and repairs at Jeju, Kaohsiung, or Hong Kong as appropriate. The Navy's large-scale summer break wasn't solely about avoiding typhoons, it was equally about resting the crews. After more than half a year of intensive shipping and escort duties, both the Navy's vessels and personnel showed signs of fatigue. Steam-powered ships, whose performance was already unstable, had suffered multiple accidents and urgently required factory maintenance. Personnel fatigue had likewise reached critical levels. Due to a shortage of reserve crews, sailors were all pulling excessive hours. The envoy mission on deck fell silent. A force of pirates, or southern barbarians of such magnitude, was clearly not to be trifled with. The sheer audacity of directly seizing Jeju Island exceeded anything ordinary southern barbarian merchants or pirates could contemplate. Ping Qiasheng was unaware that among the envoys traveled a second-hand Australia expert. But regardless of their identities, the first day or two would naturally be spent cooling their heels. He arranged for them to lodge at the Chachin Harbor guest house. Their rooms were stocked with the usual Australian propaganda materials. Half consisted of works by Labe Trani and his students, buildings and scenery of Lingao, the imposing Fubo army, ships rendered in Nagami Hayao's nautical style, epic battle scenes, mostly pièce-edited versions of Warhammer 40K images from a certain elder's private collection. There were also artifacts from the old timeline. In short, the strategy was to stun them first, then negotiate. On the third morning, Ping Qiasheng received the Tsushima envoys at the Chachin Harbor trading post. I am Nagafune Genshikairohayo, envoy of Tsushima province. By order of my lord, I command you. Ping Qiasheng's expression remained impassive as his mind raced through the material on the Tsushima So clan he had reviewed the previous night. Tsushima province wasn't particularly large, but its retainer band was substantial. After their former masters, the Shoni clan, declined, their retainers had fled en masse to Tsushima. When Kanishi Yukinaga, father-in-law of the previous clan head, lost his head after Sekigahara, another wave of masterless retainers arrived. Then came the scattered drifters who washed up on their own, like the Nagafune Genshikairo family. With so many retainers, too many mouths fed from the treasury, though that wasn't the principal problem. Because they hailed from diverse backgrounds, and competition exceeded available resources, multiple factions inevitably coalesced, each vying for influence. Since So Yoshinari was dissatisfied with the power wielded by senior counselors like Yanagawa and Suza, he had intentionally promoted outsider retainers without deep local roots. Thus Genshikairo had secured a stipend of 50 koku per year and residence in the Nagya row houses of the castle town. He still had to perform service, and life was bitter, hardly better than a common foot soldier. By shogunate law, samurai couldn't take side employment, and he had no land, so his wife supplemented their income by caring for merchant families' children. For this mission as primary envoy, his entire outfit had been borrowed from his lord. Yet the Nagafune family had served high personages in the past, so their bearing remained unwaveringly haughty. Genshikairo's two elder brothers had both died dramatically cutting their bellies during negotiations. He too had become a retainer by proving willing to risk his life and bluff boldly. What is your offense? Ping Qiasheng listened to his long-winded speech, then let his expression harden. Inwardly he thought, your uncle, I can outbluster you any day. I am the Market Shipping Commissioner of Jeju, under the Maritime Control Commissioner of the Taifusi. I am dispatched by the superior nation. Your lord is merely a fourth-rank lower-grade chamberlain, yet he dares send men here to be insolent. Is your lord ordering you to start a war? Then I shall command the navy to immediately impound your vessels. Tomorrow the fleet will bombard the Wigwin, flatten Tsushima, blockade Nagasaki. Please, your excellencies, calm yourselves and hear this humble one out. Take Yasosh nearly leapt from his seat in alarm. If those Australian black ships truly sailed to Nagasaki, Edo would erupt in uproar, and everyone involved would consider themselves fortunate if they merely had to commit seppuku. We have not come to demand accountability, Taikya said carefully. Our domain's trade with Korea has a long history and has never given offense to Australia. We do not understand why you occupy Jeju Island and intercept our ships. This Jeju Island is rightfully territory of our great Song. When the false Yuan fell to the false Ming, it was stolen by the Goryeo barbarians. Today our Australian Song has recovered its former territory. Have you anything to say? Ancient matters are not Japan's affair. The rights and wrongs of history are not for us to judge. It is only that these ships belong to our domain. Your Tsushima province is both a vassal of the Eastern Sea and a vassal of Goryeo. Our empire currently has no intention of conquering Japan. Does your lord wish to be a Goryeo man or a Japanese? Make your choice. Tsushima is a Japanese domain. Our external attachment to Korea is merely expedience. My lord has no desire for war with your forces. Moreover, since Lord Iyasu's time, all the shoguns have made peace under heaven their mission, restraining the daimyo from provoking foreign troubles. Taikya understood their opponent was powerful, bluster would be meaningless. Only by demonstrating their complete love of peace could negotiations proceed. End of chapter. Chapter 1174, the agreement speaking of which you mentioned the shogun of Edo. There's something I'd like to ask if you could enlighten me. Sensing the atmosphere beginning to ease, both envoys breathed a quiet sigh of relief, but masters of dark diplomacy always struck at precisely such moments. Should I address him as Shogun of Japan or King of Japan? Since Lord Hideyoshi refused the title King of Japan, those who rule Japan have been called Shogun. Very well. Ping Qiusheng produced a document folder. Take a look at this. And yet on Shogun Hidetada's state letter, he used the seal of King of Japan. When Japan and Korea made peace in 1607, the Tsushima domain had been entrusted by Tokugawa Ieyasu to request that Korea dispatch envoys. The Korean side demanded that Japan submit a formal state letter and extradite the criminals who had desecrated the royal tombs. So Yashitoshi, along with senior counselor Yanagawa Shigeki and the monk Genso, forged a state letter, then randomly seized some criminals, rendered them mute, and sent them over. The Koreans knew perfectly well the other side was fabricating, yet still dispatched a reply and repatriation mission, and bilateral relations were restored. But one lie inevitably requires 1,000 more to sustain it. Since the shogunate hadn't actually submitted a state letter, when the Korean side responded with one, it placed So Yashitoshi in an awkward position once more. Thus the So clan trio also altered the Korean letter. Ieyasu, unaware that the Korean missive was a response to a non-existent original, then sent another reply to Korea, which the So trio likewise doctored. And so it continued, back and forth. The So clan trio altered more than a dozen state letters, until they all died and their successors inherited this glorious tradition and perpetuated the forgery enterprise. Until 1634, when Yanagawa Tadayaki stirred up trouble and exposed the entire affair. After considerable deliberation, Shogun Iemitsu once again pardoned the So clan while ordering the Yanagawa clan into exile. Only after this resolution did the two nations' rulers finally exchange authentic state letters. This was the famous Yanagawa incident in East Asian diplomatic history. Such events, which appear absurd by modern standards, were hardly uncommon in East Asia at the time. For the sake of faith, orthodoxy, and national dignity, the three nations of East Asia had produced no shortage of such farces. Similar incidents involving fraudulent envoys and forged state letters had occurred between China and Japan during the Wanli-Korean campaign. Information traveled slowly in those days, and news between nations moved at a glacial pace. Those fluent in foreign languages were few, so even rulers depended on a tiny cadre of individuals for diplomatic communications, leaving ample opportunity for fraud. Before D-Day, Usui had specifically searched Japanese and Korean digital libraries for PDF scans of numerous forged state letters. In this timeline, Yanagawa hadn't yet made his exposé. The two envoys before him were now sweating profusely. Though both Nagafune and Taikya had heard whispered rumors at drinking parties, they had never seen proof. Now these Australians of mysterious origin were laying what appeared to be exact copies of the originals on the table. In truth, both sides were thinking of the same person, the third-generation shogun, Tokugawa Iemitsu. Tokugawa Iemitsu had been given the childhood name Taichiyo at birth, the hereditary name of Tokugawa heirs. Before Ieyasu's death, he had specifically arranged for the second shogun Hidetada to retire, allowing Iemitsu to succeed as third shogun. This demonstrated the great lord's lofty expectations for his grandson, and Iemitsu proved worthy of that faith. He was practically the personification of Japanese clan politics, inheriting the Tokugawa family's cunning and caution, the stubbornness and conservatism of his mother's Ase lineage, and the domineering decisiveness of his maternal grandfather Oda's line. In short, He was a formidable figure capable of making all the realm's daimyo tremble and submit. Tokugawa, rule by force, reached its zenith under his hand. Not only did he add numerous articles to the laws for warrior houses, but he enforced them mercilessly. Many daimyo who had been renowned during the Warring States period saw their domains stripped under his rule for various violations. Whether collateral branches, hereditary vassals, or outside lords, none dared challenge the shogunate's authority. At this point in history, Tokugawa Iemitsu hadn't yet built his later fearsome reputation. But since the death of second shogun Tokugawa Hidetada in January 1632, when Iemitsu officially assumed direct control with full authority, he had already begun demonstrating the qualities of a strongman. The crucial difference between the two sides was this. For the Tsushima domain, the shogun was an existence whose single word could decide the fate of themselves, their families, and even their lord. For the Lingao side, however, Iemitsu was merely one of several opponents with relatively stable governance. At most, a question of how to bring him to heel at minimum cost. After flipping through just a few pages of the documents, Nagafune Genshikairohyo and Taikya were sweating like men caught in a monsoon. Since this group calling themselves Australians could produce copies, or whatever these were, of the old incriminating evidence, they naturally possessed the means to place them before the shogun. The consequences would be catastrophic. Nagafune and Taikya, as directly implicated parties, never mind the shogun or their lord, even afford to offend counselors like Yanagawa or Suza. Not only would their deaths be meaningless, but their reputations for loyalty and righteousness would be shattered. Once this came to light, the domain would certainly face dissolution, and the implicated senior retainers would almost certainly have to commit seppuku. The Nagafune family would become sinners of the Tsushima domain, and even if they somehow survived, they would spend the remainder of their lives being hunted. The only option now was to determine what price must be paid. The opposing side was clearly displaying their cards not to destroy the Tsushima domain outright. Genshikairo prostrated himself. "Please, Your Excellency, give us clear instructions. Our great song only befriends men of loyalty and righteousness. Can the two of you be called men of loyalty and righteousness?" Seeing both envoys sweating like rain and trembling like chaff, Ping Qiasheng extended a lifeline. "We have been loyal for generations. Since you are men of loyalty and righteousness, our great Australian song is willing to make a 3-article covenant with your house." What followed was naturally trade agreement negotiations. The agreement contained 3 principal provisions. First, following the precedent of Japan and Korea, Tsushima would acknowledge vassalage to Australian Song. The Senate would enfief the So clan as vice commissioner of the Tsushima regiment. The So clan would additionally be appointed as communications commissioner between Lingao and the Edo shogunate, tasked with finding means to establish trade relations with Edo. Second, Jeju and Tsushima would mutually open ports. Merchant vessels of both sides could freely enter and exit with proper credentials and would enjoy most favored treatment. Third, both sides would establish consulates to handle customs and trade quotas. The Tsushima domain would dispatch a younger son to reside at the Jeju consulate, essentially a hostage. Business operations would be handled by Taikya. Australian Song could establish a trade consulate in Tsushima, and Taikya would also station specialized personnel at his Nagasaki office. This final point had been specifically requested by the Intelligence Bureau. The treaty's appendix placed few restrictions on Japanese exports. Aside from prohibiting the import of Japanese swords, all other goods were permitted. Generally speaking, Japan at this time could export relatively few commodities, mainly Japanese swords, fans, gold, silver, copper, maritime products, dried seafood, and silk textiles. Except for Japanese swords, all of these were useful to the Senate. At minimum, they could be re-exported. To encourage Japanese exports, the treaty specifically noted that the Japanese side could sell timber. Though for an island domain like Tsushima that possessed no forests of its own, the costs of logging in the main islands and transshipping for export would likely eliminate any profit margin. After Takia examined the product samples Ping Qiasheng displayed, he was deeply shaken. 40 years earlier, the Sakai merchant Nea Sukazeman, later known as Luzon Sukazeman, after he smuggled Murakawa Hitsugi to Southeast Asia, had smuggled a batch of celadon from Quanju and presented several pieces to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, fabricating a story that they were Luzon ware. Hideyoshi had never beheld such fine vessels and rewarded him with over 100,000 koku. Then together with the master tea practitioner Rikyu sold Luzon tea bowls, extracting enormous profits from the realm's daimyo. When Hideyoshi died, the merchant had to flee to Cambodia. Now the Australians possessed not only fine celadon, but also bone china as white as jade, along with various glassware as clear as crystal, all priced quite affordably by Japanese standards. Reselling would yield profits of 10 or 100-fold. Especially striking were the complete sets of glass and porcelain tea services, divided into Great Ming style and Australian Song style, the latter being English-style black tea services and oolong tea sets from the old timeline. Naturally, there were also Japanese tea ceremony vessels in their distinctive shapes and glazes. As for bulk consumer goods, there were fabrics of various qualities, likewise major Japanese imports of the period. Shogunate regulations permitted commoners to wear only cotton and hemp, but Japan's own cotton production, whether tree cotton or herbaceous cotton, was insufficient. Every year they had to import cotton cloth from the Great Ming and Korea. Korean cotton cloth in particular was a major item in Japan-Korea trade, given Japan's substantial textile demand. Though the Senate hadn't yet constructed its own cotton spinning mills, the East India Company shipped large quantities of cheap cotton cloth from India. Songjiang Prefecture in the Great Ming was renowned for clothing the realm. Hainan and Guangdong were traditional kapok-producing regions, with considerable amounts of household woven cotton cloth. Whatever the Japanese wanted could be supplied, at price-performance ratios far superior to Korean goods. As for other miscellaneous samples, the small hardware items and machine-made farm tools especially amazed the So clan envoys. Though individually of modest value, these were perpetual hot sellers on the market, able to move as quickly as they could be supplied. Moreover, the iron quality of these Australian products was visibly superior. End of chapter. Chapter 1175. A two-pronged approach. Both sides initialed the agreement. The trade pact would only take effect after the Lord of Tsushima affixed his seal, completed the appointment formalities, and dispatched the hostage. They agreed that in 1 month the Tsushima domain would send a ship to Jeju. The previously captured Tsushima merchant ships would only be returned after the agreement took effect. As a gesture of goodwill, the Jeju side released all captured personnel this time. Each person received a set of clothes, a pair of Australian straw sandals, and 2 bottles of rum. Officers also received a Lingao-made glass lantern. Mission members each received gifts as well, along with a set of bone china and a Lingao-made revolver as presents for So Yashinari. This revolver was a special edition. Like the Nanyang-style rifles, it was a smoothbore percussion cap weapon. In terms of power and range it was quite mediocre, but the percussion cap gave it unprecedented rapid-fire capability. That alone was selling point enough. Chief, are we going to export swords to the Tsushima domain? Not necessarily. Ping Qiasheng was non-committal. Japan at present existed in a state of peace under heaven, and there really wasn't much of a market for swords and such. According to the thinking of some elders, including Ping Qiasheng and Si Kaide, the plan was to stir up major trouble during the chaos following the 1633 seclusion edicts. The Tokugawa shogunate, like the Toyotomi regime before it, harbored deep distrust of imported Christianity. For the Tokugawa shogunate, Virtually all the Kurishite daimyo had belonged to the Western Army camp. The shogunate lived in constant fear that Christian faith might be exploited by outside daimyo to launch anti-shogunate uprisings, potentially conspiring with the formidable southern barbarian ships and guns. This double distrust, political and religious, drove the shogunate's persecution of Kurishite believers to ever greater intensity. Northern Kyushu, as the primary Kurishite settlement area, fell under especially tight shogunate surveillance. In 1628, shogunate senior counselors Doi Toshikatsu and Sakai Tadyo had inspected Shimabara district in Hizen province and, in a single incident, burned 570 Kurishite believers to death. In 1630, the shogunate issued the Prohibition Edict. Kurishite believers were ordered to renounce their faith within 2 months or face execution. Through the strenuous efforts of Kurishite daimyo like Terasawa Hirotaka, Matsura Tadanobu, and So Yashinari, the Prohibition Edict was ultimately suspended. But in 1633, the third shogun Tokugawa Iemitsu issued another Prohibition Edict and ordered the principal defender of Kurishite Christianity, Terasawa Hirotaka, daimyo of the 240,000 Koku Hizen Karatsu domain, to commit seppuku. Karatsu domain was subsequently dissolved and awarded to Matsukura Katsui, 66,000 Koku daimyo of Yamato Shigeyama, who commenced brutal persecution of Kurishite believers. In the 6 years from 1633 to 1638, Matsukura Katsui burned as many as 10,000 Kurishite believers to death, and tensions grew extremely acute. Though the Amakusa rebellion wouldn't erupt until 1638, throughout the years 1633–1638 ample opportunities would arise to incite Kurishite uprisings. The southwestern outside daimyo, Satsuma, Choshu, and others, had always been hostile to the shogunate. Once the shogunate failed to suppress Amakusa Shiro Takasada in timely fashion, the outside daimyo who had been brutally suppressed and harbored resentment, especially the Western Army daimyo who had fought at Sekigahara, might well rise in rebellion again. The countless ronin from the various daimyo houses that had been dissolved under the harsh rule by force of the 3 generations of Tokugawa would also rally to the cause. By the 4th year of Keian, 1651, when Iemitsu died, their numbers had swelled to 500,000. The current figure was probably lower, but there would still be 200,000 or 300,000. This mass of ronin had no income yet remained burdened by their samurai status. Their hearts seethed with resentment, and once an opportunity arose to reignite warfare and seek fame and fortune again, they would not let it pass. Once war broke out, the various daimyo and the shogunate would once again require large quantities of munitions. The effective warring statesera policy of expanding foreign trade would regain importance, and the seclusion policy would inevitably collapse. The various restrictions on gold, silver, and copper exports would also be relaxed due to munitions demands. This point particularly troubled Ping Qiasheng, since due to severe precious metal outflows, the shogunate had already been restricting silver and copper exports since 1616. But this beautiful plan involved specific strategies toward Japan, matters only the executive committee and the Senate could ultimately decide. Thus Ping Qiasheng could only conduct simple preparatory work and refrain from investing excessive resources. He said to Murakawa, "There are also certain matters you need to prepare. The organization is planning to send you back to Japan. Please give your orders, Chief. This time you'll need to cultivate relationships with So clan retainers. If the So clan permits, you'll accompany the next ship to Tsushima." Yes. After you've arranged matters in Tsushima, you'll take one of their ships back to Nagasaki to handle several tasks. First, from Jeju Island, and earlier in Taiwan, we've had more than a dozen security forces soldiers die in battle or from illness, plus 2 injured men who wish to return home. You need to escort them and their ashes back, and deliver the Empire's pensions and medals to their families. Yes, thank you for the great grace of the Senate. Second, You need to locate information about someone. This person is your fellow believer, named Amakusa Shiro Takasada. He might also be called Masuda Takasada, Yano Shiro, or Eb Shiro. His birth father was formerly a retainer of Kanishi Yukinaga, named Masuda Yashitsugu. He was later adopted by Amakusa Jinbei. This person is currently about 11 years old and probably lives in Nagasaki. He may have studied medicine with the Dutch. Here is his file. Memorize it thoroughly. You should be able to recite it backwards. Now that Tokugawa has issued the prohibition edict, you must take care to conceal your own identity. Yes. Murakawa didn't understand why Elder Ping had suddenly taken an interest in an 11-year-old Ronin, but orders were orders. You only need to find him. You don't need to make contact. Though the So clan has officially converted, they remain secretly sympathetic to Christianity. Among the So clan's retainers, you can locate reliable believers who still secretly practice the Cretian faith and have them establish correspondence with Amakusa. It will prove useful in the future. Yes. Murakawa suddenly felt his eyes sting. Indeed, the Lord had appeared to him in a dream bearing a great mission. This humble one will do whatever it takes. The final task is to see if you can recruit a sufficient number of Ronin, Ping Qiasheng said. The security forces have decided to add 6 more Japanese companies. Determine if there are suitable Ronin available. They can't be too old, preferably under 30. Yes. This last task was the simplest. Murakawa reckoned he knew at least 50 or 100 starving Ronin personally. Through them, finding another 1,000 or 2 wouldn't pose a problem. The shogunate strictly prohibited Japanese from leaving the country. Japanese already abroad were forbidden from returning. All violators would be executed. Consequently, this matter had to be conducted in secret. District 11 cannot resist amazing things. Watching the Tsushima envoy's ship disappear into the distance, Murakawa Hygiene heard Elder Ping murmur a sentence he completely couldn't comprehend. Perhaps his Chinese wasn't yet fluent enough, but Elder Ping couldn't simply sequester himself on Jeju Island. There were already sufficient elders stationed on Jeju. He had come here to develop Japan trade as a 2-pronged approach. Now 1-pronged Tsushima had been inserted. The other prong needed insertion as well. Pack up. We need to depart too. Ping Qiasheng said to his personal secretary, Ping Ayako. Ping Qiasheng stood on deck gazing into the distance. Fukui Island was already visible on the horizon. This was a Chinese-style sailing vessel that the Navy had captured near Nagasaki. The ship carried fewer than 50 people aboard. This unfortunate vessel had been detained by the Navy in the Tsushima Strait more than a month earlier. The ship had originally been heading to Busan. At the time, the Navy's mission was to capture Tsushima domain ships. But when they interrogated the ship's sailing master and interpreter, they discovered this wasn't a So clan vessel at all. It belonged to the Godo clan. Because they had captured what appeared to be Chinese merchants, the Jeju authorities didn't dare make their own determination and immediately telegraphed headquarters for instructions. The telegram reached Lingao. Upon learning of this development, Ping Qiasheng immediately wired back. Detain all personnel, ship, and cargo. Any elder familiar with this period of Sino-Japanese trade history knew about the Zhou clan. In the 15th year of Kaiko, Wanli 38th year, 1611, Zhou Xingru, a man from Jiangning Prefecture who had set out from Fujian to trade in Japan, received a vermilion seal certificate personally granted to him by Tokugawa Ieyasu at Sunpu. This permitted him free access to all Japanese ports including Nagasaki. Such vermilion seals were issued by the shogunate to Japanese maritime merchants. That Zhou Xingru could obtain one demonstrated how highly Ieyasu regarded him. The Zhou clan's base of operations in Japan was the Godo Islands. The so-called Godo Islands were an archipelago running northeast-southwest off the western coast of Kyushu Island, belonging to present-day Nagasaki Prefecture. They included the 5 islands of Fukui, Hisaka, Naru, Wakamatsu, and Nakadori, plus over 140 surrounding islets. The location was extremely close to Nagasaki, Japan's principal foreign trade port at the time, and offered numerous natural harbors and anchorages. It served as an important stopping point for maritime merchants trading with Japan to rest and refit their vessels. At that time, the Godo Islands, as a major stronghold of Chinese traders in Japan, wielded considerable influence. This particular Zhou group ship had been transporting swords to Korea in exchange for ginseng. Since the cargo was modest and the journey not far, they had only dispatched 100-ton sailing vessel with a few small boats accompanying it. Unexpectedly, the cargo ship had the misfortune to encounter Australian fast boats just as it reached Jeju waters and was captured without offering resistance. Though the captives had been continuously interrogated after being brought ashore, they had no idea what this strange group actually wanted. Even when the Australians informed them they would accompany the ship to Japan, they still couldn't fathom this group's intentions. Ping Qiasheng had prepared his own story. He claimed to be a descendant of the Kan Muhaishi. His ancestors, after the Battle of Dan no Yura, had led the remaining clansmen across the sea westward, drifting all the way to Fujian and settling in Fuzhou. Later, when the Mongol armies arrived, the Tara clansmen had followed Emperor Duanzong and his officials and people southward. From Yashan they crossed the sea, passing through Champa and Siam until finally reaching Australia, where over 350 years had now passed. He claimed to be the 22nd generation descendant of Lord Tara no Kiyomori. His ancestors had never forgotten returning to their homeland, combined with Ping Qiasheng's Japanese, which sounded rather peculiar to contemporary ears. This made people half believe, half doubt his claims. And so relations with the locals grew warmer along the voyage. End of chapter. Chapter 1176. The Godo Islands. None of the Chinese aboard took his claim to be a descendant of General Tara seriously. Chinese were neither particularly familiar with Japanese history nor unfamiliar with this sort of attaching oneself to prestigious ancestors, so they listened with polite indifference. The Japanese sailors, however, who took great interest in family names and bloodline descent, found the tale quite fascinating. As Fukui Island gradually rose from the sea ahead, Ping Qiasheng, who had been standing at the railing attempting to create a historic moment, began softly singing a Japanese song. Torimes pass through, Yukaba Izuko ga Hasamichi Nerba if you go, where does the narrow path lead? Tenjin Moto e to Itaru Hasamichi, the narrow path that leads to Tenjin go Iken Goyo Tornu Tatimo, without opinion, impossible to pass Konoko no to no Owainai, for this child's 10th celebration. Ryo no Afuda o Asame Naimadzu, first offering the twin charms, Yuki wa Yoi Nagi carry wa Kawaki going is pleasant breeze. Returning is dread, Waga Naka Kawaki no Toshikana, my heart fears. Can I pass through? Murakawa and the other naturalized cadres accompanying him to the Godo Islands listened respectfully to Chief Ping's off-key singing. The Japanese naturalized citizens showed no discomfort, while the Cantonese and Fujianese naturalized citizens all wore strange expressions of patient endurance. Since this was a commercial collaboration, the accompanying personnel were few. Besides his own personal secretary, 2 guards borrowed from the Special Reconnaissance Team, and several commercial staff members, there was also an elder named Kaio Tianjai. This elder Kaio was quite young. In the old timeline, he had been an unsuccessful programmer and successful otaku. Elder Kaio had grown bored with programming and dabbled in hacking. The consequence of being an unsuccessful hacker was having to flee to another timeline to avoid getting his door kicked in. Like all programmer elders, Kaio had spent his time after D-Day at the Great Library doing archival work. He also wrote program code for the Executive Committee and various departments. The Planning Commission in particular had substantial demand for secondary development of databases. Elder Kaio had quietly toiled away at the library for 3 years. During that time, he had purchased a maid, but quickly grew bored with her. She was far too different from his imaginings. Tedious work combined with a disappointing maid had finally caused Kaio Tianjai's inner universe to explode. He decided he wanted adventure and signed up for Japan operations. Fortunately, he possessed special skill points, English and Japanese. Especially the latter, though Elder Kaio had never taken a single day of formal Japanese classes. Years of immersion in otaku culture had somehow enabled him to self-study to the point of watching anime and Japanese dramas without subtitles. Their equipment consisted only of simple medicines, weapons, and a radio set. Ping Qiasheng himself had medical training and had later worked in construction. Besides Japanese, he also knew some Korean. He certainly possessed the capability to establish an intelligence station in Japan. This voyage presented the perfect opportunity to forge connections with the Zhou family by hitching a ride on their ship. The Godo Islands were currently under the rule of Fuqiu Domain. The domain lord was the Godo family. The Godos had been pirates, or more accurately, naval warriors, in Kyushu for centuries. The Godo Navy had been active in these waters since the Genpei War, a quintessential example of Japanese coastal strongmen. Their presence could also be traced among the Wako pirates that had gradually emerged since the Yuan dynasty. The Godo family had lived this half-pirate, half-fisherman existence for 21 generations. The 21st head, Godo Haruaki, had led the Godo Navy in Toyotomi Hideyoshi's Korean campaign. After Hideyoshi's death, he remained neutral in the Battle of Sekigahara. As a result, in the 8th year of Kaiko, 1603, Godo Haruaki received a Vermilion Seal certificate from Tokugawa Ieyasu, officially becoming the first lord of Fuqiu Domain with a rating of 15,000 koku as an outside daimyo. Ping Qiasheng recalled that the current lord of Fuqiu Domain was the second generation, Godo Moritoshi. This adopted son of the Godo family had eliminated his rival, the biological son of first-generation Lord Haruaki, Ohama Shusui, in a political struggle 18 years prior. It had taken Moritoshi 2 decades to consolidate power and reorganize the domain's retainer band, and he was now reaching the conclusion of that process. Ping Qiasheng had prepared a fine gift for him, a Lingao-produced decorative steel sword, a pair of oval vanity mirrors, and a glass Buddha statue. For an outside daimyo of merely 15,000 koku, Lord Moritoshi would surely appreciate the weight of such offerings. Ping Qiasheng set aside his thoughts. The ship had arrived at Fuqiu Island's pier. After some bustle, they finally went ashore. A young man was already waiting at the dock. An interpreter had been sent ahead on a small fast boat before the main ship departed, and this was him. Master Ping, my master, has already prepared a palanquin. After the interpreter completed the introductions, a 2-person sedan chair emerged from a nearby shed. Actually, it was a Japanese-style keigo. Judging by the build and manner of the bearers, they were undoubtedly Japanese. Although one should follow local customs, Ping Qiasheng assessed his own girth and ultimately politely declined the offer, electing to walk instead. First, he had heard the Zhou family's trading post wasn't far. Second, this was his first visit to Japan in this timeline, and he wanted to observe the local markets along the way. The interpreter, familiar with Australian temperaments, didn't press, simply followed along. Fuqiu Island was where the Fuqiu Domain Lord's castle was located, so the population was relatively dense and commerce comparatively prosperous. The roads were level, obviously well-maintained. Along the way stood occasional thatched stalls displaying scattered fish and vegetables. No meat was to be seen. Since the Nanbokucho period, Japan's upper nobility had ceased eating meat under Buddhist influence, and this practice had gradually spread to become nationwide custom. Though the vendors along the road weren't starving to the point of skin and bones, they were clearly malnourished, dark, gaunt, and thin. Most men stood under 1.6 meters tall. Women were even shorter, many barely exceeding 1.4 meters. Still, since Toyotomi Hideyoshi's time, Japan had enjoyed decades without nationwide warfare. The benefits of social stability were evident. Unlike the Great Ming, which displayed decay in every quarter. Though the common people's living standards weren't high, they lacked the terrified, anxious expressions of people fearing for their lives from one day to the next. This observation prompted Ping Qiasheng to sigh, "Better a dog in peaceful times than a human in troubled times." How true indeed. Behind the stalls stood some larger Japanese-style houses, all single-story, resembling trading posts by their architecture. But they lacked Lingao's bustling energy, or even the typical activity of East Asian ports in this era. About 500 meters ahead, Ping Qiasheng noticed a row of long houses on his right that appeared to contain an additional courtyard within. "Is this the local magistrate's office?" "This is where the samurai lords live," the interpreter replied. "Why does it look uninhabited? Aren't the lords usually present?" "That's not it. After the lord's castle at Egawa burned down in the 19th year of Kaiko, Lord Hayabu built a fortified residence at Ishida and had all the retainers relocate to the new Ishida compound. So naturally no one resides here anymore." The interpreter wasn't surprised by Ping Qiasheng's questions. "My master's trading post is just ahead." Indeed, less than 50 meters ahead stood a compound. It was quite conspicuous. The traditional Chinese-style architecture clashed with the surrounding buildings, rather jarring to the eye. The interpreter led their party to the gate. The courtyard door opened, and a young servant emerged, speaking in somewhat awkward Nanjing-accented Mandarin. "The master has been waiting for some time. Please allow the gentleman from Australia to rest briefly in the reception hall." Upon entering the compound, the scene proved quite distinctive. This timeline's Chinese architectural style, combined with a Japanese-style garden and plantings, created an effect the time travelers privately admired for its elegance. The reception hall occupied the first courtyard. Though the building was Chinese-style, it followed a Japanese garden layout. Sitting in the inner room, one couldn't see past the front gate thanks to plantings that created a visual barrier. Two special recon team members stood behind him. Ping Qiasheng gathered his thoughts. Servants dutifully served tea. Before long, two young servant-looking men escorted an elderly gentleman out. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, with graying temples. Though his dress and grooming were clearly refined, his manner carried the seasoned air of one who had weathered many storms. This must be Zhou Xingru. After they were seated, dispensing with excessive formalities, Zhou Xingru listened as the returning interpreter described these Australians. They claimed to be maritime merchants, but their conduct was quite unlike that of maritime merchants. Over the past days, the ship's crew at Jeju Island had witnessed the Australians building cities, paving roads, digging canals, and clearing land. The interpreter had reported all of this to his master. This Master Zhou had seen much of the world and recognized that these maritime merchants harbored no small ambitions. Their sheer audacity in directly occupying Jeju Island demonstrated boldness, exceeding even the legendary Wang Zhai. The Yi dynasty was no formidable power, certainly, but for Australian merchants to make such a decision and execute such an enterprise was beyond ordinary men's capabilities. With this understanding, Master Zhou naturally spoke with caution, frequently observing reactions, occasionally also inquiring about Australian affairs and Ping Qiasheng's ancestry. Master Zhou hailed from South Zhili and naturally possessed broader knowledge than Fujian maritime merchants. He understood well that his own foundation was shallow, and as an outsider among maritime merchants, he couldn't withstand the rising Fujian and Guangdong traders. Thus he had early cultivated the shogunate's favor and obtained a vermilion seal certificate, allowing him to appear at any time as a Japanese merchant vessel. This advantage of being able to shift identities was beyond other maritime merchants' reach. This was how he had maintained his share amid the ever-shifting, chaotic tangle of merchant and pirate factions in China's eastern sea. But Zheng Zhilongs' gradually emerging intention to monopolize Japan trade was placing immense pressure on Zhou Xingru. His relationship with the shogunate was certainly strong, but Zheng Zhilong's relationship with the shogunate was equally solid. Moreover, Zheng Zhilong's resources, whether in wealth, military power, or number of ships, far exceeded his own. If old Zheng was determined to monopolize the trade, there was truly nothing he could do about it. Now these Australian merchants had suddenly appeared from nowhere and established themselves on Jeju Island with no intention of leaving. Master Zhou understood perfectly well that neither Jeju Island nor the Yi dynasty of Korea possessed anything worth such investment. These people's grand investment could only be aimed at one prize, the fat bounty of Sino-Japanese trade. End of chapter. Chapter 1177. Nintendo. Once the pleasantries concluded, the two men settled into casual conversation. Master Zhou inquired about Australian affairs. Though he had spent many years abroad, he still maintained connections with old acquaintances in both Nanjing and Beijing. And despite being too old and frail to venture to see himself these past 10 years, his information networks remained remarkably well connected. Before committing to anything, he wanted to take the measure of this Australian merchant's background. Ping Qiasheng understood the old merchant's thinking perfectly. He repeated the fabricated backstory he had prepared earlier, explaining that while his ancestors were Japanese, he was now a subject of Australian song. This voyage to Japan served three purposes. First, to return to his ancestral homeland and fulfill his forebears' long-cherished wish. Second, to apologize for certain incidents at Jeju Island. And third, since Australia was a nation built upon industry and commerce with many rare goods to offer, he hoped to establish trade with Japan, though having been away so long, he now lacked the necessary connections. He concluded with appropriate expressions of humility. Master Zhou stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, taking his time to respond. In his estimation, this so-called Terra descendant from Australia was obviously fabricating his lineage, merely using the prestigious Terra name as convenient cover. But no matter. Claiming distinguished ancestors was simply human nature, particularly if one wished to conduct business in Japan. Master Ping's meaning, however, was perfectly transparent. The Australians wanted to trade with Japan. Though Zhou had never personally witnessed Australian might during his long residence in Japan, word of their strength had spread here over the past few years, carried alongside their goods. Chinese ships arriving at Nagasaki and Vermilion Seal ships returning from the Great Ming occasionally brought scraps of Australian merchandise, all of it highly valued and snapped up the moment it touched port. Now an Australian merchant had sought him out, proposing cooperation. His heart swelled with both excitement and apprehension. After all, these Australians were a juggernaut no less formidable than Zheng Zhilong himself. Whether partnering with them would lift him to the heavens or crush him to powder remained an open question. Ping Qiasheng presented Master Zhou with 10 jars of Lingao-made pickles and 2 bottles of Peerless Champion. Zhou Xingru hailed from South Zhili, so the sight of these pickles stirred a familiar fondness, and the Peerless Champion left him marveling inwardly. He had never beheld such crystalline glass bottles. Glass broke easily, and this particular liquor was in such scarce supply in Guangzhou that people often had it sent from the capital by special courier. Bulk quantities had never reached Japan. He could not help but silently admire the Australians' cleverness. As the conversation turned to business, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. He knew the Australians excelled at producing sought-after rarities, items seldom found elsewhere, and now, having seen this Peerless Champion, he understood precisely why it commanded such demand. This old man is unworthy of such generosity, but I still maintain certain connections throughout these Eastern Isles, Zhou said. May I ask what goods your side deals in and in what quantities? Ping Qiasheng seized the opening. He ordered an attendant to bring out an exquisite paper box containing a thick tome, as substantial as a photo album from a portrait studio. This leather-bound volume was a product catalog, entirely the work of Labe Trani in both binding and illustration. Every design employed copperplate engravings. The paper was heavy stock. the decoration and printing as fine as any craftsman could achieve. By this era's standards, the catalog itself was practically a treasure. These hardcover albums served as promotional brochures and order forms for distribution to potential trade partners. To ensure no one discarded them, they had been made lavishly luxurious. Like the catalogs in Lingao's department stores, the first half detailed and categorized the appearance, performance, quality, and FOB prices of every product the Senate could supply, all the essential data for trade. Some products even included line-drawn sketches. Photo paper reserves were insufficient for such mass consumption, and until photography technology and equipment could be restored, they had to rely on this ancient but effective method. In practice, the Italian artists' renderings seemed to produce better results than the printing factory's crude photo prints. The catalog's appendix listed goods the foreign trade company wished to purchase. Each catalog's contents were tailored to the region and recipient, some adjusting product offerings, others adjusting pricing. To facilitate reading by locals, the catalogs were printed in multiple languages. The one given to Zhou Xingru used traditional vertical Chinese characters. Anyone receiving such a catalog who wished to trade with Lingao could easily understand the transaction process. Zhou Xingru leafed through the thick volume, clicking his tongue in amazement. He had dealt with countless merchants, but this was the first time someone had presented a catalog rather than actual gold and silver samples for personal inspection. The exquisiteness of the binding, the meticulousness and realism of the illustrations, the thorough detail of the descriptions, all opened his eyes. The product descriptions were particularly impressive, featuring every specification down to dimensions, colors, materials, and weights. They even explained available packaging options. The variety of goods was immense. Zhou Xingru flipped through roughly and saw the catalog divided into 5 categories: food, daily goods, weapons, textiles, and farm tools. Each category branched into numerous subcategories, a dazzling array that left the old merchant struggling to keep pace. He leafed through it, unable to put it down, finally setting it aside with reluctance. "Your organization is truly extraordinary." "Not at all, Master Zhou is too kind." Ping Qiasheng could read from his expression that the deal was more than halfway done. He immediately clapped his hands, and a servant brought in another reinforced box. The box contained, as expected, an assortment of novel Lingao products, glass mirrors, bone china, and similar items that amazed Master Zhou. The merchant's mind immediately began churning with possibilities. This Master Ping's every gesture thoroughly demonstrated genuine sincerity, deeply attractive to Master Zhou, whose business had fallen into decline. He lacked many ships, and his capital could not match great maritime merchants like Zhilong, but if he could become a local import merchant, that would be comfortable work indeed, simply counting money. "I wonder how Master Ping plans to sell goods here." Though his heart surged with anticipation, years of experience allowed Zhou to maintain a calm, friendly smile. After all, on this Fujian island, he was the host and the Australians the guests. Much negotiation remained. "I will need to trouble Master Zhou greatly to help make this happen," Ping Qiasheng said with earnest sincerity. Easily done, Master Zhou replied with the magnanimous air of a generous elder, and so both men smirked inwardly. The two sides then discussed entering into deep, close cooperation. They agreed to establish a joint trading post on Fujian Island, with the Zhou family handling all formalities. Capital investment and personnel would be the Australians' responsibility. The Zhou family would manage purchasing local land, cultivating relations with domain officials, and smoothing connections all the way to Edo. The new trading post would be named Nintendo. Ping Qiasheng found himself quite satisfied with this name. Elder Kaio, being a devoted Nintendo fan, lodged a half-hearted protest but was easily overruled. The trading post's total capital was set at 100,000 taels of silver. The Zhou family would hold 40%, invested in cash. the Senate would hold 60%, invested in cash and goods. Ping Qiasheng followed the precedent of the Guangdong Zai enterprises, distributing dividends according to 23 shares. 3 shares reserved for employee welfare and bonuses, the remaining 20 shares of profit divided with the Zhou family according to capital contribution. The trading post's current labor needs would temporarily be sourced locally with the Zhou family's assistance. Though Jeju Island had plenty of people, conducting business on Japanese soil required at least basic Japanese language ability. Ping Qiasheng specifically requested preference for local Chinese. Zhou Xingru explained that the domain lord was currently constructing a castle at Ishida, conscripting most locals for the worksite. Finding Japanese laborers would not be easy. In the end, they recruited 2 young servants, both around 15 years old. According to Master Zhou, both were illegitimate sons of great Ming sailors and merchants. Their mothers were Japanese. Ships from the Great Ming had long frequented these waters, naturally leaving behind plenty of offspring from passing dalliances. These 2 servants were nominally Chinese, but actually spoke Japanese more fluently than Chinese. Ping Qiasheng was not entirely satisfied, but upon learning they could both read and write Chinese characters, he decided they were moldable material and retained them. Master Zhou also found several local Japanese women to serve as maids, specifically to handle daily shopping and housework. After all, this was not the Great Ming. Unmarried women performing such work in public was perfectly acceptable here, and locals would be more familiar with the area. When Kaio Tianjai heard there would be Japanese maids, he immediately volunteered to personally screen and select them. Naturally, he ended up disappointed. This height, this skin, these teeth. They practically shattered his expectations. He then approached Ping Qiasheng in somewhat zombie-like fashion, requesting that Master Zhou procure some local lowlies to implement a Hikaru Genji plan. That would be simple enough, but there's no way to expense it, Ping Qiasheng replied. Though he was not a fellow traveler in that particular regard, he quite agreed with the concept of cultivating maids from a young age. The island had plenty of fishing village girls running about barefoot in torn kimonos with disheveled hair, but purchasing a few for training lacked any suitable justification. Ever since old Chang's incident, everyone had become more cautious about such abuse of public resources for private purposes. So the matter was temporarily shelved. Master Zhou purchased several abandoned samurai residences near the port. These buildings were all fine timber-frame construction, spacious, and almost all equipped with fireproof earthen storehouses. They could serve adequately as temporary quarters and warehouses. Fukui Island's port boasted excellent natural conditions. During Wang Zhai's heyday controlling China's coast, it had been a major base for Chinese pirates and maritime merchants. Thanks to frequent visits from great Ming merchants, the port facilities here were complete, with wooden piers where H-800s could dock directly to unload cargo. Once matters were settled here, the first shipment of goods constituting their capital investment arrived from Jeju Island. Large quantities of salt, sugar and candy, mirrors, glassware, bone china, Chinese medicinal materials, and cloth. Also arriving with the ship were a dozen or so naturalized citizens. These would become the backbone personnel of the Japan station. With personnel assembled, Ping Qiasheng appointed Kaio Tianjai as temporary general manager of Nintendo, responsible for renovating the newly purchased residences and incidentally repairing the pier. Once the goods arrived, business would officially commence. End of chapter. Chapter 1178. The journey to Hirado. Ping Qiasheng pressed on without pause, resolving to visit Hirado and Nagasaki immediately. First, to assess Taikya's situation. Second, to quickly identify Japanese export goods, and if possible, to make a trip to Okayama to secure channels for the copper that Lingao so urgently needed. Japan's copper-producing regions were concentrated primarily in that area. Otherwise, when Lingao's bulk cargo arrived with nothing to trade for in return, the situation would prove embarrassing. After receiving his telegram, Zhao Yingong had already replied. The Hangzhou station was organizing cargo and ships on a large scale, preparing to ride the summer's southeast monsoon and sail directly from Shanghai to Nagasaki. Kaio Tianjai would manage affairs at Fuqiu. Though Elder Kaio's skill points left something to be desired, with Master Zhou keeping things in order, nothing major should go awry. Ping Qiasheng's assignment for him was straightforward. Lead the naturalized cadres and locally recruited laborers in continuing repairs to the trading post and port, while using his status as representative to make contact, through Zhou Xingru, with lower-level local officials and domain figures for socializing and negotiations. Ping Qiasheng also specifically instructed Kaio Tianjai to have Master Zhou help purchase camellia oil throughout the Godo Islands. Camellia oil, known locally as tsubaki oil, was a common oil crop here, produced in fairly abundant quantities. China also cultivated it, but the crop remained exportable, and Lingao's hunger for oils was voracious, particularly for industrial applications. There's another matter. Walk among the Godo Islands and make inquiries about whaling, Ping Qiasheng said. The Godo Islands were a major whaling port during the Edo period. You need to investigate roughly how many whales are caught each year, the fishermen's whaling methods, and their processing techniques. The Godo Islands whaling industry had once flourished, and Fuqiu domain had prospered for centuries on its back. Whales, these not particularly palatable marine mammals, played an extraordinarily important role in early industrialization. Their oil served as both a chemical industry raw material and machinery lubricant. Their baleen was a natural elastic material. The elders had long coveted whale resources, but China's coast was not a whale habitat, leaving no opportunity for large-scale industrial whaling. Whale meat stew is really hard to eat, Kaio Tianjai smacked his lips. Too oily. Who's asking you to eat it? This is what industry and energy wants, Ping Qiasheng said, exasperated. Camellia oil and whales, do proper research on both, and make the fisheries survey as comprehensive as possible. The seafood here is also quite abundant. We can consider building a seafood processing plant later. Lingao certainly did not lack for seafood, but given Japan's pitifully limited export categories, this counted as something better than nothing. At minimum, it could supply the Senate's future operations on the mainland, and processed dried seafood could be exported to the Great Ming. 5 people would make the journey to Hirado: Ping Qiasheng and his personal secretary Ping Ayako, 2 specialized security personnel from the newly established Elder Protection Squad of the Special Recon Team, Li Bio and Zhou Shiquan, plus an interpreter. These 2 guards had both come through the connections of Zhou Shizhai, an armed escort from the Kiwei Escort Company. One was his disciple, the other his cousin. Zhou Shizhai had long provided close protection for elders, though he had never formally naturalized. His reliability was beyond question. His temperament was rather stubborn. He had no objection to naturalization itself, but strongly resisted the requirement that all naturalized citizens shave their heads. Thus, he remained an externally hired guest retainer to this day, but he held his disciples and cousins to different standards. Though escorts insisted on traditional morality, they were not inflexible old fogies blind to the times. When the chiefs proposed recruiting security personnel, he immediately recommended these 2 young men for the training program. As the governed territory expanded and more elders were dispatched on business, personal security had risen on the agenda. Previously, elders active in Lingao and Hainan's counties received coverage from the police headquarters, while those posted elsewhere relied on crack personnel drawn from local regular military units. The system was scattered and haphazard. Moreover, elders like Zhao Yingong who operated in yellow and red zones required covert close protection. Previously, they had mostly depended on escort guards hired from Kiwei. While these men's professional ethics were sound, and they had passed sufficient vetting, they remained external hires, lacking adequate modern security training and political education. Using them had significant limitations. So under Ran Yao's leadership, an elder protection squad was added to the Special Recon Team Command, training protective personnel according to VIP security requirements. Specific training was handled by professionals from both the Special Recon Team and police headquarters. Senior escorts from Kiwei were also brought in as instructors. Traditional escort guards possessed rich social experience and coping skills invaluable for elders dispatched to enemy-occupied areas. Li Biao and Zhou Shiquan were both quiet young men. For operational requirements, neither had shaved their heads. The interpreter was recruited locally on Fuqiu Island through the Zhou family, also of mixed Chinese-Japanese heritage. This person was semi-literate, spoke passable Nanjing Mandarin and Japanese, and had often accompanied great Ming ships visiting Hirado, Nagasaki, and other ports. But his fortunes had never flourished. Ping Qiasheng gave him a new name, Ping Kefu. Ping Qiasheng and the bodyguards all carried pistols and daggers for self-defense. Chinese merchants were quite welcomed in Japan at this time. Under Tokugawa shogunate rule, conditions were generally peaceful, and travel along main roads posed no danger. As an added precaution, they also carried authorization letters issued by Lingao. If anything truly went wrong, they could attempt escape via the Dutch trading post in Hirado, though they harbored little confidence in Dutch reliability, nor did they anticipate serious danger on this journey. The party traveled on a small boat, one of the many vessels plying between Kyushu and the outlying islands in this era. Even fully laden, its displacement was only 70 or 80 tons. The ship was packed with trade goods and carried some commoners heading to Kyushu. This was a regular trading vessel the Zhou family operated between here and various Nagasaki destinations, carrying mixed cargo and passengers. According to plan, upon arrival the time travelers would act independently. If things went smoothly, they would return to the Godo Islands aboard the same ship. If they still needed to travel to Okayama, they would have to find their own passage or wait for other trading ships from the Godo Islands. They set out before 5 in the morning. Though the weather was fair, the wind-powered boat would still require most of the day to reach Harad. The boat sailed north along Fuqiu Island's western coast, a deliberate arrangement by Ping Qiasheng. He wanted to observe Nakadori Island's conditions along the way. Nakadori Island lay at the Godo Island's northern end, the second largest island after Fuqiu, and far from Fuqiu Domain's center of power. In the old timeline, Nakadori Island's Ayagata port had been the Godo Island's principal port. Ping Qiasheng's true thinking was this. The current Nintendo operation was merely intended as the time traveler's commercial agency point here. They still needed a truly stable transit station that could guarantee transshipment of bulk goods. Their shipping capacity was already stretched thin enough. Having a suitable cargo storage location directly under Fuqiu Domain's nose was neither wise nor prudent. More critically, once the upcoming Shimabara rebellion erupted, if they wanted to absorb refugees or station troops, operating directly on Fuqiu Island would prove extremely difficult. Around noon, the boat entered a stretch of water enclosed by several small islands. That over there is Ayagata Harbor. Ping Qiasheng studied the chart while pointing to a trumpet-shaped straight entrance about 2 li off the starboard side. Li Biao and Zhou Shiquan were both special recon team members. Courses in geography and terrain were mandatory content. Zhou Shiquan observed, if the chief wants to establish a port here, it will require considerable construction work. I don't believe it will be a problem, Li Biao replied with confidence. This port has good natural conditions, and our initial requirements aren't extensive. The project can proceed in phases, and we won't need to accommodate very large ships in the short term. He had joined the Dragon quite early, and compared to Zhou Shiquan felt far more at ease around elders. The name is rather nice. Let's develop it as a logistics base, Elder Ping mused, finding the island's name quite appealing. On the inner side of that peninsula ahead, there's another fishing port surrounded by excellent fishing grounds. I just don't know how developed it currently is. Ping Kefu did not understand what was so nice about Nakadori Island, but over the past few days he had grasped the Australians' preferences. They showed keen interest in natural resources. He offered eagerly, "Would you like to stop by for a look, sir?" "That won't be necessary. The terrain will remain unchanged. We're on a schedule. A detour would take too long and require us to turn back. We'll cut east through the strait. There's still a stretch to go. Let's try to reach Hirado before evening." After turning through the strait, the boat's speed picked up considerably. Ping Qiasheng knew that less than 30 nautical miles to the front right lay where Nagasaki would stand in the old timeline. He checked his watch. Today was July 12th. On August 9th, 1945, an atomic bomb had fallen there. Being so close to Nagasaki now, he could not help but sigh. He sighed not merely because Nagasaki had earned the grim distinction of being one of only 2 cities in history to suffer atomic bombardment, but because of the technology from the old timeline. If Lingao's technological capabilities in this timeline could still be comprehended by some people of this era, then many things from the old timeline would not merely shock, they would far exceed the understanding of anyone alive today. The setting sun cast its afterglow across the water as seabirds swooped low over white-capped waves. Hirado had arrived. Hirado was one of the larger islands among the Matsura archipelago, very close to Nagasaki. In the old timeline, it was part of Nagasaki City, but now it was ruled by a daimyo and stood as an East Asian international port whose foreign trade rivaled Nagasaki's own. The island featured many small bays, with foreign ships carrying cargo coming and going through these inlets, but the island itself was rugged and uneven. Several small rivers wound between the hills. Rice paddies lined the riverbanks, but harvests were pitifully meager. The goods brought by ships entering port here enriched the merchants even as they kept the islanders fed. End of chapter. Chapter 1179. Hamada Shinzo. The islanders were nearly all fishermen, each one skilled at sailing boats. The Ming people living on the island even exaggerated, claiming the islanders' light boats flew like arrows across the water. The common folk here, like those of the Godo Islands, were descendants of the once rampant Wako pirates. Less than a century ago, their forebears had followed Chinese pirate merchant ships every year to raid the Great Ming's coast, always serving as vanguard in battle. Beyond this, they excelled at diving to harvest abalone and sea cucumbers, catching sharks and processing shark fin, all skills acquired to serve Chinese merchants' appetites. Every year, great quantities of dried seafood were shipped from here to the Great Ming in exchange for the treasures brought on Chinese ships. The island's ruling daimyo family, the Matsura clan, had maintained their line since before the Warring States period and counted among the most ancient lineages of Japan's nobility. The domain lord here used Matsura as his surname. Like the Godo clan of Fukyu Domain, they had adopted the local place name as their family name. The Matsura clan was said to have originally borne the surname Minamoto, claiming descent from the saga Genji, but they had also previously claimed Tara or Fujiwara ancestry. Such pretensions, attaching oneself to prestigious lineages, were common enough among daimyo. Legend held that the Matsura ancestors were valiant, hardy warriors from the eastern provinces, whom the Yamato court had relocated as garrison soldiers to the Tsukushi coast to defend against barbarians, those wild people, covered in pigskin and smeared with lard, the ancestors of the Jurchen. They had sailed crude rafts of bound logs, following the currents to plunder and kill along the Japanese archipelago's coast. During the Heian period, this garrison system became nominal, and the central government forgot the warriors' existence. Abandoned in the wilderness, the soldiers formed factions, seizing weapons and land for themselves. By around the Kamakura period, they had coalesced into several warrior bands called To that fought among themselves, establishing many independent strongholds and becoming naval forces that harassed the coast. The Matsura family's ancestors had gradually risen during this ancient and chaotic era, eventually becoming overlords of the upper and lower Matsura regions. During Toyotomi Hideyoshi's era, the Matsura also participated in the invasion of Korea. After the Battle of Sekigahara, having maintained neutrality, they survived as daimyo with a domain rated at 63,200 koku, far larger than Fukyu domain's mere 15,000 koku, testament to the importance of Hirato's foreign trade to the Matsura family. Hirato Island's terrain was rugged, with almost all roads running along slopes. Only a small flat area called Miyami had been built up with stone walls, raised with rammed earth, and paved with stone slabs. This was the Portuguese wharf market trading plaza. Here docked Fujian ships with their bamboo leaf sails, Zhejiang ships with grass mat sails, and red-haired southern barbarian ships with cotton sails. The Zhou family's ship dropped anchor here. After docking, the Zhou family sailors busied themselves unloading cargo while the elders were led directly by Ping Kefu to a trading post, presenting Zhou Xingru's calling card. That evening, a banquet was held at the post to welcome the Australian maritime merchants who had come from afar. Receiving them was a young man with a top-knot shaved in the Chanmage style, his hair gathered from the back to the crown of his head, a very neat appearance, clearly no older than 30. This was supposedly a trading post, yet the visitor dressed partly like a warrior. Ping Qiasheng found this unsurprising. Kyushu had always been the lair of Japanese pirate merchants. The various so-called naval forces were mostly of this character. The Godo family had also risen this way. Most of these naval forces had only gained recognition as proper warriors during Toyotomi Hideyoshi's Kyushu campaign, leaving behind their status as provincial strongmen and wild samurai to finally become official samurai. Though the visitor dressed like a warrior, his manner was warm, his eyes shrewd, his bearing unmistakably that of a merchant. Hirato had risen thanks to foreign merchants, so for local warriors, foreign merchants were money trees. Great Ming merchant ships were even called treasure ships in Hirato. After host and guests were seated, Ping Kefu introduced the young man as Hamada Shinzo, the postmaster here. His father was none other than the famous Hamada Yahyo. Hamada Yahyo, originally an obscure Japanese, had become a famous figure in East Asian foreign relations history by provoking a conflict with the Dutch East India Company, resulting in the Hamada Yahyo incident. Though this incident ended with the Dutch submitting, examining the entire affair revealed the greed of the Dutch, the brutishness of the Japanese, the power of Zheng Zhilong, and the law of the jungle governing East Asian seas, all on vivid display. The Hamada Yahyo incident was ultimately bound up with Zheng Zhilong's monopoly position on the Fujian coast. And Hirato was also where Zheng Zhilong had first risen. Calling it his base in Japan would be no exaggeration. If they could strangle his trade here and break his monopoly, replacing it with the Senate's own, the Zheng Zhilong group would suffer a grave wound from losing a major income source. They might even collapse without a fight. This was precisely why the executive committee had approved launching Japan trade at this moment. During summer, great Ming merchant ships did not sail to Japan. Chinese ships bound for Japan only departed in winter. This gap period afforded ample time to accomplish many things. If Zhao Yingong proved sufficiently effective, rewriting the history of Sino-Japanese trade was not beyond reach. By the time Zheng Zhilong's Anhai ships returned to Japan, Elder Ping could not suppress a surge of satisfaction. The banquet proved fairly sumptuous, at least better than Ping Qiasheng had anticipated. He had read accounts suggesting that even the imperial cuisine offered to the emperor was rather meager, just some extra dried seafood. This being an island, he expected little more than abundant seafood, which he had already grown weary of eating. But among the dishes now served were meat strips roasted with sauce, their aroma filling the air. He tasted a piece like chicken. Is this Satsuma chicken? Master Ping is well informed. Hamada spoke Chinese, though with a strong Nanjing Mandarin accent. The meaning was clear enough. Ping Qiasheng then praised the chicken's tenderness and flavor. In truth, before coming to Japan, the Agricultural Committee's cadres stationed at Jeju Island had asked him to procure some Satsuma chickens to bring back. Satsuma chickens had rich fat and grew well, adapting easily to Jeju Island's environment. In the short term, they could greatly alleviate the island's meat and oil supply problems. In the old timeline, Satsuma chicken was celebrated as one of Japan's 3 great native breeds. Though this timeline's Satsuma chicken had not yet undergone systematic improvement, the texture after tasting was indeed excellent. Combined with Lingao's Heavenly Chef series of seasonings, it would surely taste even better. He made a mental note to have Ping Kefu arrange procurement. Besides this chicken, there were grilled fish and various shellfish and squid shiakara. Rice and mochi appeared as well, and naturally the miso soup that Japanese consumed year-round without tiring. The glass-bottled rum Ping Qiasheng had brought also amazed the young postmaster. He drank 2 bottles before stopping, somewhat tipsy. In Tokugawa-era Japan, only wealthy merchants possessed both the means and freedom from the etiquette constraints of warrior and noble classes to pay proper attention to their food. But Japan's material conditions remained limited, and they were quite backward in culinary matters. Japanese alcohol in particular, despite sake's great fame in the old timeline, even developing an oenology-like system internationally. At this time Japan's brewing industry was still primitive. The market offered mainly grain-fermented alcohol, distilled liquor was rare, let alone high-grade spirits like Peerless Champion. Finally, servants brought out 2 dessert courses, pickled plum and persimmon yakin. Ping Qiasheng had researched traditional Japanese confections. Never mind whether this pickled plum was the famed Nanko variety. The persimmon yakin was an authentic Mino specialty unavailable locally in Kyushu. The Hamada family clearly lived in considerable refinement. Hamada apologized repeatedly, explaining that his father was occupied with affairs at the main post in Nagasaki. Though Master Zhou had notified them earlier of the Australian guest's arrival, the short notice had left them unprepared. From their conversation, Ping Qiasheng learned that the Hamada family actually served as agents for Nagasaki's great merchant Nodo Jiro. Their main business was importing raw silk from Gwangju, the biggest commodity in Sino-Japanese trade, and enormously profitable. When the topic turned to his father, the conversation inevitably touched on the Hamada Yahio incident. Hamada Shinzo could not help looking pleased. The East India Company's envoy had already arrived in Japan, conceding complete defeat. One of the principals, the governor of Formosa, would also be turned over to the shogunate for punishment. In return, the shogunate would agree to allow Dutch ships back into Japanese ports. By any measure, the Japanese had won a complete victory, but Hamada Shinzo showed no excessive joy because the root cause, Zhilong's monopoly, remained unsolved. Under Ping Qiasheng's gentle coaxing, Hamada Shinzo drank a few more cups and could not help revealing much. In recent years, the entire Fujian coast had fallen under Zheng family control. The Zheng fleet had virtually monopolized raw silk trade between the Great Ming and Japan. Japanese wanting to buy raw silk in Gwangju and ship it back would absolutely not receive a sailing permit from the Zhengs, and fleets without Zheng family permits could hardly transport goods safely home. This had practically strangled the throats of Japanese merchants holding vermilion seal certificates. Either Japanese merchants obediently paid 2,100 taels of silver for a permit, or they risked having their ships intercepted by Zhilong, losing crew, vessel, and cargo alike. Hirado in particular, ever since Wang Zhai's era, had been a major gathering place for Chinese pirate merchants. Both Zheng Zhilong and his former father-in-law Yan Siki had maintained posts here. Their influence among local Japanese was considerable, with many eyes and ears throughout the port. I heard his wife and son went to China. His father-in-law's Tagawa family is still in Hirado, Hamada Shinzo said, his face flushed from drink. Many people work for him here. The domain lord also regards him with special favor. Since Yan Siki's era, Chinese pirate merchants had enjoyed privileges in Hirado nearly equivalent to extraterritoriality, treatment almost like that of foreign Western gentlemen in the old timeline. End of chapter. Chapter 1180. The Sand Junk Guild Hirado had grown prosperous thanks to great Ming merchants. It was also the great Ming pirate merchant Wang Zhai who had led the Portuguese here in the first place. And unlike the Portuguese, great Ming merchants cared only about business. They never insisted the Japanese accept any particular religion. The Portuguese, by contrast, invariably demanded that local commoners and daimyo embrace Christianity. Since the Portuguese first arrived, southern barbarian ships had constantly visited Hirado. Though merely an ordinary small island, its prosperity had earned it the title Western Capital. This trade relationship with Portugal endured 15 years, but the Portuguese persisted in spreading their faith, meeting fierce resistance from the Matsura family. At the time, Kyushu's daimyo were joining Christianity as if chasing fashion, making the Matsura family's stubborn opposition all the more remarkable. They remained devoted to Buddhism. The Portuguese grew deeply displeased with Hirado's response, and relations cooled. Then came another incident. Hirado residents and Portuguese sailors came to blows at Miami, killing and wounding over a dozen Portuguese. After that, Portuguese ships abandoned Hirado entirely. During this period, the Matsura family and the Portuguese even clashed at sea. In the 8th year of Iroku, 1565, when a Portuguese ship from Macau passed through the Hirado Strait en route to the Christian daimyo's port of Amura, the Matsura family dispatched 50 small boats to attack. The Portuguese ship had to deploy all its firearms to fight free. The Dutch and English replaced the Portuguese. The Matsura family knew these two nations were not Catholic and had no interest in spreading religion, so they welcomed them warmly. Thus Hirado continued receiving regular visits from Western European ships. But the Matsura daimyo fully recognized that the island's enduring prosperity depended on ships from Fujian and Zhejiang, so they granted great Ming merchants extraordinary freedoms and privileges in residence and activities. Speaking of which, Iquin actually got his start in Hirado. Hamada Shinzo spoke in mellow, wine-warmed tones, and began recounting the exploits of pirate merchants past in Hirado. Because trade was inseparably linked with Ming pirates, the Matsura family allowed rising pirate leaders to live in Hirado, continuing to deal with them. The first to style himself boss of Japan, meaning chief of the Wako, was Yan Siki. He had lived right in Hirado's castle town, appearing as a tailor running a shop. Business was quite good. Shinzo explained that Yan Siki was outstanding, learned, and skilled in martial arts, a remarkable figure among the Chinese of Hirado. But at the time, no Japanese knew his true identity. Then one day, 2 pirate merchants named Yan Zhengquan and Chen Du arrived from Fujian and held secret talks with this tailor Yan for several days. Soon after, Yan Siki vanished. At that time, Ming Dynasty pirates were divided into 18 groups. The various leaders acclaimed Yan Siki as their supreme chief. For a time, his reputation on the seas was formidable. But not long after Yan Siki died in Taiwan drunk, he caught an illness. The second to call himself boss of Japan was Iquin, Hamada Shinzo continued. It said Zheng Zhilong was Yan Siki's son-in-law. Others dispute this. Regardless, Iquin did take a wife here, a woman named Tagawa. He often used the name Tagawa in Hirado. The new generation of leaders no longer openly revealed their residences like Wang Zhai's generation, nor did they purchase estates directly from samurai families. Zheng Zhilong had specifically chosen Kawachiura, not far from Hirado, as his residence. A mansion more magnificent than any samurai's fortified compound rose deep in a bay among the hills. But this mansion now stood empty. Tagawa and eldest son Fukumatsu had departed for the Great Ming several years ago, leaving only second son Jiraziman behind in Japan. Ping Qiasheng knew from history that this Jiraziman would live his entire life in Japan, continuing as the Japanese branch of Zheng Zhilong's line. But this did not interest him. What interested him was how much power Zheng Zhilong actually wielded in Hirado and who served as his agents. What agents does Iquin need here? Hamada Shinzo laughed loudly, but the laugh carried strong resentment. The Lord of Hygiene is his agent. Most of Zheng Zhilong's ships went to Nagasaki, but each year a few also called at Hirado. The cargo on ships bound for Hirado was mostly purchased directly by the local domain lord, an arrangement that greatly benefited both sides. The domain lord gained enormous profits from reselling, while the Zheng family enjoyed every convenience in Hirado, including hiring Japanese sailors and ronin, and replenishing firearms and gunpowder. Ping Qiasheng thought. So Hirado was Zheng Zhilong's base in Japan, but he still harbored doubts. I heard Iquin is a Carishitan believer. Doesn't the domain lord most dislike Carishitan believers? Whether Iquin is Carishitan I cannot say, but he worships Mazu, the goddess great Ming merchants worship most, and also worships Shinto gods and Buddhas. He can hardly be Carishitan, can he? Aren't Carishitan forbidden from worshipping other deities? Ping Qiasheng nodded. Clearly, Hirado's Matsura family could be treated as enemies. From the start, Hamada Shinzo had displayed the intense curiosity that young people of this era often showed toward the time travelers, whether regarding the glass-bottled rum they had brought or Ping Qiasheng's pistol. While making small talk with Hamada, Ping Qiasheng was carefully observing this young man, pondering how he might use him to deliver a heavy blow to Zheng Zhilong. The day after the banquet led by Hamada Shinzo, Ping Qiasheng toured this so-called western capital of Hirado. Since summer had just begun, few ships had yet arrived from Fujian. The docks lay quite quiet. Hirado itself was a barren island. Without maritime trade to sustain it, this place would be a typical impoverished backwater just like the Godo Islands, and if not for that poverty, the local commoners would never have sailed their small boats across the sea to become Wako pirates. Everything was ready. All they needed was the east wind. Ping Qiasheng gazed out over the Hirado Strait from the Portuguese market wharf. How were Zhao Yingong's preparations coming along? On the other side of the sea, Zhao Yingong was planning the first ships to Japan after receiving the telegram. The Planning Commission had not allocated him any ships. The Planning Commission had no ships to give. After the prolonged and intensive operations of Operation Engine, aside from a few vessels maintaining regular routes and combat readiness duties, all ships had returned to port for maintenance. Wuda had made it very clear, no ships were available. You need to allocate resources locally, the Planning Commission's reply stated. Make full use of Great Ming resources. This meant Zhao Yingong had to arrange his own ships and organize his own cargo. The latter was manageable. Jiangnan was, after all, a wealthy and prosperous region where any kind of goods could be purchased. But arranging ships capable of reaching Japan was somewhat difficult. During the Song dynasty, Jiangsu and Zhejiang had been the main ports for voyages to Japan. But by the Ming Dynasty, strict maritime prohibitions had not only shrunk ship tonnage, but also caused navigational technology to regress. In the Tang and Song eras, Chinese merchant ships could cross the East China Sea directly, sailing straight to Haizen's Matsura district. By the Ming Dynasty, this had changed to requiring island chain navigation using coastal landmarks. Zhao Yingong thought ships capable of reaching Japan would be easy enough to find. In this era, vessels of just 100 or 200 tons deadweight could circumnavigate the globe, let alone make the short voyage across the East China Sea. But finding sailors capable of piloting ships across the East China Sea was another matter entirely. Still, Zhao Yingong believed that with proper navigational guidance, crossing the East China Sea for trade with Japan would be far from difficult. Chinese sailors had courage in abundance. They had merely fallen behind technically. As long as someone showed them the way and set an example with sufficient incentives, they would unhesitatingly take on the task. For this purpose, Zhao Yingong had made a special trip to Shanghai. He had several major tasks to accomplish here. First was contacting the Sand Junk Guild. Shanghai itself had sand junk guilds run by major merchants, specifically operating what was called the Northern Ocean Trade, sailing north to Shandong, all the way to Tianjin, carrying various southern goods, then returning from Tianjin to Shanghai with northern goods. This business was enormous during the Qing dynasty, with annual sales of several million taels. Though not yet reaching that level during the Ming, the total volume was still substantial. This shipping capacity was the most suitable target for his designs. Second was organizing export cargo for Japan in Shanghai, while establishing a specialized organization to implement the plan. Trade with Japan was a matter of great importance and complexity. He needed a dedicated organization to handle it. At this moment, Zhao Yingong sat in his sedan chair, on his way to meet someone, an exceptional figure among the Sand Junk Guild. This person was named Shen Tingyang. Shen Tingyang hailed from Chongming County in Suzhou Prefecture. His fame was closely tied to late Ming ships and navigation. The only attempt at converting grain tribute from canal to sea transport during the late Ming was proposed and directed by him. In the 12th year of Changzhen, Shen Tingyang submitted a book on maritime transport to the emperor, expressing his wish to build sand junks and restore sea transport. After the emperor approved, Shen Tingyang raised funds and built sand junks. Soon after, he used these vessels to ship Huai rice, sailing the sea route that Zhu Qing had once pioneered, reaching Dagu and Tianjin in 10 days, restoring the Northern Ocean shipping lane. After the fall of the Ming, in the first year of Hongguang, Shen Tingyang memorialized the court requesting to convert the 100 ships he owned for sea transport into warships by adding sailors, specifically for use as Yangtze River naval forces. After Nanjing fell, he and various generals commanded several thousand land and naval troops with hundreds of ships, making their way to the Zhaoshan Islands. Their Prince Lu enfeoffed him as Vice Minister of War, concurrently holding Vice Minister of Revenue, with overall command of Zhejiang South Zhili naval forces. In the first year of Yangli, when Shen Tingyang led his fleet from Zhaoshan to attempt a counterattack on Suzhou, he encountered a storm off Chongming Island and suffered a devastating defeat. Shen Tingyang's warship capsized at Zhuliang, most of his soldiers drowned. Shen Tingyang was captured and died unyielding. This man, whether in terms of practical ability or national integrity, was exceptional. Compared to the many scholar officials who died for the Ming cause, his capacity for getting things done was obviously remarkable. End of chapter. Chapter 11. 81. Shen Tingyang had long been on the radar of both the Great Library and Zhao Yingong. This was not merely because he was a famous figure of the late Ming, but more importantly because of his Sand Junk Guild background. Personal information on Shen Tingyang was scarce, but certain facts spoke volumes. He was a national university student, could fund the construction of sand junks for sea transport from his own pocket, and could immediately produce 100 large ships when the Ming fell. All this indicated the Shen family was a wealthy maritime shipping clan. Consider that each of those large ships cost at least 1,000 to 2,000 taels of silver in the late Ming. Calculating from his memorial to the Hongguang court, mentioning his 100 ships, each capable of carrying 200 soldiers, the total asset value of just these water transport vessels alone exceeded 100,000 taels of silver. And the Shen family could not possibly own only these ships. They certainly possessed many smaller vessels as well. Additionally, following the common practice of late Ming wealthy merchants, they would have purchased large tracts of land, opened shops, and operated various enterprises. Adding it all together, the Shen family's total assets would conservatively reach at least 500,000 taels. The Shen family were no ordinary merchants. Shen Tingyang had once maintained connections with Hong Chengchu. After his capture, Hong Chengchu had even tried to save his life, evidence that Shen's background was far from humble. The Shen family were not merely wealthy merchants but likely had dealings with high officials at court. This type of merchant, well-connected in official circles, commanding substantial capital and ships, would make an excellent proxy against Zheng Zhilong. The challenge was persuading this master Shen to cooperate. On this front, Zhao Yingong had advantages. Through his contacts with the Revival Society and especially his promotion of the grain tribute sea transport proposal, he had won Zhang Pu's favor and gained a modest reputation in Jiangnan literati circles. The assessment that manager Zhao of Hangzhou's Wanbai bookstore possesses learning of practical application had spread far and wide. His bookstores, Australian style, and many novel products and books had made him a topic of conversation among Jiangnan literati. So before sending someone to express his hope of visiting Shen Tingyang, he already possessed sufficient confidence that he would not be turned away at the door. It seemed that in any timeline, if one wished to accomplish great things, one needed some measure of fame. Otherwise, even harboring world-shaking abilities, most would simply take you for a madman, and a bowl was ever hard to find. Had the External Intelligence Bureau and Colonization and Trade Ministry not established this bookstore beforehand, allowing him to cultivate his reputation, any thought of accomplishing something in Jiangnan would have been pure fantasy. Throughout the journey, Zhao Yingong had been considering how to persuade Shen Tingyang. From historical records, Shen Tingyang was someone quite capable of execution, with considerable achievements in maritime shipping. He possessed technical expertise and a willingness to take risks. Born in 1594, he was now in his prime, not yet 40, at the peak of his physical and mental powers. He surely harbored ambitious ideas about undertaking great enterprises. Zhao Yingong knew that directly persuading Shen Tingyang to enter Japan trade would likely fail. The venture was too dramatic, and to people of this era it would seem like gambling. So he decided to raise, several years ahead of schedule, the very suggestion that Shen Tingyang himself would propose in history, converting grain tribute from canal to sea transport. The fact that Shen Tingyang would later propose this to the court indicated he had clearly been considering and planning it for many years, which was why he succeeded on his first attempt. If Zhao raised it now, the other party would surely respond enthusiastically. Moreover, Zhang Pu was also keenly interested in converting grain tribute to sea transport. As a Jiangnan scholar, Shen Tingyang could hardly remain uninfluenced by Zhang Pu. Once they achieved even a single success, Shen Tingyang's trust in him would deepen. Then the likelihood of his agreeing to the Japan proposal would improve dramatically. Zhao Yingong pondered all the way, and the sedan chair gradually approached Chongming County town. Chongming Island's history as a seat of government was brief. Only during the Yuan dynasty was a city built on Yailiu sandbar, establishing a prefecture, Chongming Island's first administrative center. Later, as Yailiu sandbar continued eroding southward, the seat of government relocated twice northward. In the second year of Ming Hongwu, Chongming was downgraded from prefecture to county, and the seat moved from Yailiu sandbar first to Sancha, then to Pingyang sandbar. In the 16th year of Ming Wanli, Chongming's administrative seat finally moved to Changsha town, which would remain the site of Chongming County town ever after. In this timeline, Chongming County fell under Suzhou Prefecture's jurisdiction, so when Shen Tingyang died for his country, he was listed in Suzhou's Hall of 500 Worthies. He hailed from Xin Township in Chongming County, and his residence was not in the county town. But Zhao Yingong had already received word from a servant sent by the other party, inviting him to meet at a villa outside the county town. Due to its geographical situation, Chongming Island had developed highly advanced shipbuilding and shipping industries, particularly for Yangtze River and coastal transport. Ancient Chongming's shipbuilding and waterborne transportation were remarkably sophisticated. The Chongming sand junk, suited for navigating among shoals and sandbars, had originated here and become famous throughout the nation. Along the way, many shipyards appeared near the docks outside the county town, with hulls of sand junks under construction standing on wooden frames along the mudflats. The coastal docks bristled with masts, with many sand junks of various sizes at anchor. Xiaoying knew. Sand junks featured flat bottoms, making them especially suited to the many shoals and sandbars in China's coastal and major river waterways. They were not afraid of running aground, highly adaptable to various docks and channels, and because of their flat bottoms, their holds possessed large effective volume and excellent carrying capacity, a very economical and practical coastal cargo vessel. At the same time, they had decent ocean-going capability. Shanghai was the main construction site and shipping port for sand junks. In the Qing dynasty, Shanghai would have over 5,000 sand junks, with annual throughput reaching 2 million tons. The British demand to include Shanghai among the open ports after the Opium War was not simply about its geographical advantages. Zhao Yingong had conducted preliminary research on Shanghai's maritime shipping industry. Though the late Ming Sand Junk Guild was not as massive as it would become in the Qing, it still possessed over 1,000 vessels. These sand junks sailed along the coast each year between Tianjin and Shanghai, transporting large quantities of civilian cargo. The Shen family itself operated sand junk maritime shipping. Converting grain tribute to sea transport would be no challenge for him. Presumably, the Shen family had always hoped to undertake the court's grain tribute sea transport operations, recapturing the glory of Zhu Qing's direction of northern grain shipment in the Yuan dynasty. Thinking along these lines, the sedan chair was already being carried into the Shen family villa's sedan hall. The chair was set down, and the armrest removed. Zhao Yingong emerged slowly from the sedan chair with a smile on his face. Waiting to receive him was a young man around 20 years old, probably one of Shen Tingyang's sons or nephews. He wore a student's blue robe, had a respectful manner, and spoke courteously. He led him all the way to the main hall. Shen Tingyang was already waiting in the hall. This Master Shen was a National University student. Late Ming National University students were often there through imperial favor or purchase, merely a path to scholar status. Zhao Yingong estimated Master Shen's situation was similar. For a great household like the Shen's, obtaining a studentship was simple enough. This Master Shen appeared about 37 or 38, handsomely featured, with dark skin and a solid build, clearly a weathered man, not some frail bookish scholar who had read himself to weakness in his study. By his appearance, he had probably been to sea and sailed ships himself. His manner was bold, his movements imbued with a chivalrous spirit. His Chongming dialect, though not loud, was crisp and decisive. Zhao Yingong could not help feeling more confident about this visit. Meanwhile, Shen Tingyang was also sizing up manager Zhao, whose name he had long admired. Not only was Wan Villa's reputation like thunder in his ears, but he had also heard that Zhang Pu regarded him highly. Shen Tingyang was not exactly a member of the Revival Society, but Zhang Pu was practically the leader of Jiangnan scholars. Anyone Zhang Pu valued, he naturally regarded more highly as well. Moreover, this manager Zhao apparently maintained an unusual relationship with the Su family of Shanghai. Jiangnan literati even rumored that Sun Yuanhua, in-law to the eldest son of Elder Su's family, had escaped disaster this time partly due to manager Zhao's efforts on his behalf. All these factors together made Shen Tingyang quite look forward to Zhao Yingong's visit. What could be manager Zhao's purpose in seeking him out of his own initiative? Whatever his purpose, making the acquaintance of such a personage was something Shen Tingyang found quite intriguing. The two exchanged greetings, took their seats as host and guest, and were served tea. They naturally went through the customary pleasantries of "long admired your great name," and such before gradually approaching the main topic. Zhao Yingong steered the conversation to the malpractice of grain tribute transport that he had discussed during his recent visit to Jiangpu, then raised the topic of abolishing canal tribute for sea transport, relating the contents of his discussion with Jiangpu in full. Through his artful phrasing, of course, the idea became a case of great minds think alike, rather than originating from his own suggestion. As expected, this topic immediately scratched Shen Tingyang's itch. Just as Zhao Yingong had anticipated, Shen Tingyang had always harbored deep interest in grain tribute sea transport. He had long studied the tribute transport system as a matter of major state importance. He hoped to emulate his local predecessor Zhu Qing of the Yuan dynasty, shipping southern grain to the capital by sea, thereby saving the court enormous tribute transport costs. Shen Tingyang understood the court's current fiscal difficulties very well, eliminating the expenses of maintaining the Grand Canal, and the tribute boatmen would be extremely attractive to the emperor. His predecessor from the same hometown, Zhu Qing, had shipped tribute grain from Liujiang and Taikang using sand junks built in Shanghai. The very first year he transported 40,000 shi of grain, and at the peak he shipped 3 million shi annually, with losses so minimal as to be negligible. There was no need to expend endless manpower and resources dredging and maintaining the canal, or supporting a bloated, inefficient fleet of tribute boats and tribute soldiers. His considerations encompassed not only political ambitions, but also practical interests. The Shen family was the largest sand junk operator at the Yangtze estuary. If grain tribute were converted to sea transport, the enormous shipping fees would be quite enticing. For several years now, Shen Tingyang had been studying Zhu Qing's sea routes, trying to work out a route that was both fast and foolproof. After all, tribute transport was a major state affair that could not be handled carelessly. But he came from a merchant family and possessed a nimble mind. He immediately understood that this was a serenade intended to win his support. This manager Zhao had come to see him with precisely this scheme in mind. This manager Zhao was truly exceptional. Shen Tingyang was a man of chivalrous spirit. Knowing well that this matter faced enormous difficulties only made him more interested in the challenge. End of chapter. Chapter 1182. The debate on abolishing canal for sea transport. Zhao Yingong now deployed the full array of arguments he had previously presented when meeting Jiangpu. Shen Tingyang had long studied this issue, and Zhao Yingong's eloquent discourse, drawing on classics and historical precedents, left him inwardly impressed. This manager Zhao truly possessed learning of practical application. Throughout history, grain tribute transport had always been a major state affair, expensive, inefficient, and often intimately connected with water management. Whether it was the Tang dynasty transporting grain from Guangdong to Guangzhou, the Song dynasty shipping grain via the Yellow River to Kaifeng, the Yuan dynasty's sea transport, or the Ming dynasty's canal transport, each represented an extraordinarily complex systems engineering project, touching on countless aspects. Thus, from ancient times, there had existed a specialized field of study called tribute administration. Without being both capable and willing to research deeply, ordinary scholars found it extremely difficult to master. That this manager Zhao could discourse so eloquently, with insights far deeper than the book-learned knowledge of ordinary scholars, this was truly remarkable. Sir's insights are incisive indeed, Shen Tingyang said, studying him. However, although converting grain tribute to sea transport offers many advantages, the court may not be pleased to see it happen. Zhao Yingong nodded. What you say is true. Shen Tingyang stroked the armrest of his official's chair and sighed. Sea transport has all manner of advantages, but there are 3 great difficulties that can never be spoken of loudly at court. Please enlighten me. Shen Tingyang nodded and raised one finger. First, waiting for favorable winds is difficult, so time savings are minimal. Sea transport was not like canal transport, where one could row or scull. Especially for large seagoing grain ships, sailing depended entirely on wind and currents. The ancient summaries on this were limited, relying mostly on experience. So once they encountered calm or contrary winds, they had to wait. This would not ordinarily pose a major problem, but late Ming nautical technology had regressed considerably. Navigation relied on coastal landmarks. Ships could not sail directly across open sea but often had to follow winding routes along coastlines or island chains. The wind-waiting problem was therefore even more complex. Second, wind and waves at sea are unpredictable. Once storms hit, ships are damaged and cargo lost. Currently, the sea transport of grain and military supplies from Dengzhou and Tianjin to Guaning has suffered enormous losses. Court discussions have long criticized this. Zhao Yingong's face showed a dismissive expression. Wind and waves at sea, backward ships and sailors, shipwrecks and cargo losses during navigation were normal enough. But to suffer such enormous losses in the Bohai Sea, an almost completely enclosed inland sea, that was plainly chicanery. Shen Tingyang noticed his reaction but did not pursue the point. Instead, he moved directly to the third difficulty. Third, sea transport of grain requires many people and ships. Large numbers of civilian laborers and transport workers gathered together. Over time, they may cause trouble. This differs from tribute boatmen who are soldiers under military garrison control. Rather than directly commenting on these three difficulties, Zhao Yingong asked instead, "What does Sir think of these 3 points?" Shen Tingyang smiled slightly. "Exaggeration, nothing but nonsense." Zhao Yingong had not expected such directness. His favorable impression of the man increased greatly. He nodded. "What you say is true." He thought for a moment. He had prepared point-by-point rebuttals, but now they seemed unnecessary. After some consideration, he said, "The so-called difficulty of sea transport ultimately comes down to obstruction by vested interest groups." Vested interest groups. This new term piqued Shen Tingyang's interest. "That's right, vested interest groups," Zhao Yingong nodded. Along the canal from south to north, from high officials to tribute boatmen and lock keepers, those who take openly, those who steal secretly, countless people feed off the canal. How could they willingly watch the court abolish canal for sea transport? Zhao Yingong then discussed in detail the various abuses along the canal, background material he had memorized from research papers compiled by the Great Library. A boat of tribute grain, whether passing customs or locks, crossing the Huai. At every official checkpoint there were customary fees, red packets required everywhere. By the time they reached Tangzhou to file documents and unload tribute rice into warehouses, the hands reaching for money were beyond counting. These were merely the official benefits. Beyond this, tribute boatmen, transport captains escorting minor officials, even the porters carrying grain, every one of them took their cut from the tribute rice on the boats. Some from greed, some from necessity. The losses along the way often amounted to several times the official quota. As for expenses maintaining canal transport, dredging and repairing canal facilities, building and maintaining tribute boats, these costs were incalculable. All of this had created an enormous vested interest group. To confront such a massive interest block, the court would not attempt it unless absolutely forced. And even by the precarious 12th year of Changzhen, after Shen Tingyang's successful sea transport experiment, they still had not converted from canal to sea. Though he personally achieved major career advancement, he still failed to provide any benefit to the collapsing Great Ming. At this moment, Shen Tingyang did not yet know his efforts would yield such results. In recent years, he had devoted great effort to researching canal-to-sea conversion. He was not entirely ignorant of court resistance, but he had not imagined he would face such a behemoth. He could not help feeling a wave of discouragement. Zhao Yingong saw his expression grow somewhat despondent and knew his words had taken effect. If Shen Tingyang had been brimming with confidence and momentum, whether to get involved would have remained a significant question. Now that he felt discouraged, he would feel powerless. Feeling powerless yet unwilling to abandon his ideals, he would seek help. Sir need not be discouraged. Among those at court, there are surely those who can discern right from wrong and what's at stake, Zhao Yingong said. As long as we can gain their support, even if abolishing canal for sea cannot be implemented immediately, it can still be implemented in stages. He began to mention Zhang Pu's efforts regarding taking white grain transport to the capital. Zhang Pu had been promoting this. After his long conversation with Zhao Yingong, Zhang Pu had developed great interest in abolishing canal for sea transport, and had corresponded with Zhao Yingong multiple times about specific implementation methods. So Zhao Yingong knew Zhang Pu was already using his political influence to advocate for this cause. When Shen Tingyang heard that Zhang Pu harbored similar ideas, his eyebrows rose. What? Tianru also has such thoughts. Indeed, Tianru wishes to relieve the white grain burden on Taikang's people. Abolishing canal for sea is the best strategy, Zhao Yingong said. It's just that many at court at the mere mention of sea transport can only shake their heads. The best response is merely to say they must proceed with caution. Shen Tingyang thought this was true. Many at court were armchair theorists who either knew nothing about practical matters or pretended to know. They spoke only absolutely correct platitudes, preferring that nothing change, just muddling along in the old ways, with no sense of impending crisis. He could not help spreading his hands. How truly frustrating. So for this matter, besides Tianru's efforts, we also need Master Shen's assistance. Zhao Yingong then outlined the specific plan. Specifically, Shen Tingyang would compile his research findings and sea charts into a book, then have an acquainted official memorialize the throne, suggesting a trial of sea transport for taking white grain. Small-scale reforms would face less resistance than sweeping changes. Once taking white grain sea transport to the capital succeeds, the next step can be to undertake grain and supply transport to Liaodong. This is the court's most pressing concern. Do this well, and the court will naturally view sea transport in a new light. Then discussing abolishing canal for sea will be a natural progression. In history, it was Shen Tingyang himself who memorialized the emperor requesting a trial of grain tribute sea transport. But at this point, he was not yet a Grand Secretariat secretary. As a national university student, he could of course memorialize the emperor, but this would inevitably create an impression of arrogant presumption. Bureaucratic organizations most disliked those who did not play by the rules. If he did this, the memorial might well go unread. Shen Tingyang naturally understood this reasoning. He nodded repeatedly. But the choice of who memorializes is crucial. Shen Tingyang had plenty of friends at court, but once this succeeded, his family's shipping business would naturally become the contractor for tribute grain sea transport. The interests involved were enormous. It would be best to have an official with no connection to his family submit the memorial. However, since Tianru was invested in this matter, the Donglan Revival Society had plenty of candidates they could deploy. With this, the chances of success increased considerably. Thinking this, Shen Tingyang could not help feeling secretly excited. His gaze touched the smile of the young man before him, and he suddenly experienced an epiphany. He had been foolish. This manager Zhao kept mentioning Tianru this and that, but he himself was surely one of Elder Su's people. Elder Su's family was right here in Shanghai. Presumably, this elder's family was also interested in grain tribute sea transport. If Elder Su became involved in this matter, Shen Tingyang could no longer contain his joy. He immediately ordered, "Tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet table, set up in the flower hall. I want to have a proper conversation with Manager Zhao." The servant had just acknowledged and was about to leave when he was called back. "Tell the third concubine to personally prepare a few of her specialty dishes. And bring the good wine from the outer study." Zhao Yingong gladly accepted the warm hospitality. His initial impression of Shen was quite favorable, and seeing him so forthright, he felt quite inclined to cultivate this friendship. The two moved to the flower hall, where a banquet was already arranged. The Shen family was wealthy. Preparing a banquet on short notice was a trifling matter. The table was set with appetizers, fresh fruits, and dried delicacies. Servants brought out wine, and host and guest sat facing each other, first toasting each other a cup. Once a cup of wine was down, their relationship was no longer ordinary. Xiaoying steered the conversation toward maritime navigation. The Shens were a great Jiangnan clan, and Shen Tingyang's family operated sand junk shipping from Chongming Island. They specialized in the Northern Ocean route, transporting southern goods from Jiangnan to Tianjin, then northern goods from Tianjin back to Shanghai. They had even once done business all the way to Liaodong. Business had been booming. However, since the fall of Shenyang, the Shen family's Northern Ocean trade had suffered considerable losses. Nanjing silks in particular, once hot commodities sold to Liaodong, now had greatly reduced markets. Liaodong goods too had been cut off. The Shen's ships now only traded as far as Tianjin. End of chapter. Chapter 1183. The Path to Wealth. Seeing that Zhao Yingong was deeply interested in maritime navigation and spoke quite knowledgeably, Shen Tingyang was delighted. Scholars interested in such matters were rare these days, and he felt a strong sense of finding a kindred spirit. Discussing the Northern Ocean route, Shen Tingyang explained that this route had actually been operating all along, though previously, due to maritime prohibitions and Wako pirates, few dared to run ships on it. Only during the Longqing reign did sand junk traffic on the Northern Ocean route truly flourish. The Northern Ocean route departed from Shanghai, exited Wusong Estuary, sailed east to Shi Mountain, then turned north toward Taicha Mountain. After reaching Cheng Mountain, it turned west toward Jifu Island, then slightly north to reach Tianjin, a total distance of 4,000 li by water. Generally speaking, they still navigated by compass bearing, following coastal landmarks in winding routes along the shoreline. So even with favorable winds, the voyage took 10 days. Adding wind waiting time, a single trip required about 15 days, including loading and unloading. Each round trip consumed roughly 40 days. By modern standards, this was quite inefficient, but compared to tribute boats whose single voyages often stretched several months, it was remarkably fast. Zhao Yingong calculated mentally. If he provided pilots and modern route charts, distances and speeds could be dramatically reduced. The modern Shanghai-Tianjin route was only 1,300 kilometers total. Efficiency could improve enormously. Nowadays, the Northern Ocean business gets worse by the day, Shen Tingyang said after a few more cups. He was a forthright character and could not help speaking truthfully when tipsy. The capital region was devastated by the Tartars. There's famine everywhere, chaos and war. Business is very hard to do. Fortunately, as the capital, Beijing still concentrated China's consumption power as always. The high officials and nobility continued their debauchery, unaffected by the chaos beyond the city walls. This alone kept the Shen family's north-south goods trade alive. However, even so, his family's sand junks were somewhat too numerous and often ran half-empty. They owned over 100 large sand junks alone, not counting medium and small vessels, so they had already converted some ships to the Shanghai-Wucheng-Hankou Yangtze River route. Once you enter the Yangtze, business is also difficult. River pirates are everywhere, and at the docks there are brokers obstructing you. Now I've instructed my managers, just transport cargo, don't engage in trading, saves endless trouble. If tribute rice could go by sea, wouldn't Brother Jiming make a great fortune? Zhao Yingong said flatteringly. Not at all, not at all. Though Brother Tianru is willing to help, the chances of success are still only 1 in 10. If we could just secure Taikang white grain sea transport, that would satisfy me. Shen Tingyang shook his head. So you're saying, if the court shows any flexibility on this matter, Brother Jiming would certainly exert his full effort? Naturally, Shen Tingyang said resolutely. It benefits the nation, the people, and myself. I must certainly cooperate. He smiled. I won't hide it from you, brother. For the past several years I've been planning this matter, so I've read and reread the sea transport charts and books from previous dynasties. If you ask me to transport grain, I'm not boasting. I could prepare 100 large ships and transport 3 to 400,000 she of tribute rice in a single trip. All the over 1 million she of tribute rice shipped north from Jiangnan could be completed in 3 round trips. Why would we need over 1,000 tribute boats and tens of thousands of tribute boatmen and grain chiefs? Speaking of this, his heroic spirit rose and he could not help criticizing current abuses. Take the Guaning military supplies. They're currently shipped from Tianjin to Dengzhou first, then wait for favorable winds at Dengzhou before shipping to Guaning. If I handled it, why so roundabout? Ship directly from Tianjin. Think of all the manpower and resources saved. I'm not bragging. If the court gave me the contract for tribute transport and Guaning military shipping, I could save at least half the costs. Zhao Yingong nodded repeatedly, thinking, far more than half. If the Senate's shipping companies handled it, they would not need even a tenth. Had it not been for the current shortage of shipping capacity and the need for a legal front to conduct business ashore, there would be no need to contact you at all. Brother Jiming is truly bold, Zhao Yingong smiled. But court matters can only be handled gradually and carefully, no rushing. Of course, Shen Tingyang smiled. But if this matter can be accomplished, I wonder what you plan to do afterward. Zhao Yingong thought. So now we're getting to the terms of cooperation. How each party would participate and divide profits. Now was the time to show their hands. He had considered this many times and had the Great Library assist with references. Broadly speaking, Zhang Pu did not need profit allocation. His motive was mainly to relieve hardship for grain households in his hometown of Taikang. Accomplishing that alone would earn him credit. The Su Guangqi family was merely a tiger skin banner he was borrowing. Making donations to the Shanghai church in his capacity as a believer would suffice. The real issue was profit allocation between the Senate and Shen Tingyang. But on the surface, he still had to fly the Su Guangqi family's flag. So he proposed a plan. Both parties would establish a jointly managed shipping firm. The firm would be jointly capitalized by the Shen family and Zhao Yingong. The Shen family could use ships to offset their cash contribution. Total capital would be set at 30,000 taels. The Shen family would contribute 10,000 taels, Zhao Yingong 10,000 taels, and the remaining 10,000 taels would be raised from outside investors, 100 taels per share. Shen Tingyang figured the so-called 10,000 taels from Zhao, and the 10,000 from investors undoubtedly included shares from Elder Su or Revival Society luminaries. These people simply could not appear publicly, so they had created this share offering as pretense. In fact, the share offering was not fictitious. Zhao Yingong genuinely intended to offer shares in Jiangnan. This was where the great Ming's wealth was concentrated. Not using the silver hoarded by the wealthy would be letting them down. Capital is easy to discuss, but I'm uncertain where this firm should be located, Shen Tingyang asked. I have many properties here in Changming. I can allocate a few buildings. Ships can easily dock and depart from here. Zhao Yingong shook his head. Jiangnan is a land of rivers and lakes. Grain households transport grain by small boat. If they had to bring it to Changming, small boats cannot withstand the Yangtze's winds and waves, and there would be an extra layer of transshipment losses. Better to establish warehouses directly in Shanghai County town to receive grain. Shen Tingyang thought this was right. Besides, Elder Su's family was right in Shanghai. He was Shanghai's foremost gentleman scholar. Neither officials nor private parties dared offend him. This was indeed an excellent protective umbrella. Once Taikang white grain was approved for sea transport, they would offend countless rogues and scoundrels who fed off the canal. Having this umbrella would help greatly. But I don't know when this matter can be accomplished, Shen Tingyang sighed. If this did not succeed, all these plans would come to nothing. Zhao Yingong sensed the moment had arrived. He said, once the firm is established, why would we fear being unable to do business? I hear that maritime trade to Japan is quite profitable. Has Brother Jiming ever considered it? Shen Tingyang started, suddenly realizing the other party had Australian connections. For a moment he did not know what intentions lay behind the question. He could only say vaguely, "Sand junks have never ventured to foreign waters and we have no compass bearings to use." He took another sip of wine and mused, "It's not that I haven't thought about it. I have over 1,000 men to feed, but Japan is unfamiliar territory." The Shen family dominated the northern ocean route and wielded some influence on the Yangtze. But sand junks did not enter the Grand Canal, nor did they go south to Fujian or Guangdong. Though this was not a written rule, it was unspoken. The Japan trade had always been run by Fujian maritime bosses. While South Zhili merchants could go to Japan if they were willing to pay Zheng Zhilong for sailing permits, he himself firstly had no sailing masters familiar with the sea routes, and secondly, did not know how many connections would need to be made. He did not dare rashly get involved. Shen Tingyang said, "This trade isn't something ordinary people can do. I hear that anyone wanting to engage in major Japan trade must prepare at least one large ship plus a full cargo, at minimum 10,000 taels of silver, and if pirates or storms strike halfway, that 10,000 taels simply vanishes." Small merchants did not need so much. They could board ships with just a few hundred taels of cargo. But by contemporary thinking, this was still betting one's life. Though Shen Tingyang was far more broad-minded than average, human thinking could not escape its era. For him, trading with Japan was a very risky venture. He mused. Zhao Yingong's words seemed to indicate he intended to enter the Japan trade. Mentioning this to him was probably because he had his eye on Shen's sand junks, but Japan trade could not be done simply by having ships. Zhao Yingong said earnestly, "I won't hide from Master Shen. Since childhood I've gone to sea on trading ships, befriending various foreign merchants. I'm familiar with sea routes. Especially from the Australians, I've learned secret navigation methods. Without compass bearings, I can navigate by observing celestial positions. Setting out from Shanghai on the fastest route, I can reach Japan in 10 days. As for capital, I can certainly afford it." Shen Tingyang was skeptical. He knew Westerners navigated without compass bearings, using another celestial observation method to chart courses across open ocean. But he had never seen it personally. That Zhao Yingong knew it was not surprising, but his claim of having the fastest route and reaching Japan in 10 days seemed like boasting. He had heard that going to Japan required departing from Fujian, otherwise compass bearings were useless. Could this manager Zhao possess different compass bearings? If so, would manager Zhao not have an unprecedented path to vast wealth in his hands? This seemed almost too fantastical to believe. Thinking this, he carefully observed Zhao Yingong's features and eyes, looking for signs of fraud. But the other appeared both frank and confident, not like a deceiver. Zhao Yingong knew what he was thinking and smiled. "I know Brother Jimming must not believe me. It's not that I don't believe, it's just too..." Shen Tingyang searched for the right words. "Incredible. Too harsh, too harsh." Zhao Yingong smiled and proposed a plan. He would rent 4 large sand junks from the Shen family, including their sailors, and he would personally fund the Japan trade venture. As for rental fees, Brother Jimming may name his price. Shen Tingyang studied him for a moment, then said firmly, "What are you talking about, brother? I won't take a single copper for rental. Only for this Japan voyage, I want to count as having one share." End of chapter. Chapter 1184. The Shanghai headquarters. Zhao Yingong was overjoyed, but he still needed to make the proper gestures. He immediately stated that waiving rent in exchange for a share was perfectly acceptable, but 4 large sand junks plus their sailors would be braving wind and waves. Even if Master Shen was generous, he personally could not fail to provide the Shen family with some assurance. He promptly produced 6 DeLong banknotes of 1,000 taels each, offering them as a deposit for the crew and ships in advance. If they returned safely, he would collect it back. A brand new large sand junk had a cargo capacity of about 4,000 shi, roughly 500 tons, and cost around 1,500 taels. The Shen family's ships could not all be new, so paying a deposit at new ship prices demonstrated more than sufficient sincerity. This won't do. Shen Tingyang waved his hands repeatedly and firmly refused. The two tussled for some time, but Shen Tingyang still would not accept the notes. However, I hear ships going to Japan all need to purchase sailing permits from Zheng Zhilong. Has brother made preparations for this? I made arrangements long ago. Brother Jiming need not worry. Zhao Yinggong spoke with full confidence. Zheng Zhilong's permits. Once the route opened, there would be no more Zheng Zhilong permits. The drinking continued until evening, and that night Zhao Yinggong stayed at the Shen residence. The next morning he returned to Shanghai. Back in Shanghai, Zhao Yinggong immediately threw himself into preparations. Having secured the Shen family connection, his next priority was operations in Shanghai. He had already reached an agreement with Shen Tingyang, asking him to quietly prepare ships and sailors. What exactly they would do had to remain secret for now. Jiangnan was not old Zheng's territory, but his commercial agents might well be present. Zhao Yinggong's temporary office in Shanghai was located at Baidai Gate in Shanghai County Town, commonly called the Little East Gate, outside the walls. This was the site of Ming Dynasty waterway docks, and the Keeway Escort Company's Shanghai headquarters was situated here. The headquarters was not large, because according to long-term plans, the future headquarters would relocate to the Bund along the Huangpu River. This was merely a transitional location. Though transitional in nature, the buildings were still quite elegantly constructed. It was a compound combining modern and traditional styles, not to appear different, purely because modern construction was far superior in both functionality and space efficiency compared to traditional methods. The design was said to have come from the hand of the personal secretary and female disciple of a certain elder architect at the Construction General Corporation. But the elders all scoffed at this. It was obviously just a ploy to build credentials for eventually making his little secretary famous and successful. Zhao Yinggong had originally planned to build Keeway's new headquarters on what would become the Bund, using that as a starting point to rebuild the waterfront. But after an on-site survey, he found the development difficulty was quite substantial. The terrain here was mostly tidal flat, and the Huangpu River being connected to the sea was greatly affected by tides. Daily tidal range could reach 4 meters. With his current financial resources and this timeline's commercial conditions, building a new Bund would be a great leap forward-style mistake. So ultimately he chose to purchase land and build near the mature dock area outside Little East Gate in Shanghai County. The Shanghai headquarters retained the traditional Jiangnan Great Merchants Entrance Hall design, with a front courtyard for sedans and carriages. Above the main gate hung a large black lacquered plaque inscribed with Keeway Depot, written through Shanghai Church Connections by Su Guangqi himself. Through the main gate lay another large courtyard, entirely paved with stone slabs, with only 2 osmanthus trees planted. Within the courtyard rose 3 two-story European-style buildings, offices above, business hall below. The main hall housed the freight bureau, the east side hall the private letter bureau, and the west side hall DeLong Bank's Shanghai office. It was now approaching noon, the busiest time for business. Zhao Yinggong went directly through a side passage to the rear. The rear courtyard held rows of warehouses for storing cargo and mail in transit. Zhao Yinggong passed straight through to the third courtyard. The 3 rows of 2-story office buildings in the third courtyard housed the Ren division of the Sea Route, the back-office departments of the Keeway Escort Company Systems Shanghai headquarters. Zhao Yinggong also maintained an office here. Mao Sansheng was waiting in the entrance hall. He held 2 positions simultaneously, head of the Shanghai headquarters and head of the Keeway Depot Shanghai branch. Actually 1 team with 2 signs. Mao Sansheng single-handedly controlled the entire Jiangnan Ren division, an extremely crucial figure. For this reason, both the Political Security General Bureau and the Cheka had planted personnel through their respective channels to monitor him and the entire organization. Mao Sansheng did not know he was being monitored, but the simple principle that one must express full loyalty when wielding great power, this he understood perfectly. Thus, after being appointed head of the Shanghai headquarters, he had arranged for his family in Jiangxi to all relocate to Lingao. These days he had been busy integrating Jiangnan's logistics system, extremely complex work requiring not just effort but also time. Over the past year or so, he had traveled to nearly every county town and most market towns in Jiangnan and northern Zhejiang. Wherever boats could navigate, he had been. He had grown dark and thin, but he had preliminarily established a logistics system stretching from Nanjing all the way to Hangzhou, relying on inland river shipping. This system was now beginning to turn a profit, especially the private letter business. Jiangnan and northern Zhejiang had prosperous commerce, industry, and agriculture, with many absentee landlords living in cities, plus numerous commercial employees. Demand for sending letters was substantial. Previously, these letters were all entrusted to shipping boats, with high and arbitrary postal fees and weak security, and generally they could only go short distances. Slightly farther or more complex routes could not be served. The Kiwei Depot's private letter business operated according to modern express delivery company models, not only more efficient but with broader coverage. Generally, all towns in Jiangnan and northern Zhejiang could be reached within 1 week of posting. They also offered special express service with dedicated personnel and boats, cutting delivery time by half. It was precisely because of this system that Zhao Yingong could conveniently direct Hangzhou Station's activities in various locations while moving between Hangzhou, Shanghai, and Nanjing. Zhao Yingong exchanged a few words with Mao Sansheng, asking about the Shanghai headquarters' recent operations. Then he went to his dedicated office. He maintained dedicated offices at each of the Hangzhou Station's external branches and substations, usually locked, with only himself holding keys. He had just entered the office when Feng came in with letters from various branch stations. His itinerary was circulated by his current location's branch to all Hangzhou Station subordinate branches, ensuring all branches knew his whereabouts and could send reports accurately and promptly. This allowed him to stay informed of conditions everywhere and issue timely instructions from any location. For Zhao Yingong, who had to conduct multiple operations simultaneously, this was essential. The first letter Zhao Yingong opened was from the Hangzhou Station, written by Feng, reporting on the silkworm breeding situation at Phoenix Mountain Villa. After purchasing the Shen family estate, Zhao Yingong had begun experimental sericulture at Wanbai Villa. A special mulberry garden was established, managed by the Shen family. Wanbai Villa had much hilly terrain suitable for mulberry trees. Zhao Yingong had the agricultural committee ship several hundred quality mulberry saplings and a batch of silkworm eggs, preparing to develop quality sericulture in Hangzhou. The largest share of Sino-Japanese trade during the Edo period was raw silk. Japan needed vast quantities of raw silk annually. Besides a small amount for domestic use, most was made into export silk and velvet for sale to the Dutch, essentially export-oriented processing with both ends abroad. Lingao could not provide that much raw silk. The silk purchased from the Pearl River Delta through Wanyu and commercial partners was mostly sold directly to the Dutch and English. So Zhao Yingong had to focus on locally purchasing Zhejiang silk. Zhejiang silk sources were quite abundant, with silver. Obtaining enough export-grade raw silk was straightforward. But Zhao Yingong was dissatisfied with the quality of domestic silk, or rather, Wu Nanhai and Si Kai's provocations had made him dissatisfied. Zhao Yingong actually knew nothing about sericulture or silk weaving, but he had heard enough of these two men's disdainful comments about domestic silk. So as soon as he obtained Wang Xinyang and her daughter in Hangzhou, he ambitiously began developing the silkworm breeding business. Though China was the origin country for sericulture, the industry had fallen behind by the Qing dynasty. Due to neglected breeding, domestic silkworm strains constantly degenerated, and silk yields and quality continued worsening. After Japan's Meiji Restoration to expand exports, they invested heavily in silkworm breeding research, sericulture guidance, and reeling equipment improvement. They quickly rose as a dark horse, stealing the dominant market share that Chinese domestic silk had held internationally. And from then on, Japan maintained its leading position in sericulture, high yields, excellent quality. By the 1920s, when visionaries like Fei Xiaodong hoped to revive domestic silk, they had no choice but to import everything from Japan: silkworm strains, technology, and equipment. The first generation of modern sericulture professionals were almost all Japan-returned students. Japan maintained this sericulture advantage into the 21st century. The agricultural ministries, silkworm breeding stations, temperature and humidity-controlled hatcheries housed dozens of excellent silkworm strains brought from the old timeline. These included special varieties for making export neckties, kimonos, evening gowns, and chiffon fabrics, most developed in Japan and raised in Brazil and Southeast Asia. These strains had originally been strictly controlled for import into China. Fortunately, during the prolonged economic malaise in early 21st century Japan, with a few workarounds they had been obtained. At Wu Nanhai's request, the North American branch had even acquired transgenic silkworms containing spider silk protein genes. These were currently being selected at the Agricultural Committee's silkworm breeding station, with hopes of eventually producing bulletproof vests. Lingao's climate was not suitable for large-scale sericulture, so once Phoenix Mountain Villa's breeding station was established, the Agricultural Committee had shipped most of their silkworm strains to Hangzhou. With a stable breeding base, all these strains, including adapted hybrids crossed with ancient domestic strains, could be cultivated at scale. Whenever orders came in, they could be contracted out to sericulture households for rearing. End of chapter. Chapter 11, 85. Progress in the letter. Feng reported on the seed production work being conducted by Wang Xinyang and her daughter at the villa under guidance from Agricultural Committee technicians. Starting in the 12th lunar month, a female agricultural technician of naturalized citizen origin had been dispatched from Lingao specifically to train them in seed production. According to Zhao Yingong's plan, 1632 would focus solely on seed production without silkworm rearing. Spring and autumn seed production would yield approximately 3,000 sheets of silkworm eggs. Starting in 1633, they would promote large-scale silkworm rearing. This gave him half a year to acquire enough mulberry gardens, preparing the material conditions for scaled production. Spring seed production was proceeding smoothly, and the cold storage facility for storing silkworm eggs had been completed. The greater problem was that since March and April this year, Hangzhou had received no rain at all. Irrigation for the newly planted hillside mulberry gardens depended entirely on windmill water pumps built the previous winter, drawing water from the Kayantang River below. But Hangzhou's wind resources were not reliable, and they frequently had to use oxen to power the pumps, a heavy burden on their livestock. The handful of available oxen simply could not manage. In the letter, Feng asked whether he could submit a report to the Senate requesting a steam engine for pumping. This would not be difficult. Steam-powered pump kits had become quite mature, systematic products at Lingao's General Machinery Factory, widely used in agriculture and mining. Applying for one would probably get approved. The challenge was finding coal, or perhaps they could simply burn wood. Zhao Yingong pondered this and continued reading. The second part of the letter concerned construction progress on new land purchased at the foot of Phoenix Mountain Villa for what was euphemistically called a charity hall, actually a quarantine camp. The year 1632 saw a major drought across Zhejiang province. No rain had fallen since March, a devastating blow to agriculture. Without timely spring rice planting, the year's harvest was lost. With time now well into summer, this year's major drought was a foregone conclusion. Masses of commoners were beginning to flee as refugees, and the roads were full of displaced people. Agricultural disaster triggered economic collapse, particularly visible in commerce and industry. The Senate's demand for population was endless. Zhao Yingong had come to Jiangnan partly to collect Zhejiang refugees as a planned agenda item. Since the end of 1631, he had already batch-collected several thousand people and shipped them out through Shanghai port. Quietly moving small numbers of people drew no attention, but collecting and moving large numbers of refugees during a major disaster year would inevitably attract official notice. Zhao Yingong therefore followed the successful model of the Guangzhou station, establishing a charity hall. The charity hall was named Sixen Hall. Zhao Yingong introduced a charitable foundation model, recruiting a group of gentry to join. His first step was recruiting Jiangnan gentry as charity board members. The primary target was naturally the Su family. Elder Su's grand banner as Grand Secretary had to be utilized. Su Guangqi was not only himself a Grand Secretary, but his only son Su Jai had married the daughter of Shanghai's wealthiest man, Gu Changzuo. This Gu Changzuo was nicknamed Gu Half the City, a man of immense wealth and influence in Shanghai County. To secure sufficient support from the Su family, with Father Jin Li's backing, Zhao Yingong had conducted a major cultivation effort targeting the Sus, doing everything possible to draw the two sides closer. Currently, their friendship level was quite high. Running a charity hall would also objectively help spread Catholicism, so the Sus had agreed to assist, not only providing a protective umbrella but also promising to contribute funding. Even Su Guangqi's in-laws, the Gu Changzuo family, had agreed to contribute several hundred taels. Second were the Catholic gentry under the Hangzhou church system. Through the Jesuits, several had also been recruited as board members. With this, Sixen Hall's operations in at least South Zhili and Zhejiang had some security. Sixen Hall was located on newly purchased wasteland at the foot of Phoenix Mountain Villa. It contained an inspection station, men's and women's bathhouses, men's hall, women's hall, and orphan hall, plus a specially designated chaste widows' hall for collecting destitute widows as a front. Naturally, there was also an artisan workshop for extracting surplus value from refugees. In fact, the first factory Zhao Yingong planned to open would be disguised as a charity workshop. The Kayantang riverbank offered open land, abundant water supply, and convenient fast water transport. It could be developed as an industrial zone in the future. Large-scale farming was also feasible. Housing refugees by the Kayantang River meant isolation from urban areas during normal times for concealment, and at night they could be loaded directly onto boats and shipped out to sea. Such was Zhao Yingong's calculation. The letter reported that construction progress on the charity hall had reached 90%. The abundant refugee labor had provided ample workforce, and the elder architect from Lingao's Construction General Corporation estimated completion on schedule. Zhao Yingong was quite satisfied. As long as completion remained on schedule, the Zhejiang portion of Operation Engine could be counted half successful. Though Operation Engine's main purpose was transporting Shandong refugees, the elders also harbored great interest in Jiangsu Zhejiang population. Zhao Yingong knew that, setting aside all the high-minded reasons about industrial population and decisive victory, many elders were actually looking forward to a steady stream of Shandong girls and Jiangnan beauties. Zhejiang had an ancient reputation for producing beauties, which was why the deputy commander had originally targeted the Zhejiang region for his bride selection. Starting large-scale refugee collection now meant that by autumn they could begin transfers. Zhao Yingong knew very well that Jiangsu Zhejiang refugees actually matched the elders' preferences better. The transferred refugees were not merely farmers or fishermen. Many were handicraft artisans. They were better suited than farmers to long, tedious, monotonous work. Jiangnan weavers often worked at their looms for over 10 hours a day. He set down the letter and picked up the next one. This was more urgent, a telegram from Lingao regarding progress on Operation Engine's Shandong front. Since Elder Lu Zhang's great victory over the rebels at Leizhou, the entire Dengzhou-Leizhou theater had, as expected, descended into endless back-and-forth fighting. The entire 3 eastern prefectures were ablaze with warfare, the roads packed with refugees. Shortly after Lu Zhang's great victory, on the 15th day of the 2nd lunar month, Shenbu left Battalion Staff Officer Peng Yaomo, originally defending Lushan, had led 500 Sichuan soldiers by sea to reinforce Leizhou. On the 5th day of the 3rd month, Regional Commander Liu Guozhu dispatched 600 cavalry led by Staff Officer Li Jing and guerrilla Zhang Ruxing, but most deserted en route. Only 275 actually arrived. Since the Kimu Island forces only collected refugees and did not intercept rebel transport, the rebels, to maintain sufficient pressure on the Ming court, received explicit assurances from the Kimu Island side. As long as they did not fire on the South Gate district, there would be no interference with the rebels taking the city through any other gates. The rebels then openly transported heavy artillery and ammunition to Leizhou City, continuously bombarding the walls. Though Sun Yuanhua had been marginalized by the city's officials and generals following the fall of Dengzhou, the arriving Shenbu left Battalion Staff Officer Peng Yaomo and Lu Zhang, who had won the South Gate victory, were both his subordinates, so the defenders had no choice but to continue relying on him. And once the Leizhou Victory Memorial went up, he gradually became the central figure in Leizhou and even Shandong military affairs once more. During fierce attack and defense, a number of defending officials, generals, and gentry died for their country in succession. These included people who historically had fought to the death, like Leizhou Guard Commander Li Mengguo and Centurion Bai Zhonggren. But also Leizhou gentleman scholar Zhang Xin, who would originally have become a Qing Dynasty Tianjin circuit intendant. He too had died from stray arrows. In short, deaths among local Leizhou gentry and military officers were quite heavy, and quite a few students had also fallen in battle. For a time, Leizhou City seemed on the verge of collapse. By the 27th day of the 3rd lunar month this year, Ministry of War Vice Minister Liu Yuli had set out with a ceremony of oath-taking toward Leizhou as supervisor. He assembled reinforcements from Jimen, Mian, and other places, plus volunteer militia, a total of 25,000 infantry and cavalry from 3 garrisons. On the 2nd day of the 4th month, the Chongzhen Emperor had even specially dispatched eunuchs to deliver 6 red barbarian cannons to the Sha River for handover to the relief army. However, commanders like Liu Yuli knew nothing of military affairs. The various forces advanced as a jumbled mass with chaotic discipline. During their plotting advance, over 800 wagons of grain and supplies escorted by Wang Wensheng were ambushed by rebel cavalry and completely destroyed by fire. This not only created supply difficulties, but also severed their route. Kang Yao ordered Wang Wensheng's soldiers absorbed and sent agents into Changyi County town, where the headquarters camp was located, to spread rumors that the 3 garrison forces had been completely annihilated. Then he had the surrendered soldiers attack Changyi County town. Liu Yuli panicked and fled directly to Qingzhou. A few days later, when Liu Yuli learned the 3 garrison forces were still intact but their supplies had all been burned and they could not continue fighting, he ordered withdrawal. The rebels seized the opportunity to ambush, and the government forces suffered a complete rout at Sha River, countless captured, large quantities of firearms seized by the rebels. Next, the Ming army produced an even greater farce. Former Tianjin General Sun Yinglong claimed to be sworn brothers with Zheng Zhongming, and boasted he could get Zheng Zhongming to tie up Kang Yao and Li Jiacheng and surrender. Tianjin Circuit Intendant Zhang Zhangzhu believed him and gave him 60 ships and 2,000 men. Sun Yinglong sent people to persuade Zheng Zhongming to defect, but Zheng Zhongming used feigned surrender to lure Sun Yinglong, and the Tianjin naval forces 2,000 men and ships right to the water fortress below Dengzhou. Zheng Zhongming then beheaded Sun Yingluang. Having captured this naval force, the rebels' maritime power grew even stronger. They could now conveniently communicate with various eastern Jiangnan outposts, and eastern Jiangnan veterans began flooding into the Dengzhou-Leizhou region by sea. The government forces' successive defeats threw the three eastern prefectures into ever greater chaos. Large numbers of routed soldiers became bandits or directly joined the rebels, driving masses of commoners to swarm toward Kimu Island seeking refuge. At one point, the entire Kimu Island refugee camp was overflowing. Transfers could not keep pace. Lu Wenyuan had to establish temporary shelters on the mainland to accommodate more refugees. The Ming Army's bizarrely incompetent failures caused the Kimu Island Front Committee elders to completely lose whatever awe they had once held for the Great Ming. Grab territory, grab people. Lu Wenyuan issued the order from the Kimu Island Front Committee. Subsequently, under the command of returning Zhu Mingxia, the Shandong detachment began aggressive territorial expansion. Taking advantage of the local chaos, the Shandong detachment rapidly expanded on the spot, mass recruiting young refugees to train as militia. Led by detachment veterans, starting from Kimu Island, they pushed out over 10 li to establish multiple strongpoints and fortified villages, garrisoning them with militia. In the end, they effectively occupied territory tens of li around Kimu Island, and amid the chaos, seized the Zhejiang region. End of chapter. Chapter 1186. Preparing cargo master Lu's bold moves were practically invisible amid Shandong's chaotic situation. In troubled times, such petty warlords were as common as weeds. Once the Dengzhou-Leizhou rebellion erupted, bandits setting up shop and grabbing territory appeared everywhere, attacking villages and forts, terrorizing commoners on all sides. Some even grew bold enough to combine forces and assault county towns. But under pressure from both the rebels and Lu Wenyuan, they found it hard to hold their ground. Neither the rebels nor the Senate liked others taking food from their mouths. Zhu Mingxia continuously led newly formed militia units to sweep away bandits, both to train the militia and to capture more prisoners and seize booty to supplement their forces. For the court, the exploits of Master Lu on his little island were beyond notice. One shocking piece of news followed another. The newly appointed Shandong governor Su Kengzhai, as in history, was killed by concentrated red barbarian cannon fire during the subsequent seesaw battles. Liu Yuli's disastrous defeat and Su Kengzhai's death in battle became excellent pretexts for a new round of factional strife. Political figures from various factions took the stage, attacking each other. Shandong touring censor Wang Daechun, who had broken out of Leizhou to Qingzhou to coordinate the various armies, came under fierce attack from censorial officials. Like Liu Yuli, he was savaged from all sides over the Sha River defeat. By the 8th day of the 5th month in the 5th year of Changzhen, after tumultuous debate, a new supreme commander finally arrived. Former Tianjin military superintendent Zhu Dadian received orders to serve as governor of Shandong, based in Qingzhou to coordinate operations. This series of major defeats demanded someone to bear responsibility. Sun Yuanhua was holding out inside Leizhou City. Su Kengzhai had already died in battle. So Wang Daechun, who had originally broken out of the city to Qingzhou to oversee coordination, inexplicably lost his position even earlier than in history. Filled with grief and indignation, he returned home brimming with complaints. Fortunately, Liu Yuli kept him company in disgrace. He too had been dismissed earlier than in history. Upon taking office, Zhu Dadian immediately began reorganizing the routed troops, stockpiling grain and firearms, and deploying suppression operations. Now Lu Ziyang, who had been stationed at Leizhou's south gate all along, could no longer remain so relaxed. Zhu Dadian was renowned as a capable minister. It was under his command that the Dengzhou mutiny would ultimately end. Lu knew that according to historical progression, the rebels would not last many more months. In the coming months, their operating area would be continuously compressed, and Leju City would soon be relieved. The telegram was terse, but Zhao Yingong knew that behind it lay untold bloodshed. He could not help sighing. At the end of the telegram was a proposal Lu Ziyang had submitted under the Elder Military Political Proposal System. Dispatch the special recon team to assassinate Zhu Dadian, extending the chaos throughout Dengzhou. Under this system, once someone submitted a complete proposal, the Senate Standing Committee would solicit opinions from all elders, including those posted abroad. Zhao Yingong frowned. He felt assassination was somewhat unnecessary, but he had heard that Zhu Dadian was known as a capable minister, and from historical records knew he was also a scholar official of considerable nationalistic integrity. If he took charge of suppression and succeeded, he would become Shandong governor, clearly quite inconvenient for Master Lu, who sought to establish local separatist power in Shandong. From this angle, assassination was indeed an option worth considering. Next came various letters and reports, which he read one by one and provided written instructions. Then he began writing letters to the management personnel at Wanyu's Shanghai headquarters. Wanyu, as the dedicated commercial enterprise within the Mountain C2 route system, besides earning profits through its own trade, mainly undertook the Senate's commodity sales and materials procurement tasks. Of course, Zhao Yingong generally did not appear at Wanyu, instead issuing directives through written orders. Wanyu was the Jin division within the mountain route, with Lin Quanan personally stationed at the Yangzhou headquarters managing operations. According to the Mountain Sea, two routes operating model, Wanyu's logistics and financial services were outsourced to Kiwei Depot and DeLong Bank respectively. It focused purely on commercial operations, enjoying great advantages from the efficient logistics system and flexible, ample fund mobilization. Combined with Zhao Yingong's cultivation of the Su family and Revival Society, operations achieved twice the results with half the effort. Both sales volume and profit margins were climbing steadily. Last year's dividend amount had left Lin Quanan grinning for days, though according to Wanyu's company charter, there were no dividends for the first 3 years. Zhao Yingong had seen surveillance reports describing how he walked with dust swirling in his wake, spoke with a voice like a great bell. HMPH, if we hadn't lacked startup capital back then, how would you have gotten rich? Zhao Yingong thought. Sooner or later, he would need to raise this at a Senate meeting, dilute and adjust Wanyu's share capital, or simply start fresh. This fat prize of great Ming trade should not have such a large chunk simply given away. For this Japan trade, Zhao Yingong did not intend to let Wanyu participate directly. Its only role would be to assemble commodities per his instructions. Specific cargo preparation funds would be drawn from the Foreign Trade Company under the Colonization and Trade Ministry. In this era, maritime trade did not necessarily require a corporate entity. It was now early summer, exactly when Zhilong's fleet rode the southeast monsoon from Fujian to Japan. Shen Tingyang's sand junks could not depart Shanghai in this season. Sand junks left Shanghai in November. They still had ample time to prepare cargo. Japan at this time, like other East and Southeast Asian countries, suffered severe shortages of daily necessities. Anything shipped there for sale would sell easily, from high-end textiles and raw silk to the most common iron pots, coarse porcelain bowls, and sewing needles. There was virtually nothing that would not sell. The most important export, of course, was raw silk. In this timeline, raw silk generally only appeared on the market in the 7th and 8th lunar months. Zhilong's fleet, needing to depart in summer, naturally could not wait for the new crop, so the silk he sold in Japan had to be last year's stored old silk. By comparison, his sand junk fleet departing in winter could leisurely purchase better quality current-year silk. In quality alone, this would already be a notch above Zhilong's offerings. Zhao Yingong's ambitions did not stop there. Zhejiang produced China's finest cocoons. If he used more advanced reeling technology to produce silk, the quality would be unmatched in this timeline. Especially this year, with Zhejiang still suffering drought, cocoon production would surely drop sharply, pushing market prices up. For a new purchaser like Wanyu, it would be impossible to match other silk houses in purchasing networks, so purchase prices would inevitably run higher. Producing premium-grade silk could dramatically increase value added, giving it sufficient competitiveness. His instruction to Wanyu: buy up raw silk and cocoons without limit, especially cocoons. He had already written a letter to the Planning Commission, exploring the possibility of establishing a mechanized or semi-mechanized silk reeling factory in Hangzhou. The idea of a reeling factory had been long considered. In Zhejiang, one of the nation's main cocoon-producing regions, not considering this would be unthinkable. On this issue, he had already communicated with the Planning Commission, Industry and Energy Committee, and Light Industry Ministry. Reeling factories were relatively simple technologically and did not require large power equipment. According to the Industry and Energy Committee's proposal, construction would basically follow the model of Chen Qiuan's Jicheng Long Silk Factory. Strictly speaking, Jicheng Long was not a truly mechanized reeling factory, more like semi-mechanized production. But it required low investment, built quickly, and the new equipment would produce a quantum leap in silk quality. This fit perfectly with Zhao Yingong's current material base and surrounding conditions. The reeling factory project had largely been approved and only awaited final executive committee authorization. Zhao Yingong estimated the project had a good chance of passing. After all, raw silk was currently a flagship export product. Merely relying on partners to collect on the mainland was not only expensive, but domestic silk production scale by modern industrialized standards was simply too small. Just satisfying Europeans' enormous appetite made this project worth launching. In the 17th century, besides China, Japan, Italy, North Africa, and Central Asia also produced silk. But none could match China's production scale. Once Zhao Yingong's new method silk from improved strains was available, with its superior quality, massive output, and powerful shipping capacity, it could directly crush all these regions' silk industries, creating enormous monopoly profits. Besides silk and cocoons, he also wanted Wanyu to purchase various daily sundries, especially to source everyday porcelain from Jiangxi, a major porcelain province whose quality and quantity far exceeded the crock ware that Fujian fired specifically for export. Getting Jiangxi porcelain to Fujian was extremely difficult, but shipping it to Shanghai was not. Jiangxi had a developed inland river transport network. Beyond this, he also submitted an application to the Planning Commission requesting a batch of Lingao small hardware products for Japan export. Only after finishing all these letters did Zhao Yingong finally relax. He handed all the letters to the confidential courier waiting outside. Next came waiting for news from the Japan side. The Colonization and Trade Ministry's Japan channel should already be open. Once November winds rose and 4 large sand junks arrived in Nagasaki or Hirado, they would surely cause a sensation. Never mind anything else. Just the current year's new silk alone was something no ship of Zhilongs or any other Chinese merchant could bring. Zhao Yingong laughed coldly several times. By then, the Jiangnan gentry begging Shen Tingyang to let them in on the Japan fortune would be wearing down old Shen's doorstep. They might even need to assemble several dozen large sand junks to dump goods in Japan together, filling up Japanese merchants' warehouses and emptying all their silver. Once the Zheng family's Japan route was destroyed, they would not last much longer. Without economic foundation, everything was empty talk. No matter how capable Zheng Zhilong was, no matter how much Xing Tingbai trusted him, he surely did not have the audacity to provoke the Jiangnan gentry, late Ming's most powerful force in both court and countryside. By then, either he would desperately seek a decisive battle, which was exactly what the Senate wanted, or he would silently weaken and bleed to death. Zhao Yingong thought, this is what's called subduing the enemy without fighting. Let them see that even without powerful ships and sharp cannons, we can achieve decisive victory from 1,000 li away. End of chapter. Chapter 11, 87. The market watching everyone gleefully handle the sharp weapons in their hands, Lu Zheng smirked inwardly. Wait until you try to use these in the field. Easy to fire, impossible to feed. These percussion caps were once sold by British smugglers to the Taiping army for a tael of silver each. But this is the late Ming. The warlords here aren't as flush as the Taiping army, but selling 20 for a tael should still be achievable. He turned the thought over with quiet satisfaction. After a round of insincere backslapping and brotherly embraces, Lu Zheng finally departed the city. Sun Yuanhua, knowing him to be Master Lu's man and recognizing the great service he had rendered at Leju, specifically invited him over for praise and encouragement, declaring that as long as he retained any influence, he would certainly petition the court on their behalf. The two then discussed specific protocols for future contact. Lu Zheng also shared what intelligence he had gathered, mentioning in particular that the rebels' next movements would likely shift toward Qixia and Pingdu. Sun Yuanhua nodded, saying he had reached similar conclusions and had already memorialized the court requesting diversionary troops for interception. Lu Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had arrived believing he possessed crucial intelligence leads, prepared to do Sun Yuanhua a favor. But the man's own intelligence gathering and analytical capabilities proved remarkably acute. Though his personal safety remained uncertain, Sun Yuanhua placed great importance on firearms. He expressed hope that Lu Zheng would convey to Master Lu his desire for more Australian bird guns. Besides Zhang Tao, the various armies converging on Shandong would all have such needs. This was business well worth doing. Lu Zheng agreed to everything. Early the next morning, Zhang Tao's troops assumed defense of the South Gate district. Lu Zheng led his own forces out in an impressive withdrawal. By the time they departed, the column had swelled by 500 or 600 souls, prisoners willing to follow, local commoners seeking escape. Fan 12, the tithing head of the South Gate district, unhesitatingly loaded his entire family onto a small cart and joined the procession. Lu Zheng's troops passed through rebel positions without incident. The rebel generals outside the South Gate already knew his reputation. This fellow's subordinates were murderously tough to tangle with. Besides, with Leju proving impossible to take, they might well have to become government troops again any day now. Maintaining cordial relations with Regiment Commander Lu was never a mistake. So as his column passed, they saw them off with smiles. Lu Zheng led his people leisurely toward Xiaoying. His banner flew the large Kimu flag, which no one dared provoke across the 3 eastern prefectures. Xiaoying lay close to Longkou. Out of caution, the northbound detachment currently occupied only a portion of Xiaoying's coastal area, having constructed several fortified villages that formed a mutually supporting posture with Kimu Island. These so-called fortified villages were merely large villages or market towns encircled by trenches and protected by simple bastions or even crude gun towers, defended by locally organized militia companies. In terms of raw combat power and defensive capability, they could handle only bandits or stragglers. The rebels, however, were wary of the Kimu Island banner and simply dared not mass troops against them. Previous attempts at hostile action had brought swift and severe retaliation. After annihilating one group that had made a move, no one else dared launch attacks against villages flying the Kimu flag. Xiaoying County sat in the western hills of the Jiaodong Peninsula, where broken terrain prevailed, hills and river valleys intermingled in a complex maze. The northeast stood high and steep, composed mainly of granite and granitic gneiss. Serrated ridges, majestic and precipitous, extended diagonally across the county from northeast to southwest. The remaining hills rose below 400 meters, gentle undulations forming a wave-eroded plain of shallow valleys and broad lowlands. This had never been prosperous country. Aside from rich mineral resources, agricultural products consisted mainly of fruits and coarse grains. The main production area of Longkou vermicelli was here, and vermicelli had always been a coarse grain product. Even into the 21st century, a county of over 1,000 square kilometers had a population of only 560,000. In this timeline, the population was sparser still. It was impoverished and barren land. Consequently, rebel footprints rarely touched this place, and the destruction here was comparatively minor. When Zhu Mingxia and Lu Wenyuan decided to occupy Zheiyuan, they had considered this factor. Kimu Island was too small as a base, suitable only for transshipping refugees. Expanding territory beyond the island risked making their profile too conspicuous. Kimu Island sat only a few dozen li from Huangxian, and very close by sea to the heavily fortified coastal town of Dengzhou. Maintaining a powerful base there would draw unwanted attention. Better to stay securely nestled in the hilly regions of Zheiyuan, and Zheiyuan had gold. Though that development was a story for later. The place Lu Ziyang was heading to was the Xinjiang area of Zheiyuan, which backed onto Bohai Bay and echoed Kimu Island across the water. The northbound detachment's main fortified village in Zheiyuan had been built at Xinjiang. With this central fort as the core, 7 or 8 branch fortified villages radiated outward, controlling several dozen square kilometers of land. The administrators and militia commanders of these fortified villages were all soldiers of the northbound detachment. Zhu Mingxia felt the regular armed forces deployed to Zheiyuan had been diluted too thinly. Although Zheiyuan boasted over 1,000 militia on the books, in a sudden emergency these militia would be of limited use, requiring troop transfers from Longkou for reinforcement. So he transferred Lu Ziyang's unit to Zheiyuan, conveniently placing an elder there to oversee matters. This place now served as the northbound detachment's reservoir. Any refugees who couldn't be evacuated in time during the summer break would be sent to the Zheiyuan area to be stockpiled. Since most shipping had stopped, currently only a few special reconnaissance transport boats shuttled between Shandong and Jeju Island, transporting refugees on a small scale. These boats were all sufficiently armed to protect themselves. Wonder if Zheiyuan vermicelli tastes good, Elder Lu mused from horseback, pondering this question as they rode. Huang An took Zhu Si and Cao Qing outside Huangxian city. He and his band of brothers inside the city had hidden for a while after Dengzhou fell before slipping out during the chaos. After spending half a month on Kimu Island, they were incorporated into the reconnaissance team. Huang An had earned a military service medal, which meant he was one step closer to the rank of lieutenant. In the beginning, reconnaissance work had been a job with one's head perpetually tucked under one's arm. Foot reconnaissance was extremely dangerous. The rebels were almost entirely mobile cavalry, and once discovered, death was certain. Rebels would simply kill any suspicious men they spotted. Mounted reconnaissance proved less risky. Their weapons were superior and horses well fed. Still, in such a cat-and-mouse game, scout casualties mounted steadily. One of Huang An's brothers had died in a reconnaissance operation, killed before ever seeing the beautiful scenery of Lingao that Huang An had boasted about. As the situation evolved and a tacit non-aggression understanding developed between the rebels and Lu Wenyuan, scout operations gradually became less hazardous. Today, however, they weren't on a reconnaissance mission. They had come to do business. All wore armbands as safe passage markers. Huangxian was now effectively the rebels' main base of operations. Small groups of rebel activity roamed the roads everywhere, and without the agreed-upon armband, one risked being killed or captured en route. Doing business meant obtaining population through trade with the rebels. Rebels often plundered entire villages and stockades, men, women, old and young. Besides conscripting some able-bodied men as cannon fodder, women and children were commonly reduced to commodities, bought and sold among rebel soldiers and officers. Similar human markets existed not only in Huangxian, but beneath the walls of Dengzhou and Leizhou as well. A market of considerable scale had already formed a few li outside Huangxian city. This had originally been a large stockade, a rather bustling and prosperous place. Since being breached by rebels, only broken walls and ruins remained. Because the stockade possessed a moat, the rebels used it as a human pen. Looted commoners were sent directly here for confinement, to await sale. Several thousand commoners were stuffed into these ruins without a single roof tile over their heads. A well in the stockade made drinking water manageable. But food depended entirely on the guards' mood and the abundance of their own supplies. On good days, they might throw in some black, hard buns made of unknown ingredients. On bad days, not a morsel of food would appear for days on end. The fortunate might be purchased after 10 days or half a month, destined for someone's pleasure or assigned to cannon fodder squads. The unfortunate could only suffer slowly in this living hell. Thousands crowded together, exposed to sun and rain, with irregular food and water. Epidemics soon ran rampant. Especially after the third lunar month passed, hundreds of corpses were dragged out daily. But the rebels cared nothing for this, because fresh refugees arrived continuously from everywhere. Supply was never a concern. Some soldiers and officers would tire of women they had purchased, send them back here to sell and buy fresh goods. Beyond population, there was the massive wealth plundered during looting. Though countless riches had been seized, soldiers constantly on the move couldn't carry heavy goods and wanted to exchange them for gold, silver,